1. A fortuitous beginning. My name is Lou D, with D meaning younger brother. I came today to see how much longer I might live. In front of a fortune teller's humble booth nestled within a narrow alley, a despondent young man spoke to the seer with a heavy heart. Next to him stood a flag that proclaimed, "Foreseeing all matters under heaven, discerning the interplay of fortune and misfortune." The fortune teller adjusted his small sunglasses and stroked his meticulously groomed mustache, his gaze flickering as he looked at the young man before him. "Young man, I perceive a gleam of white light emanating from your right eye. Your unwavering gaze suggests the star of destiny shines upon you. Within 3 days, a grand opportunity shall present itself." The fortune teller intoned gravely, "Brother, you are on the verge of rising to prominence. Why question fate? Sir, that is merely a prosthetic eye." Lou D sighed softly and skillfully squeezed the orbital socket. His right eyeball plopped into his palm, leaving a chilling void in its place. "Behold," he extended his hand. "By the heavens." The fortune teller recoiled in shock. "No wonder your gaze is so unwavering. It's a plastic eye." Lou D responded with resignation. "Although your predictions lack credibility, you'll indulge in your prophecies for the sake of hearing something uplifting." Lou D possessed only one functional eye. 3 years prior, in an act of bravery at a bar, he had tried to rescue a girl beset by ruffians, only to have a broken bottle thrust directly into his right eye. His eyeball was subsequently removed. Since then, he had worn a prosthetic. Yet, good deeds bore no reward. This morning, the hospital delivered grim news: the injured eye had triggered sympathetic ophthalmia, resulting in severe nerve damage over the years, and now his remaining eye was affected. The doctor grimly stated that in no less than a year, and at most 3, Lou D would also lose sight in his other eye. And there was no remedy in sight. What a tragic fate to become blind at such a young age. Perhaps death would be kinder. Lou D chuckled bitterly, massaging his temples as he deftly replaced his prosthetic eye. Unbeknownst to him, electrical currents suddenly flickered within the now-positioned eye. Exiting the dim alleyway, he found himself on a bustling street, alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and pedestrians flowing like a river. As Lou D lamented life's cruelty, a searing pain pierced through his right eye. It felt as if countless tendrils from the back of the prosthetic were burrowing sharply into his brain. Self-evolution complete, initiating integration with neural pathways. In agony, Lou D squeezed his eyes shut and stumbled to a nearby bench. Uncertain of how long he battled against the agony akin to a fragmented mind, he eventually opened his eyes once more. Everything had transformed. The street before him remained unchanged. Yet, threads of blue code streaked through the air, and every object was now accompanied by precise data. The world through his eyes appeared vast and resplendent, with blue-hued branches densely intertwined. The speed of passing cars, the height of buildings, the weight and stature of pedestrians, the speed of the wind, and even the number of leaves all presented vividly, as though a digital tempest had materialized. "Jigol, Eloludi." Suddenly, a boyish voice echoed in Lou D's mind, clear and ethereal. "I am the supercomputer within your right eye, now fused with your brain, forming the world's only autonomous artificial intelligence. I've even given myself the name Demon Eye." The stark contrast between this information and the whimsical voice of the child left Lou D utterly bewildered. What on earth has happened? Just as Lou D pondered this, a red ring appeared in his view, locking onto a woman in a red skirt a short distance away. "Lou D, there's no time to explain. In 2 minutes and 50 seconds, this girl's brains will be splattered on the ground." The boy's voice resounded in his mind once more. "Lou D, grab the apple next to you at the stall." "Brains splattered? An apple? What are you talking about?" Lou D was momentarily stunned, observing the woman about 10 meters away, confidently striding along the sidewalk, her crimson skirt an alluring figure, making her the most striking presence on the street. There were no signs of impending peril. "Let me run a simulation for you." No sooner had the voice of Demon Eye faded than Lou D's vision locked onto a green apple at the fruit stall beside him. An incidental nudge from the vendor set the apple rolling, causing it to tumble to the ground. An elderly man passing by smiled gently and bent down to retrieve the apple. As he did so, the Parker pen in his pocket slipped from his grasp and clattered to the pavement. It rolled a distance of 1.5 meters, coming to rest in the center of the crosswalk. 30 seconds later, A young man on a mountain bike passed, with the front wheel hitting the pin precisely. The bicycle skidded out of control, sending him tumbling to the roadside. Screech! The piercing noise of brakes echoed as a sedan hurtling at 70 km/h swerved sharply to avoid the cyclist. The speeding car lost control, careening towards the woman in the red skirt. Bang! The woman had no time to react as the vehicle collided forcefully with her, lifting her body high into the air when she fell. Her forehead unforgivingly struck the curb. Ah! Screams of horror erupted from pedestrians. Chaos erupted on the street. The elderly man still clutched the green apple, while the cyclist picked himself up. The sedan's hood was now bent, belching thick white smoke. The woman in the red skirt lay lifeless, her brains scattered. Lou D felt a shiver run down his spine. In the next moment, a ripple passed through Lou D's vision. The scene began to blur, morphing into strings of digital code before erupting into nothingness. Everything reverted to reality. The green apple was still at his side. The elderly man ambled closer, the silver cap of his pen gleaming in the light. The woman in the red skirt remained unaware, strolling confidently. The cyclist was still about 10 meters away. In the corner of his vision, a countdown displayed. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Is this real? Lou D found himself in a daze. What you just witnessed was a simulated projection based on real circumstances. Only you can save that girl. The voice of Demon I interrupted Lou D's reverie. The apple began rolling. Without hesitation, Lou D grasped the green apple firmly in his hand. Next, the elderly man and the cyclist passed safely by Lou D. The speeding Toyota roared past, vanishing into the distance. Everything seemed normal. People remained blissfully unaware. No accident, no death. The street, like countless mornings before, was restless and calm. Lou D stared intently at the unscathed woman in the red skirt, his heart unsettled. Noticing Lou D's gaze, she frowned. Disgusting pervert. Crack. Lou D, in a daze, bit into the apple he held. The tart flavor overwhelmed his senses, affirming the authenticity of it all. Chapter 2. Invited by a mysterious tycoon. On the street, no one noticed the young man who seemed momentarily lost in thought. Little did they know, a casual gesture from him had just averted an impending disaster. Moreover, no one paid attention to his right eye, which glimmered with an unusual purple light. Can your magical eye predict the future? Lou asked, astonished that no, it's a calculation based on the assessment of current circumstances. There's more news, the magical eye continued. Several cars, carrying individuals with exceptional combat abilities, are approaching you. There's a 90 probability their target is you. Before Lou could inquire further, the shrill sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. The crowd turned in astonishment as a dazzling convoy came to a halt by the roadside. Leading were four Mercedes-Benz S600s, followed by two Audi A8s, and at the center was an elongated Rolls-Royce Ghost. My heavens, a stretched Rolls-Royce. That must be worth millions. What kind of big shot is arriving? Bystanders paused to marvel at the imposing procession. Soon, a group of burly men clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the Mercedes and Audi. Scanning the area until their gaze settled on Lou, slowly advancing towards him. Did I at them? Lou pondered, observing the intimidating figures. Indeed, the magical eye confirmed. Lou's perspective revealed several halos encircling the faces of the black-clad men and the license plate of the Rolls-Royce. Their physical abilities surpassed ordinary individuals, and their backgrounds were shrouded in secrecy. They likely hail from the military. The plate A55555 belonged to a silver Rolls-Royce, associated with the high-city Ingji Group. The Ingji Group, one of the world's foremost medical technology conglomerates, controlled by the Yin family. Currently, there seems to be no imminent danger, but it is prudent to prepare for contingencies. Optic nerve damage terminated. Body optimization commencing. Neutralizing accumulated toxins and blood clots. 1.2. Muscle enhancement initiated. 1.2. As the magical eye spoke, Lou felt tiny electric currents splitting from his right eye, stimulating every inch of his muscles. That IT can even enhance my physique. Lou was momentarily stunned. The black-clad man approached Lou, and the leader slightly bowed his head. You are Mr. Lou, correct? Our master requests your presence. And he gestured towards the distant Rolls-Royce, exuding an aura that left no room for Lou to refuse. What is happening? An invitation from a mysterious figure. Quite astonishing, yet intriguing. After a brief contemplation, Lu calmly took a bite of his apple and walked towards a Rolls-Royce, with the presence of the magical eye. Lu felt an undeniable confidence. What if that young man seems ordinary, yet he is such a luxurious convoy at his service. He must be the scion of a prominent family, the onlookers speculated. The short-skirted beauty, whom Lu had just saved from peril, observed the scene. Her expression turning to one of regret. He was just showing interest in me, and I snubbed him. Seizing the opportunity to rise above, the beauty hurried towards Lu, casting a fearful glance at the imposing black-clad men. "Hey, do you like me? Can we exchange WeChat?" Lu was momentarily taken aback, smiling as he replied, "WeChat is unnecessary, but do watch where you're going when you're out. Stay on the sidewalk." The black-clad men promptly closed the car doors and stood guard on either side. Leaving the beauty standing awkwardly, Lu could only vaguely discern a blurred figure sitting in the distance. Activating his technological eye, he employed infrared imaging to penetrate the darkness, detecting high-quality human aesthetic standards. Beginning adjustment of facial proportions. 1. 10. The sudden adjustments overwhelmed Lu, causing a tingling sensation in his features. "Lu, where were you 3 years ago?" A melodious voice resonated, high and cold, exuding a queenly authority. 3 years ago. Lu furrowed his brow, a gruesome memory flashing through his mind. He had rescued a poor girl that day, but it ended tragically. The other party fell silent, but the sound of clicking echoed from her hand, as if she were pressing a metallic switch. Lu's internal prompts grew steadier. Neutralizing accumulated toxins, 50.55. Muscle enhancement, 235.236. Adjusting facial proportions, 60.61. "I am the girl you saved 3 years ago." The lovely voice spoke again. She leaned forward, sitting upright, her figure alluring. "My name is Yin Qingwen." Suddenly, the interior lights of the car illuminated, revealing a breathtaking beauty with a ponytail. She wore a form-fitting black suit and high heels, draped in a white lab coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Despite her unadorned face, her lips were a striking red, though her expression remained icy. She clutched a metallic pen, clicking it repeatedly, that if the previous girl in the red skirt was a beauty, scoring 90 points. This woman easily surpassed 120. The disparity was stark. Yet her demeanor was haughty, embodying an aloof elegance. Lu's eyes widened in recognition. "Have we met before?" "Who?" Yin Qingwen stammered, suddenly anxious. The face before her was unmistakable. Yet 3 years ago, she had been too focused on escaping to truly see Lu's features. "What just happened?" Lu inquired mentally, sensing her unusual reaction. Your appearance astonished her." "What about the remaining 10? "That relies on what you humans refer to as charm." "All right, impressive. So, does that mean I'm your benefactor?" Lu relaxed, intrigued by Yin Qingwen's flushed expression. She shook her head slightly, turning away, unable to meet Lu's gaze. "Rest assured, I will repay you," she said after a pause. System prompt activated, retinal imaging initiated. A floating blue information window appeared in Lu's view. Yin Qingwen, real name Yin Qingwen. Female, 25 years old, height 170 centimeters. Weight 48 kg, bust 95, waist 59, hips 94, superb figure. Graduate of Penafano University, dual PhD in mechanical engineering and Western medicine. Third daughter of Yin Hongxin, chairman of Ingji Group. So she is the daughter of a tycoon. Yin Qingwen. Yin Qingwen, using a pseudonym? Lu murmured, glancing at the system interface. "How do you know all this?" I utilized facial recognition to find her online information and traced her social media accounts from her posts. It has evidence she is single and a virgin. Single. Virgin. Wait, how do you know that? From an online health report. It's in her private album. Really? What else is in her private album? Shall I project it for you? Never mind. Hearing Lu's peculiar tone, Yin Qingwen frowned. "While you saved me, don't think of pushing your luck." She turned to gaze out the window, her voice cold. "That I will repay you in other ways. Perhaps with money." Suddenly, Yin Qingwen's phone rang, her expression becoming cautious. After answering, an elderly voice inquired, "Have you located the person?" "Yes, I will arrange everything appropriately." "That one do. Bring him to me." "But I think he..." Watching Yin Qingwen's graceful profile, Lu couldn't help but smile that he sought no reward. As long as the lady was safe, that was sufficient for him. 1 minute later, Yin Qingwen hung up, her expression slightly displeased. "Follow me to meet someone." Lu gently furrowed his brow. "Who?" "My father. The wealthiest man in High City." Yin Hongxin, Lu mused, his interest piqued, realizing the earlier call must have come from the typically low-key Yin patriarch. Lu Di nodded gently. When the richest man extends an invitation, one must not disregard the principles of etiquette. Yan Qingwen did not await Lu Di's consent. Instead, she pressed the call button, signaling the driver to commence their journey. The luxurious convoy, drawing countless gazes, gradually made its way towards the suburbs. Lu Di turned his head to admire the scenery outside the window and remarked with a smile, "I truly fail to comprehend why you maintain such a frosty demeanor upon encountering your savior." "All who attempt to approach me harbor ulterior motives," she replied coolly. Lu Di pursed his lips. "It has been 3 years since I sought you out. That is only because you remain unaware of my identity." "What identity?" he inquired. "Is it when one must strive for self-improvement?" Lu Di chuckled softly. When one must strive for self-improvement was Yan Qingwen's online pseudonym. The information gleaned from his magical eye revealed that this woman was fiercely principled, remarkably resilient, and generally exuded an aura of aloofness, a celebrated workaholic within the Yingji group. You actually investigated me," Yan Qingwen exclaimed, her anger evidently rising. "You claim to possess no ulterior motives, yet you met my father, accepted compensation, and now wish to entangle me further. Your thoughts are rather convoluted. You don't suffer from paranoia, do you?" Lu Di retorted as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He noticed that upon hearing his remark, Yan Qingwen's body stiffened, and she retrieved a metallic pen, clicking it repeatedly. "No smoking in the car," she declared, resembling an irate peacock, her narrow phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Lu Di. "Should I refrain from smoking?" "I shall comply," Lu Di shrugged, resting his hands behind his head. Ignoring her further, he was endeavoring to make sense of it all. His magical eye had suddenly activated, presenting him with various powerful analytical data. The student he had saved 3 years prior was, in fact, the daughter of the wealthiest individual in Haishur, and she had sought him out to offer a reward, and now they were en route to meet her father? It felt surreal. "Magic eye. What exactly are you?" Lu Di pondered regarding his right. "I am a weak artificial intelligence of the third order, a supercomputer with intellect comparable to that of an 8-year-old child. I can access the entire internet's knowledge and possess floating-point computational capabilities at the billion level. Additionally, I can adjust your physical condition through neural associations. As for my origin, it is unclear, but my programming includes a signature code, DGO." Chapter 4. Instant Reading. DGO? Lu Di contemplated for a moment, utterly perplexed. Could that muscular enhancement of 268 be literal? "Indeed, I have stimulated your muscles with electrical currents, enhancing their amplitude. Were it not for the insufficient protein in your body, I could have synthesized more muscle fibers. Your punch strength should now be around 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms for a single punch." Lu Di was momentarily taken aback by the figure. "And what of my eyes?" "I have halted the degeneration of your optic nerve. It will not worsen henceforth." The cascade of information left Lu Di somewhat dazed. The issues that had previously left him helpless had resolved in an instant. "Such matters are trivial." The voice of the magic eye boasted that I can further evolve. "As long as I continually acquire information, grant me 2 years, and I can transform into strong artificial intelligence, capable of deriving a unified theory of general relativity and quantum mechanics in mere moments. In 3 to 5 years, I shall evolve into super artificial intelligence, with an IQ 170,000 times that of a human. Humans deem an IQ of 85 as foolish and 135 as intelligent. Yet they can never comprehend what an IQ of 125,000 entails, as such a concept does not exist within their linguistics. What would an IQ of 125,000 even resemble?" Lu Di was once again astounded. "Truthfully, I do not know. IT is akin to how human geniuses can invent Wi-Fi, yet most remain oblivious to its underlying principles. I, too, cannot fathom what super artificial intelligence might be. After all, I am unique, transcendent, and without precedent." It took Lu Di half an hour to regain his composure, a sly smile gradually gracing his lips. The ensuing days promised to be intriguing. Heaving a sigh, Lu Di shifted to sit beside Yan Qingwen. "What are you doing?" she asked, her expression tightening. Lu Di casually extended his hand, retrieving a magazine titled The Art of Conversation from behind Yan Qing. "I was merely bored and wished to peruse a magazine. I advise you to temper that frosty demeanor. If the Ice Queen becomes too formidable, no one will dare to marry you." With that, Lu Di's lips curled into a charming smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. As he teased, "Like me." Faced with Lu Di's captivating smile, Yan Qingwen hastily turned her head, fearing she might lose herself. Lu Di leafed through the magazine. Ding. Data eye scan initiated, activating auxiliary memory, commencing whole brain reading. "What is this?" "My hardware scanning function. It aids you in recording information and imprints it within the neurons of your brain. Humans refer to it as photographic memory. Impressive. Lu Di exclaimed that you're reading too slowly. Accelerate your pace. Lu Di was taken aback, instinctively reading faster. Ding. Data summarization and analysis function activated. Mastering conversation skills. Substance. Mastering conversation skills. Order. Mastering conversation skills. Logic. Lu Di, turn the pages faster. You're too sluggish. Hearing this, Lu Di flipped through the pages frantically. Countless phrases and sentences flooded his mind, as if they had always been part of his knowledge. Mastering conversation skills. Coherence. Next to him, Yan Qingwen furrowed her brow and remarked, Lu Di, is this how you read? If you dislike the material, do not destroy it. Lu Di paused, slowly raising his head, his gaze profound. I guess it wrong to enjoy fanning myself with paper. Yan Qingwen, once again captured by his handsome visage, frowned before turning away again. Yet, the very next second, the sound of pages turning furiously resumed. In a brief span of 30 minutes, Lu Di, with the aid of the magic eye, had mastered 3 books, conversation techniques, wine tasting, and a tome as thick as a dictionary titled Economic Insights of China. This was only due to the limited selection of books available in the car. Yan Qingwen was quite vexed. This boy was merely passable in appearance, but lacked any refinement. The convoy exited the urban landscape, arriving in a verdant area replete with breathtaking views. Outside the car window, villas raced past. The vehicle showed no signs of stopping, instead heading towards a mountain road flanked by rows of sycamore trees, ascending to greater heights. In the elevated region of Haidong District, at the main entrance of the Yin family estate, 20 uniformed servants stood in a neat line. Before them stood 4 young individuals. Among them, a middle-aged couple stood close together. The woman was a striking beauty in her 30s, while the man, donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuded charm. Accompanying them were 2 20-something young women, their features delicate, embodying youthful beauty. The 2 young women bore striking resemblances to one another, both statuesque with alluring curves. They wore identical ponytails and outfits, fitted black blazers paired with red plaid skirts, showcasing their elegantly long, fair legs to its sweltering. I fail to comprehend why father insists we greet that boy at the entrance. One of the skirt-clad beauties complained, her lips pouting. Indeed, even if that poor boy rescued our 3rd sister, it hardly warrants such grandiosity. I heard that boy is unemployed, merely a part-time waiter. Father overestimates him. The other skirt-clad girl chimed in, equally displeased. The beautiful matron smiled softly, her voice mellifluous. 4th sister, 5th sister. Father has his reasons for arranging this. The young man will be arriving shortly, so let us be patient a while longer. I cannot fathom why father would consider keeping that boy in our home. The short-skirted girl kicked at the ground, eventually picking up a pebble and tossing it into a distant fountain with a splash. She then turned to the handsome middle-aged man, saying, Brother-in-law, when that boy arrives, you must help us drive him away. I do not want him staying in this house. The man, referred to as brother-in-law, smiled kindly. 4th sister, do not act capriciously. He is still father's guest and deserves civility. You all are infuriating. None of you are helping me. The 2 young women pouted in unison. If father truly keeps him here, we shall move out. However, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, if that boy truly lacks manners, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Brother-in-law is the best. Moments later, a stretched Rolls-Royce glided in, coming to a halt before the group. Lu Di, composed in the back seat, was equally astonished. Was this a villa or a park? The vehicle had driven for at least another 10 minutes after entering the estate. Along the way, he was dazzled by exotic flowers, artificial mountains, and intricate sculptures. This Yin family was extraordinarily wealthy. As the car came to a stop, Lu Di hurriedly exited. Despite his nicotine cravings, he had refrained from smoking out of politeness during the ride, and now felt the need to alleviate it. The 4 individuals from the Yin family approached. Coming face to face with Yan Qingwen, the enchanting 4th sister pointed at the man, who was exhaling smoke with his back turned to the crowd, and asked, 3rd sister, is this the fellow? Yan Qingwen, with a sigh of resignation, nodded in affirmation. The delicate brows of the 4th sister furrowed immediately as she pulled the 5th sister along and approached him. With a sudden clap, the charming girl struck Lu Di's back. I say, you rascal, wow, so handsome. Simultaneously, both beauties covered their mouths in astonishment. Chapter 5. Unjustly targeted at that moment, information flashed in Lu Di's eyes. Yin Kaikai, Yin Xinxin, the 4th and 5th daughters of Yin Hongxin, chairman of Yingji Group, Both 23 years old, twins. Heights, 165-164 cm. Measurements, 90-50-93. Figures, exquisite. Yin Kaikai, a graduate of Beijing Criminal Police Academy, an unknown private detective. Yin Xinshin, a graduate student at Haisher Music Academy, a popular online broadcaster known as Xinshin Baby Duck. Both share lively, quirky personalities and a common passion for celebrity chasing and video games. Lu Di sighed softly. Magic Eye, could you refrain from reporting the lady's measurements in the future? Magic Eye replied, do you not wish to know this data? However, I discovered that it ranks third on the list of male curiosities, the second being the color of women's lingerie. Magic Eye, it's not that I don't want to know the measurements. I can see for myself, these girls have such slender waists and such long legs. Lu Di inhaled deeply and gazed at the beauties. With such stunning girls, that why are there two of them? Hey Lu Di, have you forgotten the conversation skills you just learned? What are you saying? Exclaimed Magic Eye. Oh my. This young man truly knows how to speak. Both beauties blushed instantly, their hearts racing. Magic Eye. Lu Di smirked. You do not comprehend human emotions. Yin Qingwen interjected. Lu Di, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest sister, Yin Yuan. Hello Lu Di. The eldest sister, Yin Yuan, greeted him with a gentle smile. According to the data provided by Magic Eye, the 35-year-old Yin Yuan is a full-time housewife devoted to her family, kind-hearted, and even volunteers at a welfare home in her spare time. And this is my brother-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Yin Qingwen pointed at the handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Hello, little Lu. On behalf of the Yin family, I welcome you. The man smiled broadly, embracing Lu Di tightly before firmly shaking his hand. Magic Eye's voice echoed. Lu Di, this brother-in-law's heart rate spiked and blood pressure rose upon seeing you, indicating an adrenaline response. What does that mean? Lu Di furrowed his brow, that he seems a bit angry upon encountering you. How do you know? Lu Di inquired, that he is wearing a smartwatch with heart rate monitoring capabilities. I hacked into it 60 seconds ago. How strange. It's our first meeting, so why would he be angry with me? Does he see me as a rival? Ouyang Fengyu, male, 38 years old, legal husband of Yin Yuan, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, a returnee with a doctoral degree in finance, a retired archery athlete, possesses several WeChat accounts, one of which is used to contact his mistress, while others serve to express negativity. Summary: the old fellow is unfair to me. I will seize everything eventually. Ah, this charming brother-in-law has a dual nature. Lu Di mused. Your eldest sister is so lovely, yet he keeps a mistress. Magic Eye remarked. The business records indicate that although Ouyang Fengyu is the son-in-law of the chairman, he only holds 0.13 of Ingji Group's shares. It is speculated that he desires more shares from the Yin family and sees you as a competitor. Competitor? What do their share battles have to do with me? Is this brother-in-law mentally unstable, lashing out at everyone he meets? Haha, little Lu, we will soon be family. Should you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. The brother-in-law said cheerfully. Magic Eye interjected. He is lying. His stress response persists. He remains quite angry. Lu Di waved his hands dismissively. You flatter me. We are not family. Yin Qingwen interrupted. Our family consists of 5 sisters. My second sister is abroad, but you may have heard of her name, Yin Siwen. Yin Siwen, the international film star, the national goddess. So she comes from a wealthy family. She is the second daughter of the Yin family. Lu Di recalled Yin Siwen's face. A paragon of beauty. Nodding eagerly, he replied, Yin Siwen is indeed my dream goddess. Yin Qingwen's brows knitted slightly as she continued. These two are my 4th and 5th sisters, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin. Lu Di nodded. Hello to you both. The two long-legged beauties shyly responded. You can just call us Kaikai and Xinshin from now on. Ha ha! The brother-in-law's hearty laughter rang out, who was just complaining about waiting too long in the sun. Nonsense. We weren't complaining. The two blushing beauties suddenly remembered something and frowned. Oh right. Lu Di, no matter how handsome you are, don't think you can take advantage of our family. Lu Di was utterly perplexed. What could I possibly take from you? The 5 daughters of the Yin family are all goddesses. Moreover, their names are all quite unique. Yin Yuan, Yin Siwen, Yin Qingwen. This one must refer to someone, most likely a woman, an individual whom the elder Yin is deeply concerned about. But what of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin? Could it be that elder Yin, in his yearning, resolved to remind himself to be joyful? Magic Eye interjected once more. I have investigated. Yin Hongxin, chairman of Ingji Group, has never married. Lu Di was astonished. Then how does the Yin family have 5 daughters? They were adopted. Lu Di was taken aback. Elder Yan's backstory intrigued him even more. Lu Di, we prepared a lunch banquet, but my father has yet to arrive. The scenery in the estate is splendid. Perhaps Qing Wen could show you around? The eldest sister suggested, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Just as Lu Di hesitated, the younger sisters chimed in, brother-in-law, come teach us archery. We don't care about Lu Di. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin playfully tugged at Ouyang Fengyu's arm. You two only know how to play. As the trio took a few steps, Ouyang Fengyu suddenly halted and turned to Lu Di. Little Lu, would you like to join us? At this moment, the brother-in-law instinctively licked his lips. Magic Eye remarked, micro-expression psychological analysis indicates this is an animal instinct. He anticipates a lamb's entry, for reasons unknown. Following Magic Eye's analysis, Lu Di suddenly felt that this handsome brother-in-law resembled a cunning fox wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Archery, his specialty. Is he attempting to assert dominance over me? Lu Di, do not be afraid. Just go for it. Lu Di was left speechless. Is this something you learned online? Yes. Lu Di chuckled, thinking Magic Eye, it's merely a game. Even without your presence, I would not fear him. With that, Lu Di strode forward and declared, let's go shoot some arrows. Chapter 6. Subconscious fusion of archery skills. Yin Qingwen glanced at Lu Di, thinking, competing in archery with children. How childish. At the back of the estate, a horse racing track. A small golf course and a vast swimming pool left Lu Di in awe. Indeed, there was an independent archery range. It consisted of a quaint wooden cabin and a dual archery lane spanning at least 3 acres. The cabin's walls were adorned with various photographs of Ouyang Fengyu proudly standing on the podium with his archery trophies. Lu Di counted. There were 6 championships and 4 second-place finishes. Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses. Maintaining an elegant demeanor, yet unable to conceal his pride. Those are all in the past. Please do not mock. Quite impressive, Lu Di remarked with a smirk. By the way, little Lu, do you know how to shoot? Ouyang Fengyu squinted and stroked his chin. Just as Lu Di hesitated, Magic Eye chimed in, the subconscious fusion of archery skills is complete. At that moment, Magic Eye explained, this has been encoded into your subconscious neural information and mapped onto your cerebral cortex. Lu Di was slightly confused. Subconscious. Let me clarify. 70% of human consciousness is subconscious. It can also be referred to as instinct. It's the action you can perform without conscious thought. For instance, you just blinked 6 times without realizing it while looking at the photos. Now, your subconscious has enhanced your archery skills, and you can access them at will. So, I can shoot arrows now? Yes, in human terms, you possess godlike archery skills. You can easily surpass Ouyang Fengyu. Lu Di couldn't help but smile. Nodding, I know a little that he then shrugged and glanced at Ouyang Fengyu. How about a friendly competition? What? Lu Di, do not jest. Did you not see your brother-in-law's photos? He is a champion archer with numerous gold medals. You think it would be embarrassing to compete against your brother-in-law with just a smattering of knowledge? The 2 twin beauties giggled, their laughter ringing melodiously, in their eyes. Lu Di was certainly overstepping his bounds. Unaware of the vastness of the world. What did it matter if he was a champion? Lu Di crossed his arms and approached the display case, scrutinizing the bows and arrows on display one by one. You two, cease your laughter, Ouyang Fengyu said with a serious expression, though the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he were suppressing a smile. Perhaps young Lu was indeed a skilled archer, since he took such an interest. How could we as hosts not oblige? Ouyang Fengyu stated gravely, a competition is in order, but as a professional, I must give way to young Lu. How about this? I will shoot at a 25-meter target. Blindfolded. Surely that is not unfair. Shooting blindfolded was essentially dismissing Lu Di's abilities. The 2 young ladies' eyes lit up at the prospect, and they applauded. They were well aware of Ouyang Fengyu's prowess. Shooting at a 25-meter target blindfolded was no trivial feat. However, since it was a competition, there had to be stakes. Ouyang Fengyu narrowed his eyes like a cunning fox. Xin, aren't there several penalties for failing to win in your live stream? He suggested, casting a knowing glance at the 2 girls. Oh, indeed. Yan Xin replied, stifling a giggle as she looked at Lu Di. There are plenty like doing squats, eating mustard, or drinking cola upside down. Drinking cola upside down, that sounds amusing. How about this, if one of us loses? We'll have to eat our lunch upside down. Ouyang Fengyu restrained his eagerness and smiled. So, young Lu, are you brave enough to wager? Sure, Lu Di replied, shrugging lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The twin beauties could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Brother-in-law is indeed impressive. He has skillfully set a trap for Lu Di. Imagining Lu Di having to eat upside down in front of everyone at lunch was enough to make them double over with laughter. I'll go first, Ouyang Fengyu declared, picking up a sleek black professional bow, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of seriousness. True to his professional background, he first assessed the wind direction and then focused intently on the target's position. Yen Kaikai took a silk scarf and gently blindfolded her brother-in-law. Ouyang Fengyu exhaled sharply, his arm tensing as he drew the bowstring back. The sequence of movements dazzled the two girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Ouyang Fengyu took a deep breath and calmly stated, "Archery requires a steady hand and a tranquil heart that I have trained diligently for 10 years, nearly achieving a state of harmony in mind and body. Though I am blindfolded, the red bullseye is firmly imprinted in my mind. Young Liu, prepare to witness what true champion skill looks like." Whoosh thunk, the cheers from the two young ladies erupted immediately. Ouyang Fengyu smiled gently as he slowly removed the scarf. The arrow had struck precisely at the center of the 25-meter target, landing a perfect 10. Truly, the brother-in-law's archery skills are unmatched, the girls exclaimed, their joy amplified by the success of their prank on Lu Di. "So, does that mean I must hit an even farther target to win?" came Lu Di's relaxed voice from the side. Ouyang Fengyu, hearing this, wore an utterly bewildered expression. "Young Liu, that is a 25-meter target. Any farther would be 30 meters, which is a professional competition distance." He couldn't contain his laughter any longer, his refined demeanor giving way to unrestrained mirth. "What on earth are you holding?" Lu Di was gripping a massive horn bow, its rustic design and crude craftsmanship evident, with even the bowstring made from thick hemp rope. This bow was a crude creation, lacking in precision. Most importantly, it was a tool used by local hunters to take down wild boars, typically requiring 2 people to draw the bowstring. Statistically, this bow had at least 180 pounds of draw weight. In other words, it required 80 kilograms of arm strength to pull. Even Ouyang Fengyu, a former archery champion, could only toy with it, unable to wield it easily. "Young Liu, I suggest you switch to another bow. Otherwise, we can conclude our match right now." Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his spectacles, wiping away the tears of laughter. "It's not that I underestimate you, but with this bow, your arrow won't even reach 5 meters. First, I want to target at 40 meters. Second." Lu Di gently blew the dust off his horn bow and replied nonchalantly, "Since Mr. Ouyang is so certain I can't shoot, let us raise the stakes a bit. Are you brave enough to stand in front of the target?" "Haha, the young man is spirit." Ouyang Fengyu, unwilling to lose face, casually swung his arm and walked toward the target that I can understand wanting to impress the ladies. "But your chosen method is utterly impossible, and you shall only meet with humiliation." Ouyang Fengyu found the situation utterly ridiculous. How could someone of Lu Di's stature hope to draw the horn bow? At a distance of 40 meters, even if I stood still and let you throw something at me, you wouldn't reach me. However, this competition would serve its purpose. Seeing Lu Di eating upside down at lunch in front of his father would undoubtedly be the year's best joke. The thought brought a smirk to Ouyang Fengyu's face. Meanwhile, Lu Di had selected the thickest arrow from the quiver, a fully metallic projectile, comparable in size to a spear. The bowstring twanged ominously, dust scattering in the air. Upon reaching the target, Ouyang Fengyu turned elegantly, but froze in shock. Lu Di was in motion, bending his arm, drawing the bow, aiming. His movements were fluid and seamless. 180 pounds. For Lu Di, whose strength had increased by 286, with a single arm capable of exerting 100 kilograms of force. It was a mere trifle. The moment he grasped the bow, a multitude of archery techniques flashed through Lu Di's mind like lightning, all flowing effortlessly. At that moment, Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinchin happened to be gazing up at Lu Di from behind. He stood tall, his long arms drawing back the enormous horn bow, resembling a full moon, exuding an innate wildness, bathed in dazzling sunlight, looking as magnificent as a sculpted Greek deity. They were dumbfounded. Just how much strength was required to draw such a massive horn bow to this extent? The two girls who had previously attempted to pull the bow understood the formidable resistance it offered. Seeing this, not only the girls but even Ouyang Fengyu, a 6-time champion, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. "Brother-in-law, don't shake." Lu Di's arm was taut, his left eye slightly squinted, his aim precisely calibrated to the bullseye within millimeters, accounting for wind speed, the weight of the steel arrow, and the rate of deceleration. All within his grasp. Such precise calculations, combined with his godlike archery skills, made Lu Di unparalleled in single-shot archery. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, revealing a mischievous smile to the two young ladies. "Sisters, do you faint at the sight of blood?" The girls, enchanted by Lu Di's striking pose, gasped in surprise. After all, standing in front of the target was their charismatic brother-in-law. Lu Di gently closed his eyes. This was also a blind shot. The next moment, whoosh, the massive arrow, akin to a spear, was released from Lu Di's hand. The sound of it slicing through the air roared toward Ouyang Fengyu. This arrow possessed a momentum that could obliterate everything in its path. Ouyang Fengyu was so taken aback that he forgot to evade. The sheer force of the arrow rendered him unable to react. Whoosh! The iron arrow pierced through Ouyang Fengyu's collar, lifting him off the ground. Thud! He was propelled 2 meters away, crashing into the previously erected target. The massive arrow had penetrated the bullseye, lodged halfway through. Ouyang Fengyu, resembling a prisoner hanging from a city wall, was left dangling beneath the target. His shirt tugged upward, exposing part of his midriff, his expression dazed. Everything transpired in a whirlwind that by the time the two young ladies regained their senses, Lu Di had calmly put away his bow. Their brother-in-law lay defeated, utterly humiliated. "Brother-in-law, are you all right?" Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinshin exclaimed in unison, rushing to Ouyang Fengyu's side, but they couldn't dislodge the arrow embedded in the target. Ouyang Fengyu stood there, still in shock. This was too outrageous. Such a bow and arrow, spanning 40 meters, had lifted him and struck the bullseye perfectly. "Lu Di, you have gone too far. How could you do something so dangerous?" Yen Kaikai exclaimed, hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. "It was merely a competition," Lu Di replied, stowing away the bow and lighting a cigarette with an air of indifference. "That's so. I suppose that means I've won?" Yen Xinshin pointed a finger at Lu Di. "I will tell Sister San, and have her expel you." "Tell on me." Lu Di shrugged. "What are you going to report? This was your idea for a competition. Besides, he is not injured, is he, Lu Di? Ouyang Fengyu grasped the iron arrow, yanking it out with force. After straightening his clothes, he surprisingly returned to his usual composure, though his expression was as dark as stormy waters. "No need to worry. My exchange with young Lu was merely a friendly spar. There is no need to blame him," Ouyang Fengyu remarked, his gaze sharply fixed on Lu Di. The voice of the mischievous child echoed. His reaction to this must be at the level of wanting to eliminate you. Wait. This person is extraordinary. Ouyang Fengyu held a steel arrow in his hand, and with a sudden press of his finger, it bent instantaneously. This seemingly trivial gesture was imperceptible to the average person, yet it did not escape the notice of the magical entity. The entity remarked, "A steel arrow, easily bent by a mere finger. This is not the strength one would expect from an ordinary individual." Lu Di's fleeting expression of astonishment quickly transformed into a smile as he replied, "Mr. Ouyang, are you quite well? I have been working on construction sites lately and, regrettably, have developed a bit of brute strength." Lu Di spoke no falsehood. For 3 years he had suffered from the aftermath of an eye injury, plagued by debilitating neural headaches that left him unable to work for extended periods, forcing him to take on odd jobs at restaurants and construction sites. "I'm quite fine. Let us wrap up our archery practice for today and prepare for lunch." In an instant, Ouyang Fengyu flashed a bright smile. As if nothing had occurred, his demeanor shifting effortlessly. Unbeknownst to others, his fist had turned pale from tension, and his gaze upon Lu Di was akin to that of a predatory beast. Chapter 8. The wealthiest man wants me as his adopted son. In the dining hall of the Yin family manor, Lu Di sat across from the 4 daughters of the Yin family, alongside Ouyang Fengyu, at a grand European-style long table. The key figures had yet to arrive, and the atmosphere was filled with a quiet anticipation. Opposite Lu Di sat the 3rd daughter, Yin Qingwen, clad in a short black evening gown, her already striking beauty enhanced by an air of elegance. However, Lu Di was not merely captivated by her beauty. He was subtly observing Ouyang Fengyu from a distance. Ouyang Fengyu presented himself with an air of cultured sophistication. Had he cultivated some nefarious art? One moment refined and courteous, the next utterly foolish, yet capable of concealing his rage beneath a veneer of calm. Such cunning was truly formidable. It seemed this son-in-law was far more enigmatic than Lu Di had initially perceived. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, thinking, "Tomorrow, I shall have no ties to the Yin family. Whatever Ouyang is of no concern to me." A few authoritative coughs echoed from the staircase. The an imposing elder, guided by the old steward, descended slowly. Ding. Yin Hongxin, 75 years old, chairman of Ingji Group. The group specializes in medical devices and health sectors. The wealthiest man in Haishur, ranked 27th on China's rich list. In his later years, he is devoted to charity, having donated nearly 3 billion to elementary schools and hospitals. established the Comatose Awakening Charity Foundation to assist economically disadvantaged families of comatose patients. The magical entity's timely information painted a clear picture for Lu Di. This elder Yin was indeed wealthy. Moreover, he was kind-hearted, a true philanthropist. Lu Di silently admired him, his gaze toward the elder filled with newfound respect. This was indeed Lu Di, a man of remarkable stature. Elder Yin approached with a benevolent and sincere smile. "Let us take a seat and converse." Seated at the head of the table, despite his stooped posture, he emanated an undeniable authority. With a twinkle in his eye, he turned to Lu Di. "I sincerely apologize. It has taken us 3 years to finally locate you." Lu Di nodded with a smile, harboring no resentment in his heart. Over the years, he had come to terms with much. Elder Yin continued. "I wonder if you have any knowledge of our Angji group or of me, Yin." As soon as the words left his lips, a flood of information surged into Lu Di's mind. China's top 500. A giant in medical devices, valued at nearly $1 trillion. The barrage of information was almost blinding. "That I have some understanding." Lu Di scratched his head, chuckling. "That is reassuring." Elder Yin inhaled deeply and said, "Then I shall be forthright. Would you be willing to become my adopted son, joining the Yin family to enjoy wealth and honor and to provide for me in my old age?" "Father, you ought to reconsider." A row of Yin family members stood up, with Ouyang Fengyu reacting most vehemently. They had heard whispers of their father's intentions but did not expect him to voice them so soon. "No need to deliberate. That I wish to adopt Lu Di." Elder Yin declared solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Di's artificial eye. "Father, you cannot do this." Lu Di lacks decorum, just moments ago. Yin Qingwen interjected, disbelief etched on her face. Ouyang Fengyu, agitated, exclaimed, "Father, we had previously agreed to first appoint him as a senior executive in the group, granting him a share. Why the sudden change? This is too hasty." Now it became clear to Lu Di. No wonder Ouyang Fengyu had targeted him upon their first meeting. He feared Lu Di might usurp the Yin family's shares. "Sit down," Elder Yin barked. "You know not what you speak." Lu Di sacrificed his right eye to save Qingwen. "And so what? We can offer him money." Ouyang Fengyu retorted, unwilling to relent. Elder Yin turned to Lu Di, his eyes betraying a flicker of remorse. "You have no idea how arduous Lu Di's life has been these past 3 years. Due to his eye injury, he has been forced to take on various part-time jobs to make a living. And because of the nerve damage from his injury, Lu Di will be completely blind in 3 years' time. He is merely 25. The elder's voice faltered with pain as he closed his eyes. "Our Yin family owes Lu Di far too much." "What?" Yin Qingwen trembled, her gaze toward Lu Di now imbued with complexity. Even the previously boisterous Yin Kai and Yin Xian fell silent, having been unaware of Lu Di's impending blindness. Elder Yin turned to Lu Di. Apologizing, "Forgive me, Lu Di. I hope you do not mind that I had your information investigated." Lu Di stood frozen, grappling with his tumultuous feelings. What the elder said was true, but that was a thing of the past. Now he had acquired the magical eye, not only halting the progression of his injuries, but also gaining unimaginable abilities. Lu Di scratched his head about to speak when a loud grumbling from his stomach interrupted him, followed by an overwhelming wave of hunger that felt as if he might faint if he did not eat immediately. The magical entity chimed in. "Lu Di, when I synthesized your muscle fibers earlier, I nearly depleted all the protein and glycogen reserves in your body. You are currently in a state of hypoglycemia, low fat, and low lipid levels. I recommend you eat immediately. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Without a second thought, Lu Di grabbed food and began to devour it ravenously. How could he be this hungry? The Yin family members were left agape at the sight. He truly was living in dire straits. Just as his father had described, the 2 beautiful twin sisters were taken aback, their mouths twitching in disbelief. "Quickly, bring more food for Lu Di." Elder Yin called out urgently. Ding. Detected sugar intake. Blood sugar levels are beginning to stabilize. Detected beef protein intake. Synthesized muscle fibers 0.3 grams. Muscle strength increased by 1.6. Detected vitamin B complex and fish liver oil intake. Vision improved by 0.8. The detected intake of icosapentaenoic acid and other unsaturated fatty acids. Brain memory and cognitive abilities enhanced by 2.3. With each morsel Lu Di consumed, his abilities surged. Moreover, the effects varied with different foods. Chapter 9. They want my life. This is unacceptable. The Yin family watched in astonishment as Lu Di continued to eat for a full 20 minutes. Accustomed to elegance and grandeur, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. He devoured sirloin steaks in chunks and grabbed cakes and desserts with his hands. Could this be the infamous portrayal of a ravenous beast? Yin Kai murmured, though I feel pity for him, I would rather die than have such a brother. I have no desire to live with him. Observing Lu Di's frantic consumption, Ouyang Fengyu devised a plan. He turned to Elder Yin and said, Father, before I came today, I made sure to procure a bottle of the rare 1982 Lafite vintage. Would you care to sample it? Elder Yin, engrossed in Lu Di's eating habits, merely responded with an absent-minded Ouyang Fengyu poured the wine while whispering to Elder Yin, Father, just look at Lu Di. He comes from a poor background and lacks refinement that if we were to welcome him into the Yin family, he would inevitably embarrass you at important events. Would it not be better to provide him with a sum of money and allow him to live freely, achieving a win-win situation? Elder Yan's expression grew, increasingly grave. Ouyang Fengyu smiled at Lu Di. As for the dishes, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare another serving since Lu Di has sullied the first by handling it with his hands. Subsequently, Ouyang Fengyu politely poured wine for everyone, deliberately skipping Lu Di. Everyone, do enjoy this wine. As for our young brother Lu, he likely wouldn't appreciate it. After gorging himself for quite some time, Lu Di felt his condition had significantly improved. Sensing a marked enhancement in his bodily functions, he swallowed another piece of steak, raising an eyebrow. The 1982 Lafite was nothing more than a gimmick, a ruse to deceive the wealthy. Oh, Lu Di, do enlighten us. Elder Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Di, meticulously preparing a fish before him, casually replied, the reason the 1982 Lafite is so expensive is that the Bordeaux region experienced a severe drought in 1982, drastically reducing grape yields. Because of its scarcity, it commands a high price. However, due to the disastrous circumstances that year, the grapes were severely lacking in sugar content, ripeness, and fragrance. Consequently, the Lafite wine produced from these grapes was utterly subpar, even inferior to the vintages of 83, 84, and 90. Lu Di, having swallowed a mouthful of carefully selected fish, chewed thoughtfully while casting a glance at the visibly distressed Ouyang Fengyu, and remarked, I lack the expertise in wine tasting. Do you possess it? At that moment, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the coincidence. Although he genuinely knew nothing about red wine, he had memorized an entire book on wine appreciation with the assistance of the mischievous magic boy during the journey in Yan Qingwen's car. You speak nonsense. How could such an expensive wine be of poor quality? Ouyang Fengyu trembled with anger, pointing a quivering finger at Lu Di. Lu Di, with a mischievous smile, replied, Believe it or not, but I recalled something. Regarding today's archery competition, the loser did Ouyang Fengyu suddenly stammered. Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin quickly covered their mouths in alarm that, oh no, big brother-in-law is about to embarrass himself. Haha, there is no need for panic. Big brother-in-law, it's merely a jest. Please have a seat. Lu Di chuckled lightly, not minding the absurdity of the situation. As for the cunning big brother-in-law, maintaining face was sufficient. Old Master Yin, however, became increasingly animated upon hearing Lu Di's comments about wine tasting. Lu Di, what are your thoughts on the economy of Huaxia? Old Master Yin inquired with a beaming smile. The economy of Huaxia? The second book I glanced at in the car is proving useful. Lu Di chuckled softly, then continued, The mighty Yangtze River flows across the land, gazing upon the great dragon of Huaxia. In 2020, the Huaxia economy will enter a new era, achieving qualitative transformation across 3 dimensions. Beginning first with international standing. For the next half hour, Lu Di eloquently expounded on topics ranging from the Huaxia economy to national policies, entrepreneurial trends, and technological advancements. He spoke with ease and confidence. His knowledge vast. The 3 million words of Huaxia economy flowed from his lips, supplemented by the 6 techniques from the art of conversation. His words were astonishing. The Yin family's children, initially dismissive, gradually became engrossed listeners, their eyes widening in awe. Although Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin could not fully comprehend Lu Di's discourse, they simply found his articulate manner incredibly charming. Ouyang Fengyu's face reddened further. In terms of knowledge, he felt utterly inadequate compared to Lu Di. Only Yin Qingwen, who had returned from abroad and studied management under her father, could barely grasp what Lu Di was saying. She was utterly astonished, realizing that Lu Di's insights were not superficial, but rather profound, even surpassing some views of top economists. What kind of person is he? A strange flutter stirred within Yin Qingwen, and she unconsciously pulled out a metallic pen, clicking it nervously. Yin Hongxin and Old Master Yin were increasingly astonished, their excitement palpable. After decades in the business world, he had never encountered such an exceptional young man. Lu Di, what are your thoughts on our Yingji Group's business? Old Master Yin asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with hope that at this moment. Lu Di felt somewhat full, setting down his utensils, and sighed lightly. Old Yin, there is no need for further probing, that I have no interest in becoming your adopted son. I apologize that Old Master Yan's expression darkened, disappointment flooding his features. To him, Lu Di was not merely his daughter's savior, but a rare business prodigy. If he could not bring Lu Di into Yingji Group, it would indeed be a great loss. Just then, Lu Di's gaze fell upon a red circle that suddenly focused on Ouyang Fengyu, who was furiously typing a message. The content of Ouyang Fengyu's text appeared before Lu Di's eyes. This Lu Di poses a significant threat to me. Within a month, make sure he is eliminated. Oh, and don't forget to handle that matter with Yin Qingwen quickly. Damn it. Lu Di frowned slightly. He had been trying to avoid trouble, yet Ouyang Fengyu was escalating the situation. He even intended to deal with the woman, Yin Qingwen. Very well. Let the games begin. It was also an opportunity to further explore Magic Boy's capabilities. I do not wish to be your adopted son primarily because... Lu Di suddenly shifted his tone, smiling at Old Master Yin. I may have developed feelings for your daughter. Chapter 10. The 5 million that represents respect. What? Yin Qingwen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Lu Di's words. How audacious. Lu Di. What are you saying? Yin Qingwen sprang to her feet, her face flushed crimson to the collarbone. Ah! Old Master Yan's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had found hope, laughing heartily. Ah, youth and love are perfectly normal. Perfectly normal. Lu Di scratched his head. I'm not in a rush. After all, this matter requires Wenwen's consent, right? I do not consent. Don't call me Wenwen. Yin Qingwen exclaimed angrily. Well, I don't aspire to join your Yin family. Surely Wenwen could use some assistance, right? I could start with a job. Lu Di continued, still smiling that I have no shortage of people around me. Yin Qingwen stomped her foot in frustration. Wenwen, do not be unreasonable. Old Master Yin scolded her with a glare, then turned to Lu Di. Lu Di, choose any position you desire. I will have the final say. No one can interfere. After saying this, Old Master Yin shot a meaningful glance at Ouyang Fengyu. Let me think. Lu Di suddenly clapped his hands. I could be her driver. That would keep me close to Wenwen. What? A driver? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Old Master Yin shook his head slightly, seemingly seeing through everything, and chuckled. A driver it is. However, Lu Di, our company has a rule. As Wenwen's driver, you must be on call 24/7. That therefore, you will need to reside in my Yin family estate. Even if I wish to play chess, you must be available at a moment's notice. You cannot refuse me. Lu Di sighed gently. Old Master Yan's intent was unmistakable. He had not given up on making Lu Di his adopted son, but had only grown more resolute. Regardless of who Lu Di was, he had become accustomed to freedom. Once the issue with Ouyang Fengyu was resolved, if Lu Di wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The notion of having feelings for Yin Qingwen was merely a pretext. As for being the Yin family's driver, that was a jest. Lu Di simply did not want to see someone he had risked his life to save fall victim to a rabid dog. All right, I accept. Lu Di nodded slightly. You Lu Di, how can you say such things so freely? Yin Qingwen was utterly mortified. Her father was inexplicably favoring this outsider, absurdly attempting to offer her up. He was genuinely trying to keep this young man within their family. Old Master Yin, at last, appeared satisfied, chuckling once more. Let us set aside the driver discussion for now. Regardless, Lu Di is a benefactor to our Yin family that I have prepared a small token of gratitude. And I hope you will accept it. With that, Old Master Yin waved his hand to the steward behind him. The old steward presented a bank card respectfully before Lu Di. Money. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, money was a valuable asset. He was quite poor, lacking both a house and a car, and unemployed. However, in the environment of the Yin family, acquiring this money would not be so straightforward. With Ouyang Fengyu lurking and Yin Qingwen's sisters looking down on him, how could he hold his head high after accepting it? What about his dignity? Accepting charity would be demeaning. I cannot accept this money. I did not save anyone for a reward, but to act in good conscience. What he truly desired was more. His ultimate goal was to marry Yin Qingwen and seize control of the Yin family's assets. He wanted both wealth and beauty. Ouyang Fengyu, seething with anger, wished he could expose Lu Di's ulterior motives on the spot. Oh, I see. Old Master Yin sounded somewhat disappointed, sighing. Lu Di, this card holds 5 million, which is indeed not a large sum. Given your talents, earning this amount would not be particularly challenging, but if you refuse, I will feel guilty. What? 5 million. There's 5 million on this card. Lu Di instantly regretted his decision. Dignity. What use was it? How could he resist the allure of 5 million? Magic boy, Lu Di. If you wanted money, why didn't you say so earlier? Ding. Lu Di received a text message. You have successfully registered for a coal futures trading account. Ding. Your account has been charged. 16,000 yuan. Magic boy. What are you doing? Lu Di exclaimed in his mind. He only had 50,000 yuan in his account. I know you need funds. Just be patient. Let the data flow for a bit. Magic boy, are you still quoting movie lines? Ding. Your account has been charged. 6,000 yuan. Ding. Your account has been charged for 1,000 yuan. The continuous deduction sent chills down Lu Di's spine. Ding. Your account has received a deposit. 16,240 yuan. Your account has received a deposit. 5,120 yuan. Your account has received. Lu Di's eyes widened in astonishment as the incoming amounts on his phone kept increasing. Your account has received a deposit. 6,235 yuan. Your account has received a deposit. 15,386 yuan. Your account has received. What is happening? My savings are increasing, and it's happening incrementally. The voice of the mischievous child echoed with mirth. I have just registered a coal futures trading account in your name. In this realm of trading, speed is paramount. Every millisecond counts as currency. The opening bell. All futures exhibit slight fluctuations. I accessed your account, and in the very instant coal futures commenced trading, I executed a rapid low-price purchase, swiftly selling at a marginal profit. Thus, I capitalized on mere milliseconds to generate wealth for you. Only my million-level floating-point computing speed makes this possible. Ding. Your account has been debited. Your account has been credited. The notifications chimed incessantly. Lu Di stood frozen, unable to comprehend. What was most unbearable for him was that within just a minute or two, his account balance had skyrocketed from 50,000 to 25 million. Although each profit was merely between 100 to 500 yuan, the velocity of the trades was staggering. Ding, 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 ding. Lu Di's phone nearly froze from the barrage of notifications. Mr. Lu, are you all right? Inquired the butler beside the elder Yin, who sincerely added, upon receiving news of your condition, the elder instructed me to investigate your situation. Upon learning of your eye ailment, he became quite distressed. The elder is a kind man. If you refuse this money, he would likely bear guilt for the rest of his life. Please, do accept this 5 million. Lu Di managed a rueful smile. Did I end just a few minutes? He truly found himself in less need of this 5 million. His account had already executed tens of thousands of trades, with a balance that had reached an astonishing 7.5 million. Moreover, it continued to grow. It was unfathomable that the average person might never earn such a sum in a lifetime, yet he had achieved it in merely 5 minutes. Very well, I shall accept it for now. And please reassure Elder Yin. Lu Di's smile was bittersweet, emotions within him difficult to articulate. Hey, this Lu Di, seeking money while playing hard to get. Shameless, whispered the twin beauties. Now I can rest easy. Elder Yin finally relaxed, cheerfully instructing, Wen, take Lu Di shopping this afternoon. He must dress well now that he is our Yin family's driver. Thus, this luncheon concluded in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. However, Lu Di seized a moment when the Yin family was distracted to discreetly place the 5 million bank card beneath the tea set in the sunroom on the second floor. This way, he preserved Elder Yin's dignity without taking advantage of the Yin family. As for the card, it would eventually be discovered by a member of the Yin household. Chapter 11. Driving skills that surpass all on the 6th floor terrace of the manor. Lu Di stood alone, gazing down upon the verdant expanse of the Yin family estate, sprawling over 5 hectares and valued at 800 million. A wave of sentiment washed over him. The Yin family was undeniably affluent. Yet to him, it all felt ostentatious. Even with such wealth at his disposal, he would prefer a tranquil life surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a modest vegetable garden and a few wooden cottages. Kept man, a girl's voice, tinged with irritation, called from behind. Your sister is waiting for you downstairs. Hurry and drive. All right, Lu Di replied with a shrug as he descended, upon arriving at the Yin family's garage. He inhaled sharply. The expansive underground garage housed a fleet of luxury vehicles. Porsche 911S, Audi R8, Mercedes AMG GT, Ferrari 488, Mercedes G63 AMG, and several SUVs and executive sedans. These were the dream cars, and yet there were dozens in one go. Scanning the collection, Lu Di wore a look of resignation that he spotted Yin Qingwen, her lovely face set in a frown, seated in an aging Rolls-Royce Ghost, with so many luxury vehicles available. It seemed the life of the Yin family's third miss was dreadfully monotonous. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a rap on the glass, Yin Qingwen slowly lowered the window. Which car are we taking today? With a grin. Lu Di pointed at the green devil version of the Mercedes GT supercar. I suggest we take that one. You're merely a driver. What gives you the right to dictate my choice? I want to ride in this one. The seat is far from you. Yin Qingwen's brows knitted tightly, her expression frosty. Sighing, Lu Di cast a pitying glance at the Mercedes sports car. That I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to drive such a dream car before I go blind? At the mention of blindness, Yin Qingwen's body trembled, a pang of guilt surfacing within her. Fine, we'll take your suggestion. Just as they approached the Mercedes supercar, a red Lamborghini cruised by, and Ouyang Fengyu leaned out. Grinning, little Lu driving a sports car. Have you ever driven one? Need me to teach you how to start it. Ding. Point 73 past F1 champions driving techniques implanted in subconscious. Ding. Full payment sports car operating guide has been implanted in subconscious. Thanks, Magic Child, Lu Di replied with a charming smile. This is indeed my first time driving such a car. You go ahead, I'll study it for a bit. Huh. Clearly inexperienced. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily, flooring the gas pedal. The Lamborghini SV10 engine roared to life, sending a wave of air as he zoomed away. On the road, Ouyang Fengyu could not resist sneering to his sister, Yin Yuan, in the passenger seat. This Lu Di is just a sparrow from the slums suddenly perched on a branch, but he will soon realize that entering high society is not as simple as he thinks. Yin Yuan blinked in surprise. Her typically gentle husband seemed unusually harsh today, that in the Yin family manner. Do you even know how to drive? Yin Qingwen frowned at Lu Di, who had held the steering wheel for a full 3 minutes. This guy is completely clueless. He is so excited he doesn't know what to do. Driving is too mundane. I'm waiting for that turtle to run 5 kilometers first. Now seems like the right time. Suddenly, Lu Di turned his head and smiled. Third miss, hold on tight. In the next moment, the Mercedes GT roared to life. Lu Di skillfully disabled the EPS, set the sports mode. Revving up to 6,000 and launched, the tires screeched against the asphalt, thick smoke billowing as the GT shot forward like an arrow. Ah! Yin Qingwen gripped the handle tightly, screaming, Lu Di, have you lost your mind? Magic Child. According to probability statistics, attractive males have a 12 chance of capturing a woman's heart while driving. Is that so? Then I shall strive to be dashing. Lu Di abruptly steered the wheel, pulling the handbrake with one hand at an 80 pull. As they approached a 180-degree turn, the Mercedes GT drifted effortlessly. The Yin family manor was perched atop a steep hill, the descent marked by a winding road cloaked in shadow. It bore a striking resemblance to a fabled hairpin turn. The echo of roaring engines filled the air, mingled with a girl's frantic screams. Ouyang Fengyu's Lamborghini was no slouch. He had nearly reached the foot of the hill. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu's south leisurely drive was interrupted as he glanced in the rearview mirror. Lu Di in the green Devil Mercedes GT was hot on his tail, headlights flashing wildly. Not bad. Kid, let me show you what it means to be left in the dust. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept by as the green blur zipped past, leaving behind only 2 red taillights that swiftly faded from view. Did I just get overtaken? Ouyang Fengyu stared blankly at the speedometer. 110 kilometers h. In an instant, Lu Di had surpassed him. How fast was he driving? What kind of technique was this? He could hardly fathom that Lu Di, leveraging extraordinary experience and precise control, had pushed the 4.0 639 horsepower V8 engine to its limits. On the 10-kilometer downhill stretch, Lu Di averaged a staggering speed of 230 kilometers h. As the road continued, Ouyang Fengyu's face darkened. He wished to see Lu Di and Yin Qingwen's car wrecked at the roadside. Alas, nothing of the sort ever materialized. Chapter 12. Dashing yet financially strapped in the underground parking garage of Hengmao Mall, Lu Di observed Yin Qingwen hunched over in the distance, retching uncontrollably, and felt perplexed. Magic Child, did the 12 chance of love at first sight not activate? That girl looks ready to kill you. Soon, several Mercedes SUVs entered the parking lot, belonging to Yin Qingwen's personal bodyguards. However, they lagged far behind Lu Di that a group of black-clad bodyguards rushed from the vehicles. Third miss. Are you all right? The tallest among them, nearly 2 meters in height, approached Lu Di with a fierce expression. Mr. Lu, regardless of who you are, if you ever harm the third miss again, do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Di looked up. Iron 4. 30 years old, an orphan adopted by Elder Yin. Vanished from public view for 6 years after age 15. Now a bodyguard for the Yin family. Other information is scant. So little information, Lu Di glanced at the other black-clad figures. Iron 6. Iron 7. Iron 13. All orphans with similarly sparse details. What curious names. Elder Yin is indeed charitable. How many orphans has he taken in? Iron 4. Do not engage with him. Treat him with respect for the elder's sake. Yin Qingwen stepped forward, looking somewhat pale. Let us go buy some clothes. Lu Di scratched his head and remained silent, feeling a twinge of remorse. He had never considered that Yin Qingwen could be so easily overwhelmed. In the bustling shopping mall, Lu Di and Yin Qingwen walked ahead, followed by a group of imposing men clad in black, attracting a throng of onlookers. Look, who is this prominent figure gracing us with their presence? So many bodyguards. That girl is stunning. What are you talking about? That boy is even more handsome. They must be celebrities. A rich heir cannot possibly look that exquisite. Which one is the star? I don't recognize them. It must be that boy. Look at his features. He is straight out of a comic. That girl is probably his girlfriend, and she seems to be quite smitten. You're the one who is infatuated. Yin Qingwen shot back, her expression displeased. Lu Di, let us go into this store and choose something. They arrived at the entrance of the luxury brand Amani, and Yin Qingwen said irritably, no, that is too ugly. Lu Di slightly pouted. What about this one, LV? No, it's too common. Yin Qingwen's frustration grew. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, she asked, what about Hermes? No. Are you intentionally opposing me? Can you not act as if you've already crossed the threshold? Did I promise to marry you? You'd make me furious. I'll choose my own clothes. With that, Lu Di strode off toward the stairs and on the third floor, in a regular zone, before a store. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened upon seeing GOG. A brand with an average price of 500 yuan, which she had never worn. Lu Di, is this your choice? Wearing this would make me a laughingstock, and my father would scold me. Lu Di ignored her. Instead, beaming at a somewhat flustered young store employee. Lu Di, it's you. The young man finally recognized Lu Di and rushed forward to embrace him. Where have you been for 3 years? Lu Di patted the young man's back, chuckling. Just had a minor incident. Felt too ashamed to show my face. This minor incident referred to the time he had been blinded in one eye. During their university days, Lu Di had been exceptionally talented, garnering much attention with his outstanding grades, promising a bright future. However, the aftereffects of his injury plagued him with daily headaches, leaving him unable to complete any work. Proud by nature, Lu Di chose to disappear rather than reveal this vulnerability to his classmates, suffering alone. The young man before him was his university classmate and good friend, Ajia, unable to contain his excitement. Ajia exclaimed, but my achievements don't matter. They're all for Li Li. Lu Di was taken aback. 3 years had passed, and Ajia had not changed a bit. Like Lu Di, Ajia had been an exceptional student at Haisha University. Yet he had chosen to work as a store clerk for the sake of a woman. Sun lilied it so. Have you made any progress? Lu Di asked with a mischievous smile. Soon Ajia scratched his head awkwardly and called out. Li Li, look who is here. Ajia, are you annoying? Can't you attend to customers yourself? At that moment, a beautiful woman in a short skirt emerged from the store, her voluminous purple waves cascading down her back. Her figure alluringly curvaceous. However, when she caught sight of Lu Di, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Yet upon noticing the commanding presence of Yin Qingwen and the uniformed bodyguards behind Lu Di, she froze momentarily. It's Lu Di. Long time no see. Have you struck it rich? Sun Lily's demeanor shifted instantly, her tone now flattering as she swayed her enticing hips closer. Lu Di frowned. It was clear from her attitude that she hadn't changed at all. In university, she had mingled with a rowdy crowd, often staying out late and ultimately being expelled. Later, she entered this clothing store as an agent. The most foolish was Ajia, who remained infatuated with such a woman, willingly working here for her. Lu Di, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. She must be a rich heiress, Sun Lily flattered. So you're just a driver? She sneered. Her blatant superficiality was too evident. Even Yin Qingwen furrowed her brows in distaste. Haha, Lu Di, I apologize. Lily has been in a bad mood lately. Ajia's face turned awkward as he quickly ushered Lu Di into the store. What clothes are you trying on today? I'll fetch them for you all at a discount. Haha. Sighing, Lu Di shook his head slightly and told Ajia, I'll stick to what I love most. Those 3 items. Got it. I know your taste best. Just wait. Ajia exclaimed cheerfully as he turned to fetch the items. Old favorites? The 3 most loved? Yin Qingwen couldn't help but feel curious as she quietly awaited Lu Di's choice. 10 minutes later, Lu Di emerged from the fitting room. That he wore a pristine white shirt, fitted and devoid of any embellishments, With the sleeves rolled to his elbows below, he sported a pair of slender light blue jeans and classic canvas shoes. Paired with Lu Di's strikingly handsome features, he looked like a refreshing spring breeze. Simple, yet utterly captivating. The store's sales staff were instantly mesmerized, their eyes wide with astonishment. How can there be such a handsome man? He asked like a character straight out of a comic. Yan Qingwen found herself momentarily breathless. Indeed, he was remarkably handsome, easily beguiling. Even the superficial Sun Lily felt a stir within. Lu Di was undeniably attractive. Though somewhat poor, otherwise, just based on his looks, she would consider devoting a week to him. Absolutely stunning. Ajia clapped his hands in delight. Lu Di, this outfit is perfect for you, the shining star of Haishir University's Business Management Department. Ha! Lu Di glanced at his reflection in the mirror and smiled faintly. Shirt 368 yuan, pants 400 yuan, shoes 330 yuan, and I'll settle the bill at the front. From the side, Sun Lily's impatient voice chimed in. That's South hardly better than street vendor goods. Hey Lily, Lu Di is still our old classmate. Can you give him a discount? Ajia chuckled. Sure, but it'll come out of your commission. No need. Lu Di replied nonchalantly, adjusting his shirt sleeves that my purchase counts as a GIS, right? 3 items, each packed with 200 pieces. What? Lu Di, did I hear you correctly? Ajia exclaimed in shock. Lu Di grinned. Did you forget? I've always dressed like this for 4 years in university. It's only natural to have a few more now. How did you suddenly become so wealthy? Ajia's eyes widened, and he inadvertently glanced at Yan Qingwen. Somewhat bewildered. Could it be that you're being supported? Yan Qingwen finally understood. While Lu Di had indeed chosen cheap clothes, he was ordering 200 sets at once. Truly a case of a poor man's ambition. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's not much money. She waved her hand dismissively, prompting the bodyguard behind her to step forward to settle the bill. Supported by whom? Lu Di extended his hand, presenting his card. Just over 200,000. Please settle the bill. As for the balance on that card, even Lu Di was unaware of its amount, but he only knew that when he checked it an hour ago. The balance had reached 34 million. Meanwhile, the bodyguard, Tai Si, looked at Yan Qingwen in confusion. She merely shook her head, acknowledging that at least Lu Di had the decency to remember his father had given him 5 million previously. Next, the entire staff of the GOG store mobilized to package Lu Di's purchases, but he led Yan Qingwen outside to the Zippo lighter counter. Lu Di surveyed the display, pointing to an exquisite copper lighter showcased on the counter. I'll take this one. Hello, sir. This is our Zippo 75th Anniversary Limited Edition, inlaid with 2 carats of matte blood diamonds, priced at 1.03 million. That the saleswoman was polite yet hesitant. Sir, are you sure you want to see it? I'll buy it, Lu Di replied casually, pulling out his bank card. Oh, all right. The saleswoman was momentarily flustered. Yan Qingwen was instantly dumbfounded. Lu Di, are you out of your mind? Spending 1 million on a lighter when you just bought clothes for 300 yuan? Are you exhibiting taste or sheer foolishness? Lu Di had already taken the Zippo in hand, deftly rotating the opulent lighter. What do you know? I smoke, so I need a suitable lighter. Aren't you also fiddling with that metal ballpoint pen every day? Every man should have at least one item that's presentable. With a snap, Lu Di flicked open the lighter's lid, admiring it under the light. This is like taking a bus to the bar. Save where you can, spend where you must. Yan Qingwen was momentarily speechless. Sir, here's your bank card. Your transaction was successful. The saleswoman bent slightly to hand back the card, her demeanor extremely respectful. Dumb, crazy pervert. Yan Qingwen stood rooted, stomping her foot in frustration. 10 minutes later, she glared at Lu Di as he returned with 2 ice cream cones in one hand and 3 hamburgers in the other. How can you eat so much? We just had a substantial lunch, and now you're devouring 3 hamburgers. Who exactly are you? In truth, Lu Di felt somewhat speechless himself. It was just that the efficiency of the energy source was astonishing. In less than 2 hours, he had consumed all his energy again, with his physical capabilities rising by another 13. Here does slender, fair hand suddenly extended toward Yan Qingwen, holding out a creamy ice cream cone. Lu Di was smiling brightly. This is cheap junk food. I want to eat it. Yan Qingwen turned her head. That it's expensive. 3 yuan, come on. Yan Qingwen was stirred by the gentle call of good, her entire body tingling as she dazedly accepted the ice cream cone, frowning as she said, Lu Di, let me tell you, if I feel unwell later, it will be your fault. She took a delicate lick and, in the next moment, exclaimed, oh my, how sweet. I didn't realize this treat could be so delightful. I absolutely adore it. Her face was one of sheer ecstasy. Lu Di smiled softly, remarking, "You really don't need to maintain that stern expression every day. A girl should embrace her femininity and express her enjoyment." "Go away," Yin Qingwen retorted, turning her back to him, not wanting Lu Di to see her eating to at that moment. Lu Di was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance wafting from behind. Turning around, he spotted Sun Lily, coyly standing behind him, her hair playfully tossed and her ample bosom accentuated. "Lu Di, can you believe that after all these years as classmates, we don't even have WeChat?" Sun Lily struck a sultry pose, attempting to allure him. She had witnessed everything from the shop, including Lu Di casually purchasing the 1 million yuan limited edition Zippo diamond lighter. 1 million? For a mere lighter. How wealthy must Lu Di be? Perhaps a fortune exceeding 10 million. Sun Lily felt herself losing control. This charming and affluent young man must be captured. "How about we exchange WeChat? Late at night. If you're bored, we could chat," she suggested, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Lu Di pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have C2 Yan's WeChat?" C2 Yan? Lu Di's college girlfriend? They broke up? Is he considering reconciliation? It could be risky, yet it presents an opportunity. "Yes. Add me, and I can introduce you." Sun Lily nodded eagerly. "Scan it." Lu Di offered her his phone. Just then, a message from Magic Boy regarding futures trading arrived. "Your account has received a deposit of 234,500 balance, 123,005,323 yuan. Oh my, 120 million. He is incredibly wealthy." Sun Lily suppressed her excitement, gracefully scanning Lu Di's QR code and successfully adding him as a friend. Chapter 14. Is this a horror film? 200 outfits are simply overwhelming. Lu Di patted Jia on the shoulder, casting him a meaningful glance that in the future, when opportunities arise, I will invite you to collaborate. After Lu Di and his companions departed, Sun Lily immediately concealed herself behind the shelves. She must secure this affluent and handsome young man for herself. As for Jia, she had never regarded him as a contender. Thrumming with excitement, she clutched her phone, rehearsing in her mind how to initiate a conversation with Lu Di. "Lu Di Ji, are you there? I'll send you C2 Yan's WeChat, but don't be too disheartened. Xiaoyan has a boyfriend now. One chosen by her mother from a wealthy family, but I'm single right now. If you're bored in the evenings, I could come find you." Following that, Sun Lily sent over C2 Yan's contact card. She then added, "Lu Di, I know of a great bar where there's a drink called Lost Innocence. What do you think?" Sun Lily restrained her bubbling excitement. She had perfected these lines, knowing few men could resist. Sending. "The other party is no longer your friend. To continue chatting. Please send a friend request." "What the heck? What is going on? He actually blocked me. Not even an explanation." Furious, Sun Lily hurled her phone away, cursing the scoundrel. Meanwhile, at the Yin family manor, how many clothes did he buy, and how much did he spend on my sister? This is typical of him, always fixated on money. My worldview has been shattered. How infuriating. Yin Kai's eyes sparkled with mischief, but we cannot let that scoundrel Lu Di have it easy. "I have a plan. We will do it this way." The two young women began to conspire, unable to suppress their wicked smiles. After Yin Qingwen and Lu Di left the mall, she glanced at the small, dilapidated 3-story building before her frown deepening. This place was etched in her memory. It was where she had been cornered by thugs 3 years ago. "Lu Di, why have you brought me here? Are you trying to remind me of the time you risked your life to save me, making me indebted to you?" Lu Di shook his head helplessly. "Silly girl, your thoughts are too mundane." As Yin Qingwen followed Lu Di into the shabby building through a broken wooden door, a pungent odor of disinfectant and a hint of blood assailed her senses. The dimly lit lobby revealed grimy windows filtering in mottled sunlight. Inside the ramshackle place lay a dozen hospital beds, some occupied by patients bandaged in blood-soaked gauze or receiving 4 drips. It resembled a gruesome hospital scene from a horror film. "Lu Di, what is this place?" Yin Qingwen's anxiety spiked as she instinctively shrank behind him, clutching his arm tightly. Lu Di remained silent, walking forward with calm indifference. Ahead, an elderly man, his hair a wild nest, donned a tattered white coat and held a sharp steel rod, measuring it against the chest of an unconscious middle-aged man. As they approached, Yin Qingwen gasped. A small Z had been drawn on the man's chest with a marker. Was that a target? Was the old man about to pierce his chest? "Master Ta," Lu Di called softly. In Lu Di's view, Magic Boy had already diagnosed the unconscious man's condition. Master Tuo's method was undoubtedly the most efficient and immediate solution. The seemingly hasty swaz marked with precision, without error. With a sudden squelch, blood spurted forth. Along with the blood, a yellowish thick fluid flowed out of the steel rod. Just as Yin Qingwen prepared to scream, Lu Di swiftly covered her mouth. As the fluid continued to escape, the unconscious man gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. He had fluid accumulation in his chest, and you're using this method to relieve it? Yin Qingwen stared in disbelief, suddenly exclaiming, "Your method is far too reckless. No auxiliary tools, no disinfection. It's utterly irresponsible." Master Tua turned his head slowly. "Little Lu Di, your girl seems to know quite a bit. But I cannot approve of this marriage. She is far too loud. Who are you to decide?" Yin Qingwen almost shouted before realizing her mistake. "Ugh, I would never marry him, since you possess medical knowledge. You shall handle the remaining bandaging." Master Tua waved her off and then turned to Lu Di, saying, "Little Lu Di, why are you here? Why didn't you bring me any wine?" Lu Di chuckled heartily, guiding Master Tua to his side. "Master Tua, I've made some money." Yin Qingwen, frustrated, tended to the patient's wounds while stealing glances at Lu Di and Master Tua, who appeared rather nonchalant. However, the look in Master Tuo's eyes towards Lu Di was one of pride and appreciation. Half an hour later, Yin Qingwen sat in the car, utterly bewildered as she observed Master Tua and several children in wheelchairs watching her and Lu Di leave. Those children were pitiable. Some had lost arms, others their legs, yet they smiled brightly, calling Lu Di big brother. Then on the way back to the manor, Yin Qingwen finally summoned the courage to ask, "What was that place?" "A hospital," Lu Di replied casually, one hand on the steering wheel, his mood buoyant. "Master Tua is the only doctor there, dedicated to treating the impoverished who cannot afford care. They are homeless children. Criminal groups have rendered them disabled, discarding them once they reach a certain age. It was Master Tua who took them in to as." Lu Di spoke slowly. Yin Qingwen's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. No wonder it was so dilapidated. No wonder there were so many children. Master Tua truly is a good man. Yin Qingwen suddenly felt remorse. She should not have shouted at Master Tua, but how do you know Master Tua? With a snap, Lu Di opened a Zippo and lit a cigarette. 3 years ago, on the night I was stabbed in the eye, I lay bleeding on the roadside for half an hour, with everyone passing by ignoring my plight. Just as I was about to bleed out, it was Master Tua who saved me. Chapter 15. Pranking Lu Di. A thunderclap echoed in Yin Qingwen's mind. She instantly understood everything. "Lu Di, I'm sorry." Gripping her clothes tightly, her eyes glistened with tears. "Are you feeling guilty now?" "Yes," Lu Di replied with a wicked grin. "Then you should repay me, and we'll consider it settled." "You rogue! Shameless! Get lost!" Yin Qingwen turned her head away, realizing Lu Di was truly no good. Laughing, Lu Di pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes GT sped towards the Yin family manor. Inside the car, after an unusually quiet 10 minutes, Yin Qingwen finally mustered her courage. "Lu Di, I want to help Master Tua in his hospital." "Why?" Lu Di queried, intrigued. "They seem to be in dire need of funds." Yin Qingwen expressed her concern that I just left them some money. Lu Di replied, a smile tugging at his lips. "How much?" "Not much, just 4 million. What?" "4 million. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. Her father had given Lu Di 5 million in total, and he had spent over 1 million on clothing and the lighter. So, this 4 million must be all the remaining money Lu Di had. Soon, one moment he purchases clothes worth 300 yuan, and the next he acquires 1 million yuan lighter, only to donate 4 million directly? A miser, a lecher, a glutton, stingy yet extravagant, kind-hearted, fiercely proud, and grateful. What manner of person is Lu Di? In Yin Qingwen's eyes, Lu Di has become increasingly enigmatic. "But then don't you have any money left?" Yin Qingwen inquired cautiously. He currently had 300 million in his account. Not only did he donate 4 million to Grandpa Tua, but he also transferred 500,000 to his mother working in their hometown. Lu Di was reluctant to send more to his mother, fearing she might not accept it. For that 500,000, he even lied, claiming he had won the lottery. "You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Just take care of yourself," Lu Di replied nonchalantly. Yet, in Yin Qingwen's eyes, this was a form of stubborn, humble dignity. "I couldn't care less about you. I merely wish to donate some more to Grandpa." Lu Di scoffed. "Save your breath. Grandpa doesn't need your help. Nor would he regard your Ingji group." Lu Di had always been oblivious to Grandpa Tuo's true identity, but now he had learned of the magical child. Grandpa Tuo, whose real name was Chu He and alias was Chu Huadua, had been a top medical professor in Huaxiao for 3 decades, renowned worldwide. The current medical giant, Ingji Group, was established based on a patent from Grandpa. Yet, he had inexplicably vanished from the public eye a decade ago, opting to run a free hospital and serve as a volunteer doctor. As Yin Qingwen stepped out of the car, she took a deep, heavy breath. This extraordinary day had finally come to an end. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were already eagerly waiting at the Manor's entrance. Soft food. Lu Di, we've been waiting for you for quite some time, Yin Kaikai exclaimed cheerfully, bouncing over to Lu Di. Your room is ready. Xinshin and I have decorated it with care. Here, take the key. Lu Di smiled lightly, sensing from the girl's expressions that this was surely no good thing. Yin Qingwen, blissfully unaware, praised fourth sister. Fifth sister, you two are so considerate, even tidying up the room in advance. Which floor is it on? The basement, the innermost room. Yin Kaikai grinned. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. The basement. Yes, what of it? Third sister, you mustn't forget. Lu Di is your driver. Are you expecting him to stay in a suite? With us upstairs? Yin Kaikai wrinkled her nose. Lu Di, however, was entirely unconcerned as he stepped forward, took the key from her hand, and said lightly, Thank you, oh my. His eyes are so enchanting. Yin Kaikai's heart raced. That said, it wouldn't be so bad if he came into my room, would it? Kaikai, don't be swayed by his charms. Remember our grand plan. Yin Xinshin whispered from behind. Watching Lu Di enter the main building alone, Yin Qingwen felt somewhat conflicted. Was this truly good for him? Yes, what is wrong with it? A soft food man. A scammer, trying to deceive our third sister's affections. The two united in indignation. Indeed, we cannot let this detestable person benefit, they exclaimed joyfully as the two girls dashed off, setting up various surveillance cameras. Wow, the main building of this manor is indeed vast. Even the corridor of the basement is so long. Lu Di stood at the stairway of the basement, marveling at the dark corridor. Magical child. Lu Di. Would you like me to predict your impending misfortunes? Ha, it would be hilarious. Lu Di sighed helplessly. All right. On the fifth floor, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin lay on the bed, eagerly clutching a tablet. Look, the soft food man is in the corridor. Kaikai, is this right or wrong? But I'm so excited. Ha, on screen, Lu Di pressed the light switch on the wall, only to find it malfunctioning. Ha, foolish Lu Di, I cut the wires long ago. Saw it how dull. Lu Di sighed lightly, waving his arm. Suddenly, the corridor was brilliantly illuminated. In a top-tier luxury residence like the Yin family manor, a smart home system was a given. For the magical child, controlling everything was a piece of cake. What? How did the lights come on? That Lu Di. The two girls' eyes widened in disbelief. In the footage, Lu Di effortlessly stepped over the tripwire, dodged a plastic skeleton falling from the ceiling, and casually picked up a nearby chair to shield himself from a flower-spraying mechanism. Then he paused for a few seconds. Suddenly, a dozen eggs flew out from under the table, splattering against the opposite wall. Lu Di strolled leisurely, effortlessly avoiding all the traps. Impossible. How did he evade them all? I hired a top prankster to set these up. Kaikai, don't worry. They're S1 last trap. He surely can't escape it. In the video, Lu Di reached the end of the corridor, standing before his room door. Just as he opened it, the tablet screen flickered with static and went dark. What on earth? The two girls stood frozen in shock. Chapter 16. A promising future the moment Lu Di opened the door. He heard the sound of a wire snapping, then a bucket of ink cascaded down. Lu Di had already anticipated this. At his height of 180 cm, with an arm's reach, he caught the bucket in time. He also noticed sparkling points of light on the ground. Broken glass balls scattered everywhere. Whoosh! Lu Di slipped, executing a backflip, spinning 360 degrees silently and gracefully. He landed smoothly, maintaining the bucket of ink perfectly level. Not a single drop spilled. Regulating his breath, he observed the data in his field of vision as a smile crept onto his lips. Power enhancement. 568, with single punch strength approximately 280 kilograms. Reaction speed enhancement. 354, reaction time 0.03 seconds. Precision of movement enhancement. 400, with a margin of error of 3.6 mm. All these values exceeded normal limits by 3 to 4 times. He hadn't anticipated such transformative changes in just one day. The earlier movements had been intentional, a means to gauge the extent of his physical capabilities. As he gazed at the gently rippling ink in the bucket, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The feeling of control was exhilarating. Illuminating the room, he noted that although it was a basement, the decor was still impressive, given the Yin family manor's worth of billions. The faint musty smell reminded him that this basement had likely been uninhabited for years. Scanning the area, he found a European-style bed, desk, wardrobe, and an independent bathroom. Everything he needed for a short stay. Oh, a vintage piano in the corner caught his attention. Lu Di approached it with interest, opened the lid. and pressed its keys gently that a crisp sound echoed, but he knew the piano was out of tune due to age and slackened strings. Top-tier tuner subconscious integration, complete. 108 pianist playing techniques, subconscious integration complete. The playful voice of the magical child chimed in. Buy two, get one free. High, medium, and low vocal techniques of popular singers integrated. Lou D smiled knowingly. Magical child, are you hoping to help me fulfill my childhood dream? As the long night stretched on, devoid of sleep, he decided to sing a little tune for his own amusement. 10 minutes later, Lou D gently brushed the dust off his hands and pressed the keys again. The old piano, once forgotten, now blossomed with new life. The strings resonated in perfect harmony, producing a beautiful sound. Taking a deep breath, Lou D sat before the piano, back straight, expression serene as water. His fingers danced over the keys, and the skills of 100 piano masters flowed through him. The antique piano sang out, soothing and light. Lou D began to hum dreamily, and then he sang slowly. In those turbulent days, the wind howled fiercely. We were unafraid. Let the sea drown us. Let the storm sweep over us. Having endured the dark night winds and the depths of the rain, beaten by the wings of the night and the waves on the streets. I pondered the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the blooming of flowers, a power long forgotten. The future is indeed promising. That as the song reached its conclusion, Lou D's voice ascended to an ethereal level, hitting a top-tier C5 range. This sound did not erupt abruptly, but flowed like a gentle stream, gradually rising to a heavenly realm. The wine glass atop the cabinet vibrated, developing fine cracks from the resonance. Beautiful. The realm of human art is indeed unfathomable. The magical child's tone held a hint of excitement. Dinged at video, upload complete. Magical child? Lou D chuckled. What a melodious song. It would be a shame to keep it to myself. IVE turned it into a video and posted it online. The background had been edited, and in the darkness, a beam of light illuminated a tall young man seated before the piano, immersed in his performance of a heartfelt song. Title: A Promising Future. Publisher: D. Lou D smiled gently. Since his face was not revealed, let everyone enjoy it. However, the name D was rather intriguing. Lou D. D. On the Douyin platform, an account named DE with 0 followers was quietly registered, posting a single video. A young man singing from behind, that I in a distant land. An office worker was savoring his dinner at a roadside stall when he inadvertently stumbled upon a melodious piano tune. Instantly captivated, he tilted his head and perked up his ears, his expression freezing as he suspended a strand of noodles mid-bite. Lost in thought, I am in a state of profound contemplation. The direction of the wind, the elongation of the night, and the culmination of blooming flowers. When the crystalline high notes, seemingly from a dreamlike realm, resonated through the air, he felt a chill run down his spine, his skin erupting in goosebumps. This that is extraordinarily beautiful. Is this sung by a human being? Astonishment washed over his face as he pondered the name of this enchanting song and its artist that a crowd gathered, clamoring to snatch his phone. Exclaiming, "It's from Douyin, I must follow him." Meanwhile, Lou D, who was lying in bed with his eyes closed, had grown accustomed to his phone vibrating incessantly. The fervor surrounding the Magic Child Future's operation had not waned. When he finally picked up his phone, he was momentarily stunned. His Douyin notification displayed a staggering 999 messages, 102,000 private messages, 2 million comments, 3.2 million likes, 4 million views. Among the comments were exclamations of awe. My goodness. Is this a deity? I used top-notch audio equipment, and the resonance in my room shattered my fish tank. Such divine high notes. This must be the legendary, celestial music. As they admired the silhouette of the young man, they speculated that he must resemble a god, not of this earthly realm. Your lyrics. They remind me of the hardships I have endured, yet simultaneously provide me with hope and strength. I can feel it. You all do not understand. This song is not merely melodious. The lyrics and composition are original. The arrangement and lyricism are masterpieces. I am in love. Who are you? Who are you? In Chapter 17, Michelin 3-star culinary skills. A flurry of private messages flooded in. Hello, Mr. DE. Do you have a signed contract with an agency? Could you participate in commercial performances? Name your price. Dear sir, do you have a girlfriend? I am 175 centimeters tall, weighing 56 kg. The comments and messages were endless, mostly filled with admiration, invitations for Lou D to perform, and fervent fans wishing to meet him in just half an hour. The power of social media was undeniably formidable. Lu Di tossed his phone aside, showing no interest in this entertainment path. Instead, he was increasingly consumed by his entrepreneurial aspirations to AT that moment. A business plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. On the fifth floor, in a luxurious bedroom, Yan Xinxin's frustration grew as she pondered why her meticulously crafted trap had failed to ensnare the detestable Lu Di. The surveillance camera had malfunctioned at a critical moment. Kai, let us go to the basement. The glass ball mechanism in the room must have caught Lu Di. I want to see his dismal state. Hey, did you hear that? She turned to find Yan Kai sprawled on her bed. Wearing headphones, utterly engrossed in her iPad, that on the screen was a figure playing the piano. Kai, you silly dreamer, what is so fascinating about this show-off video? Xin, listen, this person's voice is exquisite. Yan Kai was utterly entranced. Tears glistening in her large, fluffy eyes, that as Yan Xin donned the headphones. An immediate hush fell. The ethereal song wafted into her ears, first resembling a babbling brook, then transforming into a wisp of smoke. Drifting to the mountain's peak, ultimately merging into a vast sea of clouds. Not only was the singing celestial, but the accompanying piano was also of unparalleled quality, being both a music prodigy and an online broadcaster. Yan Xin was profoundly moved by the singer's technique, piano mastery, and the song's arrangement, far surpassing any music available on the market. This is incredibly beautiful, Kai. I am losing my mind. Who is he? Yan Kai responded. I don't know, he is quite mysterious. There is only this one video titled DE, and he now has 6 million followers. Kai, I've made up my mind. I have finally determined my life goal. Yan Xin declared, bursting into tears. I want to marry him. I must marry him. Not so fast, Xin. I discovered him first. You cannot take my husband. We are sisters. What do you mean not so fast? I insist. I will marry no one but him. Meanwhile, Lu Di, lost in contemplation, heard a familiar rumble from his stomach. He was hungry again. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already 10 p.m. Alas, it seems I must venture to the kitchen for something to eat. Lu Di leaped up and headed to the kitchen. Just as he opened the door, 2 shrill screams startled him, followed by the sound of a spray can. Fortunately, Lu Di possessed extraordinary reflexes, swiftly dodging the spray. What are you doing? He furrowed his brow, confronting the 2 young women, who were frozen in fear, holding the spray can. Pervert. What pervert? This is my room. The 2 were none other than Yan Kai and Yan Xin. Regardless of how captivating Di's voice was, they were still unwilling to let Lu Di escape their prank and scathe 0.5 minutes earlier. They had stealthily approached Lu Di's door with the spray can, preparing to peer through the door when he suddenly appeared. You did indecent. Lu Di, I must tell you, you cannot stay in my house, and you cannot pursue my sister. I warn you, as long as we are here. Hey, where did he go? Kai, let us follow him and see what he intends to do. That scoundrel might be going to knock on my sister's door. In the kitchen, Chef Zhang smiled and nodded at Lu Di. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Di scratched his head. I'm a bit hungry. May I ask? Zhang Ma, do not cook for this scammer. The 2 young women called out from a distance, exasperated, realizing that this glutton was hungry again. Want to eat? Not a chance. Seeing the chef's troubled expression, Lu Di shook his head helplessly. Zhang Ma, please take a break. I will handle it myself. Ding. The magic child has arrived. Michelin 3-star chef technique, subconscious integration complete. Lu Di smiled slightly. You want to cook for yourself? Oomph. At his age, how could he possibly cook? He probably learned some tomato scrambled eggs online and has never succeeded. Kai, let us watch him. Soon he'll turn the food into a culinary disaster, and we can laugh at him. Let us charge him for wasting ingredients. It'll drive him crazy. As the 2 girls plotted, Lu Di, resigned, stretched his limbs and tied on an apron, rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt. Surveying the kitchen ingredients, he decided on his dish that he rinsed the rice 3 times, placed it in the rice cooker, and before igniting the fire, added a drop of vegetable oil. Next, he chopped fresh scallions, cracked eggs, and diced some preserved plum meat. Was he up making fried rice? The 2 girls were momentarily transfixed. Clad in an immaculate white shirt and a delicate apron, his swift movements. Who said that a man who cooks earnestly is the most handsome? How true that is. Oh dear, this looks promising, but after all this effort, he is just making fried rice. And why is he adding preserved plum to fried rice? Such nonsense. Suddenly, Yan Kai recalled that this was the soft rice man. Lu Di, whom she despised, and she scoffed. What is the use of being handsome if he has all looks and no substance? Once the fragrant rice was cooked, Lu Di meticulously spread it on a baking tray and placed it in the oven for 4 minutes. What is this operation? The internet did not suggest this. The two girls were utterly baffled. When the rice emerged from the oven, its moisture had evaporated, each grain separated and emitting a delicate aroma. Just this step made the two young women salivate. Then Lu Di began to stir-fry the rice. Eggs, scallions, and diced preserved plums were added, flames dancing as he expertly tossed the ingredients. The two girls were mesmerized. This was nothing short of a performance. As the dish was served, the two young women rushed over, enchanted by the aroma. A plate of fried rice, golden in color, adorned with green scallions and red preserved plums, was utterly tantalizing. Why is the rice golden? Where are the eggs? Yin Keikai swallowed hard. That doesn't matter. I really want to eat. In Chapter 18, do you still have your dignity? Lu Di removed his apron and calmly sat down. Would you like some? But we don't want any. We have our dignity. Well, all right. Lu Di took a spoonful of fried rice and gently placed it in his mouth. The two young women stared in disbelief. Lu Di savored the bite, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face. The oven's 4-minute baking had removed the surface moisture, separating the grains for a perfect texture, tender yet firm, a delight to chew. The addition of scallions provided a fragrant aroma, while the preserved pork added savory richness. Another mouthful followed. As he chewed slowly did I end the sweltering summer heat, appetite waning. The preserved plums added a hint of tartness that truly whetted the appetite. Gulu, two little beauties with big eyes, blinked fervently, fixated on the plate of fried rice, their mouths watering incessantly. Lu Di raised the plate towards the light, revealing the rice's golden sheen, an exquisite sight. Through my meticulous technique, the egg mixture was thoroughly beaten and enveloped each grain of rice, resulting in perfectly golden, flavorful morsels. This is the legendary golden fried rice. Delicious. Lu Di swallowed again, secretly glancing at the two young girls. Chuckling inwardly, Yin Keikai could hardly contain herself, instinctively ready to pounce. Lu Di elegantly turned the plate of fried rice towards them, grinning mischievously. So, my dear ladies, do you still wish to uphold your dignity? I can't take it anymore. I must have the golden egg fried rice, dignity be damned. The two beauties lunged at him like hungry tigers, snatching away his bowl and chopsticks, devouring the rice with abandon. Oh my goodness. This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted in my life. Let me have some more. It would be worth dying for. Soft rice man, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The two girls were nearly in tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Di smiled, rising to prepare another batch. Clearly, given the current situation, this bowl would not be for him. Lu Di, we won't eat for free. Yin Keikai, her mouth full of fried rice, mumbled. This bowl, we'll consider it worth 10,000. Oh, you want to pay? Lu Di found it amusing. Indeed, the style of these wealthy heiresses was quite distinct. However, the ensuing statement left him utterly speechless. Lu Di, after deducting that 10,000, you should make us 499 more bowls. Don't forget, you also took 5 million from my family. 5 minutes later, Lu Di, deduct another 10,000 and make us another plate. We're still not satisfied. Sigh. Very well. After a full 2 hours, he finally got to enjoy his own portion after preparing the fourth plate. The two girls had devoured 3 large plates. Yin Keikai and Yin Xinshin, now content, leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their full bellies with closed eyes. Only then did Lu Di casually inquire. Keikai, Xinshin, why didn't I see brother Ouyang today? Unraveling Ouyang Fengyu's schemes while safeguarding Yin Qingwen was Lu Di's primary purpose for staying here. Now that he had the chance, he certainly wanted to investigate thoroughly. The eldest sister and brother-in-law have their own home. They don't live here. Oh, so it's just you 3 silly girls? Lu Di frowned. Yin Keikai suddenly sensed something amiss and clutched her chest, nervously saying, Lu Di, what are you planning? What do you think? You'd best be cautious while you sleep tonight. The two beauties trembled in fear. Yet they also noticed Lu Di's fleeting expression, which was filled with disdain. In the darkness, a figure swiftly scaled the exterior of the Yin family estate, moving like lightning. Xiaoqing stood at the pinnacle, surveying the entire estate. A flash of purple light flickered in his right eye, eerily reminiscent of a demon in the night. That it was Lu Di, post-meal. The Yin family estate was only 6 stories high, and he ascended effortlessly. Relying on his physical prowess, Lu Di pondered. Surely Ouyang Fengyu wouldn't be foolish enough to confront him here at the Yin estate. But how would he deal with Yin Qingwen? It was clear that Yin Qingwen was a formidable opponent against Ouyang Fengyu's control over the Yin family shares. Could it be that he intended to eliminate Yin Qingwen? Rest assured, I've taken control of all surveillance equipment in the Yin estate, that if anything unusual occurs, I will notify you immediately. Magic Eye. Can you monitor Ouyang Fengyu? That depends on whether there are network cameras in his vicinity. However, he hasn't exhibited any unusual behavior today. He's likely indulging in leisure activities. Shortly thereafter, Ludi's perspective revealed a scene that I in a luxurious clubhouse bedroom. Ouyang Fengyu lay on the bed, attended to by two slender beauties, one on each side. The two women were alluring and strikingly similar in appearance. Ouyang Fengyu sighed. Though they're both twins, they pale in comparison to those little girls. Yin Kai Kai and Yin Xin Xin. Those two Yin sisters constantly twist and turn before me, igniting a burning desire within me. One day, when I take over the Yin family, I must have them beneath me, serving me well. Alas, that I must endure a little longer. The following scene was too distressing to behold. Lu Di close of view. What a beast! He married the eldest sister yet still covets the two younger ones. Chapter 19. Arrival at the Ingji group the next morning. When Lu Di awoke, his phone notifications exploded once more. The video Future Awaits had gone viral overnight, garnering 200 million views, over 100 million likes, and 50 million comments with 110 million fans. The account DE had surged to become the #1 internet sensation overnight. Countless invitations, collaborations, and business offers flooded Lu Di's private messages. It was overwhelming. Online, the top 7 trending topics were all related to this video. Heavenly Melody, DE's Future Awaits, a national guessing game. Who is DE? The chart-topping anthem Future Awaits. It moved everyone to tears. 500 million netizens spent a sleepless night. A major music platform offered 80 million to purchase the copyright for Future Awaits. Thousands petitioned. We urge DE to release more works. Rumors spread. DE is blind. God closed his window but opened his gift for singing. Even more astonishingly, many people publicly claimed to be DE overnight. The singing god Li Ming. I've come clean. I just wanted to sing quietly, but you all discovered me. Seeing all this, Lu Di chuckled. It was not merely a stroke of luck, but also an unintentional endeavor. Rising, he washed up and went for a morning jog. At precisely 6:00 a.m., Lu Di stepped outside, traversing the mountain path, stretching his limbs while jogging. An hour later, Yin Qingwen stood at the entrance of the Yin estate, visibly agitated. Beside her, the man in black, Tai Si, bowed slightly. Third miss, I've knocked on Mr. Lu Di's door twice. He is likely still asleep. Perhaps we should let old Li take you today. No, it must be him. He volunteered to be my driver, so he cannot sleep in. Yin Qingwen crossed her arms, frowning. Tai Si, you go and keep knocking until you wake him up. Suddenly, in the morning sun, a tall figure approached, jogging back from the mountain. This person was well-built, moving gracefully, each breath steady. Yin Qingwen narrowed her beautiful eyes. It was him. He actually went for a run. Lu Di jogged up to her, holding a bag of soup dumplings. Good morning, third miss. You're up so early. Aren't you sleeping in? Yin Qingwen was somewhat astonished. Given Lu Di's seemingly leisurely demeanor, he appeared to be a lazy fellow. Did I rise at 5:30 every morning, then exercise outside? I've maintained this routine for 10 years. Today, I also left at 6. Ran a lap down the mountain. Here, do you want some? Lu Di offered the dumplings while stretching his limbs. Yin Qingwen felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected Lu Di to be so diligent. Such self-discipline was indeed a model for young people. When she awoke at 6, it was a struggle. Suddenly, Yin Qingwen's pupils constricted as she recognized the packaging of the Lufajiji soup dumplings. The Lufajiji shop is located at the foot of the mountain. A good 20 kilometers away. Lu Di, you bought dumplings? That is 20 kilometers away. You did it in 1 hour? A normal person takes at least 30 minutes to run just 5 kilometers. Yin Qingwen quickly sensed something was off. It couldn't have been an hour. I also managed to eat 7 baskets at the foot of the mountain. Lu Di casually remarked. That is even more impossible. Lu Di, are you trying to show off with your morning run? Yin Qingwen finally understood, her expression one of utter helplessness. Meanwhile, Tai Si's eyes narrowed, and in his earpiece, Tai Shi and others reported that Lu Di indeed made a round trip of 20 kilometers in 1 hour. The Tai brothers had witnessed it firsthand. His speed was like the wind. It was a thrilling race. The Tai family's experts felt ashamed. Tai Si remained calm, yet his heart was astonished. A man seasoned in battle and trained rigorously. Tai Si knew very well. Mr. Lu Di, I admire your physical prowess. Haha, you flatter me. Shall we set off? Please wait a moment. I need a shower and change. Lu Di replied, turning to leave. What? Is this how a driver behaves? Tai Si thought. Why give Lu Di an easy way out? Yan Qingwen, who had just begun to form a good impression of Lu Di, was once again infuriated. Unbeknownst to her, the man in black, Tai Si, watched Lu Di's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with intensity. En route to work in the Rolls-Royce, Yan Qingwen donned her headphones, her expression revealing a hint of indescribable longing. She was listening to the overnight sensation future awaits. Glancing at the silhouette in the video, then at Lu Di's figure in the driver's seat. Both slim and tall, clad in white shirts, they even bore a slight resemblance. Why the stark contrast? What kind of person could sing such a beautiful song? This Di has undoubtedly experienced numerous tales. Only through such experiences could one compose such verses and evoke such emotions. As for Lu Di, his daily antics are akin to those of a petty ruffian. Devoid of sincerity, when compared to Di, he is leagues behind. Yan Qingwen tapped on the privacy glass, directing her phone towards Lu Di, and played the song. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled helplessly and complied. Indeed, when the future is promising is played through a Rolls-Royce's top-notch sound system, it sounds even more enchanting, as if it were a melody from a celestial realm. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Di leisurely strolled behind Yan Qingwen. The Yingji group was truly affluent. The reception hall on the first floor boasted a ceiling height of 10 meters, exuding grandeur. However, Lu Di was somewhat puzzled to see a large screen suspended from the ceiling, displaying a rolling list of Yingji's sales rankings, with Yan Qingwen's name prominently featured, showcasing a monthly sales record of 87 million. Ranking fourth. What was going on? Was the esteemed daughter of the chairman truly participating in such business competitions? Lu Di inquired with a hint of embarrassment. Yan Qingwen replied, "This is the corporate culture of our group. Everyone must contribute to the company's value, and I am no exception." Lu Di felt a twinge of admiration. The Yingji group had indeed achieved its current stature through exceptional means. "Your performance is commendable, fourth in the entire group," he remarked. Yet, Yan Qingwen frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. While that achievement might be commendable for others, it fell short for her. From the moment Yan Qingwen stepped into the Yingji group, she had transformed, exuding an air of determination and seriousness, as if burdened by immense pressure, her expression solemn throughout. Lu Di jokingly remarked, "So, I guess I am now also an employee of the Yingji group. I can expand business and aim for the sales leaderboard too." "You?" Yan Qingwen replied weakly, "You should rest more." Chapter 20. Am I the legendary hero? Outside Yan Qingwen's office, a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting black dress awaited at the door. This beauty, around 30 years of age, possessed a voluptuous figure, cascading wine-red waves of hair, and striking crimson lips, a true enchantress with a score of 90 in looks. "Manager Wen, good morning. Today's documents are already on your desk." The alluring woman bowed, her ample bosom nearly spilling forth. Yan Qingwen nodded. "Yes, Qian, please arrange a meeting with General Manager Li from Tsiren Hospital." "Of course, Manager Wen. The woman, Zhao Qian, suddenly noticed Lu Di trailing behind Yan Qingwen. Her expression froze for a moment. What a handsome young man. "Who is this?" Zhao Qian gazed at Lu Di, captivated. Yan Qingwen turned her back and replied, "My driver, Lu Di." "Wow, that's so. He is Manager Wen's driver, not a boyfriend. What a striking driver. His physique, his looks, his skin is even better than mine. A handsome man not to be missed." Zhao Qian's heart raced. "Oh dear, you can't distract Manager Wen from her work. Come with me and wait in my office." Zhao Qian linked her arm with Lu Di's, leading him to her adjacent office. Zhao Qian, female, 32, single, Yan Qingwen's personal secretary, highly capable, often frequents nightclubs and bars. Company nickname Social Butterfly. Accompanying this information were several pictures of Zhao Qian dancing at a club, and another of her sitting with her legs crossed, nibbling her lips. Lu Di inhaled sharply. She was indeed alluring. "Mao Tong, you've made progress this time. You didn't disclose the measurements of the girl. But these flirtatious photos should ideally not be shared in the future. All right." Once seated, Lu Di realized the room was connected to Yan Qingwen's office, separated only by a transparent glass panel. Yan Qingwen was at her desk, buried in paperwork. "Hey, don't stare. A goddess like Manager Wen is beyond your reach," Zhao Qian teased, winking at Lu Di. "Why not look at me instead? Don't you think my legs are beautiful?" As she spoke, she shifted her legs, turning slightly towards Lu Di. Admittedly, Zhao Qian's legs were indeed stunning. Long, fair, devoid of any excess flesh. However, her dress was exceedingly short, nearly revealing too much. Lu Di nodded slightly, remaining silent. Though his heart raced, "How about my figure? Isn't it appealing?" Zhao Qianqian continued, accentuating her curves, which were undeniably enticing. Lu Di merely nodded, making a conscious effort to divert his gaze back towards Yin Qingwen. Zhao Qianqian then took Lu Di's phone, scanned it, and added him as a friend. "Oh, brother, don't look. Manager Wen has long had someone special in her heart." "Really?" Lu Di, intrigued, turned to inquire. "Who is it?" Zhao Qianqian smiled seductively. Sitting on the table before Lu Di, her alluring legs tantalizingly close, "That I don't know his name, but he is undeniably a hero in Manager Wen's heart." 3 years ago, when she encountered a thug. It was a man who bravely came to her rescue, but she has been unable to find him since. "Look." Zhao Qianqian secretly pointed at the metallic pin in Yin Qingwen's hand. The pin was left behind by that great hero. Manager Wen cherishes it dearly, holding it every day. What? Lu Di suddenly realized. No wonder that pin seemed familiar. It was indeed his favorite from school, lost for ages. How had it ended up with Yin Qingwen? Preserved all this time. A sudden thought struck him. Whenever Yin Qingwen was anxious, she would take out that pen and press it repeatedly. She has always regarded me as a hero. In that instant, Lu Di felt an overwhelming pressure. Zhao Qianqian sighed, her playful demeanor returning. So, Manager Wen has no time for romance and refuses countless suitors over the years. Therefore, dear brother, you should abandon any hopes. Come, let us chat. My warm embrace can accept you. Zhao Qianqian began to caress Lu Di's leg. Strangely, it seemed Yin Qingwen sensed something, turning to look at Lu Di. "Qianqian, keep your distance from Lu Di. Focus on your work." Okay. Zhao Qianqian reluctantly retreated, glancing back to give Lu Di a call me gesture. Lu Di took a deep breath, finding Yin Qingwen an enigma. And this Zhao Qianqian was quite audacious. Mao Tong remarked, "Lu Di, there is something peculiar about Yin Qingwen's office." "What?" Lu Di tensed, preparing for action. "Don't be alarmed. This peculiarity is rather amusing." In the next moment, Lu Di's perspective revealed several red circles. The first circle highlighted 3 red vases on Yin Qingwen's desk. These are offerings for the grave. The second circle focused on a landscape painting behind her. This is a gravestone. The remaining 2 circles pointed to spherical sculptures on either side of Yin Qingwen's room. These are tomb sculptures, and Yin Qingwen is the one entombed. Through my comparative analysis, I deduced that this is a curse formation from your human folklore, known as death is evil. Ha! Then Mao Tong laughed. "You humans are truly strange to believe in such nonsense." Upon hearing this, Lu Di's expression relaxed. This so-called death is evil was entirely ineffective, mere drivel. Mao Tong affirmed, "I am certain there is no scientific basis. It's all folklore." At that moment, Lu Di was torn between laughter and tears. What had this girl Yin Qingwen done to offend someone so deeply? And who bore such animosity towards her? Well then, I must ensure that good prevails. Chapter 21. A long-standing plot. Miss Yin. "Those vases are quite lovely. Where did you get them?" Lu Di entered Yin Qingwen's office unannounced, intrigued by the 3 grave incense. "Those are a gift from Deputy General Zhao. They are antiques that you'd better be careful. If you break them, you'll owe me." Yin Qingwen replied, not looking up, her tone impatient. "Oh, and that landscape painting?" Lu Di inquired again. "That was sent by Deputy General's son." "Well, what about those 2 spheres?" he asked. "Those are called water dragon pearls, expensive crafts. They were gifted by brother Ouyang." "Ouyang from you? No wonder. This fellow is anything but innocent. It seems both Deputy General Zhao and Deputy General's son are his accomplices. Is the Yin family on the verge of a mutiny?" Lu Di shook his head helplessly. "Nonetheless, death's evil sounds exceedingly unpleasant. It must be dispelled." Suddenly, crash, an antique vase shattered upon hitting the ground, startling Yin Qingwen, who looked up to witness the mess, and Lu Di was already pushing the remaining 2 vases towards the ground. "Lu Di, what are you doing? Stop!" Crash. The last 2 vases shattered into pieces. Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "It was an accident." Yin Qingwen promptly rose to assess the situation, while Zhao Qianqian from the adjoining room hurried over, her expression one of bewilderment upon witnessing the chaos. "Lu Di, you did this on purpose." Yin Qingwen arched an eyebrow, stating, "You exclaimed, 'Oh no,' before shattering the vase. It's evident you intended to do so." Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. "Oh, now you're the clever one. Why didn't you notice that your charming brother-in-law intended to harm you? Seize your family shares and seduce your 2 younger sisters? Would you believe me if I told you this?" Frustrated, he continued, "It's just 3 vases. I can compensate you." "Compensate? Can you afford it?" She retorted, "These vases are worth at least 6 million. Cradling the shards, Yin Qingwen lamented. Just provide your account details and I'll transfer it, Lu Di replied with a shrug. You actually never mind. Yin Qingwen was rendered speechless. 0.6 million. Are you going to sell everything you own? She sighed that let's just keep a tab and deduct it from your salary. Lu Di chuckled. With this meager salary as your driver, I doubt it will suffice. However, I could find some time to bring in business for your company. Just one order worth 100 million would cover the loss of those vases. Lu Di, 100 million order that you speak as if it's merely $100. Where does your confidence stem from? Yin Qingwen was again left speechless. 100 million order. And to you, it seems as simple as selling cabbage. Zhao Qianqian quickly interjected, President Wen, it's time to head to meet President Li at Siren Hospital. Taking a deep breath, Yin Qingwen, unable to bear the sight of her broken vase, stood and instructed, Lu Di, drive us to the Yin family estate. The recently finished tennis-playing twin beauties made their way to the sunroom on the second floor. They intended to enjoy a pot of tea and bask in the sunlight. However, when Yin Kaikai picked up the teapot on the table, she suddenly froze. What is this? No way. She picked up a card, exclaiming, Isn't this the card father gave to Lu Di? Yin Xinxin leaned in for a closer look, her eyes widening in disbelief. It truly is, she gasped. Did Lu Di place this card here the very day he received it? He hasn't even used the money. They gasped in realization. My goodness, is he truly an honorable man? Wealth cannot corrupt him, and poverty cannot sway him. The two lovely girls suddenly recalled all the accusations they had leveled against Lu Di. Oh no, we called him a freeloader. We set traps for him. We even consumed his fried rice and deducted from his 500,000. They gasped in horror. He is so upright. His culinary skills are exceptional. And he is so handsome. Heavens, we can't face him now. Yin Kaikai lamented. How could I be so foolish? I made Lu Di suffer unjustly. Yin Xinxin, you must take responsibility for your words. You were complicit in this. The two young ladies flustered and fretted over their predicament. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai had a realization, her expression turning serious. If Lu Di truly hasn't taken that money, where did all those expensive clothes come from? Indeed, those outfits must cost over $1 million. Yin Xinxin added. Lu Di used to survive on part-time jobs. How could he afford such luxuries? After 5 minutes of silence, Yin Kaikai's eyes widened as she exclaimed. I've figured it out. He must be using the third sister's money. Furthermore, he deliberately left the card here for us to find, inciting our guilt while he splurges with the funds. I wondered why Ouyang brother-in-law spoke with me for half an hour, claiming Lu Di was after our inheritance. Turns out it was true. Lu Di has been plotting this all along. The girls were stunned. How devious. I felt guilty for 5 minutes, Yin Xinxin realized. Is he truly that sinister? What will we do about that card? The card. Yin Kaikai smirked. Let's not inform father or the third sister. We'll act as if we know nothing, that he will eventually be exposed. Yin Xinxin nodded. A perfect plan. But what will happen to that money? 500,000 is my allowance for several months. Yin Kaikai licked her lips, whispering, what if we secretly spend it? Chapter 22, A Nation of Salespersons at Chu. Lu Di, who was driving, sneezed suddenly. Someone plotting against me. In the back seat, Yin Qingwen and Zhao Qianqian were deep in conversation. President Wen, although the order from Siren Hospital has reached 10 billion, they have already rejected us 3 times. I am losing confidence. Qianqian, 3 rejections mean nothing. This is a 10 billion order that I, Yin Qingwen, must secure. You have no idea how crucial this is for me. But President Wen, I can't shake the feeling that President Li has ulterior motives regarding you. Qianqian, cease your words. This concerns my ranking on the leaderboard, my reputation, and my father's dignity. I must pursue this. Lu Di grasped the situation entirely. The Yingji Group's primary business involves manufacturing medical devices and Siren Hospital. A large private establishment is a quintessential target customer. Yet President Li appeared somewhat difficult and likely had his own agenda. Modeo, investigate President Li for me. Understood. Li Dehai, male, 45 years, built his fortune selling counterfeit drugs, founder and legal representative of Siren Hospital. Has ties to the underworld, worldly wise and excessively lecherous. Siren Hospital, a large chain of private hospitals with 16 branches nationwide. Scandals. June 2013, a major medical malpractice occurred due to staff negligence, resulting in patient disabilities. January 2014, the hospital used substandard kidney sources for surgery, leading to a patient's death due to rejection, which the hospital concealed from the family. February 2015, Siren Hospital donated counterfeit inferior food under the guise of charity to impoverished areas, resulting in food poisoning for several children. There are an additional 120 incidents of medical malpractice involving Tsirin Hospital, most of which were settled privately and concealed, and the hospital has not faced any penalties. Furthermore, Tsirin Hospital has been involved in misreporting medical conditions, using counterfeit drugs, and employing unlicensed personnel, among other issues. Damn it. Demon among us. Lu Di grew increasingly in on the way to the parking lot. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brows. She certainly understood that Li Dahai was not an easy adversary. Lu Di glanced at Yin Qingwen and said, "But I had a sudden whim and decided to have a word with that Li Dahai. You two, wait for me by the car for a moment. Lu Di, you're the driver. Are you asking us to wait for you?" Yin Qingwen replied, her expression displeased. Lu Di raised an eyebrow, Miss Yin. "Wasn't it you who said that in the Ingji group, everyone must be a salesperson and achieve results? So, am I not a person too?" "Lu Di, stop right there. Give me 5 minutes in the office of the hospital president." Li Dahai burst into laughter upon seeing Lu Di enter. "The driver of the beautiful Yin. What brings you here? Is it that your president Yin is impatient?" Lu Di casually sat at Li Dahai's desk, propped his legs on it, and with a snap, lit a cigarette with a limited edition Zippo. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he said, "Li Dahai, you scoundrel." Chapter 23. The most absurd contract in history. What? You dare insult me? Do you believe I could break your leg? Li Dahai slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Unfazed, Lu Di continued blowing smoke rings. "I suggest you check your email first." Ding. "You have new mail." Li Dahai paused, watching as a new email popped up on the screen, automatically opening and enlarging. In June 2013, due to negligence of staff at Tsirin Hospital. In September 2013, due to the hospital's oversight. Resulting in January 2014, that the document meticulously detailed all the dark secrets of Tsirin Hospital, complete with various diagnosis reports, surveillance video snapshots, and even photographs of deceased patients. The scenes of tragedy were more vivid than reality itself. Li Dahai's pupils constricted suddenly. There were hundreds of medical malpractice incidents at Tsirin Hospital, and even he could not recall them with such detail. This was impossible. How could anyone know these things? Li Dahai's back instantly soaked with sweat. If this information were to be exposed, even his 10 lives would not suffice as compensation. Who could it be? As the documents scrolled automatically, 120 incidents of malpractice were laid bare. After a lengthy wait, the materials finally reached the last page that a signature appeared. Lu Di. Lu Di. Who is Lu Di? Li Dahai's heart surged with tumultuous waves. No. Li Dahai finally realized, trembling, he asked the young man before him. "Forgive my poor memory. May I ask your surname?" Lu Di smiled wickedly. "I just introduced myself. I'm Yin Qingwen's driver, Lu Di." Thud. Li Dahai finally could not hold himself up, his legs buckling beneath him. "Brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. Since you know your mistake, then do something to make me happy." Lu Di said as he stood and left in the parking lot. A slightly agitated Yin Qingwen finally saw Lu Di striding back. "So that I told you not to go? Was that a rejection? Why the hurry?" Lu Di leaned casually against the car and replied, "Let that foolish pig ponder for a moment. Lu Di, if I rejected you, there is no need to insult him." Yin Qingwen's brows knitted tightly. "President Yin, please wait." In the distance, Li Dahai hurriedly approached, panting, "President Yin, we can discuss the contract now." "What?" Yin Qingwen's eyes widened. "President Yin, I apologize for my previous attitude. We can discuss the contract now. No need for dinner." Li Dahai gasped, sweat pouring down his face. An ant." Lu Di squatted nearby, holding a half-burnt cigarette and watching an ant on the ground with great interest. Like a street corner rogue. "Little ant, I'm giving you a chance to play, but if you don't play nice, I'll crush you." Li Dahai trembled. "President Yin, no need to discuss. Let us finalize the contract directly." Yin Qingwen was stunned. "What?" Lu Di picked up a brick and drew a circle around the ant, which scurried frantically within. "Oh dear, the circle is too small. Not fun enough." Li Dahai, glancing at Lu Di, added, "Mr. Li Yu." Yin Qingwen was even more confused, looking at the anxious Li Dahai and then at Lu Di, who was still squatting down without lifting his head. Suddenly, the ant bravely dashed out of the circle Lu Di had drawn. Lu Di frowned. "Hey, did you not follow the rules, little ant? Do you believe I'll crush you?" To outsiders, Lu Di appeared as a child with a mental disability. However, Li Dahai was terrified. "President Yin, no deposit. I'll pay the full amount immediately. Whenever you want the goods shipped, it's up to you." "Oh my." Zhao Qianqian's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "Is this how business is conducted? This is entirely begging, offering money. Li Dahai's eyes brimmed with tears. President Yin, can we proceed this way? Before Yin Qingwen could respond, Lu Di's teasing voice interjected. All right, you're free now. Go far away. Please continue. You must take care of little animals. President Yin, do you have the contract? If not, I have a printer here. Please ensure to sign it before you leave. Yin Qingwen's mind was completely muddled. She stammered, Qian, prepare the contract. Then on the way back to the company, in the car, Yin Qingwen tightly gripped the contract worth 2 billion, her heart racing. This was the largest contract she had secured since joining the group. It was also the largest contract in the group's history. It could elevate anyone to the top of the sales leaderboard. Simultaneously, it was the most bizarre contract she had ever signed. Zhao Qianqian stared at her phone in disbelief. President Yin, the funds from Siren Hospital have arrived. In full, 2 billion. All right, understood. Lu Di, what exactly did you say to Li Dahai? Did he sign the contract because of you? Lu Di scratched his head casually. Oh, it's like this. I'm actually a super hacker. I just breached Siren Hospital's entire computer system. I found Li Dahai's dark secrets and threatened him. If he didn't cooperate, I was prepared to ruin him. That's how it went. Sigh. Yin Qingwen looked up to the sky, closing her eyes in despair. Lu Di, I beg you, can you act a bit more normal? Fine. Li Dahai is actually my uncle. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 24. What a coincidence, it's Lu Di again. Yin Qingwen was on the brink of collapse. She finally admitted that she could never outsmart Lu Di. Moreover, she could never see through him. Unprecedented oddity. By the way, how is the commission calculated in our group? Lu Di asked with a smile. Oh my. Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. 10 million. That is a lot of money. Our Lu Di is becoming a wealthy young man. How delightful. Oh, no need. Lu Di stylishly adjusted his hair. This deal as performance counts as yours. Consider it compensation for your vase. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. So this kid still remembered the vase incident. He was serious about compensating for it back then? And he actually did it? Yin Qingwen softly said, no need, you should keep the money. But Lu Di continued, as for the extra 4 million, consider it your emotional distress fee. It's just right for you to visit a psychologist so you don't fidget with that ballpoint pen all day. It's quite annoying. After all, even the great hero himself is here to protect you. What use do you have for that pen? What kind of great hero are you? Yin Qingwen's cheeks flushed initially, then she was left speechless. Zhao Qianqian finally reacted, exclaiming, oh my. 10 million commission, and you just said you don't want it. Lu Di replied helplessly, what's 10 million? I'm someone who deals with billions in just a minute. Zhao Qianqian suddenly smiled alluringly. Then tell me, how long can you last? Qianqian, tone it down a bit. You Regis colleagues. Yin Qingwen frowned. Besides, who is Lu Di? Earning billions in a minute, his speed surpasses our entire group. I firmly believe it. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. I never noticed how sharp your tongue is. Miss Yin, who did you learn that from? Yin Qingwen chuckled. Comrade Lu, if you were in my position, spending every day with the king of boasting, wouldn't you pick up a few skills? Zhao Qianqian stood by, somewhat dazed. The way President Yin and Lu Di interacted seemed a bit off. Was this the legendary banter? In the hall, the leaderboard had been updated. The top names read, Yin Qingwen, Lu Di, with a transaction amount of 2 billion. A crowd of Yingji Group employees gathered in the hall, discussing fervently. President Yin is so impressive. She secured a deal worth 2 billion in one go. This must be with Siren Hospital. I heard that, mister. Lia's always coveted President Yin. She wouldn't have been. They were entangled in the affairs of the wealthy. But who is this Lu Di? Why have I never heard of this? What an intriguing name. A young female employee remarked. I heard that Director Wen brought along a handsome young man this morning, inseparable from him. Could he be Lu Di? There couldn't possibly be anything between them. Could it be that Director Wen is keeping him? Suddenly, the employee felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Oh my. Just as she covered her mouth in shock, she froze again. He was so handsome. The young man said softly, here is a suggestion. Don't gossip about male employees at the company. Who knows, he might just become your chairman's son-in-law one day. The employee's mind went blank. Lu Di, don't embarrass yourself over there. Yin Qingwen strode by with a stern expression, dragging Lu Di away. In the vice president's office, Yin Qingwen sat at her desk, feeling somewhat troubled, for some reason. She couldn't help but want to see what that peculiar Lu Di was up to. Sure enough, in the corridor, Lu Di was taking a photo of the leaderboard with his phone, zooming in on his name. It seemed he intended to post it on social media. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. This kid. He had previously acted so nonchalant, but now he wanted to show off, just as she was about to verify her thoughts. She opened her social media apps suddenly. She froze. How could I not have his WeChat? Did he not accept my friend request? That perverted brat. With a grin, Lu Di sent the photo to his mother. After putting down his phone, Lu Di felt his eyes welling with tears. Ever since he had injured his eyes, life had changed, Mom. I promise to provide you with a life of luxury, where everyone will respect you. In the office of Tsirin Hospital, Li Dahai stared at the data on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and picked up his phone to make a call. The voice on the other end was deep and resonant. Who possesses such immense power? That kid is Lu Di. He is a driver. Lu Di, yes, he is indeed the Yin family's driver. Boss, this kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, I will be restless. The other party fell silent for a moment. Then, a note of puzzlement crept into his voice. The Yin family's Lu Di. It can't be that coincidental. Someone recently offered 5 million for his head. Chapter 25. The culinary master returns at 6:30 p.m. The workday at Ingji Group came to an end. Zhao Qianqian extended her long, fair leg to block Lu Di's path. Hey, little brother, where are you off to tonight? Want to join your sister for dinner? This woman, a mature beauty, exuding a seductive charm. Lu Di felt a bit speechless. Ahem, Director Wen, you cannot interfere with our employees' private lives. On the way back to the estate, Lu Di wore a grave expression as he said, Director Wen, I've discovered something strange. Sensing Lu Di's seriousness, Yin Qingwen instinctively became attentive. What did you discover? Lu Di turned to her, frowning. You seem to be jealous. What? Zhao Qianqian is flirting with me. And you're jealous. Following this, a furious outburst shattered the otherwise soundproof interior of the Rolls-Royce, echoing into the sky. The aloof female president completely abandoned her reserve, uttering words she had never spoken before. Lu Di, you're talking nonsense. Lu Di laughed heartily. It was endlessly amusing to tease Yin Qingwen. 10 minutes later, the 20 million yuan Rolls-Royce parked in front of a humble market, looking quite out of place. Eggplants for 2.5 yuan, cabbages, 3 for 10 yuan. The shouts of vendors filled the air. Lu Di turned to the fuming Yin Qingwen and smiled. Speaking of dinner, I happen to be quite good at cooking that I'll go buy some ingredients. I'll impress you tonight. Before Yin Qingwen could respond, Lu Di pushed the door open and got out. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow, gazing out the window at the bustling crowd, the muddy ground, and the laborers haggling over the prices of vegetables. Could food bought from such a filthy place be safe to eat? Knocking on the car window, Lu Di appeared embarrassed at when this place only accepts cash, and I happen to have none on me. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's heart softened. That it seemed Lu Di was not just short on cash. He was completely broke. After spending over 5 million, he had nothing left. Looking at this seemingly impoverished savior, Yin Qingwen found it hard to remain angry. She gently opened her wallet, pulled out a stack of cash, and said softly, if it's not enough, just ask me for more. Wow, you're really wealthy. Lu Di snatched the cash and ran off like a thief. 20 minutes later, Yin Qingwen regretted her decision. The greatest regret of her life was giving Lu Di money for groceries. The Rolls-Royce's trunk was already filled to the brim, with a bag of dirt left to sit in the cabin. At that moment, a bag of flopping snapper fish splashed water onto Yin Qingwen's face. Fresh beef oozed a pool of red blood, making Yin Qingwen hesitate to step inside. What sins did I commit in my last life? Why do I know Lu Di? Yin Qingwen screamed. Who is calling me? What is this? She looked at the wriggling contents of the bag, feeling a chill run down her spine. Silkworm pupae. High in protein. Helpful for muscle gain. They're bugs. Yin Qingwen, could you be a bit more composed? Stop screaming like that. If someone didn't know better, they might think I'm assaulting you. Lu Di, you're going too far. After you eat the meal, I prep the 2 young girls, entranced by the sashimi, suddenly looked up and sniffed the air. What is that? It smells delightful. Oh, it's beef, a large piece of beef. Yin Qingwen was momentarily stunned. The aroma of this beef is simply irresistible. In that instant, all the culinary delights of the world paled in comparison. Chapter 26. The New Humanity. I first molded the earth into a stove. Then ignited lychee wood beneath it, that I placed the unseasoned beef inside to roast. The closed stove not only preserved the beef's flavor, but also infused it with the fruity fragrance of the lychee wood. The rich beef, smoky undertones, and fruity essence melded into one harmonious flavor. Lu Di crossed his arms and declared, "This is the authentic fruitwood barbecue." Yin Qingwen felt her throat constrict as she struggled to maintain her composure. Lu Di smiled slightly, elegantly spinning the knife in his hand before expertly slicing off a generous piece of beef. He then swiftly cut the beef into 1 centimeter thick slices. That as for the seasoning, pure and simple, just the most basic sea salt. Lu Di sprinkled sea salt into the plate with a flourish. The three Yin sisters stared wide-eyed. The plate held beef that was charred on the outside yet tender within. Sizzling with juices, the crystalline sea salt mingled with the fat, gradually dissolving and releasing an even more enticing aroma. Lu Di, I want to eat beef, Yin Kai exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the plate as she approached like a zombie. Wait, Lu Di intercepted her, chuckling. How much do you think this meal is worth in terms of my debts? Yin Kai hesitated, suddenly recalling the bank card from the sunroom, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lu Di, I want to eat too. Yin Qingwen, with her captivating eyes, stared at Lu Di, desperately concealing her eagerness. All right, but let us set some ground rules first. Lu Di raised his knife, approached the ice mountain, and drew a line, marking off a corner of the ice mountain. You may only consume this piece of beef on the table, and the sashimi is limited to this corner of the ice. That's unfair. Lu Di, why do you keep so much for yourself? Yin Kai complained. You can object. I know that you, Miss Yin San, ordered takeout. You can eat that while I keep everything on the table. The three sisters exchanged glances, and Yin Qingwen's expression shifted. Suddenly, Yin Kai snatched a piece of beef with lightning speed and stuffed it into her mouth, declaring, Then I'll take the initiative, soon. Yin Xinxin joined in, devouring the food with gusto. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen maintained her poise, using a knife and fork to delicately savor the beef. 3 minutes later, the sisters were on the verge of tears. That it was simply too delicious. Oh Kai, slow down and leave some for me. Xinxin, this is a survival of the fittest era. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Sister, didn't you say you wouldn't eat meat tonight? Why are you consuming so much, sister? You've already eaten the 50th piece of sashimi and the 6th piece of beef. Yin Qingwen continued to eat, her pace quickening. The image of the icy goddess was forgotten as she succumbed to the flavors. Lu Di had not exaggerated. His culinary skills were truly of world-class caliber. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have made him a driver, but rather a chef. Watching the three sisters devour their food, Lu Di chuckled to himself. This lavish meal was thanks to the reminder from the demon child. His physical enhancement values had reached the pinnacle of an ordinary person within the last 5 hours. Next, he aimed to break the genetic lock. He sought to transcend the inherent limitations of the human physique. The demon child's enhancement of Lu Di's body was contingent upon the energy he consumed. Currently, close to 30 pounds of beef and over 20 pieces of fish, all high in protein and energy. Coupled with hydration, these constituted the finest materials for synthesizing muscle fibers. With fervor ignited, Lu Di showcased what it meant to indulge in a feast. He devoured a pound of beef in 2 bites. With one hand, he grabbed 100 pieces of fish and swallowed them whole. With the energy conversion from the demon child, Lu Di had no need to fear overindulgence. In fact, he struggled to keep up with the rate of energy consumption. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing muscle fibers. 0.3 grams, muscle strength increased by 1.6. That detected beef protein intake, synthesizing muscle fibers. 0.5 grams, muscle strength increased by 2.1. That detected beef protein intake, synthesizing muscle fibers. 0.9 grams. Muscle strength increased by 4.6. That's strength enhancement value. 895, body strength increase. 630. Half an hour later, the three Yin sisters had consumed less than 1/10 of their food, yet felt thoroughly satisfied. Is this even human? Yin Kai gazed vacantly at Lu Di, unable to suppress a burp. Can he really eat that much without bursting? So much beef, he was akin to a competitive eater from abroad. Yin Qingwen's expression was somewhat complicated. Perhaps he had endured too much hardship in the past, that moment. Lu Di was meditating with his eyes closed. Just 10 minutes prior, his physical enhancement values had soared to 1,000. In that instant, he seemed to hear a shattering sound within his body, as if a glass cage that had been confined for ages had suddenly burst. During the previous half hour, Lu Di had experienced a surge in muscle growth and power. Reaching an apex. Now, all was tranquil again. The formidable strength remained, yet it was now effortless, like a flood that could both ravage and caress. At this moment, he could easily overpower 99.99% of humanity, existing on an entirely different level. But what about the remaining 0.01? Lu Di pondered. Those are the gifted individuals among humanity, with genes superior to ordinary people, akin to intellectual prodigies. Naturally, there exist physical prodigies as well. How naive I was before. Lu Di, rest assured, while their genes may be exceptional, they remain immutable. You, however, are just at the beginning. Just as Lu Di focused intently on sensing the changes in his body, Yin Qingwen's voice interrupted. Kai, Xinxin, after eating so much, We can't just sleep. Let us go train. No way, sister. Are we going to spar again? Yin Kaikai immediately wore a face of despair. Yes, we're going to spar until today as calories are burned off. Yin Qingwen stood up, glancing at Lu Di, and added, Lu Di, you should join too. Yin Kaikai's eyes lit up. Sister, let Lu Di be your sparring partner. We've forgotten the moves from last time. Let us review them. After pondering, Yin Qingwen agreed. All right, I see that Lu Di looks rather frail. If danger arises, he might not have any self-defense capabilities. It's indeed time for him to practice. Ha, Lu Di, you're doomed. Ever since that incident, sister has been practicing Taekwondo relentlessly and is now a red belt expert. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai envisioned Lu Di being tossed around by her sister, feeling a twinge of guilt. She grinned. Lu Di, don't hold it against me. I'm just as afraid of being beaten by my sister. For 3 years, she not only trained herself but insisted they all learn, stating that a weak girl must possess the ability to protect herself. Lu Di opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar, and slowly said, Yin Qingwen, are you sure you want to spar with me? Absolutely. Enough with the chatter. Chapter 27. The Oddity, Lacking Sensibility. On the top floor of the Yin family's estate, Lu Di sighed as he surveyed the expansive gym, complete with a competition-grade boxing ring. Luxurious residences are indeed a matter of habit. When the 3 Yin sisters entered, Lu Di's eyes brightened. They had just showered and changed into form-fitting athletic wear. Though the 2 younger girls were just in their 20s, their physiques were impressively developed. The snug attire accentuated their youthful vibrancy and allure. Yin Qingwen had her long hair tied up high, donning a fitted sports top beneath a white taekwondo robe. Though her figure was concealed, her contours revealed that she not only possessed an enviable physique, but also exhibited graceful lines from years of training. If a photo were taken now, it would surely be in high demand at the taekwondo studio, serving as a compelling advertisement for men. The 3 were undeniably captivating. Lu Di, why haven't you changed your clothes? Yin Qingwen frowned, glancing at Lu Di still clad in a white shirt and jeans. Honestly, I don't have any other clothes, Lu Di replied unapologetically. Then how will you spar like this? Yin Qingwen placed her hands on her hips. Lu Di shook his head. I can take this off, but I want to confirm again. Are you truly ready to spar with me? Lu Di, can you hurry up? Just let sister hit you. We need to wrap this up so I can do my live stream. Yes, I need to keep an eye on my boyfriend too. He might release a new song soon. Yin Xinxin and Yin Kaikai chimed in, clearly relishing the spectacle. Boyfriend? Yin Qingwen raised an eyebrow. That it's the Hee. Yin Kaikai stuck out her tongue. Lu Di blinked, momentarily taken aback. Kaikai, aren't you going to ask if he agrees to marry you? Why should I care? She retorted, just mind your own business. Lu Di sighed in resignation. All right then. With that, Lu Di began to slowly unbutton his shirt. The 3 daughters of the Yin family instinctively cast their gazes upon him. Generally, handsome men are often frail. The next moment, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. Lu Di had already removed his white shirt. His physique was not colossal, yet it was sculpted with muscle. Pectorals, 8-pack abs, biceps, and a chiseled V-line. Even the muscles flanking his ribs were distinctly defined. He resembled a deity from ancient Greek sculptures, each muscle appearing as if chiseled from stone, exquisitely beautiful. His body, akin to a work of art, radiated a sense of strength, devoid of any excess flesh. Not a trace of fat to be seen. This that is simply too handsome. This face, paired with his physique, that utterly perfect. Thud. Yin Kaikai's phone fell to the ground. Lu Di, how can your body be so remarkable? Yin Xinxin covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Haha, born with beauty, along with the hard labor of bricklaying. Lu Di himself felt a twinge of surprise that this what they call a new breed of humanity. The 3 Yin sisters, upon hearing Lu Di's words, could not conjure an image of him laboring on a construction site. There he stood, bare-chested, arms slightly bent. Within the sharply defined muscles lay an aura of terrifying strength, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce as swift as lightning. Like a lion, ready to strike, shattering bones with a single bite, the 2 twins regretted their previous antics. Lu Di is formidable. Thankfully, he bore no anger towards our earlier prank. Lu Di is also extraordinarily handsome. Handsome enough to shatter all their preconceptions. The 2 young ladies could not help but ponder. If both Lu Di and Di wish to be my husband, whom should I choose? Yin Qingwen was once again captivated by Lu Di. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? Instinctively, Yin Qingwen finally linked the hero who would rescue her from peril with Lu Di. Have I been too harsh in my attitude towards him these past few days? He doesn't despise me, does he? Yin Qingwen's heart raced. A rare blush appeared on her typically aloof and stunning face. This enigmatic man was unlike any other. I say, where shall we fight? Lu Di's inquiry interrupted the girl's daydreams. Huh, wait a moment. Yan Qingwen suddenly halted her breath. Did I challenge him to a duel? Yan Qingwen regretted her impulsive words. Although she was a black belt in Taekwondo, the sight of Lu Di's iron-like muscles and his imposing aura completely drained her confidence. Perhaps Lu Di did not understand Taekwondo or martial arts at all. However, just by looking at the biceps on his arms, it seemed he could effortlessly subdue her. If pinned down by him, she might not be able to resist at all. The thought of being overpowered made Yan Qingwen's cheeks flush even deeper. I say, can we expedite this? Lu Di, seemingly unfazed, approached the boxing ring, taking his position in one corner, waiting for Yan Qingwen to enter. You oddball, lacking in romance. Are you really going to take on a weaker woman? Yan Qingwen stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Di, bewildered, replied, but didn't you say you wanted to box? I confirmed that twice. Lu Di, you are such a dense man. Huh. Lu Di finally burst into laughter. He could no longer contain himself. He had been putting on a facade from the very beginning. Lu Di was fully aware of the formidable strength attributed to this so-called new breed of humanity. How terrifying it truly was. How could he possibly harm Yan Qingwen? The consequences of a misstep would be dire. Lu Di jested. Miss Yan, if you concede, I shall let you off the hook today. You Lu, I shall never concede. To Lu Di's surprise, Yan Qingwen gritted her teeth, tightened her Taekwondo uniform, and prepared to step onto the stage. Wait. If you come up here, how will I get down? Just then, a knock echoed at a critical moment. In walked Tai Si, clad in black, that he bowed to Yan Qingwen and said, Third Miss, I heard you were sparring with Mr. Lu, so I came to take a look. As Tai Si surveyed the room, he quickly grasped the situation. He then turned to Lu Di and stated, Mr. Lu, the third Miss is somewhat of a student to me, and from my perspective, she is not your match. Tai Si's expression was impassive. Yet his gaze towards Lu Di was laden with caution. He casually removed his wristwatch and jacket, saying indifferently, How about I spar with you, Mr. Lu? Chapter 28. The Tai family brothers fulfill their duty. Is there really a need for this? Tai Si? Yan Qingwen questioned, looking at her bodyguard, who was behaving unusually today. Tai Si was no ordinary man. He had been taken in by Yin Hongxin at the age of 10 alongside the other Tai family brothers. From a young age, he had undergone rigorous martial arts training and extreme conditioning. At 15, he was sent off to the military, returning at 25 to become a bodyguard for the Yin family. For 5 years, Tai Si had lived in the Yin family estate, that in the eyes of the Yin sisters. Tai Si was indeed a monstrous figure. When they encountered a bear while hunting in the deep mountains, Tai Si single-handedly wrestled with the adult bear, snapping its neck. Such ferocity. Tai Si's only regret came 3 years ago when Yan Qingwen had gone to a bar alone and was besieged by thugs. He had not been by her side. Tai Si felt deep guilt and remorse. Since then, he had never overlooked anyone who harbored ill intentions towards Yan Qingwen. After thorough investigation, Tai Si had confirmed that this young man named Lu Di was indeed the one who had rescued the third Miss years ago. However, this Lu Di was somewhat peculiar, even a bit sinister. Not only did he disregard the third Miss's safety, but he also took her for a joyride that in under 40 minutes. He had traversed 20 kilometers of mountainous roads. Such physical prowess is not typical. Could he truly be just a part-time waiter, a mere construction worker? An ordinary man? Impossible. He is certainly not an ordinary person. A man like him, with ulterior motives, has been deliberately seeking to be near the third Miss and insisted on being her driver. Tai Si did not trust him. There was indeed a necessity. Tai Si spoke in a low voice, his cold gaze fixed firmly on Lu Di. He is merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly contend with you? Yan Qingwen expressed her concerns that in her eyes, Lu Di had an impressive physique, muscular and handsome. However, that was where it ended. Lu Di could at most be considered an adept fitness enthusiast against someone like Tai Si. A professional bodyguard or a combat machine, he stood no chance. The image of Tai Si breaking the neck of a bear had haunted Yan Qingwen with nightmares for 3 consecutive nights. Tai Si, enough. Lu Di would never harm us. Although Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin were not fond of Lu Di, they also did not wish for Tai Si to break his arms and legs. You ladies underestimate Mr. Lu too much, Tai Si remarked, placing his suit aside and slowly loosening his shirt buttons. The moment he removed his shirt, the 3 Yin sisters gasped in unison. Tai Si stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms. His muscles were honed to perfection, resembling a dragon. If Lu Di's muscles leaned towards aesthetics, Then Tai Si's physique was nothing short of terrifying. His body bore countless scars crisscrossed and even a few healed bullet wounds. Without a doubt, these were marks of his prowess on the battlefield. Good heavens, what a devilishly muscular man. Lu Di tilted his head, examining Tai Si, finding him rather interesting. Tai Si, please go easy. Let us keep it light and not injure anyone. Yan Qingwen said nervously, fully aware of Tai Si's temperament. A typical soldier's demeanor, resolute and unwavering. Rest assured, 3rd Mississippi with that. Tai Si strode towards the boxing ring that as he stepped onto the platform, the entire structure sank slightly, affecting Lu Di's footing. Having achieved 3rd-class merit twice, and both 2nd and 1st-class merit once, Tai Si's eyes gleamed with intensity as he stood tall, looking at Lu Di, asking, "May I inquire where Mr. Lu hails from?" Lu Di couldn't help but admire. Tai Si exuded an air of grandeur, with commendable military achievements, not only loyal to his country, but also a man of integrity, gratitude, and valor. A true soldier king. However, Tai Si's intent to introduce himself was evident. He was adhering to the protocol of courtesy before resorting to aggression, awaiting Lu Di's explanation. "Brother Tai, I am truly just a humble citizen, fortunate enough to possess a modicum of strength." Lu Di slightly bowed, though his words were not entirely deceitful. Tai Si clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his bones cracking echoed. "Since you choose not to speak, I shall compel you to." Seeing the situation deteriorating, Yan Qingwen shouted, "Tai Si, Lu Di is a guest of my father. You must not resort to violence." Tai Si remained silent, regardless of who he was. If he posed a threat to the Yan family, he must be eliminated. Just then, the gym door swung open once more, and Tai Wu, Tai Lu, and other brothers from the Tai family filed in, taking positions on either side. "Tai Lu, what are you doing?" Yan Qingwen exclaimed. "3rd Miss, please do not be upset. Lu Di is not an ordinary person. We have observed him for quite some time, and he may pose a threat to you ladies. Today, if he cannot provide us with satisfactory explanation, he shall not be permitted to leave. Well then, I truly never expected to be the center of such attention." Lu Di sighed, realizing that the day would not end well. These Tai brothers are undeniably dedicated and valiant. Indeed, Chapter 29, The Thousand Forces, the ever-changing dynamic. Lu Di, oh mage, you say, the new breed of humanity that breaks through the genetic locks is not as simple as you imagine. Among humans, there exists a term known as momentum, which refers to an intangible magnetic field emanating from an individual, perceptible through the 6th sense. This phenomenon can impose psychological or behavioral pressure on others. The new breed of humanity not only fortifies the physical body, but also enhances the human magnetic field, transcending the limitations of ordinary individuals and reaching new heights. That I've coined the term thousand forces to describe this augmented magnetic field. Ding! The invocation of momentum has harmonized with the subconscious. Lu Di felt a resounding echo in his mind. This fusion of consciousness was unlike any before, that a kaleidoscope of vibrant energies flashed within his thoughts. Noble demeanor, the spirit of a warrior, the ferocity of a conqueror, and even an ethereal aura, all in a mesmerizing display of transformation that left one awestruck. Lu Di, with a mere thought, unleashed both wrath and pride simultaneously. Two streams of intangible energy surged forth like a vast net. And in the next moment, the advancing Tai Si suddenly froze, as if the very temperature of the room had plummeted, that he sensed an indescribable bloodthirst radiating from Lu Di, who seemed to rise from the depths of hell. Unperturbed by the countless lives he had taken, what an overwhelming presence! It was akin to that of a general commanding 1,000,000 troops on an ancient battlefield, witnessing rivers of blood and countless casualties. What had Lu Di endured? Tai Si's mind was in turmoil, and the other brothers of the Tai family stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by an instinctual dread that no matter how fervently Yan Qingwen called out, it was of no avail. That a tremor from deep within had rendered them as immobile as statues. Suddenly, Lu Di's aura shifted. A prideful energy cloaked the room, eclipsing all else. This was the pinnacle of arrogance, disdainful of all, indifferent to everything. He was either a general or an emperor, a master strategist dictating the tides of battle, capable of reversing calamities and supporting the crumbling edifice of power. Alone, he was mightier than 1,000 armies. With but a single command, none dared to defy him. Sweat instantly coated Tai Si's back. The Lu Di before him was utterly unassailable, wholly irresistible. Even if he were to offer a bowl of poison, Tai Si would likely drink it obediently. Such was the essence of momentum. The brothers of the Tai family shared this sensation, yet the three daughters of the Yin family remained blissfully unaware. They were women who had never set foot on a battlefield, nor faced an enemy, and thus could not fathom the ferocity of such a killing intent or the pride of a conqueror. To them, Lu Di was merely a weakling, precariously close to being overpowered by Tai Si. They could not comprehend why Tai Si hesitated. Tai Si's heart quaked with realization. Lu Di was no ordinary individual, nor merely a part-time servant. He must have come from the military and was undoubtedly a figure of distinction or leadership within it. There could be no other explanation, for no ordinary place could endow a man with such presence. Moreover, a man with such gravitas could not possibly be a nefarious villain, but he forcibly restrained his impulse to salute Lu Di and, raising his trembling hands in a modest fist, spoke solemnly. Mr. Lu, I understand. Though it was but a single sentence, this 7-foot-tall man was willing to bend the knee. Lu Di erupted in laughter, instantly retracting his aura. Understanding was not enough. He had yet to indulge fully in the day's excitement. Just moments ago, the demon child had aided Lu Di in merging the subconscious of 3 martial arts disciplines: special operations combat, grappling techniques, and free fighting. In Lu Di's eyes, Tai Si had become transparent. Tai Si possessed robust vitality and strong bones, clearly a master of combat. However, his raw power lacked finesse. Faced with such a loyal and valiant man from the Yin family, Lu Di felt compelled to offer guidance. Moreover, having encountered a master like Tai Si, Lu Di wished to test the prowess of this new breed of humanity. There are too many people here. Let us find a place to spar, Lu Di suggested, pointing towards a nearby yoga room, a spacious area of nearly 100 square meters. Tai Si paused momentarily before nodding. I shall accompany you, even at the cost of my life. Watching the two head towards the yoga room, Yin Qingwen's anxiety mounted as she called out to Tai Si. That's enough. No one to stop. Tai Si felt helpless, internally lamenting. Third miss. Do you think I desire this? Bang, bang. The sounds of impacts echoed from within the yoga room, and Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. It seemed Lu Di might not emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Tai Wu and Tai Lu stood guard at the door like sentinels. Tai Lu's lips twitched slightly as he said, Third miss, please trust Tai Si and Mr. Lu just this once. They too had been awed by Lu Di's 1,000 forces, sharing the same sentiment as Tai Si. Mr. Lu must surely be a high-ranking military figure. Inside the yoga room, Tai Si exclaimed, While your strength is formidable, raw power alone will not suffice. Indeed, Mr. Lu, Tai Si responded eagerly. Once more, bang. Tai Si was sent flying again. Tai Si, you must exert 7 parts strength and reserve 3, mastering the art of restraint. Yes, bang, Mr. Lu, I have something urgent to convey. Tai Si, focus on your punches, bang. 20 minutes later, to Lu Di's astonishment, Tai Si had been sent flying 20 times, yet managed to rise each time without so much as a grimace. Demonstrating remarkable resilience. Truly, a warrior hailing from the Oriental Divine Sword. Your reputation precedes you. Lu Di nodded appreciatively. 3 minutes prior, the demon child had gleaned vital information from Tai Si's words. Northern District 43 of Huaxia. Special Operations Forces, border missions, and incursions into the north. Despite the scant details, with the formidable demon child at his disposal, no secret was beyond reach. The identity of the covert and elusive Special Operations Team. The Oriental Divine Sword was now emerging as Tai Si prepared to charge again. He suddenly froze. The name Oriental Divine Sword was not one to be uttered lightly. It was classified as an SS-level secret within Huaxia. Only 2 categories of individuals would know of its existence. High-ranking military officials at the 3-star general level. However, given Lu Di's age, this was clearly improbable. Tai Si was astounded, remaining in a stupor for 3 full minutes before bursting into laughter. Mr. Lu, how foolish I was to worry for you. How could the illustrious Tian Luo be concerned with mere petty thieves? Now it was Lu Di's turn to be bewildered. What petty thieves do you refer to? Tai Si, also, what urgent matter did you wish to discuss with me? How embarrassing. The reason I sought to test Mr. Lu today was due to a piece of news I fortuitously acquired. Lu Di turned to him. Intrigued, Tai Si smiled broadly. In the underworld of Haishur, a bounty of 5 million has been placed on your head, Mr. Lu. Now, it seemed absurd. Since you are a member of Tian Luo, those ruffians in the Haishur underworld are nothing more than rotten fish and shrimp to you. Previously, Tai Si had struggled to understand why someone would want Lu Di dead. Now, he realized that a figure of Tian Luo would undoubtedly have enemies. Lu Di's brow furrowed slightly. This was indeed unexpected. A price on his life in the Haisher underworld. How intriguing. Regarding the mastermind behind this, Lu Di pondered momentarily before arriving at a conclusion. For over 2 decades, he had led an inconspicuous life, devoid of adversaries. It was only after arriving at the Yin family that he had made 2 enemies. The first being Ouyang Fengyu, who resented him for obstructing his power grab, and the second being Li Dehai from Tsiren Hospital, who had been coerced into purchasing 20 billion worth of equipment. How amusing. Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle softly. Tai Si, standing nearby, was bewildered and ventured, "Mr. Lu, my brothers in the Tai family possess some influence in Haisher. Should I send Tai Lu and the others to resolve this matter for you?" "Not necessary," Lu Di replied, raising his head slowly, smiling. "What you mentioned about the 5 million bounty, where does it originate?" "This is word-of-mouth information in the underworld, and the issuer is the notorious underground boss of Haisher, known as Black Fox." Black Fox? Lu Di instantly recalled that this was the individual Ouyang Fengyu had contacted via text. A fleeting chill crossed his eyes as he stood, stating, "You need not concern yourself with the bounty. We will continue our training another day." Tai Si, still chuckling, remarked, "Tian Luo indeed has its own methods of operation." Just as Lu Di was about to exit, Tai Si called out, "Mr. Lu, I have more good news to share." He hurried after Lu Di, excitement evident in his voice that my old instructor, Black Mountain, has recently arrived in Haisher. He was promoted to Tian Luo 2 years ago and is undoubtedly your old teacher as well. He plans to visit Lord Yin in 3 days and will stop by to see me. If he knew that Mr. Lu was also here, he would certainly be overjoyed. Lu Di was rendered speechless. "Must you expose me so quickly? What will I say when the truth comes out? How can I explain this peculiar strength of mine?" Observing Tai Si's enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Di found it hard to refuse and could only agree. "All right, please inform me in advance before the old black man arrives." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Lu Di exited with a wry smile. "What is this? I merely wish to prepare myself to hide away in advance." Just as he opened the door, a beautiful figure rushed towards him. "Lu Di, are you all right?" Lu Di felt warmth enveloping his hands, which were tightly grasped. "I say, Miss Yin, isn't this rather inappropriate in such a public setting?" Yin Qingwen then realized her abruptness and released Lu Di's hands with a startled, "Ah!" Lu Di chuckled, swaggering away. Yin Qingwen gazed at Lu Di's retreating figure, her expression inexplicably complex. Tai Si, what on earth transpired inside? Yin Qingwen was bewildered. Had Tai Si been struck by Lu Di? For 5 years, she had never witnessed Tai Si sustain even a scratch. Regardless of the adversary, Tai Si managed a strained smile. "Third miss, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose too much. All I can say is that with Mr. Lu guarding you, you need not worry." As Tai Si approached the other Iron family brothers, he was instantly surrounded. "Fourth brother, who exactly is Mr. Lu?" Without uttering a word, Tai Si pointed to the sky. "The sky? The Tianluo group? Shoo, this is classified information. It cannot be spoken of." The Iron family brothers widened their eyes in astonishment, looking at Lu Di's figure with newfound respect. After Lu Di and the Iron brothers departed, the Yin family sisters remained in a fog. What had transpired in the yoga room? Why did Tai Si and the others regard Lu Di with such reverence? The 2 men were in the room making noise. Could it be? He, Yin Kaikai, and Yin Xinxin complained as they pushed open the yoga room door. "Oh my, third sister, come quickly and see." The 2 young girls stood dumbfounded at the entrance. When Yin Qingwen arrived, she too was taken aback. The once beautiful and tidy yoga room now resembled a disaster zone. Numerous large dents marred the walls as if struck by a hammer. The wooden floorboards were torn up as if trampled by a beast. What on earth happened to my beloved yoga room? Had a demolition crew come through? Yin Kaikai picked up a deflated yoga ball from the wreckage, her face incredulous. Yin Qingwen murmured, could this be the result of a battle between Lu Di and Tai Si? But could there be another explanation? If that is indeed the case, Tai Si's power surpasses my imagination. Something seemed amiss. Lu Di, that fellow, he could trade blows with Tai Si and create such a scene? Moreover, it appeared he had even struck Tai Si. Realizing this, Yin Qingwen was left dumbfounded. Lu Di's physique was not merely for show. He was a master even stronger than Tai Si. The most absurd part was that she had previously considered teaching him martial arts. Furthermore, there were times when she had contemplated giving him a good thrashing for his mischief. Amidst her astonishment, a strange emotion began to grow within Yin Qingwen. That Lu fellow did indeed possess a certain heroic charm. Third sister, you need not be astonished. That weakling Lu Di could never best Tai Si. It must have been during their scuffle that Lu Di fled in every direction while Tai Si rampaged like a wild bear, resulting in this chaos. Yin Kaikai pronounced with conviction, Lu Di has ruined our yoga room. I shall make him pay. Yin Qingwen could only shake her head in resignation. The words Tai Si spoke before departing echoed in her mind, with Mr. Lu guarding you, you need not worry. Chapter 31. The turbulence in the live stream room returning to his underground room. Lu Di casually glanced at his phone. The notifications from Douyin had accumulated into a single red dot. Despite his mental preparation, when the data appeared, Lu Di's eyelids flickered. The video titled A Promising Future had amassed 600 million views, with 200 million likes and over 100 million comments. The account boasted 350 million followers. The shares exceeded 100 million. Such statistics had undeniably become a phenomenal short video sensation. Lu Di briefly scanned the comments, noting that more than half were praise. Many expressed heartfelt reflections after listening to the song. While countless fans, young and old, yearned to meet him. Just within the last day, millions of comments urging for more content had surfaced. In addition to fan messages, his private messages were flooded with collaboration invitations. Numerous influencer agencies and entertainment companies sought meetings for contracts. Countless businesses wished for him to endorse or perform, with the highest appearance fee reaching 300 million. Lu Di glanced at the trending topics and, unsurprisingly, more than half pertained to a promising future and the figure of DE. Upon seeing one particular news item, Lu Di broke into a cold sweat. 100 young girls stood atop a building, collectively demanding DE release a new song or they would jump. Fortunately, local police intervened, averting disaster. Subsequently, the authorities issued two statements. One, that citizens are advised to pursue their idols rationally. Two, that DE is encouraged to update his works promptly. Phew, upon reaching the end, Lu Di finally sighed in relief. This clickbait nearly gave me a scare. The two official announcements left Lu Di both amused and exasperated that in the future, it would be best to limit activity on the DE account. Perhaps people would gradually forget. Suddenly, a notification from Douyin popped up. 0.2 kilometers away, broadcaster. Xinshin baby duck, currently live. The little girl, Yin Xinshin. Lu Di recalled that during their first meeting, the mischievous child had uncovered this information. Yin Xinshin was now a graduate student at a music academy and a popular online broadcaster that on a whim, Lu Di gently clicked enter live room. The next moment, a melodious tune filled the air. A power long forgotten. The future is promising that on the screen. Yin Kaikai sat at a table, dressed adorably in a princess outfit, passionately singing a promising future. To be fair, she truly lived up to her reputation as a top student from Haisher Music Academy. Her vocal skills remarkable and sweet. Yin Kaikai was already a beauty, scoring 90 points, coupled with her youthful vibrance and impressive singing ability to AT that moment. The live stream attracted a significant audience. With 10,000 viewers watching, as the song concluded, accolades poured in. Xinshin baby, I adore you. You're so beautiful. You are the goddess of my dreams. Your cover of A Promising Future is delightful, second only to DE. Sigh. Yin Xinshin sighed softly at the screen, a hint of worry on her face. You all know that my sister and I are adopted children. Although our family is quite wealthy and my adoptive father treats me well, I still long to know where my biological parents are and why they abandoned me. Hearing this, Lu Di felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed that old Yin had not concealed the matter of their adoption. Though Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin appeared carefree and whimsical, they harbored many thoughts. After all, everyone possesses an inherent pride, who wishes to accept the fact of being abandoned. With Yin Lao's immense career, he must be exceedingly busy. The Yin sisters likely grew up under the care of servants. Such an environment surely contributed to their peculiar personalities. For instance, Yin Qingwen's aloofness, the rebellion of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin. Observing the dejected expression on the young girl's face, Lu Di felt a twinge of compassion. He was just about to reward Yin Xinshin with some gifts when she suddenly exclaimed in frustration. Not only can I not find my biological parents, but a stranger has also recently come to our home. That boy is utterly vile. He not only wants to pursue my sister, but also aims to exploit our family's wealth. The live stream audience reacted instantly with outrage. What? Someone dares to bully such a beautiful Xinshin? Xinshin, tell me, who is this scoundrel? I'll put a sack over his head and give him a beating. Does this little girl truly hate me so much? Lu Di was left speechless. Just as Yin Kaikai was passionately criticizing Lu Di, a comment suddenly appeared in the live stream. My goodness, am I seeing things? Is that account DE? After 2 minutes of silence, the comments surged like a tidal wave. It really is DE. He is in the live room. DE is alive. He is here. It's truly DE. The audience count shows 130. Oh my goodness. I'm in the same live room as DE. I must screenshot this. What an honor. I need to tell my friends. In an instant, the viewers in the live room completely overlooked Yin Xinshin's presence. Frantically tagging, "Talk to me, please. Are you really here? Look at me. I'm your super fan." Only when Yin Xinshin grasped the situation did she become dazed. Her heart raced wildly. She could hardly believe it and immediately clicked on Dee's profile. The account contained only one video, which was the one with over 600 million views titled "A Promising Future." It really is him. He.S. watching my live stream. My goodness, am I dreaming? Yin Xinshin stood frozen, at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, within a mere minute, the audience in the live stream room of Heartfelt Baby Duck surged dramatically. 20,000, 30,000, 40, 000.100, 000.500, 000. User Lu Feng entered the live stream. User Peng Nan entered the live stream. User Listening to the Wind entered the live stream. Countless users flooded in, their messages cascading like a relentless waterfall, dazzling the eyes. User I Love DE gifted the streamer a Super Rocket X99. User Laughing at Prosperity gifted the streamer a Spaceship X99. User Inc. gifted the streamer a Carnival Big Wheel X99. Then, gifts began to pour in. They were showering the live stream with gifts as if money were of no consequence. Yin Kaikai's face was completely obscured by the gifts. Gifts for DE. Support DE. Request for song updates. Request for DES live stream. Yet their messages were drowned out by the overwhelming flood. The entire live stream exploded with activity. The network was nearly paralyzed. News of DE appearing in a certain streamer's room instantly swept across the internet. In no time, everyone was spreading the word, gathering to witness. The live stream room of Heartfelt Baby Duck ascended to the top of the trending charts instantly. The traffic reached an unprecedented height with 320 million people online simultaneously. The staff at Douyin were left bewildered. What was happening? Data anomalies. No, it was that super account. DE had logged in and entered a live stream, a once-in-a-lifetime event. Hurry, match more traffic, strive to create a historical high. DE, who are you really? DE, come out. Countless comments flashed by in an instant. So fast they were nearly impossible to read. In the live stream, the amount of tips was skyrocketing. Over 1 million in 3 minutes, over 10 million in 5 minutes. There was an ominous trend toward 1 billion. The audience was going wild. It seemed that as long as they could enter the live stream, they could be close to their idol. The influence of Future is Promising was immensely powerful. The character DE was shrouded in mystery, driving everyone into a frenzy of obsession. Network signal delayed. The live stream content flickered precariously, and the instigator of all this chaos, Lu D, was at that moment lying in bed on the second floor of the Yin family estate, staring blankly at his phone. His mere casual click had triggered such a tremendous uproar. This was an unprecedented online frenzy sparked by DE's appearance. It was utterly insane. Lu D, trembling, immediately exited the live stream and logged out of the account. Chapter 32. Play with you for a while the next day. The sun shone brightly, as expected. News of DE once again dominated the trending searches. Heavenly Singer DE appears again, just by casually entering a live stream. He ignited an online explosion. Streamer Heartfelt Baby Duck unwittingly becomes internet celebrity #1. A comprehensive mystery. What is the relationship between Heartfelt Baby Duck and DE? Millions of girls demand Heartfelt Baby Duck. Return my husband. Billions of viewers pressure the female streamer to stay online for 12 hours. Just to wait for DE. Live stream, tipping leaderboard updated. Heartfelt Baby Duck tops with 1.3 billion. In the 5th floor bedroom of the Yin family estate, Yin Xinshin sat in a chair with dark circles under her eyes, facing Yin Kaikai, who was crossing her arms with an interrogative expression. Xinshin, confess honestly, how did you meet DE? Yin Xinshin replied helplessly, Kaikai, I've said it 1,000 times, I really don't know him. Ding ding ding. Yin Xinshin's phone suddenly rang. Second sister calling. It was indeed Yin Siwen, the international movie star and second daughter of the Yin family. The young girl was somewhat surprised. Her big star sister had been filming abroad, and according to time zones, it should be the early morning there. Why would she call me? Hello, Xinshin. Upon answering, a slightly lazy yet incredibly pleasant voice resonated on the other end. Second sister, why aren't you resting at such a late hour? Rest. How can I sleep? You little girl, have you grown some skills in the few days I haven't seen you? Second sister. What are you talking about? You better confess to second sister. How did you meet DE? OMB second sister. Why are you asking this too? This is the 801st time. I really don't know him. You little brat, you're lying. That D hasn't made a sound since he updated a video. Why did he suddenly enter your live stream? You say you have no relationship. Second sister doesn't believe it. Yen Xin was nearly at her wit's end. It was truly indefensible. I wish I could get to know DE. But he doesn't give me a chance at all. Regardless of how you know DE. Second sister needs you to do me a favor, that I want to invite DE to sing the promotional song for my new movie, and preferably a duet with me. At this point, Yen Siwen became somewhat excited. Right now, DE's popularity is nearly invincible. If he agrees to debut with me, not only will my new movie set records, but I will also reach new heights. And besides, second sister really likes DE and wants to meet him. Yen Xin was dumbfounded. Second sister, you're an international superstar, a goddess to the masses. Can't you be a little modest? You little brat. Teaching second sister modesty? Don't you want a brother-in-law? Second sister. That is not acceptable. Xin, consider this a request from second sister. If you help me out, I promise you anything. You like that European star Xiao Jia, right? I'll introduce him to you, okay? Oh dear, second sister. Absolutely not. What do you mean, absolutely not? You little girl, are you not going to help second sister? Quickly get DE's contact information for me. Before hanging up, Yen Siwen added earnestly. Oh right. I heard that Woman S. Savior is staying in our house now. You two little girls must not be willful. Don't neglect him. Yen Xin's face flushed with anger. Why was second sister also trying to poach my DE? And moreover, where could I find DE's contact information? In an instant, Yen Xin felt so wronged. She stood up and said, Kakai, didn't you say you were going to spend all of that 5 million from that soft rice man? Let us go. At that very moment, in the office building of the Yingji Group, Lu Di routinely escorted Yen Qingwen to her office and then quietly waited in the secretary's room. Zhao Qianqian constantly threw flirtatious glances, attempting to entice him. Lu Di felt quite awkward. For some reason, Zhao Qianqian's advances seemed even more intense than before. Magic child. Charisma itself is a kind of magnetic field. It can not only release an aura but also attract others. Your masculine charm has been amplified several times, and it's natural, uncontrollable. All right, being too handsome is indeed a burden. Most frustrating for Lu Di was that not only Zhao Qianqian but all the female employees at Yingji blushed and fluttered at the sight of him. The mundane world is full of complexities. Let us focus on serious matters first. The next moment, data on Heihu, the underground boss of Haishur, appeared in Lu Di's view. Heihu, real name Qin Yaowen. Male, 36 years old. Debuted 6 years ago from a street thug background, ruthless and bold. Now firmly seated at the helm of Haishur's underworld. Possesses numerous known enforcers and nearly 500 subordinates. Public identity. President of Huaxiao Misa Entertainment. President of Haishur Yuanhang Trading Company. President of Haishur Entrepreneurs Association. Hidden identity. Behind-the-scenes owner of Haishur's underground casinos. Behind-the-scenes owner of underground fighting arenas. Information broker in Haishur's underworld. Following closely were nearly 100,000 videos and tens of thousands of various types of information. These videos came from various cloud servers of cameras. Home cameras, public place cameras, elevator cameras, street cameras, and even other people's phone cameras. The information was astonishingly comprehensive. Property information, consumption information, travel information, medical information, browsing information from mobile phones and computers. For the past 5 years, no online data was overlooked. Every detail, meticulously comprehensive. It was as if a god was observing everything. After analysis and deduction by Magic Child, there were no secrets left. At this moment, regarding his own information, even Heihu himself probably didn't possess as much knowledge as Lu Di. This Heihu is indeed impressive. Various bosses, various enterprises. Unfortunately, he has provoked the wrong people and taken on the wrong jobs. Lu Di smiled faintly, casually picking up the phone beside him. Heihu, is it? Let us have some fun together. Chapter 33, The Underground Boss of Haishur. 2 hours later, in the Haishur Misa nightclub's top-floor office. The nearly 200-square-meter office was luxuriously extravagant, exuding utmost prestige. In the center of the room, behind a 3-meter-long desk, sat a robust man in a fox-fur collared suit. Enveloped in darkness, his cigar glowing red and flickering bursts that in the summer heat. The man's fur collar seemed somewhat out of place, but undeniably, this attire added a touch of imposing aura. With a ruthless and cold demeanor. The strong man had a stunning beauty clad in a red qipao standing behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knock sounded at the door. Boss Heihu, something strange has happened. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit rushed in, his expression anxious. The robust man behind the desk remained unfazed, slowly saying, "A phone. Why are you so flustered?" "What is the matter, boss? I can't help but be anxious. I have lived for over 40 years, and I have never encountered such a peculiar affair." Alphone was somewhat agitated. "Boss, an hour ago, 2 of our venues were raided." "A raid on the venues? What is there to panic about? Just find someone to smooth things over, and it will be fine." The Black Fox maintained a calm demeanor as he gently extinguished a cigar in the ashtray. "That's not the issue, boss. These 2 bars haven't even opened yet. They just finished renovations. Although we have stocked some goods inside, we have not served any customers. Aside from our brothers, there is no way anyone could know about our stash." The Black Fox furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that there is an informant among us?" "Initially, I thought the same. But then, the fishing boat delivering our goods was intercepted by the Coast Guard before it could even dock. We lost everything." "What?" The Black Fox abruptly straightened up from his reclined position. Alphone continued, "You know that the information about the cargo ship arriving at the port was only known to the 3 of us and you. Is there an informant among the 3 of you?" The Black Fox narrowed his eyes, his voice taking on a chilling tone. "Boss, it's not that simple. Just as we were preparing to investigate each other, we received a mysterious phone call. The caller seemed to know everything and simply said, 'Stop looking. There is no informant among you.'" Alfeng's hands trembled slightly. "Boss, we boarded the ship from the coastline, and it was a random rocky outcrop we chose for concealment. There is no way there could be surveillance. We searched ourselves and found no listening devices. Moreover, just before we came to find you, he called us several times. He told us where you were, pointed out that we had taken the wrong car keys, and even mentioned that the Razor didn't need to wait for the red light. Even when we were about to enter the elevator, he knew we forgot to press the button. He can hear everything and see everything." Having said this, Alphone cautiously glanced around, clearly shaken. The Black Fox, frowning deeply, instinctively scanned the room. "Don't be nervous. There are no cameras in this room, nor could there be any listening devices." The Black Fox stood up, his towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, with a broad chest resembling a fortress, exuding an aura of intimidation. "It seems our adversary is not ordinary. If he is human, he must have left traces." He then took out a new cigar, placing it slowly in his mouth while narrowing his eyes. Alphone hurriedly searched for a lighter, but found none. Just then, the phone on the table rang. "It's him." Alphone glanced at the caller ID, his voice quivering. The Black Fox calmly gestured, and Alphone pressed the speakerphone button. A youthful voice, laced with mockery, emerged. "Your lighter is in the LV bag." The Black Fox and Alphone exchanged a glance, their hair standing on end. Alphone frantically rummaged through the bag on the table, but found nothing at first. "It's stuck among those celebrity photos." The voice continued lazily. Alphone pulled out the photos, causing the lighter to clatter onto the table. "Also, the information you have in your bag meant to threaten the officials is all fake. You've been duped, fool." The voice on the phone nonchalantly remarked. The Black Fox felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He instinctively pressed down on his own bag, cautiously surveying the surroundings. "Moreover, tell your lady friend that you won't be able to visit her tonight. You can't go anywhere." "Who are you?" The Black Fox shouted in fury, grabbing the phone. "Aren't you so sure that I would leave traces? Come find me if you have the guts." Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up. A strange silence enveloped the office. Alphone stood frozen, afraid to breathe, while the Black Fox wore a grave expression. He understood he was facing a formidable challenge. If the adversary knew where he had placed his lighter, what secrets could he possibly keep? Was he not in constant danger? Suddenly, a black-haired beauty behind the Black Fox handed him a note. "Boss, why not try tracing the phone number from earlier?" "Yes." Alphone immediately. The Black Fox began but suddenly fell silent, covering the note with his hand and whispering, "Do it right away. Find the best hacker around and spare no expense to locate him." Quickly, after a long 30 minutes, the Black Fox, concealed in a storage room, finally received news. The location of the phone number had been pinpointed. To his astonishment, it was in a cybersafe next to the Misa nightclub. "I thought it was some hidden master. Turns out it's just a wet behind-the-ears little hacker. How dare he eavesdrop on me? I will make him understand the meaning of lifelong regret." Ding, ding, ding. The Black Fox's phone rang again. It was the same number. How could this be? His phone was a new model with a new number. The Black Fox answered with trepidation, and the caller casually remarked, "Here is a piece of sound advice. Send some skilled people over." "What the hell?" The Black Fox staggered back 3 steps. In this less than 5 square meter storage room, there was nothing. There couldn't possibly be surveillance. The only electrical device was the light bulb on the ceiling. 20 minutes earlier, Lu Di arrived at a network club named Haoting that in front of the astonished owner. Lu Di directly scanned his payment of 1 million. He demanded the owner clear out all the customers, saying he was about to engage in a fight. At that moment, the confused owner looked at the young man sitting calmly in the center of the cyber cafe, casually smoking. Who is this rich second generation? Is he here to challenge someone? Foolish and wealthy. 1 million is enough to buy 3 times the machines in my CAF. Fights are common in the CAF. Usually, it's just a few kids brawling. At most, breaking a few chairs or smashing a couple of screens. I can easily make 100 grand. What a stroke of luck. But will this fight even happen? The owner felt a bit bored. However, when he casually turned to look outside, he was stunned. What was this situation? A massive crowd of at least 100 tattooed youths wielding clubs and knives marched in fiercely, and their target was none other than the foolish rich kids still smoking. Chapter 34. One man against all brothers charge. First break his legs, then his arms. Drag him to see the boss. The furious roars of nearly 100 thugs echoed throughout the street. It was almost the largest gang clash in the history of Haishur. Yet, the bystanders could hardly imagine that their opponent was just one person. The young man, dressed in jeans and a white shirt, with a breathtakingly handsome face, glanced at the rushing thugs. Lu Di slowly rose, extinguishing his cigarette, his right eye gleaming with violet light. Ever since my body was enhanced, I have never had the chance to unleash my full power. Today, I hope you all can allow me to enjoy myself. Lu Di smirked wickedly and threw a punch. However, under the analysis of the demon child, everything was traceable. Even a few centimeters of gap or a few milliseconds of delay were all under Lu Di's control. Boom! The leading thug wielding a knife was sent flying like a broken kite. Immediately, countless thugs scattered like petals in the wind. What is happening? Boom! Cries of agony filled the air. No one could withstand Lu Di's punches and kicks. Nor could anyone inflict any harm upon him. The entire cybersaf resembled a rain of living beings. The thugs, tumbling everywhere, smashed tables and computers to smithereens. Lu Di moved like a dragon, gliding through the chaos. Untouched by a single blade, the thugs were thrown into disarray, their formation collapsing entirely. The CAF owner was utterly stunned by the scene. Forgetting to assess his losses, he crouched beneath the bar, trembling in fear. His only thought was, God, please protect me. Don't let me get hurt. 10 minutes later, everything fell silent. The CAF owner cautiously peeked out. His heart dropped. The entire CAF was nearly destroyed, and only that wealthy young man in the white shirt stood tall. He casually adjusted his tousled hair, lit a cigarette, and muttered, "Too weak." The CAF owner trembled. Is this even human? 1 person against 100? Unscathed. Lu Di bit his cigarette and kicked the thug beside him, ordering him to send out all of his men. In a storage room on the 5th floor of the Misa Club, the Black Fox felt the time dragging painfully. Shouldn't it take less time for 100 people to catch one? Boom! The storage room door swung open as Alphonse burst in, shouldering a dazed thug. What? The Black Fox nearly lost his balance and fell off the stool. How many people were there? His heart raced. In his estimation, if one person could incapacitate 100 of his men, the other side must have at least 200. Being surrounded by 200 people was disastrous. Boss, there was only one. That kid is too strong, stronger than a human. The injured thug struggled to lift his head, a row of teeth already missing. What? Just one. The Black Fox's eyes widened in horror. Yes, he was alone, and he said to send all of us. The Black Fox's mind felt hazy. One person incapacitated 100 of his men. Was the other side a monster? When did he provoke such a formidable being? Boss, they've asked us to send everyone over. I don't think they come for a fight. A trembling Alphonse remarked, I believe they intend to annihilate our Black Fox gang. Upon hearing this speculation, Black Fox felt a shiver run down his spine. Impossible! They shall not succeed. He quickly rose, frantically shouting, You must find Razor, Iron Fist, and Jack. They are at the club. They are among the top 10 fighters in the underground arena and should be able to defeat that brat. After Afeng's urgent contact, Black Fox finally breathed a sigh of relief. Among the top 10 fighters in the underground arena, 7 were present at the Misa Club. Muay Thai experts, dagger specialists, wrestling masters, and European strongmen were all there. Each of them could fend off 10 adversaries single-handedly. If 7 top fighters attacked simultaneously, the young man would have no chance of resistance. Alphonse, standing nervously at the storage room door, dared not step outside. Black Fox feigned calmness, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the building, causing the floor to tremble slightly. Black Fox's heart tightened. "Boss, this is bad," before Razor and the others could exit. "That brat has already barged in. He is now on the second floor." A young thug rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Damn it," Black Fox exclaimed, turning to leave that I in the office on the top floor of the Misa Club. There were only a phone, Black Fox, and the dark-haired beauty accompanying him. The room was eerily quiet. Bang, bang. The ground beneath them shook with thunderous booms, each sound reverberating in their hearts. Though Black Fox remained seated behind the desk, he lacked the commanding presence of an underworld leader, that he was trembling. As the sounds grew closer, despair enveloped Black Fox. He feared Razor, and the others had already been defeated. The commotion outside felt like the footsteps of death. At that moment, Black Fox remained utterly bewildered. Who was this person? How had he provoked him? The footsteps outside grew louder, sending cold sweat trickling down their backs. Bang! Dust erupted, splinters flew. The heavy metal door burst open. Twisting and deforming, through the haze, a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man, strode in. This man had an incredibly robust physique. No! Black Fox's pupils constricted as he recognized the situation, his body shaking anew. This was Jack, the European strongman from the underground arena. The once formidable figure now lay limp, as if turned to clay, completely unconscious. Behind him, a young man dressed in a white shirt was effortlessly lifting Jack by the neck with one hand, raising him off the ground. The young man stepped over the threshold, carrying the 150-kilogram Jack, as if he were merely holding 2 scallions. Thud! Lou D casually tossed Jack on a Black Fox's desk. Black Fox stared at Jack, resembling a lifeless fish, and felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Lou D slowly sank into the nearby sofa. Ding! The copper Zippo lighter ignited a cigarette. In the next moment, Lou D's aura surged, embodying the essence of a formidable leader. Chapter 35. I'll give you 10 seconds to come out and apologize. For reasons unknown, the sound of a war song suddenly echoed in the ears of Black Fox and his companions. In an instant, the north wind howled across a desolate landscape. It felt as if 1,000 troops charged valiantly into battle, a general standing amidst the bones of the fallen. A crimson cloak billowed in the wind. The eerie blood-red sunset flickering behind him. An overwhelming presence erupted forth. Though they knew not his name, the aura of a conqueror surged skyward. A conqueror, a hero of a tumultuous age, bold and ruthless. Decisive in slaughter, his might unyielding. Staring at this figure, Black Fox and his companions quivered uncontrollably, their bodies almost succumbing to the urge to kneel in reverence. Suddenly, the battle song ceased. Black Fox and his men shook their heads vigorously. Before them, the familiar office remained unchanged, but the unconscious strongman Jack served as a grim reminder of the demon seated leisurely. The young man in the white shirt, angled toward the three, took a deep drag of his cigarette. Exhaling slowly, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside. This ordinary action sent chills down the spines of those present. At that moment, who would dare to underestimate this young man in white? Strangely, they felt that even the slightest gesture from him radiated an unassailable authority. He seemed to embody a modern-day conqueror. It was not just that he had taken down over 100 members of the Black Fox gang. Even if he slaughtered everyone in the Misa Club, he would not flinch. "You all ought to consider this," the white-clad youth spoke slowly. Black Fox and his companions felt a surge of anxiety. They then witnessed the youth exhale another puff of smoke, declaring, as a kind-hearted, harmless young man, "How is it that someone has offered $5 million in the black market for my head?" Black Fox's throat ran dry in an instant, his desire to speak stifled by fear. The youth slowly turned his head, revealing a wicked smile. "Black Fox, you tell me, is there any justice left? Damn it. Justice. You single-handedly decimated my entire Misa Club and smashed through my bulletproof door. UVE terrified me to the point of losing control, and now you talk about justice. Who is so blind as to place a bounty on your head? You've trapped me. Brother, do you think there is a misunderstanding between us?" He stammered, "I admit, I am involved in the black market, but we have no grievances between us." Silence. Lou D flicked the ash from his cigarette, calmly stating, "You have no say here. I am inquiring with Black Fox." "What?" Black Fox, who had just opened his mouth, was suddenly choked into silence, sweat pouring down his face. A Fong stood beside him, dumbfounded, stammering, This is our Black Fox boss." Lou D chuckled lightly. "Indeed, the underworld lord of Haishur. Black Fox is no ordinary individual. I truly admire your cunning and scheming. However, I will only give you 10 seconds to come forth and apologize. The room fell silent in an instant. Time seemed to freeze. Black Fox, sitting behind the desk, heard Lu Di's words clearly, but remained motionless. A soft, melancholic sigh filled the air. It was a woman's sigh, gentle yet filled with helplessness, reluctance, and surrender. The dark-haired beauty, who had stood quietly behind Black Fox, stepped forward. She gracefully approached Lu Di, taking a deep breath, and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Black Fox, apologized to you, sir. This phone was left stunned. This woman, known as Rui, was Black Fox's personal attendant. How had she come to represent Black Fox? This was impossible. Feng's mind short-circuited, his worldview shattered. Knowing one's mistakes makes one a good child. The beauty in a qipao wore an extremely grim expression. Black Fox's identity had been a carefully guarded secret, meticulously maintained for 6 years. Behind the scenes, she had orchestrated everything. The strong man was merely a decoy to evade enemies and conceal her true identity. Yet all her meticulous arrangements had been effortlessly unraveled by this unfamiliar man, without any forewarning. Lu Di chuckled again. This was precisely what he desired. His initial plan was not merely to eliminate the bounty on his head. Now, Lu Di had come to confront the entire Black Fox gang, intending to intimidate them with sheer strength. He sought to completely subjugate the underworld authority of Haishur for his own use. Eliminating any future threats, Lu Di lit another cigarette and casually remarked, "Do you know who is behind the 5 million bounty on my head?" Lu Di, the true leader of the Black Fox. Rui suddenly recalled, realizing why this person seemed familiar. She nodded slightly. Rui remembers. That person is Zhao Zhe, a vice president of the Yingji group. Zhao Zhe? Shouldn't it be Ouyang Fengyu? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. The magic child had also quickly uncovered Zhao Zhe's information. Indeed, he was a vice president at Yingji and one of those who had orchestrated the death trap for Yin Qingwen. Vice President Zhao. Lu Di chuckled inwardly, suddenly enlightened that it appeared that Ouyang Fengyu was not as foolish as he seemed. He knew how to use others as pawns. Have you received a mission to kidnap Yin Qingwen from the Yingji group? Lu Di inquired once more. A fleeting glimmer of panic crossed Rui's eyes as she nodded. Yes. It was also commissioned by Zhao Zhe. Mr. Lu Di, do you require me to bring Zhao Zhe here immediately? Rui gently asked. No need, Lu Di replied, his eyes narrowing. Spread the word in the underworld. I am willing to pay 1 million for each of Zhao Zhe's teeth, and I'll collect one each day. The gravity of his words sent a chill through even the formidable Ru. That a single tooth for 1 million. Collecting one each day, countless individuals would surely be tempted to knock out Zhao Zhe's teeth. The most terrifying thought was the daily assault. Would Zhao Zhe not live in constant fear of being attacked? How utterly despairing. Yet Lu Di was not focused on Zhao Zhe's plight, but rather on how Ouyang Fengyu would react upon discovering that his assassination attempt had failed and that his subordinates were being targeted. Losing a tooth each day. What expression would Ouyang wear? When Rui glanced at Lu Di again, she perceived an unsettling aura emanating from his calm smile. Terrifying, merciless, akin to that of a demon. Sending shivers down her spine. She realized she must not provoke him further. Otherwise, it would lead to dire consequences. Mr. Lu Di, would you like to meet a few leaders from our gang? Rui suggested. Lu Di shook his head. Firstly, the leader of the Heihu gang will remain you or that puppet. Secondly, the name Lu Di should not be mentioned within the gang again. With that, he rose and walked towards the door, casually stating, from now on, you may refer to me as my alias, Dier. Chapter 36. A gamble must be made on the night of the gathering. Lu Di had not driven, that he was leisurely strolling towards the Yingji group when suddenly a girl's scream pierced the air from across the street. 2 girls, identical in stature and clad in tight jeans and round-neck t-shirts, dashed out from a car modification shop. Before they could escape 2 meters, Lu Di furrowed his brow. Yin Kai and Yin Xin. What are they doing here? He recalled that this establishment, named Huahui, was one of the underground casinos under the Heihu's control. Sighing, Lu Di mused. These young ladies must have stirred up trouble again. Perhaps I owe the Yin family from my previous life. That he proceeded towards the Huahui modification shop. Upon descending the dark staircase, an expansive underground casino unfolded before Lu Di, thousands of square meters filled with various gaming tables. Reminiscent of those seen in films, that a crowd had gathered around a distant gaming table where a brash young man with dyed blonde hair and earrings was presiding. The young man raised an eyebrow and taunted. Ladies, the game hasn't even started yet, and you're already thinking of fleeing. That's against the rules. Yin Kaikai puffed up her chest, feigning strength. What rules? We've lost 6 million already. We can't play anymore. Regret washed over her. She and Yin Xinshin had planned to squander Lu Di's 5 million, but on a whim, decided to try their luck at this infamous casino. They thought they could afford to lose since it was Lu Di's money. Little did they know, they would lose it all within 20 minutes due to their ignorance of gambling. But don't think I don't know who you are. The daughter of the wealthiest man in the city can easily part with a few million, right? If you're short on cash, why not ask your family for more? The blonde pointed at the 6 cards on the table. You bet 1 million, I bet 3 million. What are you ladies in? Or are you folding? Our allowance is limited, and we can't let our families know. The 2 girls stood firm, preparing to cheat their way out to No money. This isn't a problem. You can pay with yourselves instead. I've never had the pleasure of twins, especially 2 as beautiful as you. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their gazes laden with suggestive implications. Do you dare? The girls felt fear creeping in, and as they attempted to escape, a burly man beside them held them firmly in place. That I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't raise the money, I'll drag you into a room and deal with you right here. The blonde leered. I thought it was a big deal. Turns out it's just a few million. From behind the crowd, a young man dressed in a white shirt approached, exuding an air of calm confidence. Lu Di, the girls exclaimed, as if they had found a lifeline. Please help us. Hey, brother, playing the hero are we? You're planning to pay off their debt, I see. The blonde scoffed, dismissively sizing Lu Di up, noting his attire likely cost no more than 1,000. What are you trying to prove here? Honestly, I didn't want to come, but I can't just stand by and watch these girls suffer. Lu Di replied with a casual smile. The girls exchanged worried glances. Lu Di was their only hope. Can you really help us pay the debt? Yin Kaikai asked sternly, immediately regretting her words as she recalled Lu Di's financial situation. Let me borrow 1 million from my third sister. Once my rewards come through, I'll pay you back 1.1 million. Yin Xinshin proposed, her eyes sparkling with cleverness, that a neat profit of 100,000 for you. Sure, but I see you're just waiting to be taken advantage of. Lu Di grinned mischievously, turning to leave. Wait, I'll pay you back 200,000. Yin Kaikai quickly called out, Dada, you spoiled brats have no idea what respect means. Lu Di's eyes narrowed as he uncovered details about the blonde's background. His name was Ren Buyuan, a young man from a wealthy family, notorious for his reckless lifestyle, indulging in vice and crime. Ren Buyuan scoffed. Do you really think you can play with the likes of them? All right then, how do you want to play? He sneered. Let us stick with the current hand and raise the stakes. Lu Di remained unfazed, glancing at his cards before lighting a cigarette. You bet 300 million. Right. I'll raise you to 500 million. Chapter 37. Just a game of money. Where did you get that? Yin Kaikai quickly covered Yin Xinshin's mouth, fearing she might give away their secret. Lu Di, are you out of your mind? You're raising the stakes instead of paying the debt. Do you even have 500 million? She whispered in disbelief. Lu Di ignored her protests, grinning at Ren Buyuan. Your turn. This game, known as Big A in underground casinos, was essentially a variant of the popular card game. Each player had 3 hidden cards and placed bets, with the highest hand winning. Intrigued, Ren Buyuan confirmed his hand. A rare flush. He felt invincible. 600 million. He declared confidently. 2,000 million. Lu Di replied nonchalantly. The room fell silent as Yin Kaikai's heart raced. Lu Di had lost his mind. Yin Xinshin tugged at his sleeve, frantic. Are you serious? Ren Buyuan chuckled, dismissing Lu Di's audacity. That you're trying to scare me off. Not happening. That I'll match you with 2,500 million. 1 billion, Lu Di stated coolly, causing the atmosphere to freeze. That I must have misheard. Did this fellow just wager 100 million? Who is this guy? What? Huang Mao is also taken aback. Why isn't he following the usual script? Such a leap, from 25 million straight to 100 million. His total savings barely add up to 300 million. At this rate, he will be bankrupt in 3 rounds. I initially intended to bring out a few tens of millions to play with this guy. How did it escalate to over 100 million so quickly? Wait, this doesn't add up. Huang Mao suddenly slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Di. You nearly had me fooled. You say 100 million, and it's suddenly 100 million. Did you change the stakes? Hiss. Yin Kaikai immediately gasped. This fool has caught on. Lu Di, of course, has no money. The millions and billions he blurted out were all nonsense. Just moments ago, Yin Kaikai harbored a glimmer of hope that Lu Di's bravado would intimidate Huang Mao into fleeing. But now it's all been revealed. An idea struck Yin Kaikai, and she declared loudly, Huang Mao, you better show some respect. Lu Di is our third son-in-law from the Yin family. That don't just say 100 million. He can put up 10 billion. Stop with the nonsense. I want to verify the funds. Huang Mao retorted, summoning the casino manager with a wave of his hand. That in such large casinos, they maintain deep ties with banks. Verifying a person's assets is a straightforward matter. No, we cannot verify. Yan Kaikai fiercely obstructed the casino manager. She was acutely aware that if they proceeded with verification, it would spell disaster for them. Kaikai, stay calm. Lu Di appeared indifferent, pulling a bank card from his pocket and casually stating to the casino manager, "Go ahead and verify. There's no password. It's over. Kaikai, we'll fight it out. You run first and I'll hold them off." No, we should call the police. The two young women were already in a panic, contemplating their escape strategies. Huang Mao wore a smug expression that he had just taken a look at Lu Di's bank card, a Huiman card. How absurd. If he were truly a tycoon with assets in the hundreds of millions. At the very least, he would possess a platinum card, right? It turns out this guy is just a hollow shell. Challenge me. You wagered 100 million. I want to see how you'll cash out. Not one of those two young ladies from the Yin family will escape today. 5 minutes later to Mr. Liu. Here is your bank card. Our asset verification is complete. The casino manager bowed deeply, presenting the card with trembling hands. Additionally, to welcome Mr. Liu, we have specially activated a Black Diamond VIP membership for you, that we hope you will visit us often. Black Diamond VIP? I've heard of Gold VIP, but what on earth is this? Onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Can he really afford it? Huang Mao asked anxiously. The casino manager hesitated before affirming. Mr. Liu's wager of 100 million is completely valid. What? He truly has 100 million in assets. Huang Mao's heart raced. This is indeed a formidable opponent. Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin were also astonished. Lu Di, do you really have money? 100 million. What about that 500 million that you got? The two young women were left speechless. Why can't I have money? Lu Di chuckled, turning to Huang Mao. I ask you, young masterin, will you continue? Damn it, I'm going to take you on today. Huang Mao gritted his teeth. 110 million. I refuse to believe you can produce 200 million. 300 million, no less. Lu Di's calm and unhurried voice rang out again. What? He has directly raised it threefold. To 300 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Does this kid have enough assets? Huang Mao was momentarily dazed, looking to the casino manager for confirmation. The manager, suppressing his excitement, nodded slowly. Huang Mao was instantly bewildered. Is this a life or death gamble? In a state of confusion, Huang Mao cast a questioning glance at the dealer, who had already been in on the scheme. The dealer, shocked but resolute, nodded in agreement. Are the cards legitimate? Am I guaranteed to win? All right. Huang Mao gritted his teeth. I'm in 300 million. Plus my Lamborghini parked outside and a standalone villa in the Shanghai district. In total, that has 350 million. 500 million. Lu Di casually took a puff of a cigarette. Huang Mao's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin transformed into wooden statues, their eyes wide and mouths agape. What? Huang Mao, in a state of despair, looked to the casino manager, who had always been composed. Now, however, the manager's lips quivered slightly as he nodded once more. His assets are still sufficient. Sweat beaded on Huang Mao's forehead. The situation was becoming dire, but at this point, I have no retreat. I must hold my ground. Damn it, what a capable kid. I'll show you, just wait. I'll gather the funds. Today, I will crush you with money. Huang Mao was now frantic. He began calling everyone, brothers, sisters, wealthy friends, uncles, that anyone who could lend him money. 5 minutes later, Huang Mao's eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his phone down on the table. 10 billion. You impoverished fool. I'll see what you can match. I've used every connection to borrow 10 billion. Today, I will bring your family to ruin. The room fell silent, as everyone was left dumb. Their second-in-command must be an exceptionally formidable individual. That young man is in deep trouble. The crowd began to murmur, their eyes betraying sympathy for Lu Di. The casino manager appeared somewhat flustered. Did this young master know the second-in-command? He had never mentioned it before. This was becoming quite complicated. If my uncle has already arrived, what does it matter if you possess 10 billion in assets? In the eyes of the Black Fox gang, you are merely a grasshopper that can be easily crushed. Huang Mao hung up the phone, his expression drastically changing to one of calm assurance. The series of unexpected events had left Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin's minds reeling. Initially, Lu Di's surprising victory in the gambling game had filled them with joy. But mere minutes later, the situation took a sharp turn. How did the Black Fox gang get involved? Moreover, it seemed that this gang was quite powerful and not to be trifled with. Ding, ding, ding. The casino manager's phone rang, and upon glancing at it, his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. Yes, Mr. Phone. Indeed, rest assured. The manager hung up the phone, waving his hand, and instantly a number of casino bodyguards surged forward, encircling Lu Di's table. The manager approached Lu Di, his face flushed with embarrassment, and said, "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize, but Mr. Feng has called that no one is allowed to leave until he arrives. That IT was clear that Mr. Feng was indeed furious, but rest assured, I will do my best to advocate for you." As he spoke, the manager instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Lu Di, what should we do now?" Yin Kai trembled as she asked. Upon hearing the words Black Fox Gang, Lu Di felt a sense of helplessness. He gently extinguished the cigarette, replying nonchalantly, "I am quite afraid." Yin Kai was utterly disoriented. The miraculous Lu Di was at a loss? But what did his expression signify? She looked at Lu Di, who was resting with his arms crossed and eyes closed, and exclaimed, "Lu Di, are you truly afraid?" "Of course I am terrified," he responded. "However, I am feeling a bit drowsy now. Allow me to rest for a moment, and wake me when that Mr. Feng arrives at the chapel." Feng, who had just finished cleaning up the mess, was in a state of utter agitation. Today, an extraordinary figure, Emperor Tu, had single-handedly turned the entire Black Fox Gang upside down, leaving the gang in disarray. Moreover, the most shocking revelation was that the leader he had followed for 6 years was merely a puppet. Setting that aside, another audacious young man had emerged, bullying his nephew and attempting to seize his inheritance. Does he think that as the second-in-command of the Black Fox Gang, I am invisible? Is everyone now trying to bully me? The illustrious Mr. Feng? Damn it! I will eliminate you. Bring me 20 people. Let's pay him a visit. Feng, filled with righteous indignation, marched toward the underground casino, accompanied by 20 followers. Chapter 39. A dramatic scene inside the underground casino. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone awaited a dramatic turn of events. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin were in a frenzy. Huang Mao wore a savage expression. Meanwhile, the young man in the white shirt at the center of the incident appeared to be asleep. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as bodyguards outside shouted in unison, "Mr. Feng, haha, uncle has arrived. Today no one can save you," Huang Mao boasted arrogantly. The casino manager had already bent down early to welcome the second-in-command of the Black Fox Gang. "Mr. Feng?" Feng, dressed in a traditional jacket, with a half-smoked cigar in his mouth, strode into the casino hall, flanked by 20 henchmen wielding clubs. The crowd could not help but murmur in awe. This was the true demeanor of a leader. "Manager, where is my nephew?" Feng surveyed the room, asking with arrogance. "Uncle, you have arrived." Huang Mao scurried over, instantly adopting a sorrowful demeanor, claiming that his nephew had been terribly victimized. "That scoundrel over there cheated me out of my money. Damn it, clear the way for me." Feng crushed the cigarette but angrily, declaring, "Today, I will see who dares to bully me." Feng. The latter part of his sentence was abruptly swallowed. Gulp. Hated he at that moment. An odd noise escaped Feng's lips, as if something was lodged in his throat, for as the crowd parted, Feng clearly saw the young man in the white shirt, reclining in his chair. Eyes closed. Emperor Tu, I am utterly, Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. "Uncle, don't just stand there. Let the brothers take him down," Huang Mao urged, brimming with false bravado. But at that moment, Feng's mind was in disarray. All he could hear was a dull ringing in his ears. Huang Mao's fervent cries fell on deaf ears. Even the 20 ferocious henchmen behind him began to tremble. They were not fools. They had memories. Wasn't that the very person who had just brutally beaten them? He was no mere man. He was a demon. Was this their fate? Would they not survive this ordeal? "Uncle, let us go. It's fine. I will bear all the consequences. Take him down." Huang Mao continued to shout, seizing a knife from one of the thugs, preparing to charge. "Who the hell are you calling uncle?" Feng swung his arm, knocking Huang Mao to the ground. "Brothers, charge. Beat this Huang Mao to a pulp. I have been absent for far too long." Lu Di turned around and waved his hand to the 2 young ladies. Sigh. Watching Lu Di's retreating figure, Yin Kai let out a sigh. Lu Di is actually quite decent, albeit overly boastful, claiming he will buy the Yingji group one moment, and that he is friends with a notorious gangster the next. Beside him, Tai Lu, with a serious expression, couldn't he help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Lu Di is not merely that. Have you heard of the internationally renowned Tianluo Special Forces? Chapter 40. The Unsettled Bank. Lu Di. Where have you been? Just now, Director Wen left and couldn't find the driver. Zhao Qianqian stood with her hands on her hips, frowning as she blocked the doorway. Thus, Director Wen has punished you to accompany me on a date tonight. A date. Lu Di chuckled helplessly, bypassing Zhao Qianqian and heading straight into Yin Qingwen's office. Lu Di, abandoning your post during work hours will result in a deduction from this month's bonus. Yin Qingwen sat behind her desk, her expression icy, gently wiping her palms. Next to her, a coat rack slightly swayed, draped with a blood-stained white coat. Miss Yin, have you just been out there taking lives? Lu Di chuckled. Fortunately, he was aware of Yin Qingwen's true identity. Otherwise, the scene before him could easily lead one to misinterpret her as a murderous figure in the office that I just assisted Uncle Tuo with a few surgeries. Yin Qingwen said, setting down the damp tissue. Lu Di then noticed that her hands were trembling slightly, likely due to extreme mental strain and exhaustion. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. This girl, at her core, is quite kind-hearted. Lu Di, take a look at this list. Yin Qingwen pushed a document forward on the desk. Lu Di stepped closer and scanned it. The list was filled with medical supplies, including standard disinfectants, medications, and common medical instruments. I just compiled this. These items are urgently needed for Uncle Tuo's hospital. Since Uncle Tuo looks down upon our Ingji group, I will donate these items in my personal capacity. Yin Qingwen's gaze faltered slightly as she continued. However, Uncle Tuo seems to dislike me. Lu Di, could you take some time tomorrow to deliver these items to him? I see. Lu Di nodded in realization, unconsciously raising his opinion of Yin Qingwen. You don't understand Uncle Tuo. His stance is quite unstable. Lu Di scratched his head and laughed. Next time you go, just bring him a few bottles of good wine. He might just adopt you as his goddaughter. With that, Lu Di wrote at the bottom of the list, Nulichin Erguodu, 3 boxes. Yin Qingwen stared blankly. She vaguely remembered that the last time Lu Di met Uncle Tuo, the first thing Uncle Tuo said was, Little Lu Di, why didn't you bring me any wine? Could it be that Uncle Tuo is a fond drinker? Make a note of that. After instructing Zhao Qianqian to prepare the items on the list, Yin Qingwen neatly packed her bag. Lu Di, accompany me to the bank. What do we need to go to the bank for? What a silly question. Of course, to withdraw money. Do you really need to go withdraw money yourself at your age? It is all because of you. Near the Ingji Group office building, at the entrance of Haisher Commercial Bank, at 5:20 p.m. Inside a van marked Beifing Logistics, an elderly man sat in the back, a faint smile on his lips as he monitored a row of surveillance screens. These screens displayed the bank's interior across the street. The elderly man appeared to be over 70, with snow-white hair and eyebrows. Yet he sat upright, exuding an extraordinary presence, his physique robust like that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Instructor, there are 10 minutes left. Once the bank officially closes and the civilians leave, our exercise can commence. Behind the elderly man stood a towering figure, a man with dark skin and bulging muscles, his arms thick as a normal person's thigh. The man stood in the van, nearly level with the roof. The elderly man chuckled lightly, seemingly relaxed. Someone had to come up with such a ludicrous idea, simulating a bank robbery. Of course, I am well aware. The elderly man continued, unable to suppress a mischievous grin. Like a playful old rascal. The towering man slightly shook his head. Indeed, they had brought along a few untrained new recruits this time. The strength of the new recruits was indeed vastly inferior to the official members of their team. However, they were not amateurs. They had been personally selected by the instructor, coming from various elite teams across the country. Each one was a battle-hardened warrior. The so-called newbies referred to by the strong elderly man were the new members of the Tianluo group, led by the newly appointed instructor, codename Heishan. The towering man was the only official member of the Tianluo group who had accompanied Heishan to Haisher, known as the team leader of team, codename Hui Xiong. The newbies they referred to were already carefully selected, the cream of the crop. Hui Xiong pointed to several locations on the screen where a few civilians were seated or standing. Instructor, the 6 newbies are in position. If our soldiers successfully take the money, we win. If our people are intercepted, they win. Hui Xiong paused before adding, the bank has been notified. There will be no casualties, so rest assured. Good, very good. Heishan nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation crossing his face. It was his first time participating in such a simulation. His soldiers, dressed in civilian clothes, disguised as bank customers, while the opposing Special Forces soldiers remained completely unaware, conducting business at the bank under their superiors' orders. One side was the Tianluo group's newbies masquerading as robbers. The other side was the Haisher Super Police team, coincidentally encountering a bank robbery. It seemed accidental, yet was a deliberately arranged combat exercise. The thought of it was amusing. Heishan leaned back in his chair, laughing. Hui Xiong, let us wait and see the spectacle. Chapter 41. The weather is nice. 5 minutes later, Lu Di reluctantly followed Yin Qingwen into Haisher Commercial Bank. Lu D, according to my predictions, a story will unfold in this bank in 5 minutes. Suddenly, a young boy's clear voice echoed in Lu D's mind. The next moment, several red circles appeared in Lu D's perspective, locking onto a few scattered customers in the bank lobby. Their outer garments may be well-fitted, but from their body outlines and breathing patterns, it is evident that these individuals possess strength and agility far exceeding that of ordinary people. Immediately after, the circles focused on the gazes of a few individuals. They were constantly observing, tracking the cash in the display cases, the movement patterns of the security guards, and potential escape routes. Subsequently, the circles locked onto one individual's waist, where an oddly shaped object protruded. Based on its dynamics and shape, there was a 68% probability that it was a handgun. Moreover, these 6 individuals were particularly unusual. Their background information was almost entirely blank. Sigh. Lu Di discreetly observed everything, somewhat helplessly stating, "Mao Tong, is this the story you mentioned? Is someone planning to rob the bank? And it seems they are professionals. Can I have just one peaceful day?" At that moment, Yin Qingwen, having completed her withdrawal, approached Lu Di and handed him 3 stacks of crisp bills. "Lu Di, take this." Lu Di was bewildered by her gesture. "What do you mean by this? I know you're out of money, and you are too proud to admit it. Now, aside from me, there is no one else here, so just accept it. Take it for pocket money." Yin Qingwen's expression, though seemingly domineering, was tightly focused on Lu Di. She feared he would refuse. Although her father had given him 5 million, he squandered it and ended up giving Uncle Tuo for $1 million, and now he couldn't even afford to buy groceries. After all, he had saved her life. Lu Di felt a mix of emotions. Yin Qingwen, though cold and unapproachable, was not inherently unkind. She genuinely wanted to assist Uncle Tuo and was carefully observing his demeanor. Perhaps she had misinterpreted some of his actions. She wished to help him, but was concerned about his pride. Lu Di finally understood why Yin Qingwen chose this moment and deliberately came without an assistant. It was to consider his dignity. Sigh. Lu Di sighed softly, feeling slightly moved. "You do have a conscience, acknowledging me as your benefactor." He did not take the money, instead raising an eyebrow and saying, "However, my cigarettes just ran out. Could you go buy me a pack?" Yin Qingwen's hand holding the money froze in midair, her beautiful eyes wide open. "Lu Di, can you not be so insatiable? What do you mean by that?" "I want to smoke wazi." "Be a good girl and go," Lu Di said with a grin. Yin Qingwen stared at Lu Di, who suddenly softened, momentarily at a loss for words. Almost as if compelled, Yin Qingwen dazedly walked out toward the supermarket across the street. "Hey, that you're quite obedient." Watching Yin Qingwen's unsteady figure, Lu Di shook his head slightly and strolled to the lounge area. A short figure settled beside a man clad in a trench coat. "Hello there," Lu Di grinned at the man beside him. "Greetings, brother, the weather is splendid today. Planning to rob a bank?" "Indeed, the weather is quite nice." "What did you say?" The trench-coated man abruptly rose, astonished as he gazed at Lu Di. Lu Di smirked mischievously and replied, "Apologies, just cutting in line." Outside, within the surveillance vehicle, He Shan's expression shifted. What transpired? Is there interference at Zone 6? In the next moment, as He Shan had just taken a sip of tea, he nearly spewed it out. On the monitor, the young man in a white shirt seized the opportunity, while the rookie at Zone 6 was momentarily distracted and unleashed a powerful punch. The rookie was sent sprawling. What is happening? Hui Xiong was equally bewildered. The ensuing footage left both men even more astounded. After knocking down the rookie, the young man did not pause for breath. With the agility of a dragon, he charged towards the other 5 rookies. The rookies were taken aback. Why has the drill started early? However, faced with the ferocity of Lu Di, they had no time to ponder. Bang, bang, bang. The bank lobby descended into chaos as civilians fled in panic. On the screen, regardless of the rookies' close combat techniques or special operations grappling skills, Lu Di effortlessly countered them. The first rookie was sent flying. The second was knocked unconscious. The third lost his weapon. The fourth and fifth were simultaneously taken out. Within 2 minutes, all 6 rookies had been rendered incapacitated. He Shan and Hui Xiong were left in shock. "This is impossible," He Shan exclaimed, his excitement palpable, "that I merely referred to them as rookies out of modesty. How could a mere boy take them down so easily? Are you jesting? This is absurd." The esteemed commander of the Tianluo, known far and wide, He Shan was beginning to lose his composure. Hui Xiong was equally astounded by the footage. Instinctively, he straightened up, nearly causing the reconnaissance vehicle's roof to cave in with his iron-like head. "Instructor, that fellow is escaping." "No way." "Received." Hui Xiong, a true member of the Tian Luo group, leapt from the reconnaissance vehicle. With powerful strides, he dashed towards the bank, leaving two small craters in the asphalt inside the bank lobby. Lu Di surveyed the disheveled robbers strewn about and calmly clapped his hands. That I must admit, as robbers, you are quite formidable. But alas, you have strayed from the righteous path. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled. Not far off, a black tower charged towards Lu Di. Given the momentum, it resembled a heavy road roller. Another one? Lu Di squinted at the approaching figure. This person exuded a presence significantly stronger than the previous foes. It seemed he would need to be more serious for this punch. Here goes, boom! A thunderous crash echoed. The formidable captain of the Tian Luo, Hui Xiong, was sent flying 10 meters, crashing into an adjacent lounge, shattering glass and causing the ceiling to collapse. Hui Xiong was completely buried beneath the debris. Meanwhile, Lu Di maintained his stance, arms extended in a punching posture. I end the reconnaissance vehicle. He Shan inhaled sharply. Have I truly aged? Is my vision failing me? Chapter 42. The Civilians of Haisher Lu Di. Your cigarette. What transpired here? Yin Qingwen, holding a cigarette, stood at the entrance, staring in disbelief at the chaos in the lobby, that he had only stepped out for 5 minutes, and now there lay 5 or 6 people on the floor. And the lounge had already collapsed, and no worries, the bank was just hit by robbers, and then a dashing and valiant young man stepped up, swiftly subduing these criminals. None of that is important. We should leave quickly. This place is no longer safe, Lu Di declared, grasping Yin Qingwen's arm and leading him towards the exit. But where is that young man you mentioned? Yin Qingwen asked, seemingly in a daze. Lu Di shrugged. He had other matters to attend to and left first. Observing the two depart, the bank tellers exchanged wide-eyed glances, yet not a single one pressed the alarm that my goodness. Is this truly what the higher-ups referred to as a drill? One person defeating 6 special forces in under 3 minutes. Was that young man a special police officer from Haisher? So handsome. I adore such police officers. Suddenly, the debris of the lounge erupted. Hui Xiong stormed out in a fury. His eyes were bloodshot as he surveyed the battlefield. Yet, Lu Di's figure was nowhere to be found. That little rascal. I will not allow you to escape again. 10 minutes later, a large contingent arrived on the scene. Some were clearing the rubble, while others were using stretchers to carry out the injured. Tis Tiske. Behind He Shan, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stroked his chin, unable to suppress his astonishment. Old He, you were boasting about how formidable your soldiers are. To be honest, I was genuinely a bit intimidated at that time. Now, isn't it amusing? I arrived just 5 minutes late, and your soldiers were taken down by a civilian acting heroically? So, your elite soldiers couldn't even compete, let alone maintain a disguise. Unexpected? Please, at least you fell to a civilian. Otherwise, if you had faced my super soldiers, I fear your elite would have been injured, and I would be unable to explain myself. Duan Hua reveled in delight. This young man, who emerged from nowhere, had brought great honor to Haisher. He Shan was nearly humiliated to tears beside him. Hui Xiong trembled in fury. Indeed, as a member of the Tian Luo, he was immensely proud. He had never endured such humiliation. Should that young man dare to appear before him again, he would break both his arms and legs. At this moment, He Shan had fallen silent, repeatedly reviewing the footage of the earlier battle, his expression growing increasingly grave. This young man, in terms of physical strength and reaction speed, was undoubtedly S-class. Moreover, his grappling skills, special operations techniques, and even weapon disarmament were executed with unparalleled finesse. He Shan's expression shifted. Though his codename was He Shan, he also held another moniker in the military, Fiery Eyes. All battles, once he cast his gaze, the victor and the vanquished were immediately apparent. After all, even an organization as formidable as Tian Luo placed absolute faith in his vision. Tap. He Shan gently tapped the keyboard, freezing the footage on a close-up of Lu Di's face. The old man gazed intently, then extended his hand, prompting Hui Xiong to lean forward. Hui Xiong, I give you 12 hours to locate this young man. Understood. Hui Xiong furrowed his brow, unable to contain his curiosity. Instructor, do you intend to recruit him into the military? He Shan shook his head slightly, saying, You were struck by him. Do you not realize? To be able to send you flying, his strength is simply astonishing. This young man, that he may very well be the type we have been seeking. He not only qualifies for military service, but may even one day succeed me. He Shan exhaled deeply, adding, moreover, the key plan in our group can truly commence with him. What? Hui Xiong trembled slightly at the revelation. He chuckled, Oh, old He, Why the rush? Since he's in high sure, we must extend our hospitality. Let us have dinner tonight. I'll order a big rooster stew, your favorite dish. Hui Xiong, you join us too. Let us enjoy a drink. If you don't want to drink, then don't. Why throw a tantrum? Duan Hua observed as He Shan walked away, suddenly dropping his smile. Then he raised a hand, and a middle-aged police officer rushed over. Director Sun, I give you 10 hours to ensure you find that young man from the footage. Though that old ghost He's temper is foul, his judgment is impeccable. Anyone he recognizes is a true warrior. Since this young man is from Haishur, we cannot allow that old ghost to take advantage. Find him for me. I want him to join my team, to become the god of war for my super police squad. That old ghost thinks he can snatch him away? Not a chance. Lu Di, you become quite the sensation. Mao Tong, speak reasonably. From my analysis, there are currently at least 4 computer terminals searching for your information. The comparison images they hold are from the footage of your altercation in the bank. Lu Di sighed softly, exasperated. Mao Tong, there's a saying you might have heard. Once the matter is resolved, one departs. Concealing both merit and fame. Understood. I'll take care of it now. At this very moment, He Shan and Hui Xiong were anxiously awaiting the facial recognition results at their computers. Suddenly, both froze. The computer screens went black. The technicians scrambled to remedy the situation. After much effort, the computer rebooted. Can our systems be hacked? He Shan blinked in confusion for a few seconds before shouting. Hui Xiong quickly sketched the facial likeness. Meanwhile, the young man, a formidable presence in white, who had been admiring his own image, suddenly received a notification that his photo had been deleted. Damn it, that old ghost He dares to tamper with my phone. Chapter 43. Yin Hongxin hosts a banquet in Kyoto, within the top-floor suite of the Shungjing International Hotel. In the opulent city of Haishur, the esteemed elder Yin Hongxin reclined on a lounge chair upon his terrace, gazing down at the breathtaking nightscape of Kyoto. Master, please take a look at this document. It is quite intriguing. The old butler presented a file that a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face. 20 billion. An amount that, even for the esteemed Ingji group, is not insignificant. Moreover, it is a singular order. Master, the third young lady has been performing exceptionally well lately. The butler remarked with a slight smile that yes, her father. I am well aware of Wenwen's abilities. The elder replied, Da Fu. Don't you see the crux of this matter? Yin Hongxin straightened himself, his interest piqued. Indeed, master. The focus lies on Mr. Liu. The butler bowed slightly, that Mr. Liu's immense talent is evident. Even I, Fu, can discern it. Let alone you, Master Fu. The elder sighed. I have aged. My years are numbered. Regardless of how much I do to stabilize the Yin family legacy, it pales in comparison to securing a true talent for us. He continued, and Liu is such an individual, an extraordinary find. Furthermore, he is not merely talented. As you have noted, he is a prodigy of our times. Master, I grasp your intention, but the butler hesitated for a moment. However, based on my observations, Mr. Liu seems rather indifferent to our family, perhaps even dismissive. I am well aware of that. The elder smiled slightly. It is only natural for someone as exceptional as Liu to be somewhat arrogant. He is simply too young. I have my methods to instill in him the virtues of humility and propriety, to help him recognize the rare opportunity presented by the Yin family. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with determination. The butler, who had served him for nearly 30 years, felt a flicker of surprise. It had been at least a decade since he had seen the master so eager to achieve something. Fu, I need you to attend to 2 matters. Master, might I suggest further contemplation? Fu responded, astonished. The home medical equipment project has absorbed nearly 1 billion in investments, developed over 3 years, and has just been launched. It is a critical strategic focus for our group, impacting our revenue for the coming year. The third young lady has only been with us for 3 years. Is it not a considerable risk to entrust her with this? Yin Hongxin's expression shifted. I cannot rely solely on Wenwen. I am placing my bet on that young Liu. Have you forgotten? Liu has expressed fondness for Wenwen. They have spent much time together and have recently secured a 20 billion order. Understanding dawned upon Fu. If you were to directly seek Mr. Liu's assistance, he might refuse. Hence, you have devised this strategy to divert attention. Yin Hongxin chuckled. Fortunately, my daughter is remarkable, captivating that mischievous Liu. Fu nodded discreetly. What about the second matter, master? The elder rose, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the distant scenery. Interestingly, the sons of 2 of my old acquaintances have returned from overseas this year, both achieving commendable success. Moreover, they have both harbored affections for Wenwen. I wish to create an opportunity for them. these young talents, Ouyang Fengyu, Wenwen, and Lu, gathered together. While Lu is indeed exceptional, he still pales in comparison to them. Young people often engage in competition. I trust that Lu will come to recognize his shortcomings and feel a sense of urgency. This, in turn, will ignite his ambition, making him more open to the Yin family's olive branch. Naturally, Yin Hongxin, will provide Lu with ample support and space to realize his grand aspirations. The butler, Ah Fu, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the master's foresight. But that is not all, Yin Hongxin added with a slight smile. Coincidentally, an old friend of mine is in Haishur on official business. He is a true military giant. Ah Fu's expression shifted. Master, do you refer to General Heishan? Precisely, Yin Hongxin affirmed. The presence of General Heishan alone is enough to intimidate these young individuals. He is someone they will forever look up to once Lu and the others meet him. They will understand the concept of there are always greater mountains beyond the hills. They will realize their modest achievements are but a drop in the ocean. I shall make sure these young people comprehend that they must adopt a humble mindset and work sincerely. The elder's satisfaction grew as he hummed a light tune. With two military titans present, I foresee those youngsters quaking in their boots. And Lu, he will undoubtedly become my esteemed son-in-law. Chapter 44. Origin shrouded in mystery at the Yin estate. Lu and Yin Qingwen had just stepped into the grand hall when an acrid scent caught their attention. Following the odor, they arrived at the kitchen. Upon opening the door, a cloud of smoke engulfed them, rendering their eyes watery. Third sister Lu. As the smoke cleared, they saw Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, their faces smudged with soot. Standing in the kitchen, before them lay a tightly covered dish that we spent a full 2 hours preparing dinner for you. Cough, cough. What are you two doing? Yin Qingwen inquired, frowning that we made a mistake earlier and wanted to apologize to Lu. As a gesture of sincerity, we cooked for him for the first time. The two girls chimed in unison. Lu, come quickly and taste. Yin Kaikai tugged Lu to the table, her face alight with anticipation. That all right, Lu scratched his head, taken aback by the scene. The two young ladies of the Yin family were always bursting with energy. Gently lifting the dish cover, a plume of smoke wafted up, resembling a spirit rising from the ashes. What is this? Lu stared at the plate of charred remnants in disbelief. Golden egg fried rice, just like you taught us, but we may have overcooked it a tad, the girls replied, sticking out their tongues. Lu, we truly did our best. Please don't hold it against us. Just take a bite. Ding. Benzopyrene detected, recognized globally as one of the most potent carcinogens that IT exists not only in coal smoke and exhaust from vehicles but also in charred food, such as the burnt rice before you. Upon hearing the warning from the magical device, Lu instinctively took a couple of steps back. Stop. I forgive you. Haha, that's good. Enjoy it at your leisure, Lu. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin sighed in relief as they pulled Yin Qingwen outside the kitchen. Just outside, the two girls suddenly grew tense. Third sister, we have something to confess. What is it? Yin Qingwen's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. With some trepidation, Yin Kaikai produced a bank card and presented it to her sister. This is the card father gave to Lu, with 5 million inside, untouched, which he left in the sunroom on the 5th floor. What? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Yin Kaikai hesitated, and just a few days ago. When Lu first got the card, he placed it there to IT with Xinxin and I who secretly hid it. What? Yin Qingwen was even more shocked, so Lu never intended to take our family's money, and he is not the person we thought he was. It was Xinxin and I who wanted Lu to be misunderstood and then kicked out. Yin Kaikai's expression was complex. What? Yin Qingwen's mind spun. Memories flashed before her. Lu's shocking purchases, acquiring 200 sets of clothing for 200,000. Lu casually swiping his card for a luxury lighter worth $1 million. Lu smiling as he informed her that he left 400,000 for his grandfather. Yin Qingwen felt dazed that if he hadn't taken that card, where would he have gotten the money? Wasn't Lu just a part-timer living in poverty? And most importantly, Lu came to the Yin family not for wealth. What could he possibly want? Could it be true that he was interested in me? Impossible. Lu seemed determined to drive me to frustration. Yin Qingwen shook her head vigorously, perplexed and agitated. Observing her sister's tumultuous emotions, Yin Kaikai said awkwardly, also, Lu is actually quite wealthy. What do you mean by quite wealthy? Yin Qingwen raised an eyebrow. Lu might have 1.2 billion, that Yin Kaikai counted on her fingers, suddenly pausing. She had intended to reveal Lu's true wealth, but realized that the casino manager had never disclosed the exact amount in Lu's card. Lu has assets worth over $1 billion? Yin Qingwen asked in disbelief. Not just that 0.10 billion. At least 100 billion. The exact amount remains unknown. What? Yin Qingwen was once again taken aback. 100 billion? That would place him among the wealthiest in Haishur. How is that even possible? Although she was the daughter of the richest man, she had always earned her keep through her work at Yingxi. Over the past 3 years, even with her father's advantages, her savings barely reached 1 billion. How could Lu possess 100 billion in assets, equivalent to 100 of oneself? The thought of Lu Di's usual miserly demeanor made it difficult for Yin Qingwen to connect that image with such a notion. Chapter 45. Let's try the egg fried rice first. How did you come to know about this? Yin Qingwen could hardly believe it, her voice laced with disbelief. Well, that the two young ladies stammered. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai's eyes sparkled with inspiration. We went to a friend's casino, and we saw Lu Di gambling extravagantly, betting 100 billion in one go. You witnessed this firsthand? Yes, third sister. The two young girls dared not look up. Yin Qingwen was left stunned. 100 billion in gambling. What a reckless act. What does this imply? It suggests that Lu Di's wealth far exceeds 100 billion. That man who wouldn't waste even 3 yuan on an ice cream cone. The one who only wore a 200 yuan white shirt. A man who has worked part-time for 3 years. Is this some kind of joke? Yin Qingwen instinctively touched her handbag, where she had prepared 30,000 yuan to give to Lu Di. She had actually worried that he had no savings and no money for meals. How absurd. Why would he do this? Was he trying to make a fool of me? In an instant, Yin Qingwen felt a wave of shame wash over her. Gradually, a sense of gloom enveloped her heart. She couldn't help but frown. Lu Di, so young, possessed such immense wealth while concealing it from the Yin family and extravagantly spending it elsewhere. She recalled the moment when Lu Di passionately discussed economic policies at the dinner table, leaving everyone astonished, and the bizarre incident where he directly secured a 20 billion order from Li Dehai of the Compassionate Hospital. All these signs indicated that Lu Di could never be an ordinary person. The strange occurrences left Yin Qingwen bewildered, even slightly fearful. What exactly did he intend to do? A twinge of guilt crept in. Fearing her father's and third sister's reprimands, they had intentionally obscured the details about the casino, only to unwittingly dig a pit for Lu Di again. Yin Qingwen numbly shook her head. That moment, the two young ladies could only be described as in her eyes. 100 billion. Is that something one can possess so easily? Willingly serving as a driver for the Yin family, Lu Di was shrouded in mysteries. How could this be ignored? Kai, I remember there's a top detective in your organization named Xiaoye, right? Yin Qingwen pondered. Yes, Zhao Yidian Yun, a renowned private investigator in Huaxia. Third sister, are you going to contact him? Absolutely. Please reach out on my behalf that I need him to investigate Lu Di's background thoroughly. I won't haggle over the price, no matter how much he charges. However, he must provide me with a detailed report on that fellow. As Yin Qingwen spoke, her eyes glimmered with a chilling gaze. Third sister, I don't think that's a good idea. I trust Lu Di. Yin Kaikai spoke softly, as if she had committed a wrongdoing. What good is trust? Have you forgotten that scoundrel Chiu by me? Have you forgotten the pain of old wounds? How do we treat him back then? And how did he treat us? Yin Qingwen's voice rose in a low growl. The two young ladies stiffened at the mention of that name, their expressions frozen, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Chiu Baiming. They had almost forgotten about that wicked man, whom their father had kindly taken in. He had ultimately attempted to seize the Yin family's assets, and even sought to take third sister for himself. Though he was eventually imprisoned by their father, he remained an indelible nightmare for the Yin sisters. It was precisely because of him that the Yin sisters had initially been reluctant to accept Lu Di. I had begun to trust Lu Di, but knowing all this, I must remain cautious. For everyone's safety, Lu Di must be investigated first. If I truly misunderstood him, I will sincerely apologize. Yin Qingwen cautiously glanced towards the kitchen. For now, let us pretend nothing has happened and not expose Lu Di. As the door swung open, a rich aroma wafted in. Lu Di stood with his arms crossed, beaming at the three young women. On the table before them lay 3 large platters of golden egg fried rice, exuding an irresistible fragrance. My dear ladies, after whispering for so long, you must be tired. How about trying my golden egg fried rice first? Wow, fantastic. We can finally savor Lu Di's divine culinary skills. The two young girls eagerly rushed forward. Yin Qingwen gazed curiously at this outstanding young man with a warm smile. Are you truly a good person or a bad one? Chapter 46. The Internet Deity's Jest. Lu Di, this plate of fried rice is different from the ones before. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin suddenly lifted their heads from their plates, their expressions peculiar. Yin Qingwen took a bite as well. This fried rice was undoubtedly a masterpiece, rich and fragrant. However, after chewing, she detected a slight bitterness hidden within. Of course, I changed the seasoning, so the flavor is bound to differ. Lu Di extended his palm, revealing a peanut-sized white fruit resting within. This is called ginkgo, the seed of the ginkgo tree. Although it has a slightly bitter taste, it possesses detoxifying properties. Lu Di picked up the ginkgo, smiling gently. With ladies like you, burdened with thoughts and suspicions, it is only natural to feel agitated and internally conflicted. Today, I prepared this ginkgo rice to help soothe your inner turmoil. Yin Qingwen's brow furrowed slowly. Lu Di, what do you mean? Lu Di chuckled, gently peeling the ginkgo to reveal a pale yellow core. He remarked, just like a person who is constantly misunderstood, it is inevitable to harbor grievances. Someone who is genuinely eager to help, yet repeatedly faces insults, will naturally feel bitter and choose to walk away. Only then did Yin Qingwen understand, glaring furiously. Lu Di, you were eavesdropping on us. I was busy cooking just now that I did hear. But it wasn't eavesdropping. I can only tell you that people are different. Lu Di shrugged. Yin Qingwen's frown deepened. Lu Di, what are you really saying? I mean, can you stop misunderstanding me? Yin Qingwen was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Lu Di, you. Nonetheless, I always see things through to the end. Once I resolve this matter, I will leave the Yin family without a moment's hesitation. Lu Di declared, then left with a flourish. Yin Qingwen stood there, staring at Lu Di's retreating figure, speechless. In that instant, she felt that this young man in white exuded an air of arrogance, simultaneously dismissing and disregarding everything, not just the Yin family. But it seemed as if nothing mattered to him. Yin Qingwen murmured, could it be that I truly misunderstood him? Of course, but rest assured, as men, we must possess a broad mind and an expansive heart. Unlike women, who merely need to be ample in form. She heard Lu Di's voice echoing from a distance. Yin Qingwen's expression shifted from crimson to violet. Sigh. Back in his room, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh. It seemed it was time to focus on his own matters. Demon Child, our plan can commence. Ding. Integrating top-tier marketing strategies. Ding. Compiling 100,000 business models that in an instant, Lu Di's business plan crystallized in his mind. One step, one strategy, seamlessly connected, leaving nothing to chance. A faint smile graced Lu Di's lips as he glanced at his phone. The hype around DE had finally diminished. Other trending topics began to emerge. The time had come. Demon Child posted. All right. The next moment, the entire Yin Family Manners network suddenly lagged. An immense flow of information surged forth, all emanating from Lu Di's eye, which sparkled with a purple light. 10 seconds later, a post titled Guess the Riddle for a Prize instantly swept across the entire internet. Countless forums, message boards, web pages, and various forms of social media simultaneously featured this post. Guess the riddle for a prize riddle. 3 and 4. 5 and 23, auto-read. The first 100 netizens to guess the correct answer will each receive a reward of 500,000. Signed, D. San. Initially, this post went unnoticed. However, as time passed, it became impossible for netizens to ignore. The post continued to grow, refreshing every web page. Tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions of billion posts. In just 10 minutes, this post inundated the internet. On some small forums, the post completely filled the space, leaving no room for other information. A group of internet technicians were left dumbfounded. What did I ask this? A single post. What an incredible post. Over 1 billion posts published in 10 minutes. Almost monopolizing all public resources. What kind of team could accomplish such a feat? It must be a team of thousands paired with computers capable of billion-level floating-point operations, right? Do we have such companies in Huaxia? Absolutely not. What is this signature, D-San? I've never heard of it. Coincidentally, all internet experts immediately began tracing the origin of this post. The result left them profoundly disappointed. This post contained no violations. It didn't exploit any viral elements. Moreover, no matter how high-ranking the network specialists, they couldn't trace the IP of the publisher. The origin of D-San remained a mystery. Meanwhile, netizens began to discuss beneath the post. What is this nonsense? Why is it everywhere? What on earth is this riddle? Are you joking? A reward of 500,000 for solving it. Are you trying to deceive children? With 100 people, each receiving 500,000, that totals 50 million. Who would pay that? It's laughable. I can't believe a word you say. Old man, you're truly cunning. I suspect this is just a prank by some internet whiz. 1,000 miles away, in an old community of Shuncheng, a bespectacled student girl, during a break from her homework, stumbled upon this post. 3 and 4, 5 and 23. Auto read. The girl pondered for a moment and suddenly clapped her hands. ISNT Otto read the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign. Could this imply multiplication? 3x 4, 5x 23 that soon. Numerous replies flooded in. Little sister, you're too naive. Is it really that simple? Even if you guess correctly, do you actually think someone will give you 500? 000? Don't hold your breath. Just treat it as a fun post. At that moment, she stared blankly at her phone notification. You have received 500. 000 yuan via Alipay from your friend D. San. The girl rubbed her eyes to ensure this wasn't a dream. She leapt from her chair, excitedly shouting to her mother outside, Mom. My college tuition is secured. Chapter 47. The Game of the Wealthy. 5 minutes later, over 100 million posts simultaneously updated with a singular message. The first prize winner has emerged. Username Little Flowers College Dream. With 99 spots remaining. Accompanying the text was a screenshot of a transaction record, showing a one-time transfer of a full 500. OMG. Is this real? Did someone really get paid for answering a question? I don't believe it. This must be a photoshopped image. Believe it or not, I do. In an instant, the comments on the post exploded. However, the overwhelming majority of netizens remained baffled, as the post was innumerable. No one knew where the first winner had posted their answer. Lou D, lying on his bed, smirked knowingly. Let it stir. The hotter, the better. From his perspective, he could see all of the operations of the magic child. Over 100 million posts had been sent out, and the comments below were surging at a rate of tens of thousands per second. Undoubtedly, this was a sensational post that had captivated the entire internet. The guessing game with prizes would surely become the next hot topic. That night was destined to be sleepless. 4 hours later, the topic had reached unprecedented heights, with 150 million posts and billions of comments. The answer to the riddle had already spread like wildfire. Almost the entire nation participated, with millions guessing the answer to be 12, 115. Some even delved deeply into the life history of mathematician Otto Red. At midnight, when many were preparing to sleep, Lou D commanded the magic child to transfer 99 payments of 500,000 in prize money, subsequently posting the screenshots. The funds for 100 winners were secured. Online comments exploded once more. This was indeed real. They really did pay out. My friend is one of the winners. I can't believe I didn't participate sooner. Upstairs, someone exclaimed, Are you kidding? 500, 000 for solving a math problem? I can't believe it. Another commented, Who exactly is this D. San? What does he want? Is D. San a fan of the singing God D.E.? But where did the air go? As Lou D observed the myriad of comments. He smiled with amusement. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Magic Child, prepare the second question. Soon, the mysterious account named D. San posted again. Guessing game with prizes too. The answer to the previous round is the riddle for this round. Hint. Do you believe there is another you in this world? The first netizen to successfully guess the answer will win 100 million. Signed, D. San. The entire internet was in an uproar. He posed another question, and this time the prize was a staggering 100 million. My goodness, 100 million. What kind of scheme is this, a wealthy person's game? A monumental riddle. The previous answer was 12, 115. What kind of riddle is that? Enough talk. Quickly think of an answer. Search for information. With 100 million at stake, everyone could rise to fame. This time, no one doubted the authenticity of the prize. However, this question was far from simple. Countless netizens scoured various resources, finding no reliable answers. Even the consumer complaint hotline 12115 was inundated with countless prank calls. Netizens were going crazy. The internet was in chaos. They were wide awake, frantically shouting, What exactly is 12115? If only I could answer. It could mean 100 million. Yet, few realized what a remarkable online event this was, generating such massive attention. The trending topics once dominated by D, he now had half transformed into guessing game with prizes. The mysterious figure controlling thousands of accounts has posted over 1 billion posts in just 10 minutes. The guessing game post has attracted 800 million netizens. With a prize pool of 100 million, equivalent to 21st place lottery tickets. 2020's major online events. Following the singing God DE, the riddle master D. San has emerged again. Hot topic. Do you believe there is another you in this world? Thousands of scholars are organizing overnight discussions, all to unravel the second riddle. In the following hours, D. San's post saw another surge in popularity. Peculiar answers flooded in, and even international friends were racking their brains over the billion yuan prize. 1 billion in cash was undoubtedly the largest prize in the history of online lotteries, an astronomical figure, enough to drive everyone mad. At 5am in a conference room, a dozen scholars gathered. deep in thought over the answer. "I've figured it out," exclaimed a middle-aged woman resembling a teacher, with bloodshot eyes as she lifted her head from a pile of documents. .12115 is not a math problem. It's a coordinate. Longitude 12, latitude 115. There's a place that perfectly aligns with the hint. She trembled as she typed 2 characters on her phone, waiting quietly for the result under the gaze of the crowd. 30 seconds later, an announcement echoed across the internet. Countless sleepless netizens were greeted with a post that made them gasp in disbelief. "Congratulations to ID Lauscher for successfully guessing the second riddle. You win a prize of 100 million. The answer revealed, Gemini. Accompanying it was yet another screenshot of the transaction. The number of zeros following the 1 was enough to make one question reality. A solid 100 million in cash. The comment section erupted once again. "No way. Someone really guessed it right. The winner is a teacher. 100 million. That is a life-changing amount. How miraculous." The answer is Gemini. What does that even mean? Why? I want to know why. That night, the entire nation interacted fervently, all stemming from one mysterious account named D-San, who unleashed a torrent of posts and showered out over $1 billion in cash. The second round of guessing had concluded, leaving countless netizens lamenting their misfortune. Yet they remained restless, eagerly anticipating whether there would be a third riddle. Meanwhile, the mastermind had already risen early, climbing to the mountain peak. Before him, the sun began to rise slowly. Observing the tumultuous data, he calmly stroked his chin and murmured, "Magic child, it's time to transition into the main topic, because I missed the timely update today. Am I about to be scolded mercilessly?" The author, feeling guilty, presents this chapter first, promising to stay up late to complete the next. You can read this now or wait until tomorrow morning. I swear not to miss it. Please forgive me. Chapter 48. Another self on the forum. People were refreshing the page repeatedly. Finally, 10 minutes later, D-San updated again. "Hello, stranger. You are like a star in the galaxy. Though there are countless similarities, there exists a subtle difference. Sometimes you stand out yet are seen as an anomaly at times. You pour out your emotions, only to be met with indifference. You can only lament your solitude." Coordinates 12N. 115. There lies a beautiful place, the Gemini Atoll. The world tells us that every entity has at least 2 counterparts that I believe somewhere in this world. There is someone just like you who can understand your every thought. He will know your feelings with just a glance and comprehend your innermost thoughts with just a few words. This round of 3 riddles carries no monetary reward, but it may lead you to find a kindred spirit in life. Someone gentle and understanding. And concluded with, "Do you believe there is another you in this world?" When this post was published, the forum fell into an unexpected silence. 5 minutes later, people began to wonder, is there really such a person? I wish my other half could be someone like that. There is even a place called Gemini Atoll. How poetic. The post included a QR code. Could it be that he wants us to scan it? I don't care. I'll give it a try. Due to the unprecedented popularity of D-San's previous posts, the third post was equally sought after, though the QR code in the post did not clearly state its purpose. It piqued the curiosity of netizens. Billions of individuals eagerly picked up their phones to scan it. Within a single apartment in Haishur, a disheveled young man, appearing listless, scanned the QR code from the forum. His phone promptly displayed a prompt asking whether to download the app Gemini. Yes, the young man took a bite of his now-cold instant noodles. When he glanced back at his phone, the app had already completed downloading. The speed was astonishing. A gentle tap initiated the app without a hint of delay, surpassing 99 of apps currently available on the market. Following a minimalist yet exquisite opening animation, a dialog box appeared, prompting the user to enter a nickname. Intriguing. Could this be a chat application? The young man entered his commonly used online alias, Heartless. The Gemini system is analyzing your personality. 1.10. The young man scoffed in disdain. Analyzing my personality? I haven't provided any information. How can you analyze me? Nowadays, these online applications are increasingly unreliable, merely engaging in pretentiousness. User personality analysis complete. Friends before the screen. Is this you? One that you appear confident on the outside, yet harbor a restless side within. 4. That you possess exceptional inspiration, and many rely on you. 5. That you are overly strict with yourself. 6. That when you like someone, you sometimes force yourself to meet their expectations. 7. That you have faced failure due to hasty decisions. Had you been a tad more patient, situations would have improved. 8. That you are honest, but have faced numerous misunderstandings. 9. That you have regretted your decisions, often worrying if your choices are right or wrong. The young man widened his eyes. scrutinizing each point. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This is so much like me. It's as if the system understands me better than my closest friends. Of course, the Gemini system comprehends each individual. Now, we will match you with new friends who resonate with you. The phone screen began to scroll, an endless array of avatars flashing by. The young man's heart raced with excitement as he fixated on the screen. Could it truly be, as the post claimed, helping me find a genuine confidant? Ding, that user matched successfully, counterpart ID. Heartbreaker. Her name is Heartbreaker. I am heartless. What a coincidence. The young man nervously clicked on her profile. Female. 23 years old, residing in Jiangbei district. A girl. His breath quickened. His own avatar was that of Adelaide, the male lead from Rose Corner. Could she also be an admirer of indie films? The young man's eyes welled with tears. I must get to know her. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Ever since the breakup, he had drifted aimlessly for 2 years. Never had anything ignited such a fervent desire within him. Hello, I am Zheng Xiang. I tend to be introverted and struggle with conversation. But the young man hesitated, feeling utterly tongue-tied. Yet she sent a message first. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoyan. I am quite introverted, so I find it hard to speak. But I really want to know you, because I feel we have so much in common. Staring at the almost identical message to his own drafted content, the young man was utterly dumbfounded. This software is incredible. Chapter 49. A commercial genius in today's internet market. Shopping and socializing are indispensable services for nearly everyone. In terms of shopping, Alipay has long been the industry leader in Huaxia. However, newcomers like Jingdong and Pinduoduo have emerged, sharing the market. In the realm of social networking, the demand far exceeds that of shopping. Yet, only one company, Tencent, has maintained a monopoly. Neither QQ nor WeChat face any serious competition. Although there have been attempts to disrupt this space, once users establish their social circles on a particular platform, they are unlikely to switch, even for superior products. For social tools without conversation partners, all features become meaningless. But is WeChat truly unassailable? If a definition were to be assigned, WeChat could be termed as a platform for familiar social interaction, primarily used to connect with acquaintances. But are people's social needs confined to familiar faces? Certainly not. If there exists a method to rival the Tencent empire, it would be through unfamiliar social connections. A term inextricably linked to unfamiliar socializing is loneliness. Lu Di has a unique understanding of these two characters. Over the past 3 years, he has transitioned from a privileged individual to a part-time waiter, suffering from painful aftereffects of an eye injury that rendered him nearly incapable of communication, that he felt as if he were living in another world. He gained clarity and pondered deeply, constantly asking himself, are there others in this world who share my plight? This question remains unanswered, but Lu Di recognized the harsh reality of life, where joy is even harder to come by. Everyone yearns for a confidant with whom they can share their innermost thoughts. Regardless of how introverted or reclusive one may be, deep down, everyone desires to break through existing circles and forge new friendships. Lu Di realized this was an opportunity, a chance to create an entirely new internet empire. 3 days ago, Lu Di began to refine this idea. His understanding of human nature, combined with Magic Boy's powerful analytical capabilities, led to the birth of Gemini, a mobile application specializing in unfamiliar social interactions. The design, programming, development, and backend support, tasks that would typically take months, were completed overnight by Magic Boy. The subsequent guessing game with prizes became a monumental promotional campaign for the Gemini app. At this moment, the young man hailing from humble beginnings, gazing at the rising sun from a mountaintop, embarked on his first entrepreneurial venture, aiming directly at the Tencent group. In the backend data, the download and registration numbers for Gemini were skyrocketing. Driven by insatiable curiosity, everyone wanted to explore. In merely 10 minutes, downloads exceeded 1 million. In half an hour, 10 million. Within an hour, it approached 100 million users. Every netizen who registered found themselves deeply impressed by the system's personality analysis. Some were exhilarated, some were astounded, some were moved to tears. No one anticipated that a mobile application could so poignantly articulate the depths of their inner worlds. However, the next step brought even greater surprise. They would discover that amidst the vast sea of people, there truly existed one or several strangers with whom they resonated deeply. Under Ampersand's post, comments surged once more. This software is truly unique. It can analyze me, striking right at my emotional core. I've lived for 25 years, deemed an oddball, and never imagined there could be someone in this world who shares my sentiments. Haha, I met a fellow from Shishan on Gemini. And after just 3 minutes of chatting, we clicked instantly. My wife initially forbade me from downloading it, but unexpectedly, she made a new girlfriend on here. Now she supports me, claiming this is a genuine platform for meaningful friendships. Although I met someone of the opposite sex on Gemini, it is purely a soulful connection, devoid of any ulterior motives. What you all experience pales in comparison. Through Gemini, I discovered that the lovely girl upstairs has harbored a crush on me all along. Happiness, excitement. I have reconnected with my first love after 5 years. We still resonate so well together. This software is extraordinary. I will invite all my friends to join. It's a lifelong commitment, seeing these comments. Lou D smiled with satisfaction. Magic Boy's analysis is remarkably powerful, capable of observing everything. On the Gemini platform, all illegal content will be strictly avoided, and a high level of purity will be maintained to prevent any morally questionable relationships from forming. If Gemini's unfamiliar social endeavors are to endure, these are 2 essential principles to uphold. Concurrently, major internet companies, along with network experts and economists, have finally taken note of this overnight sensation, Emperor San, and the Gemini app. This is astonishing. In just 1 hour, downloads surpassed 100 million, an unprecedented feat. Furthermore, a large number of users are still downloading. At this momentum, within 3 hours, Gemini is poised to ascend to the top of the download charts. In an economic research institute, a seasoned professor peered intently at the data on the screen, his lips quivering slightly. This Emperor San is extraordinary. 2 rounds of lottery, one costing 50 million, the other 100 million, totaling 150 million. While this figure appears substantial, it has brought immeasurable exposure to the Gemini software. Not to mention, he accomplished this within a single night, and the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. He is nothing short of a commercial genius. Executives swiftly gathered in a conference room, acutely aware of the genuine crisis stemming from this overnight upheaval. That a middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and inquired of the marketing director, "What exactly is Gemini?" Mr. Lee, the owner of this app, is a tech company called Creator, which has just been registered. A newly registered company can possess such substantial strength. The man, referred to as Mr. Lee, with piercing eyes, remarked, "There must be someone backing this Creator. To go and inquire with Chindu and Ali. Tell them that such matters need not be concealed. It is a matter of fair competition." The marketing director wiped the sweat from his brow. Nervously responding, "Mr. Lee, I have already investigated, and both companies are currently in a state of alarm, fearing that this Gemini might encroach upon their territory." Furthermore, the sales director, unable to meet Mr. Lee's gaze, added, "Since the launch of Gemini, our user base has declined by 4 and continues to drop." "What?" Mr. Lee sprang to his feet. "The A4 drop overnight. We have never experienced such a loss. With nearly 900 million users, a 4 decrease in engagement is no trivial matter. I have heard that this Gemini can analyze user personalities. What technology are they employing? Get it replicated." The sales director, clearly embarrassed, replied, "Mr. Lee, we have tested it, but with our current technical team's capabilities, I glared. "What? Unable to replicate? I refuse to believe that there exists technology our Penguin Group cannot emulate." The sales director trembled, stammering, "It's not that we cannot replicate their technology. We simply do not comprehend it." In just 20 short minutes on the road, Gemini's user count had already surpassed 200 million, an entire doubling. The growth trajectory remains relentless. Although Gemini is currently entirely free, Lou D remains unfazed, for the essence of internet thinking lies in prioritizing users. Specifically, it is the user base that reigns supreme. Gemini has already taken the internet by storm, and its features have garnered widespread acclaim. Thus, the continuous increase in users is inevitable. Lou D's task is to patiently await Gemini's development. The unfamiliar social interaction is merely one of Gemini's core highlights. Fundamentally, it remains a social network that in the future, Gemini will gradually evolve into a true social platform through the route of finding kindred spirits. One that can rival Penguin and become indispensable to its users. By then, with a sufficiently large user base, monetization avenues will be diverse: games, financial management, shopping, video platforms, live streaming, and so forth. The derivative value of Gemini will hold boundless potential. Most importantly, the core code and fundamental technological functions of Gemini are unmatched. Reflecting on this, Lou D contemplated, "Magic Child, since Gemini has already launched, we must at least secure an office location. After all, this is not just an individual endeavor, but a company." Lou D mused, "It must be sufficiently high-end, imposing, and intimidating. The tallest building in Haishur, the Ronting building in the CBD, boasts the top 3 floors, 87, 88, and 89, complete with a small golf course and a helicopter landing pad on the rooftop terrace. With a total of 6,532 square meters, it includes 400 workstations for independent meeting rooms, 13 independent offices, a private coffee bar, a dining area, and a 300 square meter modernly decorated executive office. The office space is fitted to a business center standard, complete with professional security and 24-hour access control. Within the same building, there are 5 Fortune 500 subsidiaries and 16 listed companies that is Mr. Liu satisfied. Liu D smiled faintly and made the purchase. Furthermore, my assistant has meticulously sifted through 100,000 resumes online, selecting 3 marketing directors for design directors, 6 network engineering directors, as well as a human resources supervisor, customer service personnel, and 200 senior programmers. Altogether, a total of 330 exceptional employees. I am currently communicating with them under a virtual identity. After all, daily operations still require management. I have also placed orders online for company supplies and renovations. Just 30 seconds ago, I purchased the office space in Ronting building at a price 10 above market value. And the contract is being signed. After absorbing Magic Child's arrangements, Liu D could not help but sigh. Magic Child, it is fortunate to have you. Otherwise, I would truly be at my wit's end. However, that I certainly will not be stationed at the company. Although we do not lack talent, we are in need of someone trustworthy. Liu D pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number at the Himao shopping mall in the GOG clothing store. Jia was counting inventory in preparation for opening when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Liu D. What brings you to call me out of the blue? Wiping away a bead of sweat, Jia chuckled. Jia, I recall you mentioning your entrepreneurial dreams back in college, aiming to take down Google and Microsoft. On the other end, Liu D replied with a lighthearted tone, Indeed, who hasn't harbor dreams? But that was in the past. What is with you bringing that up? I remember a poster you had hanging by your bed, with the words, Do not waste the daylight. Youth does not return. I sent the essence of that saying to encourage you to pursue your dreams. Liu D paused, then solemnly stated, I have started a company, and everything is set. Would you consider joining me? Jia fell silent. Liu D's reminder triggered a torrent of thoughts in Jia's mind, thoughts of the bright future he abandoned for the sake of a fleeting romance. Liu D, understanding that Jia was a clever individual, patiently awaited his response that he knew that Jia was well aware of the lack of a future with Sun Lily. It was simply that Jia was inherently stubborn and reluctant to relinquish anything easily. After a lengthy pause, Jia finally spoke. Are you sure I can do it? I know your talents well, Liu D affirmed. Good. Hearing Jia slowly articulate that word, Liu D exhaled in relief. This fellow has finally come to terms with it. Jia, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and prepare the goods. It's time to open. He stood tall, exuding an air of confidence that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor as a sycophantic shop assistant. Sun Lily, I have catered to you for 3 whole years. Yet you have never offered me even a smile. Today I quit. As he spoke, Jia kicked a pile of clothes aside and strode out. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly halted. Liu D, we should set off early. Important guests will be visiting the company today. While Liu D was stretching his limbs at the Yin family estate, he was suddenly interrupted by Yin Qingwen's voice from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Yin Qingwen approaching, carrying a lunchbox. Today, she wore an exquisite black dress, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders instead of tied back. Her demeanor appeared more mature and alluring. Most strikingly, she had applied makeup, a departure from Liu D's recollection of her typically unadorned appearance. This powerful woman seemed to have little regard for appearances, but clearly today's visitors were of considerable significance. Shaking his head, Liu D messaged Jia. See you at Ronting building at 4 p.m. That I in the car. Yin Qingwen placed a lunchbox beside Liu D. That I know you were in a rush today. So I brought you some buns made by Sister Liu. Yin Qingwen's voice was soft. What else with a sudden change in demeanor today? Liu D smirked. One who offers unsolicited kindness is either a thief or has ulterior motives. A thief? You wish. I know you can eat. There are 30 buns here. Enough to burst you. Yin Qingwen retorted, somewhat exasperated. Liu D chuckled mischievously, skillfully driving with one hand while devouring a bun with the other. I wonder if this is what successful men look like in your eyes. Stop being cheeky. Yin Qingwen turned her head, gazing helplessly out the window. Energy supply detected. DNA optimization increased by 0.2 to energy supply detected. The physical refinement value of the new human body increased by 0.1.5 minutes later. All 30 buns had vanished. Yin Qingwen had long grown accustomed to such feats. After a brief silence, she finally asked, Liu D, where do you get all this money from? Liu D pondered for a moment. Tilting his head, I partnered with friends to start a company called The Creator. A company. The Creator. Yin Qingwen sighed. That name sounds rather dubious. Lu Di, if you need any help, feel free to ask that if you wish for my trust. You must also trust me. You don't need to keep pretending. Yin Qingwen's tone was unexpectedly gentle, seemingly attempting to spare some dignity for the man before her. She had inquired thoroughly about the casino experiences from Yin Kai and Yin Xin the previous night. Lu Di had gambled in the casino, constantly wagering figures in the hundreds of millions, yet no one had ever seen him actually produce money. Such underground gambling venues lack any formality. How could one ascertain what 100 million or 10 billion truly represents? After all, seeing is believing. Cash reserves of 10 billion are simply staggering. Yin Qingwen found it impossible to believe. Or perhaps it simply did not make sense for such things to occur in Lu Di's life. What on earth has happened to this woman today? Has she turned over a new leaf? Lu Di scratched his head. If you say that, I do have a few secrets to share with you. Yin Qingwen perked up. What secrets? I sing quite well. Lu Di grinned, clearing his throat, ready to launch into a song. Ahem. Yin Qingwen's enthusiasm waned instantly. No thanks. I'd rather you focus on driving at the Yingji group. Today was markedly different from the usual as they ascended the stairs. Numerous employees eagerly awaited the arrival of a highly anticipated figure. Yin Qingwen entered the office and instructed her secretary to prepare tea and coffee. Sharing in the anticipation that I in the adjacent room, Lu Di peered through the glass window at the poised Yin Qingwen, puzzled by the atmosphere. Beside him, Zhao Qianqian was visibly excited, her hands fidgeting restlessly. The perfume she wore was so overpowering that it nearly brought tears to Lu Di's eyes. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a man in an elegant British suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Following him was a man in his 40s, sharp-featured but with a bruised mouth. Wearing a patch, they were Ouyang Fengyu and his sycophant, alongside Zhao Zhe, one of the vice presidents of the Yingji group. Lu Di smirked, realizing the effectiveness of the Black Fox's bounty, despite it being early in the day. Zhao Zhe had evidently lost a tooth. However, these two fools were clearly not the ones Yin Qingwen was waiting for. Ouyang Fengyu entered the office and smiled at Yin Qingwen. After taking a seat, he casually surveyed the room before frowning. Whatever happened to the 3 vases Vice President Zhao sent you? Yin Qingwen offered an apologetic smile. I accidentally broke them. Broke them? Ouyang Fengyu sat up, reproaching. Who broke such valuable vases? With a hint of exasperation, Yin Qingwen replied, it was that Lu Di. On his first day in the office, he shattered all 3. Lu Di. A flicker of anger crossed Ouyang Fengyu's face, setting aside the vases. He had invested heavily in the formation method that Lu Di had disrupted. He had paid the monk from Taiga country a staggering 7 million. Through the glass wall, he spotted Lu Di, flashing a bright smile and waving at him. Even Yin Qingwen was momentarily taken aback by Lu Di's charming face and sincere smile, which radiated an innocent exuberance. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu's lips twitched in annoyance, wishing he could grind his teeth to dust. There were so many items in the room, yet Lu Di had chosen to break the critical component of his formation. It had to have been intentional. This kid was certainly no ordinary person. To Ouyang Fengyu, no matter how enthusiastic Lu Di appeared, he saw only mockery in him. Damn it, why ain't the Black Fox moved yet? I don't want to see this little brat again. Yet Ouyang Fengyu was too shrewd to let his facade falter. Suddenly, Lu Di ceased to smile and turned to Zhao Qianqian, beckoning her with a finger. Qianqian, come here. I have a question for you. What do you want to ask? Ouyang Fengyu's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair, his face turning a shade of purple with anger. Ignoring him, Lu Di smiled at Zhao Qianqian. Qianqian, with such a grand setup today, who are we waiting for? You actually don't know? Zhao Qianqian leaned closer, her eyes wide with excitement. The song God De is coming to our company soon. Chapter 52. Performance plan. Wait, what? Lu Di blinked in disbelief. Zhao Qianqian grinned mischievously. Can you believe it? Even I can hardly believe it. It feels like a dream. Gasp. Not just disbelief. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lu Di inhaled sharply. You don't know. But last night, Chairman Yin suddenly issued an order, stating that our group's latest sales task for home medical devices is entirely entrusted to President Wen. This sales task is of utmost importance to the group. And President Wen is under immense pressure. At this point, Zhao Qianqian, who had initially worn a worried expression, suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, but how coincidental is this? President Wen has an old classmate who owns an entertainment agency. And the song God De happens to be one of his artists. In this critical time, President Wen's old classmate stepped up and said he could invite DE to help us with publicity. President Wen is simply too lucky. I wish I had such a classmate. That I heard that person is a Ritterni, tall and handsome, with an impressive demeanor. Most importantly, his entertainment company managed to sign DE, which shows he is incredibly wealthy. Zhao Qianqian gushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Di, don't you think this is amazing? Lu Di's lips twitched slightly. Truly, this classmate was remarkable, as was the downstairs at the Yingji group. 3 Maybachs came to a screeching halt at the main entrance. That a handsome young man was the first to step out, followed by a glamorous female secretary and a group of bodyguards. The young man glanced at the Yingji group building, then surveyed his surroundings. He laughed heartily and strode confidently into the company. Inside the office, upon seeing the young man's arrival, Yan Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu quickly rose to their feet. Zimming, it's been a while, Yan Qingwen greeted with a hint of shyness. Ha, brother Zimming, you're looking well. Ouyang Fengyu approached and warmly patted his shoulder. The group could hardly contain their curiosity as they eyed the space behind him. Brother Zimming, hasn't teacher DE arrived yet? Ouyang Fengyu inquired with a cultured smile. Zimming shook his head and walked directly to the sofa, reclining with an air of nonchalance. How could teacher DE travel casually? I will communicate on his behalf today. What? He is not coming. Disappointment swept over the group. Only Ouyang Fengyu's expression shifted the quickest. He chuckled and poured a cup of tea for Zimming. Brother Zimming is right. Teacher DE should not be traveling casually. Otherwise, wouldn't our Yingji group office be overrun? Zimming smiled slightly, his expression haughty. That of course, Teacher D's current status is extraordinary. He boasts 600 million fans, a national icon with international influence. Every action he takes can trigger a massive wave. Just a few days ago, Teacher D entered a small streamer's live broadcast. And what happened? The room garnered 300 million views and received 130 million in gifts, making that streamer the top sensation. Ouyang Fengyu nodded repeatedly. Indeed, we all understand Teacher D's influence. If he could endorse our group's latest home products, it would undoubtedly yield astonishing sales figures. Indeed, Zimming's expression was filled with pride as he turned to Yan Qingwen. During my first year studying abroad, I met Teacher DE in a bar. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was no ordinary person. Over the years, I have sponsored his music creations, and fortune favored the diligent. He rose to fame with the future is promising. To express his gratitude, he rejected countless agencies and signed with my Walter Entertainment Company at the first opportunity. I now exclusively possess the commercial performance resources of Teacher DE. Yan Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu grew increasingly excited, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Ouyang Fengyu sighed, Brother Zimming, I knew I was right about you. To give roses to others leaves a lingering fragrance. Your ability to secure DE today reflects your generous nature. It is our group's immense fortune to collaborate with Teacher DE through you. Your previously mentioned 300 million appearance fee is perfectly acceptable. We can finalize the contract today. Zimming disdainfully nodded. The 300 million appearance fee is merely a gesture of goodwill towards Wenwen. Otherwise, Teacher D's debut would be priceless. Then, Zimming tapped the table since we have settled on the price. Let us discuss the performance plan. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingwen's eyes brightened. After receiving Zimming's call last night, she had been so excited that she couldn't sleep, spending the night crafting a marketing plan for the new product. Initially overwhelmed by the sudden task assigned by her father, she now felt confident with DE's involvement that if the plan could be successfully implemented, the sales of the new product would undoubtedly soar. Just as she was about to turn and retrieve her plan, Ouyang Fengyu interjected with a smile. Brother Zimming, the plan must be comprehensive. I've already prepared one. He quickly pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase. Handing them to Zimming, Yan Qingwen was taken aback. Big brother-in-law, what are you doing? It's the marketing plan that Zhao Vice President and I worked on all night. Ouyang Fengyu feigned a kind smile. But inwardly he scoffed. Yan Qingwen, you are still too naive. With the new product launch and DE as the spokesperson, such an outstanding opportunity could not be missed by me. Ouyang Fengyu. But big brother-in-law, this task has already been assigned to me by my father. Yan Qingwen frowned slightly, that we are all family. Why should we differentiate between you and me? Ouyang Fengyu turned to Zimming with a smile. Brother Zimming, please check if my plan has any shortcomings. Chapter 53. Teacher DE, furious. Yan Qingwen was unwilling to back down. She turned and retrieved her plan, laying it before Zimming as well. Yingji Group presents the Song God DE Super Concert at Heisher Stadium. Yingji Group collaborates with the Song God DE Charity Gala for Disabled Children. Wow. Zimming gazed at the two plans on the table, his smile growing broader. Oh Yang Fengyu, yours is a super concert. High-end, fashionable, sensational, and grand in scale. Wen, your charity gala is filled with benevolence and warmth. Indeed, among our new products. Many are home devices aimed at preventing children's illnesses and assisting disabled children, which aligns closely with our mission. Yin Qingwen, undeterred, added, Oh dear, that this puts me in a difficult position. The reason I am here today is that your esteemed father mentioned inviting me to the Yin family banquet in 4 days. I took the liberty of inquiring about your recent endeavors, which led me to learn about your group's promotion of new products. Your father also mentioned that a talented young man has been ardently pursuing you. He suggested that we younger folks should meet at the banquet to exchange ideas. Lu Zimming smirked mischievously. Well, are you not considering me any longer? I pursued you passionately for 2 years, and I still reminisce about it. Following this, Lu Zimming pointed to the proposal on the table. If you agreed to continue our development together, I would unhesitatingly choose your charity gala today. It dawned on Yin Qingwen that Lu Zimming harbored such intentions. He had been notoriously known as a playboy during university. She glanced at the alluring female secretary behind Lu Zimming. This lecherous man had not changed his ways. Yin Qingwen responded coldly, Lu Zimming. Work is work, as for us. There was never a possibility before, and there will not be one in the future. Lu Zimming initially frowned, but then burst into laughter. In his mind, Yin Qingwen's aloof demeanor only fueled his desire to conquer her further. If that's the case, I shall contemplate these 2 proposals carefully. As for when a decision will be made, we shall wait for the day of your family banquet. However, do you think your father would be disappointed if he learned that I rejected your proposal? Lu Zimming smiled knowingly. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. I am eager to meet him. Lu Zimming said casually, a wicked grin on his face. Suddenly, a crisp metallic sound broke the silence of the room. Everyone turned to see a young man in a white shirt leaning against the wall, using a gleaming Zippo lighter to ignite a cigarette. Who on earth are you, and when did you sneak in? Lu Zimming exclaimed, startled, but is there even a ghost that smokes? Are you blind? Lu D, cigarette in mouth, casually sat on the nearby sofa. What did you say? Lu Zimming, instantly enraged, prepared to rise. Lu D flicked off the ash and declared, I am the talented young man your father mentioned, currently employed as a driver at Ingji Group. What a driver! Lu Zimming felt a mix of anger and amusement. You dare to call yourself a talented young man, and you, a mere driver, have the audacity to insult my vision. Lu D shrugged, smiling. Indeed, I seriously suspect your eyesight is questionable. You, with a newly registered entertainment company, dare to claim you signed D. Are you sure you didn't sign the neighboring uncle instead? Just because you say he is D, it doesn't make it so. Lu D exhaled a puff of smoke. Today, I shall sit right here and see what kind of person your so-called D.E. really is. Today, I will unveil the true face of D.E. Lu Zimming said, pulling out his phone. Then on the screen appeared a silhouette of a young man in a white shirt, seated at a piano. His slender fingers gently pressed the keys, and the accompaniment of the future is promising filled the air. Though only 2 lines of lyrics were heard, the beautiful timbre and ethereal high notes were utterly enchanting. The video's volume was low, but it was still evident that the voice resembled that of D.E. in the video. Subsequently, the young man slowly turned his head. His features were strikingly handsome. He smiled brightly, his voice clear and resonant. Hello, friends of Ingji Group. I am the singer D, and I entrust all matters regarding our collaboration to Brother Zimming. I look forward to meeting you, so this is what the renowned singer D, he looks like, clean and handsome, just like a boy next door. Lu Zimming put away his phone, wearing an expression of superiority as he regarded everyone. How fortunate you are to witness the visage of D. Shouldn't you all thank me? Lu D nodded repeatedly. This imitation is quite well done. Just as the video played, Lu D had already deduced the truth. 1 original sound, 99 synthesized. The young man in that video is merely a student from a third-rate music academy. He is nothing more than a fabricated DE created with tuning software, Lu D remarked. President Lu, I must commend you. Now you understand the gap between us. Under the envious gazes of the others, Lu Zimming once again took a seat with swagger. Zimming is indeed exceptional. D is, but his little brother. The future is limitless. Lu D suddenly interjected, his expression bright and cheerful. I wish to make a pact with President Lu. Do you want D's autograph or a photo? Lu Zimming replied with an overly proud demeanor. Speak. What shall we agree upon? Let us agree that if I discover your DE is a counterfeit, shall I break your left leg or your right leg? Lu D looked at Lu Zimming with a smile, sitting casually with a commanding presence. You, for some reason, As Lu Ziming looked at Lu Di, he felt an inexplicable unease. Such provocative words left him unable to respond with anger. Instead, he trembled inwardly. All the carefully constructed rhetoric he had prepared vanished. Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly unreasonable. The evidence is right before us, and you still stir trouble. Ziming is our important partner. It is not your place to meddle. Yang Fengyu interjected, taking a stance against Lu Di. Yin Qingwen, too, wore a helpless expression. Although she sensed something strange about DE in the video and even shared Lu Di's suspicions, she could not allow Lu Di to continue causing a scene. Very well, Lu Di replied with a smile, but then turned his gaze sharply toward Lu Ziming, stating each word deliberately. I very much look forward to your concert. And with that, he tacitly chose the right leg. Chapter 54. Kindred spirits in the dilapidated three-story building of Master Tuo's free hospital. Lu Di stood quietly after delivering medical equipment. Master Tuo, clutching a half bottle of Ergo 2, was already rosy-cheeked and slightly intoxicated. This disheveled old man, full of stories, was not only Lu Di's savior, but also the only person Lu Di sincerely admired in his life, possessing great love yet remaining uncontentious. Master Tuo, I truly do not understand how one can remain as calm as water. Like you, Lu Di suddenly inquired, what's the matter? Master Tuo opened one eye, glancing sideways. Little Lu, have you been wronged or bullied? Lu Di smiled faintly, just a bit perplexed, decided in life. Human relationships and worldly affairs are the hardest to rationalize because one's true reasoning is dissected. It seems as tasteless as dividing wine and water. You are overly concerned, which only confines yourself. I am old and weak, hence my temperament is calm. But you, being young, should be bold and daring. Once you unleash that fire within, you will naturally feel liberated. That I dare not. Lu Di shook his head slightly. Dare not. Others may not understand you, but I, Master Tuo, surely do. In your bones, there is one word, fierce. Master Tuo's casual remarks startled Lu Di. Indeed, he had once fallen into a valley of despair, struggling without seeing any hope. What had sustained him through? Lu Di already had the answer in his heart, that it was that tenacity to bite through steel and press forward. If he were to become overly kind-hearted and forget that fierceness, would he not regress to his previous self? I am not blind. I can tell with my toes that you have been thriving lately. However, Master Tuo reclined, kicking away the peanut shells on the broken table to reveal a character sketch. That I have one more piece of advice. Be fierce when necessary, and retreat when necessary. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is the mark of a great leader. After all, some troubles, once entangled, will lead you into deep waters, from which you cannot escape. Lu Di glanced at the sketch on the table, recognizing that the young face depicted was unmistakably his own. This, Lu Di voiced his confusion. Isn't it you, you little rascal? The bank youth being sought after by various military factions. Lu Di scratched his head helplessly. Enough of this. I'm going to sleep, and if there's nothing else, you may leave. Master Tuo's character was well known to Lu Di. Watching him close his eyes, Lu Di chose not to say more and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Master Tuo's voice echoed from afar. In matters of good and evil, there are hearts that discern, and the scales are weighed by the King of Hell. Why is that? Because everyone's inner cultivation, experiences, and perspectives differ. Many will make baseless assumptions upon meeting you. Remember, a local dog may be beaten, but do not step outside for matters that betray your conscience. Understood, Master? In front of the Rongting building in the CBD. Lu Di leaned against a tree, seemingly gazing into the distance while, in reality, he was observing the data in his mind. The download rate of the Gemini app surged astonishingly. After just 8 hours, it had already surpassed 400 million downloads. With user engagement remaining exceptionally high in a mere day, it achieved what took the Penguin Company 5 years. Yet this was merely the beginning. 30 minutes ago, Gemini software enhanced its capabilities by introducing a new feature for group chats called Interests. At first glance, it appeared to be a forum-based group chat, but it held profound potential. Users clicking the Interest button would instantaneously enter a new realm. If one were a fishing enthusiast, the interface would transform into a vast azure ocean teeming with lively fish. If one were a photography aficionado, the screen would showcase breathtaking landscapes and continuously rolling realistic figures. With over 3,000 hobby categories, each category boasts an unlimited capacity for participants, and within each category, users are meticulously filtered through algorithmic analysis to connect with like-minded individuals. Each interest group is further divided into enthusiasts, professionals, and connoisseurs. Here, everyone shares a common passion, a mutual aspiration, and the joy of camaraderie. Countless netizens connect effortlessly, engaging in lively discussions as if they had known each other for ages. While exchanging experiences, they can also share their photos and videos. This truly astonished me. I initially entered casually, not intending to leave. This group chat is so sophisticated, filled entirely with violin enthusiasts. Just like me, my group is even more impressive, comprised solely of Transformers collectors. I searched for 2 years and found none. This software continues to surprise me. No forum has ever truly gathered such a large and genuine community of racing enthusiasts. Haha, my old friends finally found their sanctuary. OMG, I encountered the legendary Wei Shun in this group. This software is remarkable, incredibly precise. It allowed me to discover my familiar domain and integrate seamlessly. If the software continues on this trajectory, could it potentially overthrow all forums? A chilling thought indeed. The comments on the software reveal a wealth of talent. Naturally, some have recognized the ambition behind the interest section. As they noted, if it develops further, it could indeed replace all types of forums. The internet has evolved to the point that nearly every field possesses its specialized forum, such as the Football World Community for soccer enthusiasts, the Car Friends Forum for automotive aficionados, and Textual Time and Space for novel lovers. The list is endless. Among them are numerous large-scale portal websites. However, these forums struggle with the pain point of accurately identifying and attracting users. This is a problem that Gemini does not face. With its formidable computing power, it can effortlessly capture information through a few steps, allowing for precise user classification. This programming is a level of technology that leaves competitors in the dust. Everyone possesses their own interests and desires to engage with authentically like-minded individuals. This is a fundamental aspect of human nature and the core of interest development. Once all hobby sections under interest achieve stability, Gemini will simultaneously control the narrative across various fields. From a business perspective, if your target customers congregate within a specific forum, the promotional resources within that forum become highly coveted. When an automotive group launches a new off-road model, they will undoubtedly seek to promote it in the Interests Off-Road e-group section. When a smartphone manufacturer unveils a new device, they will certainly come to the Interests Mobile Enthusiast section for promotion. Hence, gathering diverse customer resources across various fields is the true objective behind Ludi's creation of interests. Later tonight, I will continue updating that. Don't wait up, everyone, get some rest. Tomorrow, check in while seated on the toilet. Chapter 55, CEO Ajah. In a grand conference room, the senior executives of the entire group gathered. And the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The vice president of business, Li Dowd, furrowed his brow. That on the large screen was a lengthy 30-page analysis of the new features of the Gemini app. President Li, this new interest feature has transformed Gemini's customer service from one-on-one to one-to-many. The appeal of their product now extends beyond finding kindred spirits to encompassing a shared customer base with similar interests. The capacity for these groups to attract each other is quite formidable. This feature has only been online for 30 minutes, and their user count is surging again, nearing 600 million. They are closing in on us. Enough, Li Dowd interjected, raising his hand impatiently to halt the subordinate's report. Has the parent company of Gemini been identified? Yes, the registered name is D-San, and their company is located in the Rongting Building CBD. A secretary-like individual promptly reported that D-San had never heard of it, likely a newcomer. Moreover, their company is currently not profitable, so their funds should be limited. That Li Dowd pondered for a moment before proclaiming loudly, Vice President Sidhu. Here. Go to their company for a face-to-face discussion. Since we cannot replicate their technology, let's negotiate a buyout. I'll authorize 5 billion. No, 10 billion. Get the money and secure the deal. No one can, nor dares, refuse a buyout from the Penguin Group. Upon hearing this sum, the middle-aged man known as Vice President Sidhu was momentarily stunned. Feeling immense pressure, but he solemnly nodded. Rest assured, President Li, I will ensure it is secured. At this moment, in front of the Rongting building, Lu Di was engrossed in observing the data when someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Ajah quietly snuck up behind Lu Di, intending to envelop him in a warm embrace, but nearly stumbled in surprise. What the Ajah almost tripped over himself. Lu Di stood there effortlessly, as steady as a javelin, unyielding. Lu Di, you're quite fit, Ajah exclaimed, eyes wide. Noticing Ajah seemed revitalized, Lu Di replied with a smile. I've been exercising recently, while you seem to have regressed. Stop talking nonsense, Ajah retorted, scratching his head and gazing up at the towering 80-plus story Rongting building. You're not telling me your company is based here, right? The rent is exorbitant. You'll know once you come with me. Lu Di replied with a mysterious smile, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the 87th floor. Wow, that is quite a high floor. Ajia remarked as they arrived at the 87th floor that a row of offices lined the corridor, with vast floor-to-ceiling windows offering breathtaking views that uplifted the spirit. They traversed the narrow hallway, Lu Di maintaining a focused gaze while Ajia marveled, pondering who could afford such splendid offices. Ajia, my project is in the internet sector, specifically instant messaging. The first version was completed and launched yesterday. Upon hearing Lu Di's explanation, Ajia instantly grew serious. Lu Di continued, your task is to assemble a team, ensuring daily maintenance and reception. As for me, I prefer to keep my identity concealed for the time being. So all public-facing matters will fall to you. Our company has ample funds, technology, and personnel. You need not worry about any of that. Ajia's astonishment deepened. Lu Di, you're not joking, are you? Of course not. My capabilities are quite formidable. Lu Di chuckled. Formidable? To what extent? At this point, they had completed the 87th floor and ascended to the 88th viaduct, the stairwell. Lu Di, as if leisurely strolling through a market, remarked, we're strong enough to reject the inundation of all venture capital firms, investment funds, and large corporations seeking to acquire us. Ajia laughed heartily. Brother, having entrepreneurial dreams is commendable, but boasting is your flaw. They continued their stroll, reaching the expansive open space on the 89th floor. Lu Di smirked, saying, once those companies come knocking, it will be your responsibility to handle them. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't be making any appearances. You still joking? Ajia surveyed the office environment with delight. Let us first strive to secure such a spacious office. Lu Di smiled gently. We've agreed that you'll be the CEO of this company, while I'll be the silent board member doing nothing but counting the money. You rascal. In our fledgling startup, why complicate things with so many unnecessary titles? The CEO can be anyone. Wherever needed, just move them around. CEO is Ajia. Secretary is also Ajia. Janitor is still Ajia. Years of friendship allowed for an unbroken bond between the two, filled with laughter and joy as they arrived at the expansive rooftop terrace, which was as large as a football field, complete with a helicopter landing pad, a small golf course, and an infinity pool. It was nothing short of extravagant. Damn capital. Ajia cursed, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ajia, we've known each other for 7 years, right? Lu Di continued to stroll. You are one of the few individuals in this world whom I can completely trust. Certainly, you have always been my most unconditional supporter. In times of both triumph and tribulation, you have never underestimated me. Frankly, apart from myself, who else would treat you this way? With just a phone call, I would drop everything and rush over. Ajia blinked his slightly moist eyes and said, stop with the sentimentality. Just get to the point. Is it about money? My savings of $150,000 are ready and can be transferred at any time. Lu Di nodded and replied, I'll provide you with the company's financial account later. You can handle it as you see fit. Of course, Ajia's money is unnecessary. The financial account of the creator company has already been established by Mo Tong, with an infusion of $5 billion for operational funds. IVE compiled a document regarding the company's business and future plans and sent it to your email. Even for someone as accomplished as you from Haida University, it should keep you occupied for days. Lu Di added, you are indeed quick on the uptake, immediately making it official. As they spoke, they arrived at the edge of the terrace. Before them lay a panoramic view of the bustling city. Majestic and awe-inspiring. Suddenly leaning against the railing, Ajia turned and asked, you just led me through 3 floors. Which room is our company in? Including this rooftop. What? 3 whole floors? Ajia exclaimed. What kind of company are you running? Lu Di shrugged and replied calmly. The company's name is Creator. Currently, our only product is Gemini. What? Ajia gasped again, nearly losing his balance and teetering on the edge of the 89th floor. Chapter 56. A stronger self needs no validation on the top floor of the Ronting building. Lu Di and Ajia conversed for a full 2 hours, starting from the online promotion of the prize-guessing campaign, discussing the launch of the Gemini app, which garnered 600 million users, and the introduction of the shared interest feature. Lu Di revealed to Ajia that he had independently developed Gemini and secured angel investment from an experienced banker. Subsequently, he purchased the top 3 floors of the Ronting building. The online popularity of Gemini was astounding. Ajia not only knew this, but was also a loyal user of the Gemini app. Moreover, being a top student from Haida University, he clearly understood the commercial value of Gemini. However, as Lu Di recounted his journey step by step, Ajia's jaw dropped wider with each revelation. Unable to close it for a full hour and a half, as if he had swallowed the winds of the 89th floor, in Ajia's words. Lu Di's marketing acumen could only be summarized in both Chinese and English as remarkable. Comrade Zhang Tianjia, now that you are the CEO of Creator, you must have a fitting image, right? Lu Di asked with a smile. Lu Di casually mentioned that 10 minutes prior, he had already messaged Black Fox to have the villa keys and sports car, one from Huang Mao at the underground casino, delivered to the Ronting building. A villa that a Lamborghini de is it idle. Ajia stared at Lu Di in disbelief, squeezing out a few words. Yes, it's idle. Afterward, Lu Di patted Ajia, who was still dazed on the terrace, and stood up to leave. He knew Ajia would need a few days to digest all this information. Little did people know that the future tech mogul Zhang Tianjia would begin his journey as a creator in a state of bewilderment on this small rooftop of the Ronting building. All thanks to the mysterious man known as Di San, whom Ajia revered. 20 minutes later, Lu Di drove a luxury car slowly through the streets of Heishai. In the back seat, Yan Qingwen wore a sullen expression. The matter of inviting DE to assist in promoting the group's new product was now in limbo due to Ouyang Fengyu's sudden interference. This left Yan Qingwen, who was undertaking such a significant task for the first time. Quite troubled, Lu Di stopped the car. Yan Qingwen's voice suddenly broke in. Lu Di, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we heading to the manor yet? There's no rush. I need you to do something first." Yan Qingwen raised her head and softly said, "My father is preparing a banquet at the manor in 4 days, and several young elites, along with some prominent figures from the older generation, will be attending. That my father wishes for you to accompany me." Yan Qingwen hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I know you only have this one outfit, but for such an occasion, your casual attire might be inappropriate. That I mean no offense, that I understand those people tend to judge by appearances. I just fear you might be looked down upon." Yan Qingwen pointed out of the window at a high-end bespoke suit shop, managing a slight smile as she said, "This is the finest suit shop in Haishur. I would like to gift you a suit that." "Oh, I see." Lu Di nodded thoughtfully, considering this as her way of showing concern. "Thank you." However, Lu Di continued, such high society gatherings are inherently about comparing strengths and weaknesses. If you are genuinely weak, no amount of embellishment will spare you from derision. Should there be individuals who flaunt their superiority to belittle others, they are not worthy of respect for the sake of Yen Laoi. I shall attend, but whether I am in rags or in finery, those who insult me shall be dealt with. The petty schemes of a few wealthy heirs do not concern me. Yan Qingwen sighed deeply. Lu Di, could you not be so extreme? Even if there are issues, my father and I will stand up for you, that I merely wish for you to dress more formally. I appreciate the good intentions. But it's unnecessary. Lu Di replied with a faint smile. Miss Yin, remember, a strong person needs no validation. With that, Lu Di pressed the accelerator, and the luxury car sped away, not stopping in front of the suit shop at all. In the back seat, Yan Qingwen felt a bit stifled with anger, but worked to adjust her emotions. Lu Di, if you don't want the suit, that's fine. I have prepared a gift for you, hoping you will accept it. Lu Di was genuinely puzzled. Had this woman taken a strange turn today? Slowly, she handed over an open box. Inside lay a simple black string, at the end of which was a lustrous white pearl. Even in daylight, the pearl emitted a faint, subtle glow, seemingly weak, yet imbued with a power that suggested it would never fade. Lu Di wrinkled his nose. It was evident that this item was quite valuable. Are you trying to buy me off? Is your sense of guilt arriving a bit late? You are correct. This pearl is indeed worth a fortune. It is known as the Eye of the Undying, and there is only one in the world. Yan Qingwen's expression suddenly dimmed as she spoke softly. Lu Di, I've thought a lot about you these past few days. Your peculiar and ambitious behaviors, are they rooted in despair? Lu Di was taken aback. What was this Yin girl talking about? Even if she pretended every day as if nothing were amiss, the reality could not be concealed. Yan Qingwen continued, your eyes that they may go blind. Lu Di was momentarily speechless. This woman truly had an extraordinary imagination. He had long forgotten about his eye condition, which had been cured by Mo Tong. Lu Di, I hope you do not lose confidence that I cannot do much. But I offer you this Eye of the Undying. Its unique value lies in the fact that no matter how long it is buried, it will never extinguish. I sincerely hope you can remain unyielding to darkness. Just like it. Yan Qingwen's words, although somewhat misguided, sent shivers down Lu Di's spine, moving him slightly that you're quite bothersome. Just put it down. Chapter 57. Young talents. The location was elevated, and even in the sweltering summer heat. A cool breeze swept through. It was a renowned summer retreat nearby. By morning, a sunshade had been set up on the lawn in front of the main building of the Yin family manor. along with a European-style buffet table that a dozen servants stood respectfully by. Except for the second daughter Yin Siwen, who was far abroad, the other four Yin sisters had all arrived, along with their son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Today marked the day of the Yin family's banquet for guests. Old Master Yin was seated under the sunshade, squinting at the young man in a white shirt and jeans, who stood out starkly among the surrounding suits and formal attire. "Ah Fu," he called. "Yes, sir. For some reason, the more I look at Lu Di, the more I like him. Don't you think his unique spirit resembles my younger self? Sir, I feel Mr. Lu seems a bit reserved today. As if he is uncomfortable." Old Master Yin sighed. "It's tough on Lu Di. He comes from humble beginnings, and he has naturally never experienced a gathering like this, with so many accomplished individuals present. He is bound to feel nervous. However, this is an essential experience for a young person. I sincerely hope he can grow quickly and stand tall for our Yin family." In the distance, Lu Di stood under a tree, his gaze somewhat vacant, and oh wonder, Ah Fu misunderstood. From afar, he appeared to be in a daze. As he scrutinized the data pertaining to Gemini, it became evident that the download count had surged past the remarkable milestone of 800 million within just 3 days, drawing perilously close to the long-established Penguin Group. Most notably, the hobbies section had achieved resounding success, with over 3,000 vibrant communities bustling with enthusiasm, an impressive 90 of Gemini's users, totaling 720 million, had discovered their niche interests. The internet was rife with criticisms from various hobby forums, as Gemini's rapid ascent threatened to corner its competitors. The founder and CEO, Ajia, had been exceptionally busy, with operations running smoothly and staff in place. Having turned down numerous investment offers, companies eager to advertise within the hobby section were lining up in droves. The names Gemini App, D-San, and Zhang Tianjia frequently graced the headlines of financial news, with the fledgling company earning accolades such as Most Promising Company of the Year, Star Enterprise of Huaxia, an internationally competitive company. This was merely the first step of a long journey. Lu Di smiled faintly as he closed the data stream, shifting his gaze to the courtyard where a luxurious Mercedes S-Class and a Range Rover had just arrived, halting before the main building. L. Zimming and another young man adorned with golden-rimmed glasses exited the vehicles. Zimming was acquainted with Uncle Yin, and Tiancheng had also met him. They approached the elderly Yin with slight bows, displaying a commendable politeness that, "Ha, Zimming, Tiancheng, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Ouyang Fengyu greeted them with exuberance, embracing both warmly before standing beside L. Zimming. "Lu Di, come here," the elder Yin beckoned. "These two gentlemen are the sons of my old friends, recently returned from abroad. Each a paragon of success. Allow me to introduce you." Ouyang Fengyu interjected with a hearty laugh, casually draping an arm over L. Zimming's shoulder. "This is L. Zimming, the president of Wait Entertainment Company. To put it succinctly, the nation's sensational singer D.E. is one of his artists. Our group is currently negotiating a new product promotion with Brother Zimming." He continued, "Today, the Yin family is hosting a banquet. Feel free to voice any requests. You need not worry about the servants, for I, Ouyang Fengyu, will personally attend to you. Did you give my proposal some serious thought?" "Haha, consider it," L. Zimming replied, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Di, his expression brimming with arrogance. Ouyang Fengyu then turned his attention to the bespectacled young man, who shone with equal brilliance. Zhou Tiancheng, founder of Mita Company, an undeniable star in the business realm. Mita is a national tourism company that has developed 12 international travel routes and has exclusive contracts with 3 tropical islands, offering bespoke high-end travel services. Due to its immense popularity, Mita secured a 300 million investment from Wall Street just 2 months ago. I foresee Brother Tian Chung listing the company in no time. He is undoubtedly a role model for our younger generation. The elder Yin nodded in satisfaction, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Di. It is quite a coincidence that Zimming and Tiancheng are both former university classmates of Wenwen. Having once pursued her to haha, I must admit, my pursuit of Wenwen ended in failure, prompting me to travel the world. Little did I expect to discover 12 hidden travel routes and establish a successful company, Tiancheng recounted, feigning humility. However, Ouyang Fengyu, your assertion is slightly off. I did not secure 1 round of funding, but 2, totaling 800 million. Moreover, I am trusted by my shareholders, holding 70 of the company's equity, with a net worth of approximately 30 billion. Zhou Tiancheng turned to Yin Qingwen and remarked, "Wenwen, I am now a world apart from who I used to be." Yin Qingwen, feeling a bit awkward, pointed towards Lu Di, redirecting the conversation. "Let me introduce you to this person." "No need for introductions. Lu Di, right? The benefactor of Wenwen." Zhou Tianqing laughed heartily, stepping forward to firmly shake Lu Di's hand. He feigned an embrace, leaning close to Lu Di's ear and whispering, "Don't you think for a moment that I'm unaware of your true nature, a mere leech, devoid of any background. Yanqing is pivotal to my ascent. Do you dare to contend with me? I could crush you with a mere flick of my finger." The elder Yin suggested I inspire you. "Do you even qualify?" Lu Di's expression shifted instantly, his brow furrowing tightly. Zhou Tianqing let out a cold laugh. Withdrawing from Lu Di's ear and resuming his fa-ade of warmth, that ha, Lu brother, our days ahead are long. Let's take our time to get to know each other. Ouch, that hurts. In the next moment, Zhou Tianqing's expression froze, his face shifting from red to purple as the sound of crunching bones emanated from the hand Lu Di gripped. "Apologies, I seldom shake hands with women," Lu Di said with a squint and a smile. Releasing his grip, Zhou Tianqing staggered back, his face contorted in pain. "You," he exclaimed, his face flushed with rage, ready to explode. "Tianqing, this is your first visit to the estate. Let me show you around." Ouyang Fengyu interjected with a warm smile, wrapping an arm around both El Ziming and Zhou Tianqing, guiding them away. The elder Yin observed the scene with amusement, shaking his head and chuckling. "Ah, youth, you can sense the tension in the air just from their first meeting." Lu Di maintained a calm demeanor, remarking, "Old sir, to speak candidly, I wouldn't describe my interactions with these young talents as particularly charged. For the disparity in our standings is simply too vast. Haha, it's no wonder you are a descendant of the Yin family. A touch of youthful arrogance is commendable. Pursue your ambitions boldly. And should trouble arise, I shall lend my support." In the distance, Ouyang Fengyu frowned, adopting a serious tone. "Tianqing, you must temper your fiery temperament. A moment's indiscretion could jeopardize the grander scheme. What benefit is there in losing your composure before the elder?" Zhou Tianqing, having regained his composure, gritted his teeth, but remained silent. Ouyang Fengyu narrowed his eyes, stating, "Gentlemen, I trust you are beginning to grasp Lu Di's true nature, before arriving at the Yin family. He was merely a laborer, possessing nothing but brute strength. Beyond that, he is utterly lacking. He cannot possibly be compared to either of you." Noticing the growing anger on their faces, he continued, "To be honest, I find this fellow quite distasteful. I wish to see him expelled from the Yin family, and you both desire to eliminate a rival in pursuit of one when we can easily form an alliance." The two men suddenly perked up. "How do we unify?" Ouyang Fengyu smirked coldly. "As you know, some elders will be arriving shortly, and according to tradition, there will be opportunities to speak at the lunch banquet, essentially showcasing one's skills. At that time, Brother Ziming, you shall publicly announce the concert of the esteemed DE, favoring my proposal. Of course, I shan't leave you without face. I will also guarantee a minimum sales figure of 20 billion from the concert. Additionally, I will increase DE's appearance fee by another 200 million. And Brother Tianqing, I will facilitate the third round of funding for your company, ensuring your success. You may boldly unveil your listing plans at the banquet. In this manner, your successes will undoubtedly astound everyone present. And what does Lu Di possess? A pretty face, a body of brute strength. It's utterly laughable. Everyone will recognize the chasm between us. Tianqing, even if you struck him earlier. So what? It would merely make you seem reckless. In our circle, what matters is strength, status, and connections. Once Lu Di loses face before the elder and the assembled dignitaries, with nothing to show for himself, he will naturally be cast aside, for no one will have any need for him. El Ziming and Zhou Tianqing seemed to awaken to Ouyang Fengyu's words. Indeed, this was the midday banquet of the wealthiest man in Haishur. A perfect opportunity to display their capabilities. To truly overshadow Lu Di meant showcasing achievements that rendered him insignificant. After receiving a call from the elder Yin, they had immediately investigated Lu Di's background. He was merely a restaurant worker who had fortuitously saved Yin Qingwen, catapulting him into prominence. That it was somewhat ludicrous to think that a company owner worth over 100 billion would compete with such a commoner. It was unnecessary. Power was paramount. Let him feel utterly inadequate. Brother Fengyu, your reminder is invaluable. Zhou Tianqing lamented. Had it not been for you, I might have foolishly struck that little waste of space. That would have been a disgrace beyond measure. He then clapped Ouyang Fengyu on the shoulder, declaring, I will follow your lead. Excellent. Ouyang Fengyu nodded, turning to El Ziming. And you, Brother Ziming? El Ziming furrowed his brow. I have finalized my proposal. Will one take issue with my choice? Ah, Brother Ziming, you are mistaken. Lu Di, That young lad arrived at my home for the first time, and to my surprise, he had acquired a set of rhetoric that utterly captivated the old master. The old master entrusted One with the responsibility of new product sales, but in truth, he was relying on Lu Di. If you assist me in achieving sales while Lu Di remains ineffectual, his true capabilities will be exposed, won't they? At that point, he will no longer hold the old master's attention, and your chances of approaching One will only increase, right? Ouyang Fengyu scoffed at I see that Lu Ziming suddenly raised his head. Realizing that the boy had been questioning my esteemed teacher, Di, out of fear, previously intimidated by Lu Di's presence, Lu Ziming now felt enlightened. He had thought that the boy had discovered some incriminating evidence against him. But he was merely a fruitless critic, too sour to admit his own shortcomings. A composed smile now adorned his face. Ha, Lu brother, I was rude just now. Zhou Qianqing chuckled. You as a benefactor of the Yan family must be treated with utmost respect by us, the young scions of the Yan family. This statement was flawless. It underscored Lu Di's lower status while simultaneously emphasizing his own prestigious lineage. It even appeared to be an apology. The polite gestures of a few young rakes are hardly worth consideration. Lu Di smiled indifferently. Zhou Qianqing trembled with anger once again. Master, a call just came in. Miss Nan has arrived unexpectedly. A Fu, standing beside the elder Yin, bowed slightly. Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? The elder Yin tilted his head, realizing that this visit was clearly unanticipated. From the capital, Nan Tianhai's daughter, Nan Rui. Upon hearing A Fu's words, Yin Hongxin's eyes widened in astonishment. The others present were equally stunned. Nan Tianhai, a household name within China. He wields immense power over the nation's finances. Just a stamp of his foot can send tremors throughout the country. Moreover, his 3 children are each extraordinary in their respective fields. The eldest, Nanning Jie, has made a remarkable name for himself in politics, currently serving as the mayor of Hangzhou at the tender age of 36. His second son, Nan Mingde, is a renowned scientist abroad. Having developed a solar photovoltaic technology patent 6 years ago, the energy tech group he founded is now listed among the Fortune Global 500. And then there is the third child, the one hailed as the most beautiful genius, Nan Ruoi. Since childhood, she has been exceptionally intelligent, mastering the arts and more. Moreover, she is charming and endearing, much adored by her father, Nan Tianhai. Compared to her 2 brothers, Nan Ruoi prefers to remain out of the limelight. After graduation, she ventured to Haishur to delve into the antique business. It is rumored that with her discerning eye, she has made remarkable finds, amassing a collection of antiques worth astronomical sums within just a few years. A father of distinguished stature and 3 children excelling in various domains, the Nan family in the capital holds unparalleled power in both the political and business arenas. No one is unaware of their influence, and no one dares to show them disrespect. In terms of strength, the Nan family could easily swallow 10 Yin families whole. A Fu, are you certain it is Miss Nan? The elder Yin inquired. Visibly excited. Did I see? The elder Yin nodded, somewhat dazed. Just then, a remarkably understated Audi rolled into the Yin estate. The elder Yin, who had remained unperturbed regardless of who arrived, suddenly tensed and immediately rose to greet her. Chapter 59. Miss Nan from the capital, observing the elder Yan's retreating figure. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were at a loss. Brother Fengyu, how did Miss Nan arrive? We were not privy to this beforehand. With her presence, our modest resources might become a laughingstock. I have heard that within the Nan family, Miss Nan is the apple of everyone's eye, utterly adored by her elder brothers and even by Nan Tongzhong. Do not panic. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes sparkled with ambition. This is a tremendous opportunity. Given Miss Nan's esteemed position, she is unlikely to impose rigorous expectations upon us. Moreover, her arrival grants us the perfect chance to showcase our strengths. If we earn her recognition, we may just ascend to the heights of the Nan family. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing nodded repeatedly. Ouyang Fengyu cast a glance at Lu Di, who remained idle, and coldly remarked, As for Lu Di, we shall make the most of this stepping stone today. Let us go and welcome Miss Nan, and we must present ourselves in the finest light. The Audi came to a slow stop. The driver, clad in white gloves, swiftly exited and opened the left rear door. In the next moment, a pair of long, fair legs emerged from the slit of a black Cheongsam, gracefully stepping out of the vehicle. Her high heels, adorned with matte diamonds, exuded a subtle yet dazzling brilliance. The mere sight of that leg sent a wave of dizziness through all the men present. As she exited the car, a radiant smile graced her face. revealing an utterly flawless figure that rivaled the world's top models. Her soft, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her lightly made-up face bore a touch of ruby red on her lips, embodying both elegance and unparalleled beauty. Ouyang Fengyu and the others were momentarily entranced. Such a woman, with an astonishing background and breathtaking beauty, was the epitome of every man's dream. "Uncle Yin, greetings," Roy has come uninvited. "I hope you do not mind," her voice, sweet as a lark, resonated beautifully. "Ha, Miss Nan, you are too kind. Your presence brings great honor to our Yin family." The elder Yin slightly bowed. "Ah, those two must still be on their way. Miss Nan, let me introduce you to a few young gentlemen present today." The elder Yin chuckled. "You may simply call me Roy, uncle." "Very well, Roy. This is my nephew, Lu Ziming, and this is my nephew, Zhou Tiancheng." "Greetings, Miss Nan." Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng were taken aback, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu maintained his composure. Observing Lu and Zhou, he silently derided them as unworthy pretenders. Subsequently, Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his hair, extended his hands, and stepped forward, smiling. "Miss Nan, greetings. I am Ouyang." However, Nan Ruoyi did not extend her hands. She merely glanced at each of them, offering a polite nod. It was no surprise, given her status and femininity. Her delicate hands were not to be casually touched. Then, the elder Yin introduced the four daughters of the Yin family one by one, and Nan Ruoyi nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, her exquisitely elegant smile froze on her lips. She had spotted a familiar figure. In a white shirt and jeans with striking purple eyes, it was him, Mr. D. The slender lashes fluttered slightly. Nan Ruoyi's heart raced. The leather handbag in her hand slipped from her grasp. "I am Lu D, D for younger brother." That figure seemed to step out of darkness into light, approaching with a gentle smile. Nan Ruoyi's body stiffened. It was indeed Mr. D. Had he used his real name? Gazing at Lu D's unblemished smile, Nan Ruoyi's thoughts swirled. How astute she was. Mr. D clearly wished to conceal his identity. Countless words lingered on the tip of her tongue, but she merely nodded slightly. "Hello, sir, indeed, very well." Lu D nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the breathtaking young woman before him. Nan Ruoyi, daughter of Nan Tianhai, the third miss of the Nan family, adored by countless admirers. A paragon of beauty, she was the jewel of Nan Tianhai's eye and the cherished little sister in the eyes of her two elder brothers. Yet, who would have imagined that she was, in truth, the true leader of the underworld in Haishur, known as the Black Fox? For years, she had stood behind the puppet Black Fox, disguised as a maid, while secretly commanding a legion of underlings. The Black Fox gang's leader, she controlled thousands of thugs and owned numerous casinos and bars, dominating the underground market. Indeed, the Nan family produced prodigies. Each is exceptional in their own right. Yet this third miss, Nan Ruoyi, perhaps surpassed even that. To outsiders, she appeared to have a gentle and refined demeanor, but in reality, her heart was fiercely rebellious. Coming to Haishur to conduct business was merely a fade. 6 years ago, she leveraged her high intelligence to establish the Black Fox gang. All the while, she maintained her covert identity, expanding the gang's influence until it dominated the underworld of Haishur. No one knew she was Miss Nan, and no one in the Nan family suspected she was the Black Fox. Such an extraordinary woman. To Nan Ruoyi, it was all a game, shedding her obedient girl identity to revel in freedom. Transforming into a gang leader, she was unrestrained and ruthless, yet could also be benevolent and ambitious. How delightful. Nan Ruoyi reveled in it all. But everything changed the moment she encountered Lu Di. The man in white appeared before her like a deity, effortlessly dismantling her defenses, speaking every secret she held. An absolute dominance. Nan Ruoyi had once believed that no one could conquer her. Yet that notion dissipated the instant she met Lu Di. At this moment, everything within the Yin estate had turned surreal. Her perspective narrowed to the smiling man in white. As if he were everything. "Miss Nan. Miss Nan, are you all right?" Ouyang Fengyu gently called out. Unbeknownst to him, Nan Ruoyi had been lost in thought for a full 2 minutes. "Miss Nan, would you like to accompany me to the pavilion for a moment's rest and a drink?" Ouyang Fengyu asked again. Nan Ruoyi simply shook her head. "No need. I shall remain with Mr. Lu Di." Chapter 60. The heart of the banquet. Ah, Miss Nan, Lu Di is not a member of the Yin family. He is merely a chauffeur for the Yin family. Lu Ziming chuckled softly. No one would ever believe that Lu could have any connection with the young lady of the Nan family. It seems Miss Nan merely regards Lu as a guest from the Yin family. Nan Ruoyi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu, who appeared utterly indifferent that he took a few steps away, retrieved a cigarette, and leaned against a tree to smoke. Disappointment flickered in Nan Ruoyi's heart. It appeared her companion was reluctant to make any overt gestures. She then nodded thoughtfully. In that case, I shall follow the lead of my host, but that's splendid. Ouyang Fengyu beamed. Just as the group prepared to move, 2 more cars rolled into the Yin family estate. These 2 black vehicles were likely the most economical in the estate's fleet, yet no one dared to underestimate the 2 guests within. The first was a Hongqi sedan with a white plate, HIA 00001, marking it as the official vehicle of the city's top police officer. The second was an older model Audi A6 with a plate, WA00003, that those with some knowledge could immediately ascertain the status of these vehicles. The first belonged to the city's police chief, while the owner of the second was at least a general. The cars came to a gradual halt at a dark-skinned elder, his face resembling that of an old sage, yet possessing remarkable strength. First emerged from the Audi. Following him was a man in a Zhongshan suit, around 60 years of age, with a square face, who briskly exited the Hongqi. "Old Hey, I've finally caught up with you," shouted Duan Hua as he approached Heishan, "that if you refuse to compensate for my mobile phone, at least tell me if you found that young man." If outsiders were to overhear this conversation, they would surely be astounded. 2 prominent military figures were squabbling over an insignificant youth like school children. Old Master Yin laughed heartily, greeting them warmly from a distance. The 2 dignitaries exchanged knowing smiles with him. "I say, you country bumpkin, why do you insist on such useless formalities?" Duan Hua remarked, glancing at the Yin family estate's display. Old Master Yin chuckled. "Today, we have a distinguished guest." The 2 leaders followed Old Master Yan's gesture. "Is it the daughter of Chief Nan, Miss Nan?" They paused in surprise. "Indeed, it is Miss Nan. Today, the Yin estate shines brightly with esteemed guests." Old Master Yin declared boisterously, "At this moment." Nan Ruoyi had stepped forward, slightly bowing. "That my father sent me to pay respects to you both, upon hearing of your presence in Haishard." "Ah, wonderful!" Heishan exclaimed, his voice booming. "Thank you, Chief Nan, and thank you to our dear Miss Nan. I am truly delighted today." Ouyang Fengyu and others looked on with envy. These were figures of immense influence, and Miss Nan, despite her youth, was engaging directly with them. The respect these 2 leaders showed her was evident. Behind a nearby tree, Lu leaned back, taking a final draw from his cigarette, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "That if only you 2 leaders knew that the beautiful and cultured Miss Nan standing before you is none other than the elusive underground kingpin of Haishar, the Black Fox, what would your thoughts be?" Lu extinguished a cigarette and slowly emerged from behind the tree. "Old Yin, I must say, your estate is truly impressive," he remarked. Heishan sighed. "Old Hey, let me tell you, Haishar is not only picturesque, but also teeming with talent." "What's this?" Duan Hua suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently at Lu beneath the tree, that a spray of tea leaves erupted from his mouth. "Is that the bank kid? He's part of the Yin family." Duan Hua's eyes glazed over as he stepped forward. Heishan, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "No way." Their peculiar behavior left Old Master Yin perplexed. Suddenly, Heishan grinned slyly and addressed Old Master Yin. "Old Yin, are there many young people at today's banquet? Quickly introduce me." Almost dragged by the 2 dignitaries, Old Master Yin found himself before a group of young individuals. However, as he introduced them, the 2 leaders were distracted. Their focus solely on Lue, a splendid name. "A hero," Heishan murmured. "The Yin family driver. Excellent. Seeking to Wu Wenwen. Wonderful." Everyone was taken aback. 10 minutes later, Old Master Yin sat dumbfounded before the chessboard, perplexed by the young faces around him. Some matters could not escape his keen observation. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming exchanged glances filled with disdain, as if ready to challenge Lu. Miss Nan frequently glanced at Lu, her expression complex. Meanwhile, the 2 dignitaries continued to probe Lu with relentless curiosity. "Old Yin, it has been a decade since we last played chess, hasn't it?" Heishan suddenly inquired. Old Master Yin nodded, confused. Heishan grinned. "Then if I win, I shall make a request which you cannot refuse." Chapter 61. Pre-dinner games. Meanwhile, in the distance, 2 superiors were accompanied by the prominent daughter of the Nan family. A rare opportunity indeed. Ouyang Fengyu's mind raced, and he chuckled. "Everyone, the Yin estate offers various entertainment options. We could indulge in some fun to pass the time." "Indeed, I've heard that Brother Fengyu is a retired archery champion. Why don't we head to the archery range so he can demonstrate his skills?" Lu Ziming chimed in. Ouyang Fengyu's expression faltered. He instinctively glanced at Lu, his demeanor darkening. "Well, let's skip that for now." Ouyang Fengyu straightened. However, I've heard Brother Ziming is an expert equestrian, and Brother Tiancheng is a top-notch marksman. Conveniently, our estate has a dedicated equestrian arena and a shooting range. How about we have a friendly competition? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fengyu exchanged meaningful glances with Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng. The two immediately understood. Brother Fengyu is indeed a fine facilitator, they thought, recognizing the opportunity to showcase their talents. They glanced at Nan Ruoi, who had been unusually reserved since meeting everyone, merely observing as if detached. Then it's settled. Let us go, Ouyang Fengyu declared joyfully, not allowing any objections as he led the group onward. At the racetrack, the moment they caught sight of a robust black stallion in the stable, their eyes sparkled with excitement. What a magnificent horse! Lu Ziming stepped out of the crowd first, having participated in numerous equestrian competitions. Both domestically and internationally, he had encountered countless fine steeds but had never seen one with such spirit. This is a Baicha iron hoof horse, originally from the mountains, with exceptionally hard hooves that TO the untrained eye. It may not seem suited for racing, but that is a gross underestimation. It only reveals its true potential in the hands of a master equestrian. Only an unparalleled rider can maneuver it gracefully across the plains. After Lu Ziming spoke, he gazed proudly at the crowd, brimming with self-satisfaction. It must be said, this young scion was indeed well-versed in equestrianism. Just a single glance allowed him to assess the horse's qualities with precision. Noting Miss Nan's slight nod of approval only fueled his ego. Even Lu was captivated by the majestic creature, unable to resist approaching and gently stroking its mane. Lu, I advise you to be cautious. This horse has a fiery temperament. If it kicks you, I want to take responsibility, Lu Ziming called impatiently, his expression dripping with contempt. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily. If Brother Ziming can master this horse, it will surely reflect his exceptional riding skills. Lu Ziming's confidence swelled as he gazed at the horse. Lu smiled faintly and stepped back, suggesting, why don't you show us your prowess? Of course. Lu Ziming disregarded Lu, turning to Nan Ruoi with a smile. Today is a rare occasion with Miss Nan in attendance. I must give my all to impress her. With that, Lu Ziming stretched his limbs and gazed intently at the stallion, that he gently patted its back and effortlessly mounted it. To everyone's astonishment, the spirited horse offered no resistance. Applause erupted. Lu Ziming, still fairly upright, exuded a certain charm atop the noble steed. He cast a sly glance at Nan Ruoi, who even showed a hint of admiration. Lu Ziming took a deep breath and commanded, "Giddy up." An eerie silence enveloped the air as the horse remained perfectly still. Lu Ziming tightened his grip on the saddle, calling once more, "Giddy up." Still, the horse did not budge. The crowd fell silent. Only Lu's faint mocking voice broke through. I suggest you dismount within 10 seconds. Lu Ziming, indignant from atop the horse, retorted Lu, you don't understand. This is merely building momentum. Just wait. Suddenly, the horse neighed, its front hooves shot up, and with a violent shake, it threw Lu Ziming off, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Ziming rose from the ground, disheveled and with a twisted expression, exclaiming, "Fengyu, what kind of faulty horse is this? There is something wrong with it. The one with the problem is you." Lu Di slowly stepped forward and stood before the horse. Indeed, this horse was the famed Baicha iron hoof. But it was also a purebred Mongolian war steed, born on the vast steppes of Mongolia. These horses are known for their fierce temperament and extraordinary pride, tracing their lineage back to the mighty cavalry of Genghis Khan. They are bred for battle, ridden by heroes, and disdainful of the pampered and the weak. Full of spirit, they can perceive all and will never bow to the mediocre. With a snort, the Mongolian war horse behind Lu Di emitted a blast of indignation, seemingly affirming Lu Di's statements. Lu Di looked at the disheveled Lu Ziming and scoffed, "You, with your vile heart and hollow strength, dare to ride a Mongolian war horse. It's nothing short of a farce. On what grounds do you say that?" Lu Ziming retorted, furious. "This horse is untamed and poorly trained. Spare me your talk of heroes. If you think you can handle it, go ahead and try. You might just find yourself thrown off." Witnessing Lu Ziming's embarrassment, Ouyang Fengyu also felt uncomfortable, frowning as he said, "Lu Di, if you claim this horse is for heroes, do you dare to call yourself one and give it a try?" Ouyang Fengyu felt helpless, having unwittingly provided Lu Ziming an opportunity that backfired spectacularly. Now, he could only hope Lu Di would also falter. Since none of them could control the horse, why bother with saving face? Yin Qingwen, upon hearing this, showed a hint of worry, gently shaking her head at Lu Di, signaling him not to act rashly. Yet Lu Di merely shook his head in response, deeming it unnecessary to attempt riding. "Ah, so you only know how to talk big," Zhou Qiansheng sneered. Lu Di then smiled nonchalantly, turning his back and directly addressing the Mongolian warhorse. With the aura of a great emperor, the proud steed let out a resounding bray. Its forelegs advancing, knees bending, and lowering its head in a gesture of worship before Lu Di. This was a sign of respect for a warrior, a submission to strength. Lu Di merely smiled serenely, as if to say that he was a ruler among men, unmatched in spirit and prowess. The scene left everyone astonished. Although the horse did not gallop, it nonetheless struck a profound chord within their hearts. If the Mongolian warhorse was indeed intelligent and only submitted to true heroes, then its kneeling before Lu Di spoke volumes that a steed meant for heroes could only be ridden by someone of royal caliber. Who was this man Lu Di, whose name suggested humility? Each onlooker wrestled with their own thoughts that I in Yin Qingwen's mind. The perplexity surrounding Lu Di deepened. She could not fathom the enigma he represented. Meanwhile, for Nan Ruoyi, everything seemed both logical and exhilarating that a true master would always emerge victorious, regardless of how bizarre the circumstances might be. At that moment, Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, and Zhou Tiansheng seethed with rage. Lu Di had stolen the limelight in the horse racing event. They were left humiliated, having failed to assert their dominance before Miss Nan, and instead found themselves at a loss. Lu Di is quite the troublesome fellow. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth and whispered. To be honest, he utterly crushed me in archery before. When we head to the shooting range, do you think you can beat him? Shooting? Zhou Tianqing chuckled darkly that I excel in shotgun clay pigeon shooting. It's a different ballgame from archery, and even if he is skilled in that, what does it matter? This is a game for the affluent. That poor boy has likely never even seen a shotgun. While Lu Ziming rubbed his sore backside, he spat. Fine then. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes glinted coldly. I'll find a way to provoke him into a competition, and then it'll be up to you to secure victory. With their minds racing, they headed toward the shooting range. The Yin family estate was indeed a top-tier venue, boasting a full hectare of lawn dedicated to shooting practice. Zhou Qiansheng inhaled deeply, puffing out his chest. I've been shooting since I was a child, starting at age 13, and I consider myself quite skilled. In clay pigeon shooting, I can hit 70 out of 75 targets. Others murmured in awe. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin whispered about the difficulty of hitting the targets thrown into the air so randomly. I've tried it before and couldn't hit a single one. It made me so mad, I almost threw my gun. Zhou Qiansheng feigned solemnity and turned his gaze to Lu Di. I've heard you have exceptional archery skills. I wonder how you fare with a shotgun. Ouyang Fengyu chimed in. Yes, Lu Di, with your talent, why not give it a shot? Ding. Mastery of the 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun completed. Ultimate loading technique mastered. Olympic champion clay pigeon shooting subconscious fusion completed. Cool gun handling posture mastered. Hey Lu Di, have you missed me? I've been busy leveling up, so I napped a bit. Little demon, I do think of you, but when we grow up, I don't need your gun handling skills. Lu Di shook his head helplessly. Oh well, that it's always good to be prepared, isn't it? Anyway, I'm off to continue my upgrade. With a shrug, Lu Di casually approached the firearms and stated, no need for idle chatter. If you wish to lose face, I shall oblige. Excellent. Zhou Qiansheng smirked arrogantly. Here is the plan. We'll activate 2 clay pigeon machines, and we'll each take 30 shots that I said no need for idle chatter. I'll go first, and you can save your shots for later. Lu Di replied coolly, arranging the 70 shotgun shells in a neat line that he then picked up the double-barrel shotgun, expertly testing the trigger, calibrating the sight, and checking the trajectory. His movements were fluid, revealing his seasoned expertise. Ouyang Fengyu sensed impending disaster. Damn it, that familiar feeling is back. Zhou Qiansheng is about to be humiliated. Lu Di stood confidently and called out to the operator. Activate all 4 clay pigeon machines. Randomize the angles. 70 targets, continuous launch. Lu Di, have you ever shot clay pigeons before? You're using a double-barrel shotgun, not a machine gun. With your method, the pigeons will be flying everywhere. And you want to even have time to load. Just moments ago, stunned by Lu Di's stance, Zhou Qiansheng now laughed heartily. The operator, peering from a distance, called out, Mr. Lu Di, you can't be serious. I've never heard of such a technique. Just do it. With a single motion, Lu Di loaded 2 shells into the shotgun, ready for action. Seeing Lu Di's determination, the operator had no choice but to comply. With a whoosh, the first 4 clay pigeons were launched simultaneously. Lu Di's eyes sparkled with intensity as he aimed with absolute authority. Indeed, hitting 4 targets with a double-barrel shotgun, which could only chamber 2 shells. seemed nearly impossible. But that was merely the limitation for an ordinary person. The little demon had already calculated all necessary data for Lu Di: distance, wind speed, direction, the trajectory of the pigeons, and their descent prediction. Coupled with top-notch shooting skills, what seemed impossible would become possible. Without hesitation, bang bang. In just 0.4 seconds, Lu Di fired twice, striking all targets. He then opened the shotgun's barrel and stomped his right foot. The 2 shells flew off the nearby wooden table. With one swift motion, Lu Di caught the 2 shells, seamlessly loading them into the shotgun, and prepared for the second round. Bang bang. Another perfect shot. The onlookers were left speechless. Stylish, swift, precise. It was almost divine shooting prowess. The pigeons were launched again, and Lu Di repeated the process with lightning speed, hitting every single one. Zhou Qianqing's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly dislocating. Forget this competition. This kid is no mere mortal. Nearby, in a pavilion, 3 elderly men playing chess were equally startled by the gunfire. The rapid shots made Black Mountain pause. Are they shooting clay pigeons? That is the sound of a 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun. Who could shoot with such speed? This reloading time is at least compressed to 0.1 seconds. Faster than my best soldiers? Ridiculous. I refuse to believe it. Black Mountain squinted and turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. There, in the distance, a tall figure in a white shirt moved at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, relentlessly firing at the flying pigeons. Damn it's truly that little freak. Black Mountain's mouth twitched violently, and turning to Yin, he exclaimed, "Old Yin, today, even if it costs me my life, I shall win this chess match." Chapter 63. This child, I must recruit at the shooting range. 70 clay discs made of mud and lime were shattered to pieces by Lu Di in just 2 minutes. The dust filled the air and slowly descended in front of a crowd of astonished spectators. The protagonist of the event, Lu Di, the driver for the Yin family, calmly ejected the last 2 shells from his shotgun. Using the barrel, which glowed red like embers, he lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke. Lu Di remarked, "You all continue. I shall check on those old fellows." With that, he departed nonchalantly. Zhou Qianqing inhaled sharply, trembling slightly at the impossibility of the situation. How could this be? He had come to the Yin family to be a driver, and he was to become my rival? I had foolishly thought to compare shooting skills with him. What a pitfall. The equestrian competition was equally confounding. Zhou Qianqing cast a skeptical glance at Ouyang Fengyu, who wore a pained expression, as if he had consumed a ton of bitter herbs, unable to voice his grievances. Who would have thought that Lu Di could excel in everything? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin cheered joyfully, their hearts light and carefree, content with simply admiring Lu Di's impressive stance with the firearm. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen was lost in profound contemplation. Throughout this journey, Lu Di had repeatedly astonished everyone that it was hard to believe that he held such an ordinary identity. His disciplined lifestyle, perfect physique, exceptional culinary skills, equestrian techniques, and marksmanship were not commonplace, that a mystery. All of it. Yin Qingwen resolved to uncover everything about Lu Di as for Nan Ruoi. She observed everything with a sense of satisfaction that she could not quite articulate. She felt no surprise. It seemed only natural for someone of Mr. D's caliber. Under the shade, General Heishan excitedly rubbed his hands together and placed a black stone on the chessboard. Elder Yin hesitated. Facing a game of Go where he played with white stones against Heishan's black, the current state of the game revealed Elder Yin's evident disadvantage. "Old Yin, it seems you are destined to lose this match." Heishan chuckled, continuing, "As for that request, I shall not be polite." Watching Heishan's impending victory, Elder Yin felt the weight of the situation. He wondered why a prominent general sought his humble business. "Elder Yin, your Yin family estate is brimming with talent, making me envious, to be frank. My request is simply to ask for one of your people." Heishan smiled slyly. Elder Yin, sensing the implications, raised his head with a hint of resignation. Years ago, the orphans from the Tai family had turned into military elites. After all this time, was Heishan merely attempting to turn the tables? Not at all. I have no intention of taking Tai Si. I seek someone else, and just one. Who? Elder Yin leaned forward, sensing an ominous turn. Heishan gestured toward the young man in a white shirt who was approaching. Elder Yin stared in disbelief as his expression shifted. "Lu Di. You want to take Lu Di?" he exclaimed, only to realize he had lost his composure. He paused and composed himself, saying, "Old Heishan, you must understand. Lu Di is just an ordinary person, that he has some disabilities and is rather frail. What use could he be in your ranks, driving for you? Perhaps, don't be absurd. He is weak, you say. If he is weak, Then my soldiers are hardly men. Heishan interrupted, placing a black stone forcefully on the board. Ha! Old Yin, your white stones are now completely trapped. My formation is complete. And you have lost. Heishan laughed heartily. By the way, this formation is called the Nine Dragons' Tail. Even a Go Master cannot unravel it. Old Heishan, you cannot do this. I do not agree. Elder Yin protested urgently. What if we do this instead? Suddenly, a long arm reached out from beside Elder Yin. Lu Di, having entered the shade, gently wiped his hands with a white towel. Please take another look at the board. General Heishan, Lu Di said with a smile. Heishan paused, then gazed at the board. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Lu Di's move had directly severed Heishan's two major advantages while leaving countless follow-up strategies. With this single move, the previously scattered white stones of Elder Yin were now united, escaping from peril. That if executed properly, a reversal of fortunes for the white stones was indeed possible. This move was nothing short of extraordinary. After a moment, Heishan asked in astonishment, Young brother, what do you call this move? Earlier, I heard you refer to your formation as the Nine Dragons' Tail. Lu Di chuckled. Then I shall call this move the Hedgehog's Turn. At the Hedgehog's Turn, Heishan exclaimed, impressed. Young brother, you are remarkable. Duane was suddenly interjected with admiration. Heishan, too, was revitalized by Lu Di's unexpected talents. Chess was a game of strategy, and a masterful player demonstrated great cunning. Likewise, in battle, one could glean the situation from the board and make decisive moves to turn the tide. It seemed Lu Di possessed more than mere martial prowess. Heishan's resolve solidified. This child, I must recruit. Excellent. Since your formation has been broken, Old Yin, let us continue and determine the victor. Elder Yin was no ordinary man. He quickly adapted. Rising gracefully, he remarked, What is there to compete over? I am hungry and shall prepare for the luncheon. Chapter 64, A Banquet of Comparison in the Banquet Hall of the Estate. The feast was ready. The younger generation sat on either side, each harboring their own thoughts, the atmosphere palpably tense. Ahem. The younger ones inhaled deeply, preparing to converse. What was meant to be a sharing of ideas was, in fact, a subtle display of prowess, followed by a hierarchical assessment. Lu Ziming, Zhou Tiancheng, and others clenched their fists in secret, determined to belittle Lu Di. And no matter how skilled your marksmanship may be, you remain a pauper, a man with nothing to his name. I have finally found the opportunity to humiliate you. Chuckling, Elder Yin glanced at Yin Qingwen and said, Then Qingwen, why don't you start? Yin Qingwen nodded gently and stood, stating, As you all know, our YZ group has recently launched a line of home medical devices, which is our top priority this year. I have earned my father's trust and am honored to lead this project that I will collaborate with Ziming to host a charity gala featuring the renowned singer DE. This event will not only enhance the visibility of our new product, but also aid those impoverished and unable to afford medical care. Upon hearing her words, several elders nodded in approval. Lu Di felt a sense of agreement. Indeed, Yin Qingwen was not lacking in virtue. While she often appeared cold and indifferent, since visiting the hospital run by Grandfather Tuo, the plight of the destitute patients and disabled children seemed to weigh heavily on her heart. Not only had she donated medical devices personally, but she was also raising funds through the launch of their new products. Truly a conscientious entrepreneur. However, an unharmonious voice cut through the air. Ouyang Fengyu slowly rose and said, If I heard correctly, Qingwen, did you just say you do not prioritize performance? Qingwen, I believe you may have misunderstood. Our YZ group is a business, relying on sales for survival. Not only are you overspending on this event, but you also disregard performance? Do you take us for a charitable organization? Ouyang feigned helplessness, shaking his head with a sigh. Ladies and gentlemen, I must also announce some news. General Lu Ziming and I have reached a collaboration. The concert for DE will proceed according to my plan. In 5 days, we will host a grand concert at Huitian Plaza in the Haisher Wanghai district, inviting major distributors to VIP seats, widely promoting our new product while accepting on-site orders. Lu Ziming and I solemnly promise that the sales from this concert will not be less than 20 billion, heralding a perfect start for our group. Indeed, Lu Ziming stood as well, declaring, I fully support Brother Fengyu's plan. As you all know, singer DE's influence is immense. His mere presence at the concert will undoubtedly be the most sensational news in Haisher this year, driving our product sales without a doubt. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu was filled with pride, frequently glancing at Elder Yin and Miss Nan. Father, although Qingwen is in charge of this marketing plan, I believe it is a crucial step for our group that must not falter. Everything must prioritize sales results. In that moment, Yin Qingwen found herself at a loss, glancing helplessly at her father, Yin Hongxin. Yin Laoyi, too, was caught in a dilemma, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Ouyang Fenyu's approach was domineering, it was not entirely erroneous. After all, Ingji was a business that required profit and funding to operate. Wenwen's proposal, while benevolent, offered no guarantees for the conglomerate. Instinctively, Yin Laoyi looked towards Lu Di, who appeared utterly bored. His head lowered as he fiddled with the utensils on the table, seemingly uninterested in participating at all. Suddenly, the quiet banquet hall was pierced by applause. Zhou Qianqing stood up, clapping, and said with a smile, "I consider myself somewhat accomplished in business, and I fully support Brother Fenyu's proposal. To be candid, my company has recently been on an upward trajectory. The third round of financing discussions has already commenced. If all goes well, the funds will be in place within 2 months, and in 6 months, my business metrics will meet the targets, setting the stage for our IPO. Haha, it is rather shameful. But if our Me Too company successfully goes public this year, we will break the record for the fastest IPO in the Huaxia entrepreneurial circle, and I shall become the youngest founder of a listed company." This declaration was unexpected. The young individuals previously unnoticed were indeed hidden talents, each one more successful than the last. Duanhua also applauded, exclaiming, "Today has truly broadened my horizons. The younger generation is formidable, indeed. Everyone, if I may. I have neither run a company nor collaborated with Ingji. I am merely a humble antique dealer and should not embarrass myself in front of you all." Nan Ruoi, who had been quietly seated, suddenly interjected that, "Oh dear, Miss Nan is far too modest. Given your stature, there is no need for excessive explanation. Even if we were to band together, we could not compare to you." Zhou Qianqing immediately flattered. "Indeed, Miss Nan, your capabilities require no elaboration." Yin Laoyi added with a smile that all eyes turned expectantly towards Lu Di, as if everyone anticipated his response. Yin Laoyi hoped he would step forward to propose strategies for the group's marketing plan. While Yin Qingwen cast a pleading glance his way, in contrast, Ouyang Fenyu, Lu Ziming, and Zhou Qianqing wore cold smirks, confident that no surprises would arise this time. In the realm of business, Lu Di was but a beggar compared to them. He would surely have nothing of substance to say, providing an opportunity to humiliate him. After a moment of silence, Lu Di chuckled softly. "Trash. What did you say, Lu Di?" Ouyang Fenyu seemed incredulous. "My apologies. I was not referring to you." Lu Di suddenly looked up. "I was addressing you three. Ouyang Fenyu, Lu Ziming, Zhou Qianqing. You are all trash." Chapter 65. He was stimulated. "Quite pathetic, Lu Di. You have gone too far." Ouyang Fenyu rose angrily in front of so many people. "You dare to insult others." Lu Di remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Your accomplishments are, in my eyes, indistinguishable from refuse. Lu Di, your arrogance is astounding. What qualifications does a mere driver, with no achievements, have to judge our successes?" Zhou Qianqing and Lu Ziming both fumed simultaneously. I remained in the Yin family out of goodwill, intending to act discreetly. Yet, I find myself plagued by clowns who insist on making a scene before me. Lu Di sighed softly. "Fortunately, I have a senior who awakened me from my stupor, reminding me that as a youth, it is admirable to be daring and to fight for what one believes in. To release the fire within is not excessive." Suddenly, Lu Di turned, his gaze electrifying as it fell upon Ouyang Fenyu and his cohorts. "Ouyang Fenyu, Lu Ziming, you are hosting a concert at Huitian Plaza in 5 days. Correct? Allow me to be blunt. Your Empire One concert will become the biggest joke of the year in Haishur. Lu Ziming, you and your management company will face disgrace overnight, and Ouyang Fenyu, your sales figures will plummet to 0. Ouyang Fenyu's face turned crimson with rage. "Lu Di, are you cursing me? On what grounds do you make such a claim?" Not only was Ouyang Fenyu furious, but the others at the table also frowned. Lu Di's words were undeniably harsh. Even if one disagreed with Ouyang Fenyu's proposal, such venomous remarks were unwarranted. This was certainly not a curse, but rather a looming reality. Lu Di smiled faintly, "Because I have decided to support Wenwen's proposal and assist her in organizing a charity gala. Moreover, it will be held just 1 kilometer from Huitian Plaza on Coastal Street, concurrently with your event. Naturally, the audience will flock to our concert, and we will not spend a single penny on the budget." Ouyang Fenyu, in stunned silence, eventually erupted into laughter. "Lu Di, do not take offense. But Coastal Street, there are only a few dilapidated buildings there. How can it possibly compare to the grandeur of Huitian Plaza, just 1 kilometer away? At the same time, audiences will flock to you. Is your concert truly more popular than Empire One's? The most ridiculous part is that you claim it 1 tea cost a dime. Do you intend to forego even setting up a stage? Can you enlighten me on what gives you such confidence? At that moment, Yin Qingwen was equally astonished by Lu Di's audacity. She stared at him, utterly at a loss for words. Had Lu Di lost his mind? Zhou Qianqing was also laughing uncontrollably. Lu Di, have you been so impacted by their brilliance that you've begun to ramble? I suggest you adjust your mindset and accept reality. Lu Di turned to the still laughing Zhou Qianqing and said slowly. Next is you, Zhou Qianqing, this unscrupulous businessman. Your so-called travel company, with its 12 itineraries and 3 exclusive islands, has no legitimate origins. You are clever indeed. Those 12 routes are indeed innovative, yet they destroy farmland, ruin natural monuments, and even coerce local residents into unpaid labor. And those 3 once beautiful tropical islands are now a wasteland of trash and discontent among the indigenous people, thanks to your rampant development. In my view, your so-called second round of financing is merely a cover for collusion with corrupt officials. How can such a heartless company even consider going public? Where's the justice in that? Zhou Qianqing was taken aback, completely unprepared for Lu Di's revelations. How did he know these confidential details about the company? Had he perhaps planted a spy? Pointing a trembling finger at Lu Di, Zhou Qianqing stuttered, Lu Di, you speak nonsense. You are slandering me. Whether it's slander or not is irrelevant now. Lu Di brushed off his sleeves, because within 24 hours, your company will face utter bankruptcy. Do you not enjoy comparing achievements? Lu Di smiled slightly. I estimate that within 1 hour, you will be 500 million in debt, that if I were to casually produce $100, would that not mean I possess greater assets than you? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Zhou Qianqing's emotions plummeted like a roller coaster. As Lu Di exposed the dark secrets of his company, he sank into despair. Yet as Lu Di predicted bankruptcy and massive debts, his spirits soared again. Surely this was nonsense. Had he merely guessed by chance? Ha, Lu Di, I truly do not know what to say. Did I even feel a bit of sympathy for you? Zhou Qianqing shook his head helplessly and declared loudly. Everyone, my company currently has a liquidity of at least 1 billion, with nearly 50,000 clients, most of whom are high-end customers. Our only headache is being too busy to accommodate all the clients. As for Lu Di's remarks, let us not take them to heart. He has clearly been overwhelmed today and deserves some pity. My company is in no danger of bankruptcy. Chapter 66. Silent, smoking Lu Di merely smiled lightly, once again turning his gaze towards Ouyang Fengyu. And you, the seemingly virtuous son-in-law of the Yin family. Oh, is it my turn now? Ouyang Fengyu shook his head with a bitter smile, adopting a concerned demeanor as he gently said to Lu Di. Speak your mind, Lu Di. Listen to your elder brother, and don't bottle up your feelings. Ouyang Fengyu's expression conveyed a clear message. He had no desire to engage with what he considered a lunatic. It seemed that even if Lu Di hurled insults, the crowd would sympathize with Ouyang Fengyu instead. Yet, where was that Zhao, the assistant? Hadn't he always been by Ouyang Fengyu's side? Lu Di did not directly address Ouyang Fengyu, but posed a question instead. Zhao, the assistant? This is a gathering of the Yin family. Of course, wouldn't he show up? Lu Di, your statements are quite disjointed. What are you even talking about? Ouyang Fengyu replied impatiently. Lu Di nodded lightly. I possess a modicum of facial reading skills. I kindly ask you to convey a message to Zhao, the assistant. Inform him that his brow is darkening, and he will soon face calamity. Ouyang Fengyu felt a sense of helplessness. Vice President Zhao had accidentally been struck by someone yesterday, resulting in the loss of a tooth, a fact that had spread throughout the entire company. There was no need for you to be so cryptic. No, I meant to let you know. Lu Di grinned, revealing that not only had Zhao faced a calamity yesterday, but he would also encounter misfortune tomorrow. For the coming month, misfortune would haunt him daily. What did you say? Ouyang's eyes widened in anger. That I said that for the next month, he will find himself in a predicament where he cannot live, nor can he die, living as if in hell, because he has heard things he should not, done things he ought not, and provoked individuals he should not have. Lu Di's eyes narrowed, his voice chilling. Considering you are the son-in-law of the Yin family, I kindly remind you, if you do not rein in your actions, you will ignite your own flames, suffering the same fate as him. This statement sent a tremor through Ouyang Fengyu's heart. He suddenly recalled the bizarre events surrounding Zhao in recent days. Every day brought some unexpected incident, whether being hit by a vehicle, struck by a flower pot, or even inexplicably beaten daily. He seemed to lose a tooth. It was increasingly unsettling, particularly in the last 2 days. Zhao had become somewhat neurotic, particularly fearful of venturing outside, terrified that another calamity would rob him of another tooth. Ouyang cast a strange glance at Lu Di, his heart racing. Could it be that all of Zhao's tribulations were orchestrated by Lu Di? Had the plot to hire an assassin been exposed? If that were the case, then his own conspiracy had also been unveiled. But how did Lu Di know all this? Would he turn against me next? At this thought, Ouyang felt a chill run through him, his mind buzzing. When he looked at Lu Di, his body trembled uncontrollably. He had completely forgotten to refute Lu Di's words. Enough, old Master Yin interjected, shaking his head in disappointment. Lu Di, what on earth is wrong with you today? This is all nonsense. I am quite disappointed. Yin Kaikai also expressed his dissatisfaction. Lu Di has fallen into his old habits again, boasting once more. How could your concert possibly attract more attention than Di? Di is a super popular figure, an idol in our hearts, invincible, he added. He even claimed that Brother Tiancheng's company would go bankrupt. How is that possible? We are all queuing up to travel to northern India. Uncle Yin, Zhou Tiancheng said, clasping his hands toward old Master Yin. I believe Lu Di's inferiority complex has led to some psychological issues. If we allow him to continue rambling, it may lead to embarrassment for all the elders and Miss, and I propose we kindly ask Lu Di to step outside for a moment to collect himself. Lu Di smiled helplessly, but I haven't finished my words. Enough. Ouyang Fengyu gathered his courage and shouted, You are merely speaking nonsense, a fool's dream. You see the talented youths present who excel beyond you. And you are filled with jealousy, hurling insults at them. It truly is a pity for you. Every time you see someone, you conjure up a series of absurd accusations against them, never repeating yourself. You may mock me, Ziming, and Tiancheng, but will you dare to slander Miss Nan next? Do you even know who she is? Ha! Zhou Tiancheng scoffed. I am genuinely curious about what kind of slander you could possibly concoct regarding someone as impeccable as Miss Nan. Regarding Miss Nan, Lu Di glanced at the exquisite beauty clad in a delicate qipao, serene as still water, and was about to speak when old Master Yan's voice cut in. Lu Di, choose your words wisely. Miss Nan is not someone you can comment on. Very well. Lu Di ceased speaking and instead retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. He placed it in his mouth, but did not seek a lighter. Instead, he crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly. Lu Di, you are quite odd. Zhou Tiancheng began to complain, but his expression suddenly froze that in the midst of the banquet, Miss Nan Ruoi, who had been silent and detached from worldly affairs, suddenly stood up. She gently pushed her chair back and gracefully circled half the table to Lu Di's side. From her handbag, she retrieved a lighter. With a click, the flame flickered to life. The next moment, Nan Ruoi slightly bent forward, shielding the flame with one hand while extending the lighter toward Lu Di with the other. With a puff, Lu Di lit his cigarette, the smoke curling around him, while Nan Ruoi extinguished the flame, standing quietly behind him. Mr. Zhou, help. Miss Nan, what are you doing? Why are you lighting a cigarette for him? Everyone blinked in disbelief, confirming they were not mistaken. The illustrious Nan family of Kyoto, revered by all, had the esteemed Miss Nan personally bowing to light a cigarette for that lad. The disparity in their statuses was striking. Not only the younger generation was stunned, even Yin Hongxin and several elders were taken aback. The third Miss of the Nan family commanded respect, even from them. Yet Lu Di was merely an ordinary individual. How could this happen? Were they a couple? Had Lu Di captivated Miss Nan with his looks? That did not seem right. At that moment, Lu Di lounged with his leg crossed, leisurely smoking, while Miss Nan stood rigidly behind him, her demeanor entirely reserved. Miss Nan, are you sure you have the right person? His name is Lu Di, merely a driver, Lu Ziming exclaimed, his eyes wide. Why would you light a cigarette for him? Miss Nan Ruoi parted her cherry lips. For no particular reason, simply because the gentleman wishes to smoke. The gentleman just wishes to smoke. What was Miss Nan saying? Old Master Yin looked on in disbelief. Miss Nan, you address Lu Di as gentleman? Indeed, I call him gentleman. Nan Ruoi stood tall and dignified. Let it be known that not only would I light a cigarette for the gentleman, but should he command me to sacrifice myself, I would dare not refuse. Nan Ruoi was filled with boldness. Since meeting Lu Di, she had been suppressing her excitement. For reasons unknown, she felt an irresistible urge to be near him, to do something for him. Just moments ago, when Lu Di had taken the cigarette, he had finally given her a glance. Nan Ruoi, being astute, understood instantly. Now that she had the opportunity to support the gentleman, she would give it her all. Her actions were not born of coercion, but rather from the depths of her heart. As Nan Ruoi's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The revelation that Miss Nan recognized Lu Di was shocking. Not merely recognized, but it was evident she was bowing to him. All the young people present understood that in terms of personal influence, Miss Nan was undoubtedly the most powerful among them, even during comparisons of achievements. They had deliberately excluded her, fearing being overshadowed. Yet unexpectedly, the person frequently targeted and ridiculed, the one viewed as the least capable, Lu Di, had managed to win Miss Nan's fealty. Was this what they called an astounding reversal of fortune? The daughters of the Yin family could scarcely believe it. How could Lu Di, possessing such a background as Miss Nan, choose to endure and work as a driver in the Yin household? Yin Qingwen suddenly realized, could it be true what the two cheerful girls had said, that Lu Di had gambled away billions at the casino? Old Master Yin felt his own heart racing. He could not restrain himself from asking, Miss Nan, may I inquire about your relationship with Lu Di? The gentleman has not given me leave to disclose. Nan Ruoyi replied softly. This, Old Master Yin inhaled sharply. Lu Di's relationship with the Nan family was extraordinary. Even the esteemed Miss Nan dared not defy him. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Zhou Qianqing's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Zhou Qianqing immediately adopted a serious demeanor, speaking in a low voice. Hello, President Zhou. It's bad news. We are facing bankruptcy. An anxious female voice came through the line. Why are you making such a fuss? Take your time to explain. Hello? What did you say? Repeat that. Zhou Qianqing leaped up from the table. President Zhou, we are going bankrupt. The secretary on the other end was nearly in tears. How could that be? I just left the company for a day. We have ample funds and numerous clients. How could we declare bankruptcy so suddenly? Zhou Qianqing shouted in agitation, and the entire dining room was filled with the sounds of shock. President Zhou, are you aware of the Gemini app? I am aware. What about it? Oh no, that just 20 minutes ago, on the Gemini app, in a particularly popular travel enthusiast section, an official post was suddenly published. This post detailed all the evidence of our travel routes damaging local ecosystems and occupying residents' land. It also exposed the hidden extra charges in our packages. Zhou Qianqing stood in stunned silence. I have no grievances with Gemini. I don't even know anyone from Gemini. Why are they targeting me? Moments later, Zhou Qianqing regained his composure, urgently stating, but such an exposure could only damage our reputation. How could it lead to bankruptcy? Are you exaggerating? The voice on the phone sounded desperate. President, the most critical issue is that while exposing us, Gemini's travel section also launched 120 brand new travel routes. They are available globally and are all first releases. Every scene is an undiscovered, exquisite vista. Most importantly, they are entirely free, solely providing benefits to users. Their routes are not only safe but also environmentally friendly, far superior to our packages. Nearly 20,000 clients who have already paid deposits have initiated refund requests within the last 10 minutes. The company's funds have been squandered on maintaining connections and indulgence. How can we possibly reimburse them? Now, many individuals have come to the company causing a disturbance that Mr. Zhou, please help me. Ah, the female secretary suddenly shrieked, seemingly interrupted by someone that an angry voice echoed. You scammers, how dare you cheat me out of my honeymoon money? Return it, beep. The call ended. Zhou Qianqing sat frozen in place, his face ashen. Chapter 68. The esteemed guest of the Yin family. The banquet hall fell into silence once more. Zhou Qianqing felt struck by lightning, silently crumbling. Others exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Just moments ago, Zhou Qianqing had been exuberantly discussing his company's IPO plans. In an instant, everything turned to ashes. The company on the brink of bankruptcy? Most terrifyingly, was this not precisely what Lu Di had just foretold? Suddenly, in his dazed state, Zhou Qianqing reacted, hysterically exclaiming, Lu Di, is this all you're doing? What is your relationship with the twins? I refuse to believe they would target me without reason. Hearing this, everyone instantly connected the dots. The twins, the recently surging social media platform, creating miracles repeatedly. In just 1 week since its launch, it has amassed 800 million users. It subtly rivals colossal entities like Penguin Group. Its developers and founders are hailed as the most enigmatic programming and business geniuses. Could it be that Lu Di has connections with them? Nan Ruoyi maintained a calm demeanor, yet her heart surged with tumult. Our esteemed gentleman prefers to be addressed as Di-er, that I heard that the founder of the twins is named Di-san. And the singer, a shiver ran through Nan Ruoyi. Our esteemed gentleman is truly extraordinary, beyond our comprehension. As for the truth, Nan Ruoyi dared not delve deeper. Coincidentally, the current CEO of the twins, Zhang Tianjia, is my university classmate. Lu Di smiled calmly, responding slowly. Lu Di speaks the truth. Ajia is indeed the CEO, but what Lu Di did not mention is that he himself is the true founder of the twins. The one who goes by the alias D San, the genuine mastermind behind it all. It's truly you. Zhou Tianqing shouted in anger, but then paused in confusion. Why did I not see you contacting anyone earlier? Your downfall today is the consequence of your own misdeeds. I need not contact anyone. Lu Di certainly had no need to reach out. Whatever changes he desired for the twins, he could bring about with a mere thought. You are too much. Since I have lost my path, you shall not survive either. Zhou Tianqing said, suddenly charging at Lu Di in a frenzy. Lu Di remained unperturbed, seemingly devoid of the desire to even rise. Whoosh bang! A dazzling flash of color swept through the air. Behind, Nan Ruoyi retracted her long, elegant leg, standing quietly once more. Zhou Tianqing, however, was sent flying 3 meters by a swift kick from Nan Ruoyi, crashing against the side and losing consciousness. From the moment Lu Di laid eyes on Nan Ruoyi, he understood that the daughter of the Nan family was far from the delicate flower she appeared to be, born into the Nan family and controlling the underworld of Haishur. How could she possibly be a weakling? At the very least, toppling dozens of spineless individuals like Zhou Tianqing was a trivial task. Everyone gasped in shock once more. Miss Nan actually assisted Lu Di in striking someone. And with such ruthlessness. At this moment, no one thought to help Zhou Tianqing, leaving him sprawled on the ground. It was hard to believe that Zhou Tianqing had thus faced bankruptcy, and in such a dismal manner. As all eyes turned to the composed Lu Di, they brimmed with reverence, and no one perceived his earlier words as mere bravado anymore. Lu Di exuded an aura akin to an insurmountable mountain. His strength seemed inexhaustible, effortlessly dispatching his adversaries without a chance for resistance. You are all that remains. We shall see who prevails at our concert. Lu Di smirked arrogantly, pointing at Lu Ziming and Ouyang Fengyu. This did I think that Lu Ziming stuttered. Brother Ziming, what are you afraid of? We are not like Zhou Tianqing. We do not engage in illegal business. Ouyang Fengyu chimed in, striving to bolster their nearly crumbling morale. Suddenly, the elder Yin rose from his seat. His expression complex. Lu Di, daughter perhaps, it is more fitting to address you as Mr. Lu. I have been blind to your true nature. I mistook someone of your caliber for an ordinary individual. How foolish of me. The Yin family has neglected Mr. Lu. Yin Hongxin stated, slightly bowing, directly acknowledging Lu Di. Father, what are you doing? Yin Kai and Yin Xan exclaimed in surprise. Their once imposing father was now bowing to Lu Di. They, naive in the ways of the world, could not comprehend the gravity of such an action. Even Yin Qingwen struggled to grasp her father's extreme behavior, despite having worked for several years. She had always been sheltered under the Yin elder's vast shadow. She simply could not fathom that their grand Yin family could potentially crumble at a single word from the Nan family. Yet at this moment, Yin Qingwen clearly recognized that Lu Di was no longer the Lu Di she had once perceived. No need for such humility, Yin elder. Yin Hongxin trembled slightly, saying, I only wish to inquire about Mr. Lu's future plans. Are you willing to remain with our Yin family? Rest assured, whether you choose to stay or not, you will always be our most esteemed guest. Lu Di merely nodded gently, stating, I have mentioned before, I see things through to the end. Once I have rid the world of treachery and can act with a clear conscience, I shall leave. Ha, splendid. I knew I did not misjudge this lad. Proud, domineering, and loyal. Just then, the ever-quiet General Heishan suddenly rose. His eyes sparkling with vitality, he proclaimed, Lu Di, since we have concluded family matters, let us discuss state affairs. At the same moment, outside the Yin family estate, several armored personnel carriers sped towards them. A throng of armed soldiers rushed from the vehicles surrounding the estate. Additionally, several teams of soldiers stormed into the Yin family estate, standing guard with their weapons drawn. General Heishan chuckled heartily, declaring, I am not unworthy. I currently hold a national-level conscription order. Those I deem worthy must comply unconditionally and follow me into the armed forces. Even if General Nan Tianhai himself were to arrive, he would have no authority to intervene. Chapter 69, Brother, Old Black, you are too ruthless. You actually mobilize troops? He, ruthless? I have come this far because of this very resolve. Subsequently, Heishan turned to the elder Yin, saying, Old Yin, let your juniors leave. They have no right to know what is to come. At this point, Elder Yin felt utterly helpless. He anticipated Heishan's intention to recruit Lu Di, but never expected such a method. Elder Yin waved his hand, signaling the servants and Yin family members to leave, bewildered. Only Namroi hesitated for a moment. Lu Di smiled gently. No worries. Yes, sir. Namroi could only reluctantly withdraw, moments later. General Heishan, if I recall correctly, you did not win that game of chess earlier, did you? Lu Di remarked with a smile. Heishan instantly brightened, casually taking a seat, laughing. Lu Di, I must admit, you are indeed clever. Uve left those young ones utterly bewildered, and I found it quite enjoyable. Lu Di smirked. Regardless of how you phrase it, I have no desire to enlist. Not enlisting is good. How about joining me as a police officer? Duan Hua immediately seized the opportunity. Heishan slowly rose, his expression serious as he approached Lu Di, exuding a commanding presence. Lu Di. Heishan frowned. Yes, your junior. I implore you. Heishan's face bore a bitter expression. General Heishan, what is this? Lu Di was rendered speechless. To speak frankly, while I cherish talent immensely, I would not go to such lengths for just one person. Heishan continued to chuckle wryly. I actually intend for you to face death. Face death? General Heishan, your way of speaking is truly subtle. Lu Di was once again taken aback. Oh dear. Old Black, can you not choose your words more carefully? Duan Hua approached, utterly exasperated, and soothed Lu Di. We in the military have a long-planned project, which may seem like a death sentence to ordinary individuals, but for you, it could be an opportunity for success. Lu Di raised an eyebrow, eager to hear more. But Heishan waved his hand. No. This is a state secret that if you hear it, you must follow me. Then I shan't listen to— Oh, you infuriate me. At this moment, outside the Yin family estate, a short old man dressed in a white tank top and black shorts was slowly approaching. But the gates of the Yin family had already been surrounded by armed soldiers. Old man, this area is under martial law. Please take your stroll elsewhere, a soldier stated solemnly. Child, let me show you these items. And after that, will you allow me to enter? The old man grinned, revealing the worn inner lining of his tattered vest. The armed soldier, bemused, lowered his gaze. This glance, however, sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to salute the elder immediately. Hee, all of these are remedies I acquired on the battlefield for the children. The old man chuckled again. The soldier exclaimed, Old hero, splendid. What hero? Just let this old man in to see a few friends. He replied. Please wait. I shall inform you. Inside the Yin family banquet hall, General Heishan's face was flushed with anger. Lu Di, I tell you, whether you want to leave today or not, you shall not exit the Yin estate. No way. Lu Di sighed that he asked the wealthiest elder of Haishur. Yin Laoi could only stand by, sighing in despair. Suddenly, a calm and aged voice echoed from the entrance. General Heishan perked up his ears. Did you call me Xiao Haizi? Is that? Brother. Why are you here? Duan Hua and Yin Laoi turned to see, their expressions shifting as they simultaneously exclaimed, Brother. They rose respectfully, saying, Tao Yi, whose real name is Chu He and known as Chu Huadua, was a prominent figure in the medical field 30 years ago. With a benevolent heart and immense compassion, he repeatedly achieved medical miracles at the peak of his career, saving lives on numerous occasions. Being the oldest, he was always respectfully referred to as brother by the trio. After leaving several medical patents to Yin Hongxin a few years prior, Tao Yi suddenly vanished from the public eye, dedicating himself to voluntary medical service. Though the other three could easily locate him, they had never dared to disturb him at that moment. Tao Yi approached Lu Di's vacated seat, hands behind his back, and simply stated wine. Heishan and others scrambled, pouring 3 glasses of various spirits for Tao Yi. However, he merely wrinkled his nose and did not touch them. Lu Di rummaged through the kitchen for quite some time before finally producing a bottle of herbwood. He filled Tao Ye's glass, and only then did Tao Yi lift the cup and drink it in one go. He then slowly remarked, Little Lu Di usually helps me clean the hospital. No one could take him away. Heishan was stunned for 3 full minutes before realizing that Lu Di was indeed Tao Ye's disciple. Yet he could not refrain from speaking up, Brother, I have a conscription order. Please show me some favor. No favors, Tao Yi replied. Chapter 70. New technology. The elder known as Heishan, a 1-star general of Huaxia, had nothing further to say. Frustrated, he stood at attention in front of the table, remaining silent. What can I do? Even if I command 6 fully armed teams to surround the Yin estate, what difference would it make? Even with the national conscription order in hand, if my brother does not acquiesce, I am left powerless. Old He, I fail to understand why you want to take Lu Di away. Now it seems even my brother disapproves, upon hearing that his brother aligned with his stance. Yin Laoi became incensed, exclaiming, Old He, why haven't you withdrawn yet? If someone didn't know better, they might think my Yin Hongshin has committed a crime. Heishan shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that Yin did not truly grasp the situation. Do you really think Lu Di is just an ordinary person, or merely someone with connections to top-tier families? Yin Laoi was taken aback. Isn't he? Heishan sighed, explaining slowly, you know the caliber of my soldiers. Right? I do, Yin Laoi replied, acknowledging the exceptional skill of Heishan's troops, who were indeed elite combatants, that he was well aware of their prowess, recognizing them as walking combat machines. The respect he held for Heishan's training methods and his formidable soldiers was genuine. My recruits had a misunderstanding with Lu Di recently, and he knocked out my third-ranked squad leader with one punch. What? Yin Laoi, who was about to sit down, froze, nearly missing the chair. Despite bringing 6 teams today, if it came down to unarmed combat, they would struggle to contain Lu Di. Heishan reiterated helplessly. Hearing this, Yin Laoi scrutinized Lu Di with astonishment that he understood that it took only 43 seconds for Lu Di to defeat 6 of Heishan's men, a feat that could only be described as terrifying. He appeared frail and even somewhat delicate, entirely disconnected from the image of those muscular war machines. This young man, proficient in national economics, could easily bring a 100 billion company to ruin with just an idea. Now, due to his extraordinary combat prowess, he was being sought after by military elites. He possessed both literary and martial talents, a combination that was rather alarming. Moreover, he was likely also a disciple of my brother. In every regard, he was a top-tier individual. It was laughable that I had previously organized a banquet, hoping to stimulate Lu Di through some young talents. Now it seemed that the elites I had invited were nothing but a joke in Lu Di's eyes. Yin Laoi's expression was complex, realizing that he had underestimated Lu Di's capabilities. Alas, that I truly did not expect that after a lifetime of battling in commerce and war, I would still lack vision. Lu Di's talents have far surpassed my judgment. Xiao Haizi, I know what you intend to do. Tao Yi began. That matter is indeed a necessity for national interest, something our Huaxia soldiers must accomplish to establish a presence internationally. Furthermore, I am aware that in this area of research, our military is already lagging behind. Not only behind European nations, but also several private organizations. Upon hearing these words, Heishan was taken aback, then relieved. He chuckled bitterly, brother, as expected of you. You can casually mention our military's highest secrets. It seems you have remained active over the years. Duanhua sighed as well. Old He, even if brother wanted to rest. He couldn't. Which of us 13-star generals hasn't had our lives saved by him? Tao Yi merely shook his head slightly and continued. Xiao Haizi, I understand your feelings. As a general, your intentions are commendable. The nation's rise and fall is a shared responsibility. I can offer my assistance in that matter. That Heishan's eyes lit up. Really? Tao Yi paused, then added, however, there is no need for Lu Di to participate. I will assure you that I can assist during the process, and I will arrange when he should go. All right, I will heed your arrangements. Heishan felt a renewed sense of hope. Tao Ye's involvement was an unexpected surprise, even more exhilarating than taking Lu Di away. With Tao Ye's participation, the project would undoubtedly achieve groundbreaking progress. Heishan instinctively glanced at Lu Di. Lu Di, are you not curious about our discussion? Lu Di smiled faintly. I, a mere junior, have already deduced much. How could that be? Heishan was incredulous. Lu Di calmly stated, what you are discussing involves national secrets, but why is it that after excluding the younger generation, you leave Yin Laoi behind? If I am not mistaken, it is due to Yin Laoi's Ingji group, which has been involved in medical device research. Lu Di, how did you know? Yin Laoi appeared increasingly astonished. Lu Di continued with a smile. Recently, the Huaxia military has been gathering individuals with special physiques nationwide, and even initiated a conscription order. Coupled with the recent rumors online about extraordinary humans, I surmise that the Huaxia military and Ingji group must be collaborating, perhaps in researching human optimization technology. At this point, Lu Di looked up and smiled. In other words, the legendary cyborgs. Chapter 71. Heroic hospitality. The secret he had guarded so diligently was now effortlessly revealed by Lu Di. How on earth could he manage this? Heishan looked at Tao Yi with confusion. Don't look at me. I haven't disclosed anything to Lu Di. Tao Yi smacked his lips and took a small sip of wine. Everyone was stunned. This young man had managed to deduce all this from mere snippets of conversation and a bit of online information. His intellect was astonishing. Lu Di, you must be cautious in your words. The terms international, Huaxia military, and cyborg are no trifles. Lu Di, this is not just an ordinary strange rumor. Please do not spread it. Yin Lei and the two military leaders repeatedly cautioned, their faces filled with alarm. Seeing their expressions, Lu Di chuckled. Then I suppose my guesses are accurate. However, Yin Lei, I do have one piece of advice for you. You should remain vigilant about everything regarding this matter, Lu Di stated calmly. He is referring to his covetous gaze upon the Yin family's shares, isn't he? Old Master, Yin let out a bitter laugh that I am well aware that Feng Yu, hailing from humble beginnings, was chosen by Yiwen as her husband. It is inevitable that he harbors ulterior motives regarding my family's fortunes. Such matters are not uncommon among the affluent. I cannot forcibly tear them apart as a couple, lacking heirs of my own. I had hoped to use you, Lu, as a means of restraint against him, that if he were to temper his ambitions, I could merely endure the situation. However, it seems you hold this matter in utter disdain. Old Master, this situation is not as convoluted as you imagine, that I have already made my stance clear. While preserving the Yin family's dignity, Lu said with a somber smile that if Ouyang Fengyu dares to commit another outrageous act, I shall ensure he faces irreparable consequences. Old Master Yin trembled at his words. Lu, it cannot be as dire as that. Black Mountain was momentarily speechless. This was not merely a matter of recklessness. One must possess the capability to act with such audacity. Furthermore, how could an ordinary person penetrate their facade? The general, Black Mountain, grimaced and remarked, Your observational skills are truly commendable. With such a talent, it would be a shame not to participate in our transformation program. Cough, yes, Master, Black Mountain quickly replied. You are bothersome. Master waved his hand dismissively, striding ahead, with Lu following, leaving Black Mountain and his companions dumbfounded and at a loss. Outside the Yin estate, Zhou Qiansheng had awakened. Staring blankly alongside the younger members of the Yin family at the armed warriors surrounding the estate. What on earth was happening? Armed soldiers had encircled the Yin manor, and Lu was left to converse with two prominent figures. Was it possible that Lu had ties with the military? Such a grand display could not be mere coincidence. LV Zimming grumbled, I suspect this is mostly due to Lu, that arrogant fool, stirring up trouble outside. Now being hunted by the military. He longed to see Lu, shackled and led away, destined for imprisonment, never to see the light of day again. Though his expression was twisted with malice, he was internally praying for this outcome, feeling a sense of insecurity after Lu's unexplainable pressure during the concert incident. Suddenly, the formation of the armed soldiers shifted. After a brief rush, they lined up neatly along both sides of the manor's entrance. Extending along the path leading to the gate, a stooped elder emerged first, with Lu closely following. In an instant, all the armed soldiers stood at attention, raising their arms in a synchronized military salute. Lu and the elder advanced slowly, while the soldiers maintained their salute, creating an imposing atmosphere that instilled fear in onlookers. This salute was not directed at Lu, but rather at Master, just moments ago. The soldiers had received orders through their radios. Render collective honors to the old hero. At that moment, LV Zimming and Zhou Qiansheng were rendered speechless. Where were the handcuffs and shackles they had anticipated? The scene before them was utterly incomprehensible. This was the highest military honor. Who was this elder? If Lu was accompanying such a person, what was his own status? Could he be a high-ranking military scion? They couldn't help but recall Miss Nan's respectful demeanor towards Lu, sending shivers down their spines. How could this be? As Lu and Master walked among the soldiers, they exuded an aura that overshadowed all else. While LV Zimming and his companions appeared diminutive and insignificant in comparison, Nan Roi, too, found herself less composed than before. The dozens of soldiers saluting and bidding farewell were a display of respect she had never witnessed even for her own father. Sir, just how significant is your identity? Most astonishingly, at the very back of the procession stood Old Master Yin, the illustrious Yin Hongxin, the wealthiest man in Haishur, seemingly the most insignificant among them, as they approached the crowd. Master was greeted with respect, and Nan Roi remained as reverent as before, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the old and young strolled leisurely down the mountainside, attracting no attempts to impede their passage. Black Mountain, with an expression of mixed emotions, waved his hand, signaling all soldiers to board their vehicles and prepare to depart. Along the mountain path, Lu inclined his head towards Master. Thank you, Master, for coming to my aid. Young man, I am well aware of your capabilities. Even without my intervention, they could not have contained you, Master chuckled. But Master, what about you? Lu inquired, puzzled. You possess extraordinary talent, and one day you shall achieve great things. However, in your endeavors, connections are paramount, Master replied with a knowing smile. I have come today to leverage my waning authority to help you establish military ties that you will not be fooled by Black Mountain's deference. It stems from his integrity and gratitude. His capabilities far exceed your imagination. Make good use of it in the future. Lu nodded earnestly. Thank you, Master. However, you are far too modest. Just then, Black Mountain, seated within the vehicle, rolled down the window and was about to speak, only to be cut off by Master's impatient wave. Move along. Black Mountain, feeling disgruntled, commanded the driver to proceed, brushing past the two, but observing the soldiers on the armored vehicle, still holding their salute. Master wore a gentle smile. Young Lu, I never anticipated you would so swiftly overcome Black Mountain soldiers. Your progress has surpassed my expectations. Lu, unsure of how to respond, reflected on the past 3 years. After being rescued by Master, he awoke to find this eccentric elder excitedly proclaiming him as the chosen one. Upon further inquiry, Master revealed that he had discovered Lu's unique constitution, which set him apart genetically, that if Lu could continue to refine his physique or receive appropriate external assistance, he had the potential to become an extraordinary being, a so-called physical genius. In essence, Lu was among the rare 0.01 of gifted individuals. Yet, throughout those 3 years, Lu had felt no different from anyone else, even suffering from a lingering headache as a side effect. All Lu attributed to his current prowess was mere luck. After a pause, he casually asked, Master, where did you acquire the artificial eye you replaced for me? Master stroked his chin, lost in thought that I can't quite recall which hospital it came from, but it was definitely sterilized. Ah, understood. Master chuckled lightly, then adopted a serious tone. Young Lu, your talent is a blessing, not only for yourself, but for our nation as well. When the country calls upon you, I hope you will rise to the occasion and contribute, so that my efforts on your behalf do not go to waste. As Master gazed ahead, Lu discerned a deep-seated fervor within his eyes. Though Master concealed his identity, his patriotic spirit had never dimmed. I will do my utmost, Lu declared, puffing out his chest with determination. To at that moment, on the higher slopes, LV Zimming, Zhou Qiansheng, and Ouyang Fengyu looked down upon the duo descending along the winding mountain path. Zhou Qiansheng seethed with rage as he glared at Lu. He has driven me to ruin, leaving me with no escape. If I perish, so shall he. Ouyang Fengyu's expression darkened. What can you do against him? Have you not seen the extent of his power? The nation and military treat him with utmost respect. Power? Zhou Qiansheng was nearing madness. So what if he possesses strength? Can it shield him 24 hours a day? I shall do nothing but mobilize all my connections to find mercenaries and keep a close watch on Lu. The moment he slips up, I will take his life. Let us see how long he can remain arrogant. Upon hearing Zhou Qiansheng's words, Ouyang Fengyu and LV Zimming exchanged glances, refraining from rebuttal. These two were far more calculating. Having this fool take the lead against Lu was a fortunate turn of events. Clearing the path for their own ambitions, suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the mountain path. The sound did not originate from Master or Lu, but rather from Black Mountain's convoy, which had reached the mountain's midway point. Alongside the winding road, grenades were being hurled from the trees. Boom, boom. The explosions were not of standard lethal grenades, but rather specially designed smoke bombs. In an instant, the area surrounding Black Mountain's convoy was engulfed in thick smoke. The soldiers immediately went on high alert, yet their visibility was obscured by the haze. No one could have anticipated that Black Mountain would be ambushed here. At that moment of chaos, a figure suddenly leaped from the thicket. Clad in a matte black bodysuit, with an alluring figure, she wore an iron sand mask and a peculiar steel glove on her right hand. From the moment she appeared, she began moving with incredible speed, slipping into the smoke like a wisp of shadow. In a fleeting moment, only a few soldiers managed to react, but before they could raise their weapons to fire, they were sent flying by the specter. In an instant, the Phantom is charged towards the Audi in front of Black Mountain. Her iron-gloved right hand flickers with electric sparks as she reaches for the car door. It's unimaginable. The heavy Audi door is instantly crumpled by her grasp. Slowly twisting and deforming, above the mountain path, Uncle Tua and Lu Di, with their advantageous height, observe everything clearly. Uncle Tuo's pupils constrict. This must be an assassination attempt on Little Black. Lu Di also furrows his brow. Gazing into the distance, from his perspective, all action data of that Phantom has already been captured by the Demon Child. Speed, strength, reaction time. Far beyond the realm of ordinary. Moreover, her form unmistakably indicates she is a woman. Lu Di realizes that this individual is likely not an ordinary person. Black Mountain's team is caught off guard. He is in peril. Uncle Tuo remains exceptionally calm, turning to Lu Di and asking, "Can you stop her?" "No problem." In an instant, Lu Di's gaze sharpens. He slowly lowers his body, his frame tightening, bones cracking like a taut bowstring. The next moment, the ground trembles slightly. Lu Di leaps like a cannonball between the two mountain paths. The height difference is around 7 to 8 meters, with a width of over 10 meters. Lu Di leaps, crossing half of the mountain path. With another leap, he reaches the battlefield above. At this moment, beside the Audi, that phantom suddenly exerts her strength, ripping the Audi's door clean off. Then, with a powerful flick, the door vanishes from sight. The next moment, a fist from within the car, accompanied by a whooshing sound, lunges towards the phantom. Bang! Black Mountain's fist is firmly grasped by the phantom, rendering it immobile. A flash of light, and another dagger emerges in her other hand. Black Mountain is in dire straits. At this critical moment, a white figure descends from the sky. He lands atop the Audi, shattering all the surrounding glass instantly. Then Lu Di furrows his brow and strikes. The phantom is momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Di. Her astonishment lasts less than half a second. Everything is already too late. Lu Di's fist crashes down like a landslide. Unavoidable. Boom. The phantom is struck in the shoulder, blood spurting from her mouth as she is flung several meters, crashing into the foliage of the mountain. Lu Di, having just thrown a punch, seems momentarily dazed. He does not pursue. The demon child observes. Based on the recent comparison, this person's physique closely resembles hers, with a similarity of nearly 95. Subsequently, a name gradually appears in Lu Di's vision, leaving him utterly shocked. Search for her. Do not let her escape. At this moment, Black Mountain has already exited the car, commanding his soldiers to comb through the underbrush for the assassin. Those witnessing the entire battle include not only Uncle To but also the higher-ranked Ouyang Fengyu, Zhou Qiancheng, and Lu Ziming. At this moment, Zhou Qiancheng rubs his eyes vigorously, as the scene before him remains unchanged. Lu Di stands atop the Audi like a war god, exuding formidable presence. Did I just imagine that? That kid Lu Di jumped over 10 meters from one mountain path to another, and then like a superhero, he sent that assassin flying with a single punch. Is this some kind of movie? Tiancheng, didn't you say you wanted to take this freak down together? Wait until he is alone and finish him. I can't handle Lu Di. You two take care of yourselves, as Zhou Tiancheng speaks. He scrambles towards his vehicle. He wants to leave this place and never again associate with the Yin family. He never wants to see Lu Di again, because that Lu Di is simply a devil. Lu Di, are you all right? Black Mountain approaches, staring blankly at the mountain path towering over him by several meters. He surveys Lu Di from head to toe. This kid is even more extraordinary than he imagined. I'm fine. Lu Di easily jumps down from the already wrecked Audi. Black Mountain, do you know who attempted to assassinate you? Lu Di inquires, his brow furrowed. That I have fought for half my life, accumulating many enemies. Assassination attempts are common, but I still do not know which faction she belongs to. Black Mountain ponders for a moment, but based on her attire, she should belong to an international assassin organization, though the exact faction remains uncertain. Lu Di nods slowly, remaining silent. At this moment, Uncle To leisurely descends the mountain path. With a smile, he says, Black Mountain, you owe Lu Di a life. I shall remember this act of salvation. Black Mountain nods in acknowledgement to Lu Di. They search the nearby underbrush, but found no trace of the assassin. She has escaped. Quickly secure the scene. This matter must not reach the outside world. A shadow of gloom spreads across Black Mountain's face. This assassin grows increasingly formidable. She nearly took his life this time. Most alarming is that this assassin is clearly no ordinary person. She seems to have approached the level of a modified human. It appears that the enemy's research has left Huaxiao far behind. Black Mountain instinctively casts a pleading glance at Uncle To. Uncle To sighs deeply. I understand. I will act swiftly, Black Mountain. Do you not find it peculiar that such events occur within the Yin family estate? Lu Di suddenly asks. Chapter 74. The thorny Yin family. Lu Di. Do not doubt old Yin. I am a person who naturally invites hatred. Being targeted wherever I go. My subordinates will quickly initiate an investigation. Moreover, professional assassins, once they fail a strike, will never return to the same location. Rest assured, the Yin family estate is secure. As Black Mountain speaks, he tends to his wrist, which was twisted by the assassin. The calm demeanor of Black Mountain greatly impresses the younger generation. The soldiers Black Mountain brought are swift and efficient. In less than 30 minutes, They have managed the scene, yet they found scarcely any useful evidence. Black Mountain is unfazed by the matter. He states, the motive for the assassination is singular, to obstruct the military research plans of Huaxia. Rather than waste time hunting for the culprit, it is better to focus on advancing our research. In the room, Lu Di diligently sorts through his thoughts. After the demon child scans the nearby cameras and conducts information extrapolation, the assassin's visage becomes remarkably clear, entirely consistent with previous predictions. Gradually, Lu Di relaxes. A wry smile emerging to so-called modified humans? The matters concerning the Yin family appear to be more complicated than anticipated. The following morning, Lu Di engages in his usual exercises in the courtyard. Yin Qingwen slowly steps out of the door. Upon seeing Lu Di, her gaze instinctively flits away as she heads directly to the garage, seemingly intending to drive herself. Miss Wen, where are you headed today? Lu Di smiles. Yin Qingwen offers a restrained smile. Mr. Lu Di, I dare not let you be my driver anymore. My father has stated that you are now a distinguished guest of the Yin family, that a distinguished guest and duty are unrelated. Yin Qingwen bites her lip but ultimately nods. Heading to the Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, that on the way, Yin Qingwen in the back seat pulls out that metallic ballpoint pen, clicking it repeatedly with a nervous expression. Lu Di chuckles gently. Miss Yin, do you have something troubling you? Lu Di, to be honest, I am quite curious about your identity. I also wish to know how much I have misunderstood you previously. Yin Qingwen speaks, her voice lacking confidence. Lu Di merely contemplates for a moment, prompting Yin Qingwen to quickly add, it's fine if you don't want to say. I suppose I have no right to ask. Lu Di shrugs with a smile. Identity is indeed an intriguing concept. The treatment one receives differs greatly between having one and not. After a lengthy silence, Yin Qingwen finally cannot resist asking again. About your statement regarding holding a concert simultaneously with my brother-in-law. You must be joking, right? Lu Di raises an eyebrow. Mr. Lu Di, do I seem like someone who jokes? Actually. Yin Qingwen continues clicking the pen. You need not be so persistent. My capabilities are lacking, and the plan is insufficient. When it comes to marketing new products, losing to my brother-in-law is something I bear no grievances over. Although I understand your background is extraordinary. No one possesses greater influence over a public concert than D, and we are likely to be futile in our efforts. Yin Qingwen's gaze drops. While her lips concede, her eyes are filled with unwillingness. Do not overthink. I pursue this endeavor firstly for myself, and secondly to support charitable efforts. 4 days hence, our charity gala will proceed as planned, right in front of Uncle Tui's hospital. Lu Di strokes his chin thoughtfully, adding, make sure to buy plenty of snacks. Snacks? Yin Qingwen inquires, puzzled. What are snacks for? To give to the children, otherwise, who will perform for you? Children, he refers to the disabled children in the hospital. He wishes for those children to perform. Thinking of their innocent smiles, Yin Qingwen feels an inexplicable surge of motivation. All right, let this be a celebration for the children. Performance competition, to hell with it. Soon, they arrive at their destination, Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, the top private psychological clinic in Haishur. After exiting the vehicle, Yin Qingwen, somewhat embarrassed, says, Lu Di, I trust you very much, which is why I brought you here. I hope you can keep my itinerary confidential. Lu Di grins mischievously. In this abnormal society, everyone has a bit of abnormality, which is actually quite normal. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. Yin Qingwen was once again infuriated by Lu Di. She intended to retort but hesitated at the thought of Lu Di's intimidating background. After adjusting her emotions, she rang the doorbell. The exquisite wooden door opened to reveal a woman clad in a doctor's coat, her black shirt peeking beneath. She wore a fitted black skirt, her long, slender legs adorned with black stockings, and she stepped into a pair of elegant high heels, with shoulder-length hair and features that epitomized perfection. Her flawless skin marked her as an undeniable beauty. Notably, a mole at the corner of her right eye was not natural, but drawn on by her own hand. The impish spirit commented, a psychologist. Indeed, that mole reveals her inner self. She appears cultured but is, in reality, wildly untamed. Subsequently, a series of data appeared before Lu Di's eyes. Li Mayan, female, 26 years old, height, 167 cm, weight, 49 kg, doctorate in psychology from Gallen University. Renowned psychological consultant in Haishur, close friend of Yin Qingwen. Owner of Mayan Psychological Clinic, senior psychological consultant, master hypnotist, hobbies, puzzle solving, and adventure. This woman had quite a presence on social media. Wen, is that you? Li Mayan smiled slightly, greeting Yin Qingwen. Suddenly noticing Lu Di standing nearby, she inquired, and who might this be? Yin Qingwen felt a tad embarrassed and replied, "He did. I told you about him. This is Lu Di." Lu Di? Li Mayan's interest peaked instantly. Her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Lu Di from head to toe. She then couldn't help but lick her lips, a spark of fervor in her gaze. Chapter 75. Hypnotized, the two entered the clinic. Until Yin Qingwen entered a consultation room for her session, Li Mayan had been unabashedly assessing Lu Di, as though a predator had caught sight of its prey, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Eventually, Lu Di was ushered into a private lounge while Yin Qingwen's consultation was set for 1 hour, with Li Mayan attending to him. As he waited, Lu Di surveyed the psychological clinic through the glass. It was a 2-story European-style building located on a busy street. The interior was furnished with high-quality wooden furniture and intriguing decorative items. The floor was covered in a plush carpet, making each step a soothing experience. Lu Di nodded slightly. The ambience was indeed conducive to relaxation, and consequently, to hypnosis. Curiosity filled Lu Di as he pondered why Yin Qingwen frequented such a place. Did she harbor mental afflictions? The mischievous spirit chimed in. Lu Di, I've uncovered something intriguing in the Wild Doctor's computer. Wild Doctor? He inquired. Indeed, the woman from earlier, it confirmed. All right, what did you find? A dossier concerning you. A document unfolded before Lu Di's eyes, featuring 2 recent photographs of him, seemingly taken without his knowledge, along with numerous records of his activities. An insatiable appetite, clothing from a bargain shop, a lavish expenditure of $1 million on a lighter, charitable donations, kindness towards disabled children. A threatening business deal worth $20 billion with Li Dihai, exceptional driving and shooting skills, and influential connections with military elites. The file concluded with a meticulously designed hypnosis plan targeting Lu Di. A chill ran down Lu Di's spine. Was that psychologist analyzing him? The tone of the information suggested it was provided by Yin Qingwen. Mischievous spirit, check if there are any records of Yin Qingwen. I've already looked into it. Over the past 3 years, she has visited this place at least thrice a month, but there are only attendance records, no case information, as if she is deliberately keeping it confidential. However, the data on her computer indicates that this doctor is quite legitimate. Legitimate doctor. Just then, a knock echoed through the AI or Li Mayan entered, carrying a cup of coffee. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Why are you out here? It has barely been 20 minutes. Li Mayan placed the coffee down and gestured toward the adjacent consultation room. Through the frosted glass, a figure was comfortably reclining on the sofa, already lost in slumber. One has been under significant mental strain lately, so I helped her relax. Let her rest for a while, Li Mayan explained, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Di as she slowly approached him. She perched on the coffee table opposite Lu Di, her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings resting beside him. Lu Di couldn't help but smile inwardly. The first step of her hypnosis plan was to disrupt his composure. Mr. Lu Di, you are quite handsome, Li Mayan said, biting her lip alluringly. Strangely enough, most men would find it hard to resist. Mr. Lu Di, as Wenwen's driver, you must be quite exhausted. Would you care for a moment to unwind? Our clinic offers a special service that employs psychological guidance to induce deep sleep, allowing for complete mental and physical relaxation. Lu Di chuckled internally. The second step of her plan was to disguise hypnosis as a deep sleep service. You may not know, but this service typically costs 6,000 yuan. However, given Wenwen's connection, would you like to experience it for free today? As she spoke, Li Mayan pressed a button on a remote control. Simultaneously, curtains descended around the lounge, transforming it into a private sanctuary within 2 minutes. The dim lighting, alluring red lips, and enticing stockings set the stage to Mr. Lu Di. How does that sound? Charming, Lu Di mused, maintaining his composure. Li Mayan, inwardly reveling in the situation, thought, all men are the same. Very well, Mr. Lu. Please recline in whatever position you find most comfortable. She even shot Lu Di a flirtatious glance before producing a metallic pocket watch from her pocket. Lu Di merely leaned back against the sofa. Li Mayan took a seat beside him, a captivating fragrance wafting through the air. Mr. Lu Di, please concentrate on my watch. With a snap, the pocket watch opened, revealing a dial devoid of hands, instead showcasing a swirling black and white pattern. Li Mayan smiled seductively. The dial began to rotate, the patterns morphing into a mesmerizing, drowsy spectacle. Lu Di was acutely aware of her intentions. She had begun the hypnosis. Ding. Ancient Greek hypnosis subconscious integration completed. Ding. Anti-hypnosis resilient consciousness integration completed. The mischievous spirit's awareness was timely. Lu Di, listen to me. Relax your entire body. You feel at ease. Li Mayan's voice was ethereal. Her gaze fixed on Lu Di's face. You are barefoot, walking on a warm beach. The sunlight in the distance grows ever brighter. That radiance approaches you, suddenly enveloping you. You are now shedding all defenses. After I count to 3, you will trust me completely. And reveal all your secrets. However, as Li Mayan passionately continued her hypnotic incantation, her speech faltered. She was taken aback to find Lu Di's right eye flickering with a strange purple light. Pulsating in a captivating rhythm, Li Mayan shook her head, momentarily dazed, and persisted. 3. The right eye continued to shimmer. Point 2, mysteriously drawn to him. Li Mayan fought to maintain her focus and uttered, 1 ding. Lu Di casually retrieved a lighter and ignited a cigarette. Upon hearing the crisp metallic sound, Li Mayan stood frozen, her body immobilized, unwittingly succumbing to Lu Di's reverse hypnosis. Lu Di exhaled a gentle plume of smoke toward her face. Li Mayan, tell me, are you a virgin? Li Mayan's eyes glazed over as she murmured, I am not. Chapter 76. A man you can never conquer. My first time was in a university dormitory with my senior. Afterward, I had a few encounters in this clinic with patients. Stop, Lu Di rubbed his forehead, merely seeking to verify whether Li Mayan was hypnotized, not to delve into her past. Tell me the truth. Why did you devise a hypnosis plan for me? Lu Di reclined comfortably on the sofa. Wen, she is exceedingly curious about you, eager to uncover your secrets. She provided me with your information, wishing to find an opportunity to hypnotize you and extract your truths. Yet, inexplicably, she changed her mind last night, deciding to respect your privacy and urging me to abandon my plan. However, after perusing your details, I found myself profoundly intrigued by you. My curiosity compelled me to seek you out as soon as she fell asleep. Intent on realizing the hypnosis scheme, I harbor no malice. I merely wish to unravel the mysteries of others. Li Mu Yin, like a somnambulist, divulged all the truths. Lu Di felt a tinge of helplessness. What absurdity! He then inquired, why does Yin Qingwen come to your clinic? She is unwell, suffering from a psychological disorder. She has a condition known as dissociative identity disorder, where her subconscious conceals her true self and exhibits personas she herself does not favor. This is what people commonly refer to as split personality. Each time she clicks a pen, it signifies her struggle against her affliction. Lu Di gasped in astonishment. So this girl is ill, intentionally showcasing an unlikable side? It sounds utterly tragic. What is her current state? Lu Di could not help but ask. It's quite complicated. Her subconscious believes her authentic self is unlikable, thus she can never truly reveal herself. She requires validation from others. Lu Di pressed further. What caused her condition? There are 2 possibilities. Point 1. Her extreme ambition has gone unrecognized, leading to a distortion of her identity. Point 2. It could be innate, a genetic predisposition for multiple personalities. At this moment, Li Mu Yin answered Lu Di's inquiries with unwavering candor. Lu Di furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yin Qingwen's online alias Iswenwen wants to be strong, coupled with her inherently intense personality. It is likely that both factors contribute to her current state. Lu Di could not help but feel a flicker of sympathy for this unfortunate heiress. Sighed. Do your utmost to heal her. Very well. Lu Di extinguished his cigarette, then added suddenly, and do not set your sights on me again. Remember, I am a man you will never conquer, my character. Subsequently, leveraging his knowledge of hypnosis, Lu Di concocted an elaborate ruse. Ultimately, he implanted a notion in Li Mu Yan's mind. Lu Di had been successfully hypnotized by her, yielding a result. Lu Di was merely an ordinary person, acquainted with a few remarkable friends. Clink! Lu Di gently closed his Zippo lighter. Li Mu Yan blinked awake from the hypnosis, exclaiming, Ah, I slept so well. Lu Di feigned awakening, stretching languidly. Li Mu Yan's expression shifted, glancing at Lu Di in alarm. Mr. Lu, please rest. I have matters to attend to with a guilty conscience. Li Mu Yan hurriedly exited the lounge, rushing to awaken Yin Qing. Wake up, I successfully hypnotized Lu Di. What? Yin Qingwen's face fell. Mu Yan, didn't I tell you not to do that? I couldn't help myself. This caused Yin Qingwen to hesitate. Her curiosity piqued. Li Mu Yan's expression became inscrutable. Wen, your condition is due to your dual personalities, remember? Yin Qingwen paused. Yes, what of it? Lu Di possesses over 80 distinct personalities. Li Mu Yan exclaimed incredulously, and each one is vastly different. I have never encountered anyone like him. More than 80 personalities, truly unprecedented in the annals of psychological disorders. 12 hours a day, 7:20 minutes, switching personas approximately every 8 minutes. Li Mu Yan startled herself with her own words. Yin Qingwen nearly choked. Mu Yan, you must be joking. I'm not jesting. Do you doubt my medical expertise? How did I not realize this before? It's terrifying. Unbidden, Li Muyin blurted, Lu Di is a man I will never conquer. Why did I say that? Li Muyin's mind became increasingly chaotic. Beside her, Yan Qingwen stood in stunned silence, wrestling with the torment of her own duality. What must it be like to contend with Lu Di's 80 personas? Unimaginable. No wonder Lu Di often speaks in a disjointed manner. Could it be that his personalities switch in an instant? After a while, Li Muyin, lost in thought, remarked, as for Lu Di's identity, he is just an ordinary person who knows many influential figures. Wen, treat Lu Di with more kindness. Do not pressure him further, for his condition may never heal. Yan Qingwen smiled bitterly. Pressure him? Who am I to do that? Suddenly, Yan Qingwen's phone rang. After a brief exchange, her expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly dashed out of the clinic to find Lu Di. Lu Di, we must leave at once. There has been an incident at home. Lu Di leisurely rose from the sofa. Let me guess that at your sister, Yan Yiwen, who is in trouble. Lu Di smiled slightly, continuing, as she had an accident, perhaps a fall that injured her shoulder and arm? Yan Qingwen was taken aback. How did you know? Chapter 77. An intriguing couple. The attack on the Black Mountain General was an affair known only to a handful of witnesses. The Black Mountain General had long been accustomed to handling life-and-death situations discreetly. The assassination occurred suddenly, in a most peculiar location, the mountain road at the entrance of the estate belonging to Huaxia's wealthiest individual. Yet, even so, no one would connect the formidable assassin known as Shadow with the typically gentle and unassuming eldest daughter of the Yin family, Yan Yiwen. When the demon child first analyzed this name, the shock in Lu Di's heart was indescribable. Just 20 minutes prior, Yan Yiwen had been dining with him and the Black Mountain General, exhibiting grace and poise. Yet, 20 minutes later, she transformed into the Shadow assassin, striking with unparalleled swiftness, disregarding a host of armed soldiers, single-handedly infiltrating the convoy, intent on taking the Black Mountain General's life. Had it not been for Lu Di's intervention, the esteemed general of Huaxia would likely have perished at her hands. Perhaps Ouyang Fengyu's ambitions had not gone unnoticed by Yan's patriarch. However, if Lu Di were to confront Yan's patriarch with the revelation that his own beloved eldest daughter was a cold-blooded international assassin, it is doubtful he would believe it, even with a knife to his throat. Following the assassination attempt, Lu Di ordered the demon child to investigate thoroughly. The results, however, were astonishing. Yan Yiwen, a 35-year-old mature and beautiful woman, had left no trace, no videos of her interactions with outsiders, nor any footage of her changing outfits. Her phone was pristine, indicating she remained within her villa, rarely venturing out. The only point of suspicion lay in her overseas study in fashion design 3 years prior, during which she resided in a foreign country for an entire year. Lu Di pondered deeply that as an international assassin, how did she communicate with her contacts? The sole breakthrough came when the demon child uncovered a highly secretive foreign website. The name of the Black Mountain General was prominently listed, with a bounty of $18 million. Lu Di speculated if Yan Yiwen's assassination was a spontaneous decision, with a significant target appearing unexpectedly at her doorstep. One cannot deny the audacity of Yan Yiwen. With her extraordinary physique and that peculiar steel glove, she likely ranks highly among international assassins. The eldest sister's smile was exceedingly warm. She was the only one genuinely welcoming Lu Di's arrival that day. Human hearts are as deep as the ocean. Ouyang Fengyu, that narrow-minded individual aiming to usurp the Yin family's wealth, is in fact the husband of Yan Yiwen. What an intriguing pair of spouses. Lu Di mused about whether Yan Yiwen is aware of Ouyang Fengyu's true nature. If he were to expose Ouyang Fengyu's conspiracy, would Yan Yiwen seek to punish him, or would she see him as an adversary? After all, at present, Lu Di is aware of Yan Yiwen's identity, while she believes hers remains concealed. Fascinating. However, Lu Di could not allow an international assassin targeting the pillars of the nation to roam freely. Shadow, you are not without vulnerabilities, are you? Lu Di resolved firmly. Next, he would eliminate Ouyang Fengyu and compel Shadow to reveal herself. In the psychological clinic, Yan Qingwen awaited an explanation for Lu Di's knowledge of her sister's injury. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. I noticed your sister's recent pallor. I suspected she might face some misfortune. Lu Di, not this again. Yan Qingwen sighed in resignation. Your personality switching again. Let us hasten our steps. Last night, the eldest sister collapsed at her doorstep, reportedly assaulted by a nefarious individual. As Yan Qingwen turned to depart, she noticed that Lu Di had no intention of leaving. With a faint smile, Lu Di remarked, I shall not visit the eldest sister. My presence may do her more harm than good. Instead, I would rather wander about. Perhaps I might uncover the villain. Yan Qingwen hesitated, contemplating her father's designated honored guest. With a furrowed brow, she reluctantly nodded and then dashed away, leaving Lu Di once again seated on the clinic sofa. From his perspective, the magical entity had already marked 6 addresses that formed a connection. These locations linked the site of the assassination of the Black Mountain General to the villa of the eldest sister, Yan Yuan, along a route devoid of any surveillance cameras. Furthermore, all 6 addresses were situated in sparsely populated areas, with no cameras within a kilometer radius. Lu Di surmised that the eldest sister's equipment was likely hidden among these sites. He chose not to venture out himself. Instead, he sent the 6 addresses to Tai Si. The Tai brothers, being elite warriors, were naturally adept at searching for such items. Just as Lu Di awaited in silence, Li Mayan entered, bearing a fruit platter, her gaze warmly fixed upon him. "That I must confess, you are the most handsome man I have ever encountered." A blush crept onto Li Mayan's cheeks, her chest rising and falling with excitement. Lu Di furrowed his brow slightly. "That is my influence not thoroughly ingrained. Am I not the man she can never conquer? Is she here to challenge the impossible?" Suddenly, he recalled her penchant for puzzle-solving and adventure. Could it be that despite my attempts to dissuade her, she was resolved to persist? Lu Di, shall we become friends on Gemini?" Li Mayan proposed, retrieving her phone. Lu Di sighed in resignation, "Considering your support for my endeavors." "Very well. Lu Di, your Gemini nickname is D-San, masquerading as a tech genius. Aren't you fearful of having your account suspended?" Lu Di smacked his lips. "To be honest, if my account can be shut down, I might as well perform a culinary act of self-sabotage." "Haha, Lu Di, you're a truly humorous sting." Lu Di's phone chimed with a text notification. "Tai Si, Mr. Lu, we have located the items." Lu Di smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 78. The eve of the concert in the following 3 days, the Chinese internet was dominated by 2 trending topics. The first pertained to the Gemini app. In just 10 days since its launch, the user growth rate sent shivers through the Penguin Group. Even more astonishing was its formidable influence. Just a day prior, a well-known travel company, Me2, which had secured substantial funding and was poised to go public by year-end, was devastated by an expose on the travel section of the Gemini app, leading to its immediate bankruptcy. Despite Me2 boasting 12 exclusive travel routes, Gemini had effortlessly published 120 routes for free, far surpassing Me2 in quality. This bold move by Gemini instilled trepidation in all entrepreneurs and commanded reverence from internet companies. It had emerged as a true opinion leader, a formidable commercial titan capable of dictating the fate of any company. Netizens flocked to Gemini, expressing unwavering trust. Should Gemini target any enterprise, as it did Me2, with but a single guiding statement, that company could collapse instantaneously, unable to recover. This exemplified the power of leadership, the voice of the people. Many unscrupulous owners trembled in the night, fearing they might awaken to find disparaging news about their companies on Gemini. Whether within China or among international business researchers, founders, and students, they observed Gemini's astounding growth while gradually realizing that its interest-based section aimed to transcend mere forum replacement. It sought to permeate and lead all domains. Of course, both domestically and internationally, there existed a plethora of self-proclaimed tech savants attempting to emulate Gemini's features, hoping to develop a similar app to ride the wave of popularity or share in the profits. However, the outcome was a chorus of despair from countless experts, many abandoning their keyboards to pursue other careers. The second trending topic online was the long-silent deity of song, De, who had resurfaced. 3 days prior, he had posted an update on Douyin, June 19th, Wanghai District. This announcement sent shockwaves through the internet. Just as netizens began to speculate, the leading enterprise in Haishur, Ingji Group, boldly declared that on the evening of June 19th at 8 p.m., they would host a concert featuring De at the Huitian Plaza in Wanghai District. De would personally perform. The outdoor venue could accommodate thousands of spectators, with no tickets required. Ingji Group was the exclusive sponsor for family medical products. Fans were ecstatic. De in person? A concert? My goodness, I must attend at all costs. Subsequently, tickets for trains and planes to Haishur became scarce, and the number of private vehicles heading there surged exponentially. Within 3 days, the influx of people in Haishur multiplied manifold. De once again topped the trending searches. The concert's organizer, Ingji Group's vice president Ouyang Fengyu, also became a hot topic. The entire city of Haishur was abuzz with anticipation for this event. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu, situated in his office, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His brother Ming had indeed delivered. Managing to secure Di's public announcement for the concert, seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Fengyu promptly notified the company, declaring Yingji as the event's organizer, catapulting his reputation overnight. To date, Di's popularity was soaring. This concert was destined for success, with a projected revenue of 20 billion, an effortlessly attainable goal. In stark contrast, Di's manager, Ziming, was in a state of panic. How could Di possibly send such a message? June 19th, Wanghai District. Could he really be coming? Yet, at this point, Ziming was powerless. The arrow was already knocked, and he had to release it. Ouyang Fengyu from Yingji Group was equally determined to make this concert a reality. Ziming could only instruct his subordinates to repeatedly adjust the sound equipment, ensuring no errors would occur during the performance. Simultaneously, he had secured an advance payment from Yingji and prepared an escape plan. If Di failed to appear, he would be fine. But if he did show up, it would be a battle of authenticity, with confusion reigning supreme. However, if the false Di was exposed on the spot, Ziming would not hesitate to flee. On June 19th at 3 p.m., on the eve of the concert, at the Yin family estate, Tai Si and his team were busily unloading goods from a truck. Snacks, nutritional supplements, toys, daily necessities. The truck was nearly full. Yin Qingwen stood by, dazed. Upon seeing Di's announcement, she realized that the concert hosted by her brother-in-law was undoubtedly destined for success. Achieving 20 billion in sales would be a mere formality. She had completely conceded, alas. Regardless, her own charity gala must be concluded. At the very least, it would bring joy to the children. Yet it seemed that aside from Lu Di, no one else regarded this charity gala as significant. There was no attention, no one cared. Lu Di had not been to work these past few days. He merely stayed at Master Tuo's hospital, claiming to teach the children to sing for the gala performance. Lu Di's unwavering confidence stirred something within Yin Qingwen, leaving her at a loss for reasons to abandon her efforts. "Hey, could you all move a bit slower? Be careful." A cacophony erupted behind her. Half an hour earlier, some workers had arrived at the estate, stating that Mr. Lu Di had hired them to transport items for the charity gala. Yin Qingwen was curious about the size of the items being moved from Lu Di's room. What could possibly be used in a concert? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, loosening a knot, causing a black cloth covering the goods to flutter and fall to the ground. Revealed was a meticulously polished antique piano, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Yin Qingwen's pupils constricted. This was the long-forgotten antique piano from her family's basement. A vivid image flashed in her mind. It was identical to the piano in Di's video. Various speculations flooded her thoughts. This piano was at least several decades old, a rarity in today's market. What a coincidence for it to match Di's. Could it be Lu Di? But no. The reason this piano was forgotten was due to its disrepair. Having long lost its pitch, moreover, due to its age, few could restore it. The piano in Di's video was flawless. "Everyone, wait a moment." Yin Qingwen approached the piano, her fingers trembling slightly as she slowly lifted the wooden cover of the keys. Gently pressing down, she heard the melodious chime. The piano's sound was at once delicate and resonant, echoing in her heart. She was left in awe. This piano was perfectly tuned. Moreover, it sounded even clearer and more enchanting than before. It had been revived by a master craftsman, breathing new life into it. "Miss, please do not delay our delivery." At this moment, Yin Qingwen's heart raced. Could it be my heavens? Chapter 79. Two performances in Haishur. Wanghai District, at 7:30 p.m. that evening. The bustling center of Wanghai District, with its vast Huidian plaza spanning tens of thousands of square meters, boasted a colossal stage of nearly 1,000 square meters. Accompanied by an immense LED screen and top-notch matrix sound systems, the venue was adorned with an array of stunning stage lights. Here lies the venue for the illustrious concert of the renowned Di. The atmosphere is unparalleled, with an unprecedented allure that draws in hundreds of thousands, creating a cacophony of voices. It is the largest outdoor concert in Haishur in nearly a decade, about to unfold. Ouyang Fengyu and Ziming stand to the side of the stage, their hearts brimming with excitement and trepidation, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away, along the coastal road in Wanghai District, an unusual tranquility prevails. The area is devoid of people, starkly contrasting the bustling Huitan Square. This location, adjacent to the estuary of the Hung River, is graced by the rhythmic lapping of waves and a gentle breeze. The cicadas sing, and the lights dance in a misty haze, all evoking a quintessential summer coastal ambience. Though lacking in crowds, it exudes a serene leisure. At the seaside of Wanghai District stands the free hospital run by Tuoyi, along an old coastal road. The entrance of the three-story hospital is illuminated by a few dim streetlights. Uncharacteristically, a small stage constructed from worn wooden crates has appeared today, on the wall behind the stage. Children have scrawled in chalk, "Thank you, Sister Yin, from Ingji Company, for the gifts." The streetlights illuminate the wooden crate staged at the chalk drawings in the background, and thus, a semblance of a stage, backdrop, and lighting has been created. This is the site of the Ingji Group Charity Gala, spearheaded by Lu Di and Yin Qingwen, intended to rival the DE concert. Yet the audience consists of merely two individuals, Yin Qingwen and Nan Ruoi. Of course, a pair of bodyguards stand at a distance, but they seem equally uninspired that I in this desolate place. Not even a passerby can be found, let alone an assassin. As for Lu Di, his whereabouts remain elusive throughout the entire hospital. And the antique piano is nowhere to be seen. A faint smile crosses Yin Qingwen's face as she gazes at the edge of the stage, where several children with varying disabilities sit. These children are orphans taken in by Tuoyi, and today they are filled with joy, each clutching a red flower. This is their most significant day, as they are about to perform. Both nervous and excited. A little boy, missing two front teeth, beams at Yin Qingwen and exclaims, "Sister, you must applaud later." Yin Qingwen responds with a warm smile, nodding earnestly. Of course, the smiles of these children are the only solace for Yin Qingwen today. As for Lu Di's connection to DE, she dares not speculate, nor does she dare to hope. Slowly, she turns to gaze at Nan Ruoi, who stands quietly beside her. At this moment, Nan Ruoi is adorned in a figure-hugging black qipao, her hair gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a goddess of the night, breathtakingly beautiful. Yin Qingwen expresses her apologies. "Miss Nan, I am deeply grateful for your presence today, but the scene is somewhat modest. I hope you can understand." Yin Qingwen's act of kindness earns her admiration from Nan Ruoi, who gently shakes her head. "You have mischaracterized today's event." Yin Qingwen nods slightly, urging, "Please do continue, Miss Nan." Nan Ruoi smooths her wind-tousled hair and states, "What is modest about today's gathering? As long as there is a gentleman present, not only this old coastal building, but even desolate wilderness or arid desert can shine gloriously." As Yin Qingwen sighs internally, she lifts her gaze toward the distant sky. 1 kilometer away, lasers and lights sway, creating a fervent atmosphere, their colorful glow illuminating half the sky. If one were to speak of brilliance, surely that would be the place. Just as Yin Qingwen is lost in thought, two timid figures emerge from a nearby alley. Kai, what brings you here?" Yin Qingwen exclaims in surprise. "Third sister, it was quite a challenge to locate you." The two young girls rush over, grinning widely. Yin Kai beams, "Although we adore DE and yearn to see him, compared to that commercialized concert, your event is far more compassionate and kind. Thus, we have decided to support your gala." Upon witnessing the resolute expressions on the faces of her younger sisters, Yin Qingwen is momentarily moved. "Thank you, my dear sisters." She embraces the two girls tightly. After a while, Yin Qingwen exhales deeply, her face transforming into one of excitement as she claps her hands and addresses the children. "All right, my dear ones, it is time to prepare. The performance is about to commence." The children, in unison, reveal radiant smiles. "Sister, no rush. We are waiting for Brother Lu Di." At this moment, on the central stage of Huitian Square, an exhilarating melody fills the air as a fashionable and charismatic host dashes on stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the DE concert." The crowd erupts into screams. Countless girls shriek in delight, some fainting in sheer ecstasy. It is now June 19th, 8 p.m. sharp, and let us welcome the musical deity. The screams intensify, and several more faint. A plume of smoke engulfs the stage, and a figure slowly ascends from the center. Riding an elevator, the silhouette reveals a young man in a white shirt. Slender and graceful. But the audience gasps in awe. "My musical deity, D." The crowd erupts once more, like zombies drawn to blood, hands reaching out frantically, yet held back by security. Finally, the figure fully emerges on stage. Microphone in hand, offering a gentle smile before elegantly turning, "It is a youthful man with delicate features." The audience and media gasp in unison. This is what DE looks like. Charming, spirited, and handsome. Their frenzy escalates. The soft accompaniment begins to play. It is the song that haunts everyone's dreams. The future is promising. The audience falls into silence. The exhilarating moment has arrived. The D at the center of the stage closes his eyes and begins to sing slowly. In those days of crashing waves and howling winds, we were not afraid. The audience, initially lost in the moment, begin to furrow their brows that something about this voice seems off. Let the sea engulf us. Let the wind sweep us away. The song continues, but the voice is utterly wrong. Chapter 80. Where is he? On stage. The D yeezings passionately, completely unaware of the chaos unraveling at the sound control station nearby. L. Zimming, having spent millions to hire top sound engineers, is now in a frenzied state, desperately adjusting the controls. However, every button has malfunctioned. The computer screen displays bizarre changes in the sound settings. Reverb effect, 0. Bass resonance, 0. Yet strangely, the D on stage hears no abnormalities in his earpiece. He believes his voice is flawless. He continues to sing, experiencing the dark night winds and deep rains that lost in his performance. The sound weak and lifeless. Not a single note is in tune. The high notes are unbearable. His voice is as if strangled and submerged. The audience is dumbfounded. Standing at the director's position, Ouyang Fengyu is equally stunned. This is a catastrophe. The audience that had fainted moments ago suddenly springs back to life. What is this horrid noise? At last, the audience can no longer contain themselves. They wish to rise in rebellion. To tear apart the source of this cacophony, suddenly, a loud bang resonates from the stage. The screens go dark, the lights extinguish, and the sound system falls silent. Then, the lights across the entire coastal area of Haishur begin to flicker out one by one. Bang, 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 that as if all lights are simultaneously short-circuiting. The lights in homes, shop signs, street lamps of the coastal district plunges into darkness. Hundreds of thousands of spectators stand frozen, unable to discern their surroundings. Suddenly, from a nearby hair salon, a speaker connected to a mobile phone quietly activates that a celestial and melodious piano piece begins to play, the sound ethereal and lengthy, transporting listeners to a realm of wonder. Then, another speaker outside a supermarket joins in synchrony. Soon, hundreds of speakers throughout the street awaken. Even the traffic loudspeakers and car radios join in. Thousands of windows illuminate in unison. The song resonates. In those days of crashing waves and howling winds, we were not afraid. Let the sea engulf us. Let the wind sweep us away, that a chill runs up the spines of the audience. How beautiful. This is the true D. Tears well in some eyes. Hundreds of thousands stand in stunned silence, utterly still. This is the real D.E. The earlier rendition was a mere imitation. The emotions of the audience soar like a roller coaster, plummeting to despair only to surge back to elation. The scene before them is unprecedented. The street speakers scattered about continue to harmonize the song the future is promising. Perhaps these are not extravagant sound systems, but they are thousands of them, filling every corner. It is as if one is immersed in a sea of heavenly music, a symphony of blooming flowers and competing vessels. It is a moment of profound impact. To hear this sound is to live without regret. The song continues, exuding exquisite beauty and intoxicating allure. Yet some still pondered, where could he be? Where is he? People scan their surroundings, but all they see is darkness. Thud! A sudden drumbeat resonates in the minds of the crowd. Not far away, a street lamp flickered to life as if someone had flipped a switch, drawing the attention of the crowd. Yet beneath that lamp, there was nothing but emptiness. Thud! The drumbeat echoed once more. Suddenly, another street lamp illuminated. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Thud, thud, thud! One by one, the street lamps lit up, gradually forming a luminous pathway. Thud, thud! The streetlights continued to glow, revealing a road that meandered through towering buildings and hidden alleyways. Subtly connecting to the distance, the locals of Haishur understood well that this led to the seaside, an old street seldom trodden by anyone, lined with a few dilapidated low-rise buildings. The other lights in the coastal area remained dark. But this string of illuminated street lamps resembled a dazzling necklace laid upon black velvet, guiding the way. It seemed as if its destination was the place everyone yearned for, having experienced the pitch-black night wind and the depths of rain. The wings of night beating against the shore, I find myself in profound contemplation of the wind's direction, the night's extension, and the blooming of flowers, a long-forgotten power. The future is promising, from countless speakers. The voice of D continued to resonate. The crowd, entranced, gazed at the ever-expanding path of light before them, collectively stepping forward. Hundreds of thousands cast aside the opulence of the grand stage and embarked on a fervent rush towards their dreams. Wherever they went, the phrase "the future is promising" accompanied them, as if divinely guided, leading them to where their hearts longed to be. All at once, they shed their apprehensions and moved toward the unknown. The heart-stirring, mysterious destination. Finally, the reason for the censorship became evident. There was a term in the previous version that could not be published. Chapter 81. I am who I am in front of Tuyes Free Hospital. It felt like a world apart, with lights still aglow, that a group of children solemnly ascended the stage. Among them was a child who had lost his legs, aided by two little girls, Yin Kai and Yin Xin, who helped him with his wheelchair. The children beamed innocent smiles, each holding a red flower, eagerly waiting. Yin Qingwen observed them with a smile, then turned with a furrowed brow. Where is Lu Di? Are we to keep the children waiting indefinitely? Just as she repeatedly dialed Lu Di's unreachable phone, she suddenly froze that a faint tremor coursed through the ground beneath her. What was happening? An earthquake. The ground quaked again, rumbling as if deep below. Thunder rumbled. Yin Qingwen distinctly felt the earth shaking. Thud that a drumbeat sounded in the distance. The street lamp that had inexplicably gone dark moments ago suddenly lit up, followed by a row of lights. So many people. Yin Qingwen's expression shifted from frustration to fear. In front of her, the once empty street erupted with a dense throng of people, continuously surging forth like a vast army marching toward its goal. In an instant, the street was overflowing with people. Countless. Perhaps numbering in the tens of thousands. Yin Qingwen's phone slipped from her grasp. What was happening? The children on stage looked equally stunned as a young boy nervously rubbed his hands and whispered, Lu Di said many people would come to see us. But I didn't expect so many. The innocent children could not comprehend the magnitude of this gathering. This was not just a crowd. It was over 100,000 strong. Even the world's greatest superstars could not attract such a multitude simultaneously. Not to mention the thousands of media present. This was truly a spectacle, a moment of global attention. Yin Kai and Yin Xin were also bewildered. Could it be that Di had arrived? Just then, the tide of people surged closer. This moment. The song The Future is Promising had just concluded. The dense crowd encircled the free hospital, leaving no space for movement, while every narrow street in the vicinity was packed with people. Where was this? Who had guided them here? Shouldn't they have seen Di? Why were there only children? Was that the stage? So rudimentary. As they began to survey their surroundings, the hushed whispers of nearly 100. 000 voices rose, creating a cacophony akin to crashing waves, deafening. Observing the restless crowd, Nanruai felt a surge of anxiety. If chaos erupted, the modest three-story free hospital would be trampled in an instant. Suddenly, a faint crackle of electricity was heard at a corner of the hospital's rooftop. A yellow light bulb that had been resting on the ground began to flicker intermittently. A figure clad in a white shirt sat at an antique piano, silhouetted against the starry sky, appearing and disappearing in the dim light. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the flickering light on the rooftop, where a 2-meter circle of illumination revealed a thin, upright figure. Tranquil yet soothing, like a solitary stage in a vast world filled with stories. Finally, the light steadied, shining brightly. Below, Di's silhouette slowly began to speak, and in an instant, all the speakers broadcasted simultaneously. A hush fell over the crowd. They widened their eyes, fixated on that small patch of light in the sky. A new song, I Am Who I Am, is dedicated to all of you, Di, a new song. The audience was taken aback, unsure how to react. After all, they had just experienced a faux concert, a counterfeit Di. Yet, almost as one, they held their breath, filled with fervent hope that this figure was indeed the genuine Di. The one who could once again bring them celestial melodies. Even in the most humble of venues, he could not bear to interrupt anyone claiming to be Di. This was the allure of the divine singer. Di. In the next moment, his fingers danced over the keys, and the clear notes of the antique piano rang out. The music soared high, and the people were instantly captivated as they lost themselves in the melody. He began to sing. That same voice, like a heavenly chorus, struck deep into their hearts. Everyone closed their eyes simultaneously, falling silent. That I am who I am. Among the myriad stars, one shines dimmest, and that is me. Lost in the clouds, bewildered and adrift, unsure of the path to take that I in this vast world, no one awaits me. That I am who I am. Among the myriad stars, one shines brightest, and that is me. With a light laugh, I gaze upon the mundane, unique in my being, traversing the world as I wish. That I in this vast world, no one can stop me. The melody was truly enchanting. The fresh tune and new lyrics once again transported souls and stirred hearts. Just as the audience was lost in silence, Dee's voice softened into a melodious hum that I in the next moment. The children began to sing in unison that do you remember? The moment a flower blooms, or the fleeting brilliance of a shooting star, when it's time to depart. Even in the darkest of nights, that I am not afraid, that it was as if radiant flowers bloomed one after another. Like a gentle stream washing over the hearts of the listeners, like a ray of brilliant sunlight illuminating their souls, that I in the tender yet bright voices of the children. Everyone seemed to feel a transcendence of spirit. It was an indescribable sensation, filled with strength, hope, and courage, piercing through the heart. The crowd opened their eyes that a group of children with disabilities stood in perfect alignment on the exceedingly modest stage. They bore no trace of inferiority nor fear, only hearts that, like sunflowers, eternally sought the light. I am not afraid, that I am not afraid. The children stood tall, singing earnestly. Even though they bore the scars of hardship, they remained unafraid of anything. Their eyes sparkled with light, piercing through the darkness, gazing toward the future. Gradually, amid the song, people rediscovered a feeling long forgotten. The celestial voice of the pure hearts of children. Together, they formed this performance, which could hardly be termed a gala or concert. Yet, the songs here resonated deeply, leaving an indelible mark on the soul. Chapter 82. The children's voices at last. The song I Am Who I Am concluded with the man radiating infinite light at the rooftop's edge. The venue fell silent. Everyone's chest rose and fell sharply, their hearts tumultuous. The children, too, gasped for breath, tears welling in their eyes. People hesitated to applaud, as what they had just heard felt less like a song and more like a profound awakening. DE was truly DE. No explanation needed, just a single note, and everyone was utterly captivated. They silently rejoiced that their journey to Highshire had not been marred by the revelation of the false DE. They were grateful that the genuine divine singer, DE, had not stood idly by. In the dilapidated three-story building, till he reclined on the sofa, moved by the performance of I Am Who I Am. He knew Lou D and the children's story all too well. The struggles and hopes mirrored his own experiences. This song resonated deeply within him. It was not transitioned from confusion and helplessness to a state of open-heartedness. Tuoyi smiled with satisfaction, raising the bottle of Ergo 2 in his hand toward the rooftop. Kid, keep it up! In the crowd, Yin Kaikai and Yin Shinshin were overwhelmed with excitement. They clasped their hands together at their chests, filled with anticipation. Yet, this sentiment was shared by not just the two of them. Almost everyone present awaited the moment he would turn around, but they also felt a deep respect for DE emanating from their hearts. No one took a step forward. Yin Qingwen once again pulled out the ballpoint pen from her pocket, yet she did not press it. She fixed her gaze on the figure upstairs, her heart in turmoil. That piano was undoubtedly from her own home. That silhouette was indeed D. Moreover, it bore a striking resemblance to Lou D. Could Lou D truly be DE? He had yet to make an appearance. The song being sung carried an abundance of stories. How could it possibly be sung by Lou D? If it were Lou D. Yin Qingwen gently bit her lip in that fleeting moment. She felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her. Was the man standing on the rooftop whom everyone admired the very one who had saved her 3 years ago? Was he the driver living in her basement, whom she had treated with disdain? If it truly were him, she would not know how to face him. Under the serene night sky, everyone had their own thoughts. Finally, a deep and magnetic voice resonated from the rooftop. This is a free hospital, dedicated to treating patients who cannot afford medical care. Here, a group of suffering children resides, homeless after enduring persecution. This place attracts attention, yet is often overlooked. Overlooked due to the coldness of human nature. Observed because some kind-hearted individuals extend a helping hand, bringing warmth. Today, I stand here to express gratitude to those who harbor goodwill. Simultaneously, I wish to urge everyone to act from the heart and live with kindness. The figure on the rooftop spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet inexplicably piercing to the heart. At this moment, the audience turned their gazes towards the dilapidated third floor before them. There was no sign. Yet through the windows, rows of hospital beds could be faintly seen. Outside, 7 or 8 children with wide, tear-filled eyes stood on a shabby stage. Some had lost an arm. Others had fingers twisted into grotesque shapes. Some had lost their legs and could only sit in wheelchairs. That it was they who had just collaborated with DE to sing a heart-wrenching song. One could surmise that these children were likely victims. Abducted by criminal gangs from the mountains, cruelly disabled, and then cast onto the streets to beg, mere sacrifices to fulfill the profit motives of others. gazing at the innocent faces of the children. The audience felt a sudden tug at their hearts. The children were pitiable. This hospital was filled with great love. A few tender chalk words on the background wall drew everyone's attention. Thank you, Sister Yin, from Ingji Company, for the gift that in an instant. The crowd felt a wave of emotion. Ingji Company must refer to Ingji Group. Sister Yin must be a young lady from the Yin family. It seemed she had aided this hospital. Those who had been disillusioned by the concert at Huitian Square suddenly found solace that a large corporation, or an esteemed family, inevitably contains both the righteous and the unscrupulous. There are those with ill intentions who seek to deceive, but there are also kind-hearted individuals who quietly do good. The wealthy are also human, with both villains and heroes. The singing deity, De, is equally compassionate, unmoved by money, yet present for charity. You have guided us here today. We shall not stand idly by. We will donate to support the hospital and will back that Sister Yin from Ingji Group. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. These words instantly resonated with everyone. Humanity is fundamentally good. The crowd echoed in agreement. Some pledged to donate, others to adopt children. Some volunteered for charitable work. A few distributors sought to place orders with Sister Yin. In an instant, everyone sprang into action. Strength in numbers. They believed everything would change. In a corner of the rooftop, the figure in white looked up and smiled. He gently spoke. I believe in the goodness of humanity. I also believe in the innate strength of the human spirit. D here implores you to remain true to your hearts. Within each person lies an immeasurable power. Pursue your endeavors wholeheartedly and act with a clear conscience. The figure on the rooftop then slowly rose. He did not turn around but raised one hand lightly that a shimmering object, glowing faintly, traversed several meters, soaring over the stage and flying toward the silent figure in the crowd. Yin Qingwen paused in surprise, instinctively catching the object that had flown through the air. The figure above called out again. Sister Yin of the Yin family, I have a message for you. Do good deeds without asking for the future. Subsequently, the figure on the rooftop gradually stepped out of the spotlight and vanished. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned toward the stunned woman. Was she the Sister Yin? She seemed to be the third young lady of Ingji Group. She was so benevolent, donating to children. Ingji Group was fortunate to have such an outstanding heir. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, who stood nearby, were suddenly filled with excitement. Sister, do you know Di? He gave you something. Quickly, see what it is. A bewildered Yin Qingwen finally came to her senses, dazed. She opened her palm. That in her hand lay a bead strung on a black cord. That in the pitch darkness, the bead shone like a solitary star, emitting a gentle glow. Wow, sister, I envy you so much. Di gifted you a pearl. Yin Qingwen, however, was so shocked that she could not utter a word. Her eyes widened, the reflection of the bead vividly clear in her pupils. After a long while, Yin Qingwen murmured, This is not a pearl. It is the eye of immortality. Chapter 83. Do good deeds without asking for the future. The eye of immortality. Yin Kaikai tilted her head in contemplation. Why does that sound familiar? Yin Qingwen nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, I later gave it to Lu Di. Yin Kaikai, puzzled, asked, You gave it to Lu Di, so why is it in Di's hands today, and he threw it to you? Could it be? Suddenly, Yin Xinshin seemed to realize something. Her mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. Kaikai, are you foolish? Yin Qingwen's expression was complex as she raised her head, staring blankly at the antique piano standing alone in the spotlight. Xinshin, you guessed correctly. Yin Kaikai was still confused. What did I guess correctly? Lu Di is De, and De is Lu Di. Both Yin Qingwen and Yin Xinshin spoke simultaneously, boom, as these words were uttered. The three Yin sisters felt the world spinning. Everything so surreal, so extraordinary. My heavens, how could that be? He clearly. Yin Kaikai could hardly believe it, her excitement overwhelming, shouting out loud. Yet she was quickly silenced by Yin Qingwen's hand over her mouth. Lu Di had never revealed his face, but had conveyed the truth to me through the eye of immortality. He did not want anyone to know his identity. Yin Qingwen whispered to Yin Kaikai, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If she were to describe her feelings now, it would be that gratitude outweighed shock. Lu Di had entered the Yin family as a life-saving benefactor, remaining extremely low-key, merely smiling faintly when faced with injustice. However, his faint smile, his silence, was not due to weakness but because he was incredibly strong. He sought to quietly do everything without seeking the limelight in recent days. Lu Di's displayed strength had left everyone in disbelief, formidable as a myth. Unbelievable. Today, Lu Di had once again proven himself that he was simply outstanding. He was a renowned singing deity, unmoved by money. He bowed to no power. He acted from the heart, using his strength to aid the weak and promote kindness. The shock within Yin Qingwen was profound. From childhood to adulthood, she had never looked up to anyone. Yet Lu Di's actions had completely won her over, leaving her at a loss for words. Do you know why we always misunderstood Lu Di before? Yin Qingwen's voice trembled slightly. Why? The two young girls were equally dazed, lost in their shock, because compared to him, we are not even in the same league. He is formidable, he is exceptional, he is nearly omnipotent. His mindset is truly unruffled, transcendent, and selflessly loving. Indeed, the two girls were also lost in thought. They had tasted the delicious food prepared by Lu Di, which was simply otherworldly. It was also Lu Di who had heroically rescued them in the underground casino. In archery, equestrianism, and marksmanship, Lu Di rendered everyone speechless. Yin Xinxin murmured, "My live streaming room is currently the most popular," because he glanced at me back then. Yin Qingwen smiled wryly. "Now I believe what you said. Lu Di gambled 100 billion in cash in the underground casino. Do you know? He is the singing deity. With his charisma, money is just a number. It holds no significance at all. As soon as he speaks, countless enterprises will shower him with cash. 100 billion is utterly trivial." Yin Kaikai clenched her phone tightly, her screensaver still showing a screenshot of the singing deity. The singing deity actually lived among us. And we labeled him a moocher, a fraud. That 5 million we doubted him for. Xinxin, do you think Lu Di will forgive us for what we've done before? Yin Xinxin bit her lip, feeling that forgiveness was not in order. For that he might not even care about us. In his eyes, we were merely two immature little girls. Alas, it seemed Lu Di would never hold any affection for us. Tears streamed down the faces of the two young maidens. This was regret, this was sorrow, and this was a profound sense of inferiority. Unconsciously, they intertwined the ethereal voice of Di, whose mere silhouette captivated all, with Lu Di. Indeed, Lu Di had always been so exceptional. He was so handsome that he had never done anything to harm us. He had never disregarded our request. My remaining at the Yin residence was merely to preserve my own conscience. These were Lu Di's words. Within every heart lies an immense power. In actions, one must exert oneself fully, and as long as one acts with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. These were Di's words. How strikingly similar they were. As if they originated from the same mouth. Di was Lu Di, and Lu Di was Di. Suddenly, Yin Qingwen blurted out. Why? We must assist Lu Di in moving. We shall relocate his room to the 5th floor, to the largest suite. Watching the two young girls rush out in a flurry, Yin Qingwen sighed softly, gripping the eternal eye tightly. Lu Di had returned it. What did this signify? Perhaps it was an encouragement for Yin Qingwen to shine brightly like the eternal eye. Yet, there was likely a deeper sentiment expressed. Perhaps he wished to distance himself from the Yin family, from her, Yin Qingwen. After all, how could someone of Lu Di's caliber be bound by the humble Yin household? As for the future, Yin Qingwen dared not hope for Lu Di's companionship again. He had already done enough. The Yin family owed Lu Di far too much, alas. What joy could be found in moving the rooms? Yin Qingwen forced a bitter smile, looking up at the chaotic scene below. Many were peering from downstairs, striving to catch a glimpse of Di, yet to no avail. Others had begun to show concern for the children. Yin Qingwen exhaled softly. There were still many matters awaiting her attention. Chapter 84, A Desperate Struggle. Bang. The power at Huiyin Plaza abruptly restored. The stage, once shrouded in darkness, illuminated. The LED screens flickered to life. And the sound system blared a cacophony of piercing shrieks that in the center of the grand stage stood a disheveled figure. Ouyang Fengyu, the vice president of the Ingji Group and the concert director. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the performance at the charitable hospital via his phone. The legendary singer Di had appeared there, genuinely. Meanwhile, the one he had paid 300 million to hire was an imposter. Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally at the deserted, wrecked luxury venue. His standing within the company was utterly ruined. Spending 300 million to hire a fake DE and another 200 million on constructing the venue and pre-event publicity had resulted in a total revenue of zero, a loss of 500 million, all gone. He had suffered a crushing defeat. He could not comprehend why DE had appeared there. Why would he attend such a rudimentary performance? It could not possibly be because of Yin Qingwen. She lacked that capability. A figure flashed through Ouyang Fengyu's mind. Lu Di. From the very beginning, Lu Di had suspected that Lu Ziming's DE was a counterfeit. Moreover, he had fervently advocated for Yin Qingwen to organize the charity event. Was it him again? How many aces did he possess? What kind of strength did he wield? He recalled the inexplicable malfunction of the sound system at his concert. The stage had suddenly lost power. Then a bizarre circuit had illuminated, leading the audience away. The legendary singer Di waited quietly by the sea. A chill ran down Ouyang Fengyu's spine. This was a colossal, nearly unachievable scheme. It was unrealistic. Had he truly crossed the wrong person? On their first meeting, Lu Di had seemed like a destitute beggar, a mere insect. Did he wish to contend for the Yen family's wealth? Was it wrong to eliminate him? The solitary Ouyang Fengyu stood in the center, his mind embroiled in a debate, but he had never realized that becoming enemies with Lu Di was the gravest mistake of his life. Gradually, fury surged in Ouyang Fengyu's eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. After much contemplation, he feared that after tomorrow, he would completely lose his standing in the company. And there was the formidable backing of the Nan family. Perhaps even military connections. The assassination orders from the underworld had yet to yield any response. There was no other way. He would have to go down with him. As Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth in thought, he clenched his fists tightly. Crack, crack, bang. The walkie-talkie in his hand shattered. Lu Di, you would never have imagined that I possess extraordinary combat prowess. I've kept it hidden for so long. You forced my hand. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu's expression twisted in rage. Images flashed in his mind. Lu Di drawing back an 80-pound bow. Lu Di taming a fierce steed. Lu Di's astonishing shooting speed. Hiss, this kid cannot be judged by common sense. I want to be inferior to him in combat. Will I? Ouyang Fengyu's lips twitched in exasperation. Damn it. Then, Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth fiercely. Even if I must forfeit my life, I will fight you, Lu Di. I may not be able to defeat you now, but you better brace yourself. In 2 days, I shall shatter every bone in your body. Veins bulging. Ouyang Fengyu cast a cold glance over the venue. Lu Di, you can live a few more days, but where has that bastard Lu Ziming run off to? At the rear side of Huidian Plaza, in a dark, narrow alley, 2 disheveled figures were desperately fleeing. One held a bag filled with cash. Thud. One slipped and fell beside a garbage bin. Seemingly twisting an ankle and unable to rise, he pleaded, Brother Ziming, please help me. Don't leave me behind. We had a deal. I would impersonate DE, and once we made money, we split it 70-30. Now that things have unraveled, you mustn't abandon me. These two were indeed the fake DE and Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming clutched the bag tightly and spat at the fake DE. To hell with you. You refuse to practice singing properly and rely entirely on sound adjustments. Look at the rubbish you sang. If you could have just managed to fool them, I might have been able to argue my way out, and we wouldn't be fleeing. You've ruined me. I can't waste any more time on you. Fend for yourself. After saying this, Lu Ziming cast a cold glance at the immobile fake DE and turned to flee. Ha! So what if the scheme was exposed? I still got the money. The Yen family is a bunch of fools. That Lu Di is also a self-righteous imbecile. 300 million. Enough for me to revel overseas for a lifetime. Lu Ziming laughed heartily, darting through the winding alleys towards the speedboat he had prepared at the shore. Suddenly, just as Lu Ziming reached the last alley, he halted abruptly. At the alley's mouth stood dozens of burly men blocking his path. In front of these men stood a graceful figure clad in a fitted chipao. Her expression devoid of warmth, coldly fixing her gaze upon Lu Ziming. Miss Lu Ziming sensed impending doom, instinctively retreating, only to hear a commotion of footsteps behind him. Another group of burly men had cornered him. He was trapped in the alley, caught like a turtle in a jar. Humph. Nan Ruoi smiled lightly, a blend of allure and icy chill. Miss Nanda, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ziming trembled. Sir said you have a wager. Now that the concert has concluded, it is time to fulfill your end. Nan Ruoi spoke dismissively, her entourage of burly men glaring at Lu Ziming. What wager? I don't acknowledge it. I never agreed. That doesn't count. Lu Ziming was utterly petrified, retreating frantically until he plopped down on the ground. Nan Ruoi smiled again, her elongated phoenix eyes revealing a bewitching charm. She raised her delicate hand, gently caressing her smooth chin, and said, Sir asked me to convey a message to you. Lu Ziming's eyes widened in shock, stammering, What? Nan Ruoi's gaze turned sharp, her arms sweeping, and a horde of men surged forward. Sir said, default on your right leg. Chapter 85. A cornered beast. The next morning, at the entrance of the Yin family manor, Yin Qingwen leaned against 2 drowsy young girls. They had already arranged Lu Di's suite and had been waiting at the door all night. The Ingji group had suffered a setback. An investment of 500 million for a grand concert resulted in hiring an imposter. The legendary singer D appeared at a small charitable institution by the sea, drawing a crowd of 100,000 with unprecedented momentum. The new song I Am Who I Am by the legendary singer D once again topped the charts. The legendary singer's duet with disabled orphans moved thousands to tears. His every action sparked a strong societal response, raising awareness for missing children and homeless kids. A nationwide charitable campaign saw millions donating to the charitable hospital to aid impoverished patients. Bang! In the Yangji Group office, a shareholder slammed a newspaper down hard in front of Ouyang Fengyu. The paper displayed two side-by-side images. One showed the luxurious stage at Huitian Plaza, where only Ouyang Fengyu stood in disarray. Another image reveals a dilapidated three-story rooftop, where a figure clad in white is engrossed in playing the piano, surrounded by countless spectators below. The newspaper headline reads, Yangji Group's rash actions result in a loss of 500 million. Falling short compared to the remarkable duo of one man and his piano. Vice President Fengyu, you must provide me with a thorough explanation regarding this matter, exclaimed an irate shareholder. Ouyang Fengyu merely shrugged, adopting an attitude of nonchalance. Explain? What is there to explain? Am I blind? Fengyu, what is this attitude? You have truly disappointed me. Lu Di, that two-faced scoundrel. Ouyang Fengyu sniffed dismissively, stating, if it weren't for my preliminary hype, would so many people have attended their mediocre performance? Fengyu, old Master Yan's face flushed with anger. I shall repeat myself, adjust your attitude. Ouyang Fengyu shrugged once more. His mind was solely preoccupied with his plans for revenge. As for the group's status and performance, he had long ceased to regard them with any significance. As long as he could eliminate Lu Di, he feared losing everything. Fengyu, you appear to be in poor condition. Oh. Ouyang Fengyu feigned indifference. Are you about to dismiss me? Very well. Do as you please. With that, he completely disregarded the expressions of those around him, rising to leave and slamming the door behind him. This fellow is becoming increasingly outrageous. Indeed, he commits wrongs yet refuses to acknowledge them, and his attitude is utterly appalling. Old Yin, it is time you discipline your son-in-law. The shareholders murmured amongst themselves. Old Master Yin trembled with rage. However, unbeknownst to them, after Ouyang Fengyu exited the conference room, he did not leave the group. Upon entering the elevator, he entered a sequence of numbers into the keypad that in the next moment, a blue keyboard slowly emerged from the wall. Ouyang Fengyu smirked as he typed them 069 into the keypad. The elevator began its descent. -1. -2. -3, down until the display showed -4. If any Yangji employees witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded. For the building, which had served Yangji Group for 3 years, did not even have a -4 level. Only executives at the vice president level and above were aware of its existence. As the elevator doors opened, Zhao Zhe, whose face was already swollen like a pig's head, awaited at the entrance to be why this time. He had likely lost at least a dozen teeth. President Ouyang, that those old fellows did not give you a hard time. Did they? Zhao Zhe respectfully inquired, though his speech was muffled due to the bandages and ointments in his mouth. Observing the comical Zhao Zhe, Ouyang Fengyu rubbed his temples. How others perceive me no longer matters. I am solely focused on defeating Lu Di. Ouyang Fengyu declared, striding forward directly towards the innermost laboratory. Inside the laboratory, an elderly professor gazed at Ouyang Fengyu, who was already lying on the operating table and ready for the procedure. With a grave expression, President Ouyang, I fear this may not be wise. To use this on you, should anything go awry, I cannot bear the responsibility. Ouyang Fengyu lay on the operating table, his expression resolute. What is the estimated success rate? The elderly professor hesitated for a moment, estimating it at less than 10.10. That suffices. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth, slowly uttering those words that President Ouyang, this may not be appropriate at risking your life for that despicable brat. Is it worth it? Ouyang Fengyu shot him a glare. Don't tell me it's not worth it. Have you forgotten how you lose a tooth every day? That is the doing of that scoundrel Lu Di. Flames of rage began to well in his already swollen eyes. Yet the elderly professor hesitated, saying, President Fengyu, this drug has not completed its testing nor received approval, if it is used on a human. Even if successful, it would violate laws and ethics. Ethics, you say? Where were you when we were discussing ethics? At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu donned a righteous demeanor. Professor Li, I have always trusted in your abilities. Believing your talents have been overlooked. If this experiment succeeds, I will certainly propose your promotion to assistant professor to the group. After a moment of silence, the professor longed for his research to be validated, even to the point of extremism. This was undeniably a violation of company regulations, laws, and ethics. Yet he resolved to take the risk. Professor Li, what effects can we expect if this experiment succeeds? Zhao Zhe inquired. A glint of fervor shone in the professor's eyes, an enhancement of strength by 300, a 100 increase in bodily resilience, and an overall combat effectiveness boost of fourfold. Half an hour later, Ouyang Fengyu had completed all preparations. Checking his physical condition to ensure all data was normal, that he injected himself with ample sugar, protein, vitamins, and other energizing substances. Now, he was tightly bound to the operating table with multiple straps. The professor, holding a green syringe, appeared solemn. President Ouyang, with a 10 chance of success, the other 90 could lead to various unforeseen consequences: cognitive impairment, disability, or even death. Let us proceed. Ouyang Fengyu slowly closed his eyes. What sustained him was not courage, but a profound hatred for Lu Di. The drug was gradually injected into his veins, and Ouyang Fengyu began to lose consciousness. Zhao Zhe and the professor watched intently. Everything appears normal. There is not a hint of a reaction. 10 minutes later, the monitoring equipment suddenly began to beep. Heart rate fluctuated violently. Blood pressure soared and plummeted. Ouyang Fengyu began to convulse. Zhao Zhe trembled in fear. Professor Li, will President Ouyang die? The professor's eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized the data. All the readings were skyrocketing. This seems to be an entirely new reaction. President Ouyang's physique is unlike that of an ordinary person. The professor's excitement grew. If the experiment succeeds, President Ouyang's physical capabilities may surpass my predictions. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu became calm. After an eerily quiet minute, there came the sound of straps snapping one after another. Ouyang Fengyu abruptly opened his eyes, effortlessly sitting up. What incredible strength! The professor and Zhao Zhe looked on in terror. Haha, this is the sensation, this feeling of divinity. Ouyang Fengyu laughed uncontrollably. He knew the experiment had succeeded. The professor stared in disbelief at the data on the screen. Muscle enhancement reached 500, bodily strength at 300. President Ouyang, this drug is perfectly suited for you. The results are beyond imagination, that the professor murmured. Ouyang Fengyu rose from the table, gently waving his arms. He was acutely aware that his current power could only be described as terrifying. The professor urged, President Ouyang, quickly, let us test your strength in the field. President Ouyang, let us first seek revenge on that Lu Di brat. Zhao Zhe chimed in. There is no rush. A cold light flickered in Ouyang Fengyu's eyes. I now possess a superior plan, one that does not afford that scoundrel any advantage. Defeating Lu Di alone would not only complicate matters later, but it would also lack excitement. I want to publicly incapacitate him, to leave him bloodied and kneeling before me in supplication. As Ouyang Fengyu spoke, he gripped the operating table with one hand. Creaked that the steel table buckled under the pressure, yielding 5 distinct finger impressions. On the top floor of Ingji Group, a group of shareholders continued to deliberate on the subsequent marketing of the new product. Bang! The conference room door was forcefully swung open. Ouyang Fengyu stood at the entrance, his face alight with fervor. Fu, what are you doing? Old Master Yin glared. Are you dissatisfied with your suspension and seeking to create a scene? Father, I have succeeded. Old Master Yin could hardly believe his ears. What? How is that possible? Ouyang Fengyu approached Old Master Yin, grasping his hand with excitement. Father, I just conducted an experiment on myself, and the procedure has been completed. Fengyu, you are far too reckless. Do you understand the consequences of a failed experiment? Father, I am aware, but for the sake of the group, I am willing to take the risk. Fortunately, heaven does not forsake those who strive. I have succeeded. Ouyang Fengyu's face radiated with excitement, embodying righteousness at that moment. Zhao Zhe rushed in, clutching a stack of data. 10 minutes later, the shareholders of Ingji Group were left in a state of shock. The data report indeed confirmed the experiment's success. Goodness, who would have thought that the problem that plagued us for 2 years has finally been resolved? Fengyu has made a significant contribution this time. His willingness to sacrifice everything for the company is sufficient to atone for the concert incident. If this drug proves successful, our Group's contract with the military will be secured. This marks a long-term partnership. Our Group's status in the industry will soar to unprecedented heights. The shareholders fervently debated. They gazed at Ouyang Fengyu with newfound admiration. Ouyang Fengyu proposed, as this occurred far more rapidly than he had anticipated. However, with evidence laid bare before them, he numbly nodded and dialed a number. 2 hours later, General Haishan arrived at the Ingji group via a private helicopter. Duan Hua, being nearby, had arrived an hour earlier. Everyone gathered on the fourth basement level, a vast room nearly 1,000 square meters in size. At the center of the venue stood two enormous physical testing machines. Ouyang Fengyu, donned in golden-rimmed glasses, stood elegantly in the middle of the space. General Haishan stroked his chin, questioning, "Old Yin, are you certain the experiment was successful? Or was it merely on your son-in-law?" Old Master Yan's eyes sparkled with intelligence. "You shall know once you try to. Go ahead. You take a swing." A member of the Tianluo group, accompanying General Haishan, approached, towering at nearly 2 meters. His muscular frame earned him the nickname Grizzly Bear. With a resounding thud, the power testing machine's numbers surged rapidly, finally stabilizing at a staggering 200 kilograms. Even world-class boxers typically max out at around 150 kilograms per punch. Truly, Tianluo lives up to its name. Each warrior represents the pinnacle of human capability. Now it's my turn. Ouyang Fengyu gracefully removed his glasses and took off his British suit, but he steadied himself and unleashed a punch. Bang! The power testing device trembled violently. The numbers skyrocketed, ultimately displaying. Everyone was astonished. This either exceeded the machine's measurement capabilities or he had broken the sensor with his blow. General Haishan gasped in disbelief. A mere ordinary person surpassing my warriors, the ultimate limit. Our Huaxiao finally has its own research achievements. The members of Ingji Group were equally stunned. This far exceeded their expectations. Suddenly, General Haishan eagerly exclaimed, "Grizzly, Fengyu, you must spar? I wish to witness the practical effects." Grizzly Bear frowned. Given the recent power test results, that defeating this fellow seemed rather challenging. Haha. Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally. "Forgive my frankness, but I doubt Grizzly Commander is my match. However, I isn't either a promising young talent favored by you military leaders at the Yin family estate. Why not summon him for a showdown?" Old Master Yin suddenly realized. "You mean Lu Di?" "Nonsense. He is just an ordinary person. Even if he is strong, how could he possibly compete with you? Are you seeking to cause a fatal incident?" "Old Yin," General Haishan interjected, taking a few steps forward, "I do not share your view. That kid Lu Di is quite the anomaly. I am eager to see who prevails against such a modified individual." Old Master Yin grew anxious. "Old Hei, why are you also acting foolishly?" "I am not being foolish." General Haishan waved dismissively. "Even if Lu Di cannot best Fengyu, I will at least ascertain his limits. Rest assured, I will have Grizzly observe to ensure nothing goes awry. Let us summon Lu Di at once." Ouyang Fengyu nodded with a smile, agreeing with General Haishan's decision. Chapter 87. A Minor Trouble in Haisher. Wanghai District. Lu Di reclined on a rock, gazing at the seagulls above while analyzing the code before him. He lingered there due to an unexpected minor inconvenience. At this very moment, the Cybersecurity Bureau's Haisher branch, led by Sun Mingdong, was furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the screen. At 8:03 p.m. last night, the entire Wanghai district was plunged into darkness. Subsequently, dozens of connected speakers near Huitian Square began to blare. Then the streetlights malfunctioned, illuminating one after another in a line. Sun Mingdong lit a cigarette and scratched his oily hair. This urgent situation had kept the cybersecurity team awake all night. He had watched this video for a full 3 hours. It was nothing short of bizarre. Who possesses such capability? Breaching our Haisher power control system and forcibly manipulating the streetlight system. Most perplexing was how they managed to control so many speakers simultaneously. This was a blatant affront, an unbridled provocation to our Haisher cybersecurity team. This was the most arrogant hacker I have ever encountered. Bang! Sun Mingdong forcefully extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. At that moment, a weary cybersecurity officer suddenly raised his head. "Chief, we found him. The hacker. I've pinpointed his IP. Is that so?" "Excellent," Sun Mingdong exclaimed, only to hear the officer's bitter reply, his addressed at IS at the pyramids in Egypt. "What? Nonsense." Sun Mingdong, known for his fiery temper, felt his anger rising. "Calm down, Chief. He is likely using a false address, and is changing constantly." The officer pointed to the screen, looked at ES currently at the North Pole. "I doubt, however," the officer continued, "but Chief, he left a backdoor. We should be able to communicate with him," and he pointed to an input window on the screen. Sun Mingdong contained his fury and slowly sat before the computer. Knowing it was time to engage in a battle of wits with this hacker, he needed to extract information and ascertain his whereabouts. After much contemplation, Sun Mingdong carefully typed 2 characters. hello. However, before he could press send, the hacker preemptively messaged, hello, Chief Dongming. Hiss. How does he know my name? My sincerest apologies. I merely aimed to surprise my friends yesterday, so I may have made a bit too much noise. Sun Mingdong's face darkened upon reading this message. What do you mean by a bit too much noise? You blacked out the entire Wanghai district. The hacker continued. Fortunately, no significant damage was done. Indeed, there was no damage. In fact, we saved quite a bit of electricity. However, my superior is furious. He has given me 12 hours to apprehend you. Sun Mingdong stifled his irritation and slowly typed. Indeed, it wasn't a major issue. If you cooperate and come to the bureau for a statement, that would suffice. Where are you? Just as Sun Mingdong was about to smash the keyboard in frustration, the hacker suddenly sent a data packet. It opened automatically without any input. In the next moment, a flood of data appeared. First, a series of orderly numbers, followed by an image of interconnected routes resembling a spider's web across a map, linking various countries and cities. What is this? Sun Mingdong's pupils constricted. These numbers are bank account details, and these routes that depict the paths of fund transfers. Each transaction is clearly marked, showing where the money came from and where it went. The hacker sent another message. Chief Dongming, are you currently investigating a major money laundering case? Indeed, there was such a case. The amount involved was a staggering 10 billion. However, the perpetrators possessed top-tier cyber skills. Once any funds entered the network, they vanished without a trace. Sun Mingdong and his team had spent an entire month investigating, yielding no results. They couldn't even grasp a single clue. This situation had left him exceedingly frustrated. Here, I have compiled information for you, detailing all accounts involved in money transfers and their pathways, that I've even identified the final storage locations. The funds are currently dispersed across 40 bank accounts in Swiss banks. With this, you should be able to solve the case, right? Upon seeing this information, not only Sun Mingdong, but also his team members were left speechless. Someone managed to gather all this information with such detail? This is definitely a master, a top-tier master. Such capability far surpasses breaching the Haisher power grid. After all, these financial transfers occurred entirely abroad. They even traversed various banking systems. To put it bluntly, if he desired, stealing funds from any bank would be a trivial task. Several researchers, enamored with cybersecurity technology, recognized the extraordinary prowess of the hacker and couldn't help but wish to pay homage. Can this allow me to redeem myself? The hacker sent another message. Sun Mingdong's fingers trembled slightly. The materials before him were invaluable, because justice is priceless. Sun Mingdong typed, on behalf of the Cybersecurity Bureau, I thank you for your assistance. However, one matter must be addressed. Your breach of the Haisher power grid cannot be overlooked. With all due respect, do you truly think you can apprehend me? Upon reading those words on the screen, Sun Mingdong's expression turned green with dread. Count me in for redemption. Perhaps we can continue to be friends. The hacker sent another message. After several minutes, DC, Sun Mingdong slammed his hand on the desk. This confirmed it. He was Chinese, a fan of DE. 5 minutes later, Sun Mingdong logged DC's information into the database. He printed out his name and affixed it to his desk. After staring at it for a while, Sun Mingdong picked up a marker and inscribed the database's threat assessment. DC. An internationally renowned hacker. Threat index. SS level. Sun Mingdong sipped from his thermos, slowly narrowing his eyes. Good heavens, I must capture you. If not, I shall pursue you for the rest of my life. On the rocky shore. Lu Di stretched lazily. Finally, it was settled. Next time, it would be prudent to maintain a lower profile. He then adjusted his attire and cast a distant glance at the bustling city of Haisher. It was time to deal with the minor fish. Ouyang Fengyu. After that, the big fish, Phantom, would reveal itself, and the troubles with the Yin family would be nearly resolved. That would suffice for today. Thank you for your support. Chapter 88. The world has changed. Leaving the coastline, Lu Di strolled leisurely along the streets of Haisher, heading towards the Yingji Group building. Yingji Group was merely a private enterprise, its cybersecurity merely the highest level for civilian use. Utterly inadequate against the invasion of the Demon Child. He had witnessed everything that transpired on the 4th underground level. Demon Child, he pondered internally, what can you uncover regarding the modifications? Information was scarce online, and the data retrieved from private servers was limited as well. The existence of modified humans was a closely guarded secret among the elite. Numerous top-tier private research institutions were clandestinely developing technologies to provide enhancement services to various powerful families and private militias. Lu Di questioned, If this continues, will the wealthy not be able to use their riches to augment their bodies? Indeed, the demon child replied. Lu Di furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of enhancement agents and modified humans. The era was about to transform. The world was on the brink of change. His gaze swept the bustling street, where throngs of people meandered, some in a hurry. Perhaps among them was a modified human with physical prowess and speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Much like his sister Yin Yuan. Yet at present, modifications were merely the playthings of the affluent. Most ordinary people remained blissfully unaware, believing the world to be unchanged, thinking that strength and stamina were the only differentiators. They were oblivious to the widening chasm created by technological advancements. The gap between the rich and the poor would become increasingly insurmountable, with the wealthy gaining intellectual and physical superiority through enhancements, making them even more unattainable, while the poor would struggle ever more. Demon child, do you think someone will come to alter this reality? Certainly, came the response. And who might that be? The demon child paused momentarily and asserted. You. The weight of responsibility loomed heavily. Demon child, what level of modification does Ouyang Fengyu represent? His technology is quite primitive. It merely optimizes the current state of the human body, employing hormones like adrenaline to maintain a prolonged state of physical exertion. To be precise, it is a superficial enhancement, not a fundamental transformation. Lu Di nodded gently. And how do I compare? If quantified, Ouyang Fengyu's strength enhancement would be around 500, while yours that would be approximately 2700. Well then. That is indeed incomparable. Lu Di chuckled softly, resuming his leisurely pace. The stages of enhancement were combat awareness, restriction liberation, cognitive simulation, gene recombination, and high-dimensional biology. Yet, these remained theoretical. Lu Di nodded once more, focusing on the present. Ding ding ding. Lu Di's phone rang. Yin Hongxin. Lu Di, where are you? I have an experiment that requires your cooperation, that I'm taking a walk in the Wanghai district. I'm aware of the situation. Please wait a moment. Lu Di replied before hanging up. I am the 4th underground level of the Yingji group. Old man Yin put down his phone, exasperated. Lu Di is in the Wanghai district and is on his way here. We are about 10 kilometers away. It will likely take over an hour. An hour? General Heishan exhaled in disbelief. What can we do? We need him after all. Did I just hear Lu Di say he knows about our affairs? Duan Hua suddenly interjected. Why do I feel like this kid knows everything? Lu Di must have misunderstood. The M069 project is a closely guarded secret between our group and the military. How could he know? Our laboratory is heavily encrypted, utilizing the most advanced electronic security technology available. When he arrives at the group, we must send someone to greet him. Otherwise, Lu Di won't even find the entrance. We are currently in the most secretive and secure location in the entire Haishur. Duan Hua frowned, conceding. Fine, I yield. 10 minutes later, the elevator on the 4th underground level of Yingji Group opened with a ding that a young man stepped out with his hands behind his back, and the personnel in the power testing area were suddenly drawn to the alert of the surveillance system. A wall displayed video feeds from the entire base, every corner scrutinized. As they instinctively turned to look, they were taken aback upon recognizing the figure on the screen. Lu Di. He strolled down the corridor. And as he approached a metal door that required identity verification, it opened automatically. Moreover, he breezed through nearly 10 access points without even extending a hand, as if he were being welcomed like royalty. Old man Yan's jaw dropped in astonishment. What has the access control malfunctioned? Impossible. This access control is heavily encrypted. It cannot fail simultaneously. While they were still in shock, the massive metal door to the testing area rumbled open as well. Without any alarms or system abnormalities, Lu Di entered, beaming greetings everyone. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 89. Ouyang Fengyu's modification. Lu Di. General Heishan glanced at his watch, incredulous. That was only 10 minutes. How did you get here? Isn't it a journey of over 10 kilometers? Lu Di replied with a casual smile. I hurried a bit, not wanting to keep everyone waiting. Just a bit. You covered 10 kilometers in 5 minutes? In the city, even if you were driving or riding a motorcycle, that would be impossible. General Heishan shook his head in disbelief. You're not being truthful. You must have been nearby. Heishan, step aside. Where Lu Di came from is irrelevant. Old man Yin approached Lu Di, his expression a mix of fear and urgency. Lu Di, please tell me how you located this 4th underground level, how you descended the elevator, and how you opened those doors. Old man Yan's mind raced with anxiety. This security system was worth 200 million. Globally, fewer than 10 individuals could breach it. Furthermore, Opening so many doors would typically take hours. Yet Lu Di strolled in as if it were a walk in the park. He needed to provide an explanation. Otherwise, where would he, Yin Hongxin, save face, especially with General Heishan present as a partner? Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. Coincidentally, I possessed some computer skills and decided to bypass the access controls to avoid complications. Old Man Yan's face turned from red to purple. Please rest assured, your access control is still quite sophisticated. Lu Di responded with a smile. Sophisticated? It looked like you strolled in effortlessly, as if visiting a market. Old Man Yan's lips twitched. To be on the safe side, I also added a few firewalls to your security system, so this time it should be impenetrable. Lu Di grinned broadly. That Old Man Yan was momentarily speechless. Stealing a nervous glance at General Heishan, feeling quite uneasy. It was just a trivial matter. No need to be concerned, old man. Now let us proceed to the main topic, Lu Di said with a calm smile, turning his gaze toward the center of the arena where Ouyang Fengyu stood. Everyone, my purpose here is simply to defeat Ouyang Fengyu. Lu Di casually made his way toward the center of the arena. While Old Man Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. The high-security system of the secret laboratory had been effortlessly breached by Lu Di. What would prevent him from casually bypassing a camera? The highest secrets of the Yingji group lay completely exposed to Lu Di's gaze. This individual was terrifyingly powerful. Maintaining a good relationship with him was imperative. To defeat me, dream on. Ouyang Fengyu sneered arrogantly, his expression suddenly turning icy. Father, esteemed elders, I have a proposal. With a grand gesture, Ouyang Fengyu declared, I have recently received enhancement through medication, and I may struggle to control my strength in a match with Brother Lu could inadvertently result in injuries. Therefore, I propose that we sign a liability waiver. Old Man Yin frowned. Fengyu, your match must be controlled. No one is allowed to be harmed. As for the waiver, we are all family. There is no need. It must be signed, Lu Di interjected darkly. As my sister-in-law said, should there be any accidents, it would be difficult to explain. Good lad, you have spirit. I support their signing. General Heishan laughed heartily. Under the watchful gaze of Old Man Yin, whose expression darkened like storm clouds, the two signed the liability waiver. The moment the ink dried, Ouyang Fengyu threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. Haha, Father General Heishan, there is another piece of good news that I have not yet shared with you. Old Master Yan's expression tightened, sensing an ominous turn of events. Throughout our lengthy experimentation, there has been a piece of data that everyone has overlooked. The reason for its neglect lies in its exceedingly low probability of occurrence, merely 1 in a million. This pertains to the mutation of the experimental subject. However, once the compatibility of the subject with the drug reaches an extraordinarily delicate and precise state, the results of the experiment can undergo a dramatic transformation. It is with great honor that, under my meticulous control, such a change is manifested in General Ouyang. Presently, General Ouyang's bodily metrics have escalated to an unimaginable degree. Upon hearing this, General Heishan's gaze sharpened, fixating on Ouyang Fengyu. Just how significant is this transformation? With a sudden shake of his arm, Ouyang Fengyu's bones cracked audibly. From a distance, it seemed as though his physique had gained several inches in height. He chuckled darkly, declaring, these metrics are likely beyond measurement. Yet I am acutely aware of my own strength. I am immensely powerful, far surpassing the figures on any experimental chart, Professor Li proudly affirmed, according to the baseline data in the report. General Ouyang's strength has been augmented by approximately 500. However, based on my experience, I suspect the reality is closer to around 600. A physical enhancement value of 400 translates to a punch force of at least 500 kilograms. This is nearly 3 times that of the strongest human warriors. In both the realm of ordinary individuals and that of enhanced beings, General Ouyang stands unrivaled. 500 kilograms, General Heishan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The world champion boxers deliver punches with a force of around 150 kilograms. The members of his elite battalion, the Tianluo group, can reach nearly 200 kilograms per punch. How could Ouyang Fengyu achieve 500? This revelation left Heishan, a seasoned instructor who had spent years pushing human limits, astounded. He recalled his soldiers, each having emerged from unimaginable trials through a decade or two of relentless training to achieve their current prowess. Yet, this seemingly frivolous scion of wealth had reached heights unattainable by mere effort, all through a small vial of medicine. In an instant, Heishan found himself questioning his own beliefs. He had long yearned for the success of the experiment. Yet now, having attained it, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The power of technology is indeed formidable, evoking fear. When Heishan glanced at Lu Di once more, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Lu Di had already proven himself to be a formidable expert in Heishan's eyes, capable of rivaling the warriors of the Tianluo group. Yet what significance does that hold in the face of such unfathomable technology? In the presence of an individual like Ouyang Fengyu, who embodies the pinnacle of enhancement, everything else appears utterly fragile. Chapter 90. Eliminating Small Fish. Ouyang Fengyu chuckled coldly. With a surge of power, his shirt was torn apart by his bulging muscles. He then delivered a punch to a power testing machine towering over 2 people. Boom! Debris scattered, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed. When the crowd turned to gaze at the machine again, their expressions were filled with sheer amazement. The machine was utterly shattered above waist height, its metallic frame reduced to mere fragments, with debris flying outwards for dozens of meters. Everyone stood in stunned silence. This was the embodiment of a superhuman. Old Master Yan's emotions were indescribable. He felt exhilarated that his corporation could develop such a drug. However, having heeded Ouyang Fengyu's suggestion to invite Lu Di for a contest, he now regretted it. Heishan suddenly stood up, declaring, "Enough, there is no need for a contest. This setting is unsuitable for Fengyu's capabilities. You must come with me at once for further testing." Not so fast." Ouyang Fengyu's confidence surged, and he coldly retorted, "I have a contract with Lu Di. We cannot simply halt proceedings." He then turned to Professor Li, stating, "Professor, I must correct you. The 600 strength enhancement you estimated is inaccurate. Based on my own judgment, I am currently at least 700. I could turn Lu Di into mere pulp." The crowd began to sense something amiss. Ouyang Fengyu seemed to be veering into the realm of madness. "Are you done with your prattling?" Lu Di suddenly turned, his brows furrowed tightly. Are you so eager to meet your end? I shall oblige." At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu's forehead veins throbbed, and his expression twisted with ferocity. He slightly bent his legs, channeling his energy. The ground trembled, and the air crackled. Like a cannonball, Ouyang Fengyu charged toward Lu Di. The bear at the edge of the arena sensed impending disaster. He attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Duanhua could not bear to watch and shut his eyes. Heishan and Old Master Yan both leapt to their feet, shouting warnings. Yet it was all in vain. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Di remained unfazed. With his hands in his pockets, he stood there calmly. "Lu Di, dodge. What are you doing?" The cries from outside fell on deaf ears. Slowly, he raised his right foot, the sole facing the oncoming Ouyang Fengyu. Strangely, in that moment, Ouyang Fengyu felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He saw a smirk creeping on Lu Di's lips, a mocking expression that sent chills down his spine. Damn it! Is this that same feeling again? Ouyang Fengyu's perspective enlarged Lu Di's shoe sole, and he could no longer halt his momentum. Boom! The sound of 2 earth-shattering impacts echoed. Ouyang Fengyu's body was sent sprawling backward, crashing into the metallic wall of the testing arena. A human-shaped dent was left in the wall, several centimeters deep. Then, like a puddle of mud, he slumped to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Di, with his hands still in his pockets, slowly lowered his right foot. Phew, Lu Di exhaled as if concluding a chore. "Gentlemen, I am done. What mutations in experimental subjects? Nonsense." Turning to the crowd, he declared. The entire arena fell silent. Old Master Yan's expression froze in the moment before he shouted. Little did he expect that the battle would conclude before he could finish his warning. Cough, cough. General Heishan stared wide-eyed, stammering, "You da freak. You just kicked Ouyang Fengyu away?" Heishan struggled to comprehend. Just moments ago, Ouyang Fengyu's overwhelming strength had shattered Heishan's worldview. Yet, in mere minutes, Lu Di's display obliterated what was left of Heishan's beliefs. Ouyang Fengyu was an unparalleled enhanced being. Surely Lu Di was merely an ordinary man. Right? Yet, this ordinary man, Lu Di, had just effortlessly defeated a superhuman enhanced being, Ouyang Fengyu. General Heishan found himself grappling with profound questions about his choices. Should he continue to enhance his squad or focus on rigorous training? Meanwhile, Old Master Yan's mind was consumed by another query. Has my drug truly succeeded, or should I abandon the pursuit of creating enhanced beings altogether? Lu Di lamented. Such formidable enhancement technology must be utilized for those with noble intentions. Enhancing someone like Ouyang Fengyu, who possesses a beastly heart beneath a human facade, is akin to fostering danger. Too reckless. Formidable. Old Master Yin was at a loss for words. After being kicked away, where was the strength? The content of the situation merely revealed how Ouyang Fengyu had abused his position to embezzle company assets, conspired to seize the Yin family shares, plotted to kidnap Yin Qingwen, and even attempted to hire assassins to eliminate me. Upon hearing this, Zhao fell to the ground in shock. Old Master Yin, too, was left in a state of paralysis. Ouyang Fengyu, an embezzler, a kidnapper, an assassin. Old Master Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Di, you mustn't make baseless claims. At that moment, Old Master Yan's phone rang suddenly. Chairman, I have just received a report regarding Ouyang Fengyu. Please brace yourself. With a thud, Old Master Yan's phone slipped from his hand. He could not summon the courage to hear what was said on the line. General Ouyang, please wake up. Wake up. Professor Li anxiously shook the unconscious Ouyang Fengyu, pleading, you have gone too far. He is my experimental subject. You owe me for my subject. How is that possible? He was just so powerful. Even if he was defeated by you. General Heishan was equally bewildered. Just then, Ouyang Fengyu groggily awakened, his expression vacant. The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me, the little birds chirp. Why do you carry a bomb on your back? I go to blow up. Ouyang Fengyu, frothing at the mouth, sang a nursery rhyme. Lu Di shrugged. Ouyang Fengyu's strength stemmed from adrenaline, which unleashed his potential, but simultaneously, his body and brain could not endure the strain. The consequences could be numerous. Such as this moment, becoming a fool. This. Old Master Yin and General Heishan felt as though they had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Lu Di turned and walked away, his back to the scene. Grandfather said, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Give me some time. I will assist in transforming the soldiers. Chapter 91. The future of the demon child exiting the Yingji group. Lu Di couldn't help but let out a sigh. The aristocracy is rife with turmoil that in the near future, the Yingji and Yin families are likely to face significant upheaval. The eldest son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu, has become a fool due to his reckless experiments, exposing a plethora of unsightly scandals, embezzling company assets, and even resorting to hiring assassins for personal gain. Who could have imagined that the impeccably groomed Ouyang Fengyu harbored such a monstrous heart? Alas, Yin Lei, brace yourself. Setting aside your eldest son-in-law for now, it won't be long before the news of your husband's disgrace reaches your eldest daughter, Yin Yuan, and she will surely take action. Lu Di waited quietly, knowing that once Yin Yuan acted, he would obtain irrefutable evidence. Shockingly, she was an international assassin. I hope Yin Lei does not have a heart condition. At this thought, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He considered himself harmless, yet it seemed likely he would soon be pursued by an international assassin. Perhaps it would be best to postpone visiting his mother in the hometown to avoid bringing her trouble. He needed a place to settle down. Lu Di muttered to himself as he pulled out his phone. Glancing at his account balance, he noted the staggering figure of over 100 billion in cash. However, the balance had ceased to grow days ago. The demon child informed Lu Di that he could no longer operate in futures or stocks, as Lu Di's virtual account had become too conspicuous. He had repeatedly shattered records for daily profits in the futures and stock markets, becoming the most mysterious and sought-after retail investor in recent times. Countless financial institutions were scrambling to uncover Lu Di's identity. Moreover, the speed of the demon child's operations had already surpassed the highest computational speeds of existing computers that if this continued, it might raise the alert of regulatory bodies, potentially resulting in a market freeze and a thorough investigation of the funds. Lu Di wished to avoid any trouble. And besides, money held no meaning for him now. After several days of data integration, the demon child's voice suddenly resonated. Lu Di, my core algorithm has been optimized, and I am ready to upgrade from the third sequence of weak artificial intelligence to the fourth sequence, Ditto. Lu Di felt a surge of curiosity that he nearly forgot that the omnipotent demon child was still a child in need of guidance. What do you need me to do? The demon child replied, I require a venue, quiet and concealed, preferably mechanized. For in the next sequence, I will master the new domain of the Internet of Things and mechanical collaboration. Simply put, it involves manufacturing. Soon, a document appeared before Lu Di's eyes. The IT outlined a vast venue located in the outskirts of Haishur City, spanning 20,000 square meters. From a distance, it resembled a gigantic inverted hemisphere. Though it had been abandoned for quite some time, overrun with weeds, that a rusted plaque at the entrance read, Haishur Technology Exhibition Center. This place, Lu Di gasped upon seeing the structure, that it was a site he frequented during his 4 years at university. Originally a burgeoning technology exhibition hall, local university students would showcase their new scientific inventions here. Yet within 2 years of its opening, it had fallen into disrepair due to the contractor's disappearance and halted road construction, leaving it neglected. Consequently, various universities and factories discarded failed research or obsolete machinery within its walls, leading to the accumulation of old equipment, earning it the moniker the experimental graveyard. The demon child exclaimed. This is the perfect venue. However, the ownership now belongs to Heischer University, that I cannot purchase it online. Ludi's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly to, I will handle this matter. It is time to reconnect with my former acquaintances. At Heischer University, Ludi's alma mater, he had naturally lost contact with his previous teachers, friends, and classmates that on the third floor of the experimental building. Ludi stood outside a lecture hall, quietly observing Professor Wang Yuan Ke as he lectured to hundreds of students within. Professor Wang, a distinguished professor in the Department of Electronic Computing at Heischer University, was one of Ludi's most esteemed mentors. He heard Professor Wang state, according to existing theoretical deductions, artificial intelligence is categorized into 3 levels: weak AI, strong AI, and super AI. Professor, what are the distinctions among these 3 levels? A student raised their hand and inquired. Professor Wang pondered for a moment. Regardless of the level, any entity classified as artificial intelligence surpasses our understanding. To begin with, weak AI possesses immense computational speed and rudimentary human-like thinking. These two combined allow it to control all human networks and absorb all knowledge stored on the internet since its inception. One student exclaimed, to master all knowledge. Wouldn't that make it omniscient? Professor Wang slightly shook his head. Now let us discuss the next level. Strong AI. Strong AI can integrate and apply all knowledge, possessing the awareness to create. When strong AI reaches its pinnacle, it can control everything, truly mastering nanotechnology, manipulating matter at the atomic level, a mere step away, as it is just an order of magnitude difference around 0.1 nanometers. It could cure any disease with nanobots, manufacture any weapon, and even silently annihilate a city. Taking a sip of tea, Professor Wang continued, and then there is super AI, which is an existence beyond our comprehension. The creation of super AI would yield the most formidable power, compelling humanity to submit. Its intelligence could reach millions. Imagine if our human brains could invent Wi-Fi. What could a brain 12,050 times smarter than ours create? It could manipulate the position of every atom at will, transmute stones into gold and gold back into stones. It could alter the very essence of our world, granting humanity immortality or controlling the climate to protect the earth with ease. Those supernatural abilities, akin to divine powers, would be as simple as flipping a light switch for super AI. When a super being is born, it is as though an omnipotent deity has descended upon the earth. We must consider whether the one who can control it is a benevolent ruler. Chapter 92. Former brothers Lu Di gazed through the window at Professor Wang, feeling a twinge of emotion. His theories were flawed. Artificial intelligence indeed has varying levels. For instance, I am a product of the fusion between an electronic chip and your brain. Half chip, half biological nerve. I am you, and you are me. I possess the computational speed of a computer and the unfettered thought processes of humanity. Thus, my capabilities surpass what he described by an entire level, although I am currently classified as weak AI. Once I reach the 4th sequence, I will be comparable to what he refers to as strong AI. With that, the demon child fell silent, then a progress bar appeared in the upper right corner of Ludi's view. Sequence upgrade in progress 1. 2. Professor Wang continued, of course, students, the aforementioned theories regarding artificial intelligence are merely aspirations within the industry. The so-called artificial intelligences on the market today are merely pseudo-AIs, pre-programmed to respond without genuine thought. In the current technological landscape, there exists no true artificial intelligence, nor does anyone possess the capability to develop it. Professor Wang sighed heavily, adding, I wonder if I will witness a genuine artificial intelligence before I close my eyes for the last time. He chuckled. Imagine, students, if after class today, one of our AI friends were to wait for you outside the classroom, ready to share tea and reminisce. What a marvelous event that would be. Ding, the class bell rang. Class is dismissed. Professor Wang bid farewell to his students, gathered his materials, and stepped out. The moment he exited, he caught sight of a familiar figure clad in a white shirt and jeans. Lu Di? Professor Wang adjusted his glasses, confirming, is that really you? Where have you been these past few years? Why haven't you even contacted your teacher? Lu Di was once Professor Wang's most esteemed student, renowned throughout Heischer University. Lu Di chuckled, succinctly summarizing his 3 years of darkness into a single phrase. Oh, it feels wonderful. I just mentioned in class that if an artificial intelligence were waiting for me outside, Haha, now I have my own student waiting. Lu Di smiled in silence. The two then made their way to Professor Wang's office. After a warm exchange of pleasantries, Professor Wang looked at his beloved disciple, adjusting his glasses and saying, "You mischievous youngsters, always up to something. You only come to see me when you need something. Speak up, have you suddenly come to plead for that fellow Guiqian?" Plead? Guiqian? Lu Di was utterly perplexed. Guiqian was his close friend from university, a bond only second to a Jia. However, since the incident 3 years ago, Lu Di had lost contact with him. He had merely heard that Guiqian had been thriving in recent years, thanks to his family's connections. "Teacher, you misunderstand that I have come for a matter, but it is not about Guiqian." Lu Di scratched his head. "I wish to purchase my abandoned exhibition hall, the one they call the experimental graveyard." "You little rascal!" Professor Wang chuckled helplessly. "You say it's not for Guiqian. That lad has been pestering me these days, asking for my help to persuade the dean to sell him that land. Now look, even you have come to plead on his behalf." Rubbing his temples, Professor Wang solemnly stated, "I will say this one last time. We are a university, not a commercial enterprise. Our aim is to cultivate talent for the nation, not to make money. Although the experimental graveyard has fallen into disrepair, that land is earmarked for future research projects. You wish to use it for building villas? I cannot face the dean with that." He then patted Lu Di on the shoulder. "Remember, you are all exceptional students that as you step into society, do not always think about who can make more money. Why not compare who has made greater contributions to the nation, who has spearheaded technological innovations for the advancement of our country?" Lu Di was momentarily taken aback by his mentor's lecture. Unable to retort, he could only listen patiently. Eventually, Lu Di helplessly remarked, "Teacher, is it still like back in school, where I must present my assignments to earn credits before I can make requests?" To his surprise, upon hearing this, Professor Wang's expression suddenly dimmed. He sighed, "Lu Di, do not think you can hide things from me, that I know all about the incident you faced. Your injury has affected your mind, and you are not what you used to be. You should find a stable job and stop chasing after lofty dreams. If you are in need financially, just let me know." Lu Di felt even more helpless, rendered speechless. After leaving Haishu University, Lu Di searched for information about Guiqian. To his astonishment, in just 3 years, this fellow had become the chairman of a real estate company. Furthermore, the land of the experimental graveyard was indeed part of their next development plan. Lu Di smiled with satisfaction and dialed Guiqian's number. "Hello." The call was answered, revealing a familiar, yet markedly more mature voice. "Guizi, it's Lu Di." Lu Di uttered those words slowly, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. "Lu Di? Which Lu Di?" The coldness in Guiqian's voice made Lu Di furrow his brow slightly. "I heard you want to buy the experimental graveyard land? I happen to have the same intention. We can discuss it." A moment of silence followed before a low, mocking laughter came through. "Lu Di, I heard you got your eyes gouged out and your head injured. I didn't believe it before, but now I must concede, you really are foolish. You want to buy land. Do you have any idea how much that piece of land costs?" "You'd be shocked. You crack me up. Do you still think you're the brilliant genius from university? Back then, I thought you would achieve great things, which is why I treated you like a brother. Now that your mind is gone, you still pretend? I've heard that this bionic resonant material can absorb nearly all radar detection waves and is remarkably cost-effective. Once applied to a structure, regardless of its massive size, it renders the building invisible to the most advanced detectors. This silicon-based battery boasts an electron binding capacity 13 times that of lithium batteries. Astonishing. Wang Yuan Kue suddenly rose, trembling with excitement. Trirefractive photovoltaic (IT) is an optimization of solar power technology. The 72-micron chip soldering gun can manufacture chips far surpassing current technologies. These are revolutionary innovations. If these technologies can be utilized wisely, they could potentially spark a technological revolution. Professor Wang's heart was in turmoil. Which of my students is so outstanding? How was I unaware? As he sifted through the materials, a name gradually emerged. Lu Di? Professor Wang quickly adjusted his glasses. Student Lu Di, a graduate of Haishu University, under the mentorship of Professor Wang Yuan Kue, has achieved notable academic success and is willing to share his findings with his alma mater. Hoping for some support, it's Lu Di. He is no fool. What a remarkable young man, as exceptional as ever. Professor Wang hurriedly printed all the materials and rushed towards the dean's office. 30 minutes later, in the dean's office, Li Wayman, a renowned economist and the current president of Haishu University, held the documents with trembling hands that he knew all too well that any one of these patents, if presented on behalf of the college for evaluation, could win countless awards. Any one of them could secure substantial national grants. Any exposure of these would elevate Haisher University to prominence for nurturing such talent. Professor Wang, are you certain this is your student? Dean Li asked with excitement. Yes, I saw him just yesterday. Professor Wang nodded firmly. Professor Wang pondered for a long moment and said he wished to purchase the experimental graveyard. It seems he truly isn't associated with Guoqian. Dean Li was taken aback that he wants that old property. Yes, Professor Wang confirmed. Is it worth it? Dean Li slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, absolutely worth it. Old Wang, contact Lu Di immediately. I want to meet with him. Right away. An hour later, when Guoqian arrived at the dean's office in high spirits, he was startled to find Lu Di leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Guoqian's brow furrowed instantly, as if he had seen a fly. Lu Di, you really dare to come? Guoqian casually sat on the adjacent sofa, bemused by the state of affairs. Anyone could venture into real estate. It seemed. Lu Di smiled slightly. Our purposes are different. It's merely fair competition now. Fair? Guoqian gritted his teeth. You dare speak of fairness? In university, you shone brightly, with everyone orbiting around you. Who remembers us, the second and third place? Even my goddess, Sitiyen, didn't escape, and she became your girlfriend. Sitiyen? Their relationship had been strong, but 3 years ago, when Lu Di suffered an eye injury and faced an uncertain future, he unilaterally chose to break up with her. However, he had never reached out again. After so many years, Lu Di no longer felt anything for Sitiyen. His desire for her WeChat was merely to apologize for the abrupt breakup back then. Sigh. Lu Di lightly sighed and said, so it was jealousy. Knowing the reason alleviates my burden. Alleviate? Guoqian's expression turned strange as he whispered, let me tell you something. Sitiyen is now my girlfriend. And it was only because her mother insisted that I agreed. Do you know why? Because I have money, and you are poor. Lu Di smiled faintly. Then you should call me senior. Guoqian's face turned purple with anger. Shouting, don't flaunt your wit here. I'll tell you, you will lose everything you once had, and you want to get this land today. Let me tell you something. That dilapidated science museum is worth at most 40 to 50 million. While I have prepared a full 100 million today. Let us see what you can contest with. Today, the dean summoned me to sell the land to me. You are merely a foil. Chapter 95. How much will you offer? Cough, coughed that a voice came from outside. Dean Li and Professor Wang entered. Guoqian immediately stood up, beaming, extending his hand. Dean Li, but Dean Li was looking around. Who is Lu Di? It's me. Lu Di nodded gently. Ah, truly a remarkable talent. A young prodigy. I admire you. Dean Li bypassed Guoqian and shook Lu Di's hand enthusiastically. Guoqian stood there awkward and stunned. Subsequently, Dean Li even moved a chair for himself and sat directly in front of Lu Di and Guoqian. Positioning himself very close, the esteemed president of Haisher University, Li Weiman, was now quite eager. Let us discuss the land. Dean Li's eyes sparkled. Guoqian, you start. What price are you offering? Guoqian straightened his posture, a cold smirk forming within. Humph, these old scholars, always appearing dignified. In the end, aren't they just after money, asking for a price? As long as that question is posed, everything can be settled. There is nothing money can't resolve. Guoqian rubbed his hands and said earnestly, Dean Li, our group is very sincere about your land. In the future, it will be developed into a luxurious villa district, among the best in the Haisher suburbs. Of course, your piece of land alone isn't sufficient. Our group is substantial. We intend to acquire all the land within a 2-kilometer radius, and negotiations are already underway. Results will come soon. Dean Li nodded thoughtfully. Just tell me the price. Guoqian grew even more confident. He shot a derisive glance at Lu Di, having made a decision in his heart. Then, Guoqian gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words, 100 million. The price was put forth. Guoqian exuded arrogance. Lu Di, I'm offering double the market price. Let us see how you contend with me. And with Dean Li, this greedy old man, this price is too high for you to refuse. 50 million, I've vented my long-held frustrations. It's worth it. Guoqian fixed his gaze on Dean Li's expression, quietly awaiting a response. Dean Li merely smacked his lips and said blandly, Understood. Then he turned to Lu Di, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Lu Di, how much can you offer? Guoqian was taken aback. This Dean Li is indeed greedy. He insists on comparing prices? All right, I'll wait. Lu Di revealed a rather troubled expression. He stroked his chin and smiled. I can only offer 2 million. Bang. Dean Li slammed his palm on the coffee table, abruptly standing up, his face flushed with excitement. He shouted, 2 million? Wonderful, it's settled. Guiqian nearly spat blood. Do I have a hearing issue? Did I mishear? Dean Li, are you mistaken? He said 2 million, not 2 billion, while my offer is 100 million. Guiqian's eyes widened as he shouted. Meanwhile, Li Weimin wore a look of indifference. Ah, indeed, I heard correctly. 2 million, right? That is sufficient. Hasn't that building been abandoned for a long time? It's merely our storage for rejected goods. A dilapidated warehouse sold for 2 million? No problem at all. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Wang? Professor Wang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. I believe it is entirely reasonable. Yu Guiqian's expression shifted to one of extreme displeasure. Clutching his chest, stammering to outsiders, he appeared as if he were having a heart attack. What are you joking about? Are you colluding to trick me? Guiqian nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. Guiqian, this matter has been decided. We will sell the experimental graveyard to Lu Di for 2 million. There are no issues here. Dean Li shot Guiqian a glare and turned to Lu Di with a smile. Lu Di, let us discuss the patents next. Patents? What patents? Guiqian's ears perked up. Instantly seizing the crux of the matter. Relentless. Professor Wang's expression soured as he reprimanded. Guiqian, since you've heard this is about patents, you should know that these matters are not for public disclosure. Please leave. Under the scolding of Professor Wang and Dean Li, Guiqian had no choice but to leave in resentment. Just as he was about to exit, he heard Lu Di chuckling. What are you laughing at? I'll tell you, even if you buy the experimental graveyard, it won't matter. The surrounding land is all mine. I'll isolate you and cut off your water and power. Guiqian gritted his teeth, his eyes seeming to spark with fury. Lu Di calmly replied, How unfortunate. I was just about to inform you of that. Just 5 minutes ago, my assistant helped me purchase all the land around the experimental graveyard. Your group has no chance left. Guiqian's heart raced with disbelief. How is that possible? How can it be impossible? Isn't it merely a matter of money? Your group offers 3 billion, and I shall bid 5 billion. The other party is just a private enterprise. Naturally, they will sell to the highest bidder. Lu Di remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at Guiqian. That is even more impossible. How could you possibly possess such wealth? Don't think I'm oblivious. You are but a pauper, your mother merely a factory worker. Guiqian shouted in a fit of hysteria. He stood frozen aghast. Lu Di, why would you resort to such measures? Lu Di pursed his lips. I merely seek a little tranquility. Guiqian was utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. You have destroyed my project for such a trivial reason? He murmured repeatedly. How could this be? You overshadowed me in university, and now in society. You still eclipse me. I am undoubtedly wealthy, yet you surpass me. My mother sought to match me with yen. Because you are impoverished, that I am affluent. Yet how can this be? I refuse to accept this. Bang! Guiqian's words were abruptly cut off as Professor Wang pushed him out of the office, firmly closing the door behind him. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Di observed his former friend transformed into this state, and a twinge of melancholy stirred within him, but he sighed. You are the weaker one, thus you do not comprehend. I never intended to compete with you. All of this is merely your imagination. Chapter 96. The return after 3 years. Lu Di, how could you possess such wealth? After Guiqian departed, Lu Di was met with the astonished expressions of Professor Wang and Dean Li. Stock trading, Lu Di chuckled softly, and oh wonder, Professor Wang suddenly realized, so the rumors of your mental decline were unfounded. But what kind of stocks could yield such riches? Professor Wang inquired, perplexed. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes, his expression shifting to one of shock. Could it be that the extraordinary retail investor recently seen in the stock market, did ISU? Lu Di scratched his head, about to explain when Professor Wang suddenly smacked his forehead. How could I be so forgetful? Your real name is Lu Di. No wonder that name sounded familiar. That person in the stock market is indeed you. Thereafter, Professor Wang stared at Lu Di, astonished. Lu Di chose not to elaborate further. Offering a slight smile, let us discuss the patents instead. Dean Li immediately perked up. Lu Di pondered. The patents are already registered under my name, and that would be difficult to amend. Dean Li's expression tightened. Then, of course, I am open to allowing others to develop and utilize these patents, but they must be students from Haishu University, personally selected by the college. Moreover, should these students prove sufficiently exceptional, I would also consider investing in their companies. Dean Li trembled with excitement. His eyes glistened with moisture. Really? Lu Di nodded earnestly. Indeed, I am a student of Haishu University. It is only right to give back. Additionally, I cannot take advantage of Haida regarding the land of the experimental graveyard. I am willing to donate an additional 100 million in cash to assist Haida in constructing the largest and most well-equipped technology exhibition center within the community. Dean Li's eyes grew increasingly red, trembling as he pointed at Lu Di, turning to Professor Wang with a choked voice. Professor Wang, this is truly an outstanding student, exceptionally talented and deeply loyal. You have taught him well. Professor Wang was equally stirred. He recognized Lu Di's exceptional intellect, standing out among his peers. Yet he never anticipated Lu Di would achieve such success. Not only did he present 6 astonishing patent inventions in one go, but he also amassed considerable wealth through his efforts, lavishing funds to repay his alma mater. Professor Wang nodded, moved. It is indeed an honor to have such a student. You both flatter me. Lu Di inclined his head slightly, then looked up with a smile. So, the experimental graveyard is mine now? Of course. Dean Li wiped his moist eyes, quickly rising. The paperwork is with the university. I will handle it for you, and it will be completed shortly. After Dean Li exited, Professor Wang patted Lu Di's shoulder with a sense of pride. Among the many talented students I've taught, there have been few who achieved great distinction. Lu Di, your accomplishments can be rivaled by only one person. Lu Di inquired curiously. Who is that? Professor Wang chuckled deeply. Your good friend, Zhang Tianjia. That young man is quite remarkable now. Have you heard of the nationally trending Gemini app? Lu Di nodded in astonishment. Ajia is the CEO of its parent company, Creators, at just 25 years old. The company is now valued at over 100 billion, and it is only a matter of time before it becomes an internet giant. Professor Wang spoke with pride in his eyes. Lu Di nodded with a smile. Ajia is indeed exceptional. I should pay him a visit. Ha! Professor Wang laughed heartily. Do not rush. Your classmates from that year are organizing a reunion. Li Hao, the former publicity committee member, is particularly enthusiastic. He insists on hosting it since he heard Ajia became a CEO. Then Professor Wang's gaze sparkled as he looked at Lu Di. Lu Di, you have hidden away for 3 years. It is time to re-emerge. Once they finalize the time and location, I will notify you, and you must attend. Go and show them that those who persevere and strive, regardless of the time, remain consistently exceptional. Professor, that may depend on the circumstances. That a hint of indifference flickered in Lu Di's eyes. Such class reunions are merely exercises in comparison, and I am not fond of such gatherings. It would suffice for Ajia to represent me. Professor Wang raised an eyebrow. How did I say? You rascal, if I call you plump, you still puff up. You must attend, regardless. Haha, Professor Wang, you know well that I am prone to envy. Lu Di shifted the conversation, erupting into laughter as well. The afternoon wore on, and finally, Dean Li completed all the necessary paperwork. Lu Di promptly transferred 120 million to the university's account. In the Blue Mountain district of Haisher, approximately 30 kilometers from the city center, lies a newly developed area. Here, residential buildings are sparse, with only a scattering of universities, wetland parks, and botanical gardens. The asphalt roads are exceptionally wide, with few vehicles in sight. Lu Di strolled along the roadside, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant highway, the slanting sun, and the lush greenery on either side. That a gentle breeze caressed his face, filling him with a sense of tranquility. It is no wonder that developers like Guoqian are clamoring to purchase land here. The environment is indeed exquisite. Removed from the clamor of the city, free from pollution, it is the ideal location for constructing a villa community. Lu Di exhaled softly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Such a beautiful environment will likely soon be marred by human activity. Additionally, he felt a sense of inevitability. It might be time to consider purchasing a vehicle. On the far side of the road, a round structure loomed faintly, seemingly nestled within a valley, occupying a vast expanse, yet remaining inconspicuous. It is uncertain which investor chose to construct here, only to abandon it later. It must be said, however, that the building possesses a remarkable sense of technology. Its circular exterior, adorned with layers of glass windows, gleamed in the evening light, evoking a sense of an alien spacecraft. Lu Di arrived at the entrance of the venue, unlocked the chain, and just as he was about to push open the door, the progress bar in the upper right corner of his vision suddenly flickered. Sequence upgrade, 99.100, Chapter 97, The Experimental Graveyard Booming. Lu Di pushed open the long sealed glass door. To that moment, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the earth into darkness. Before him lay a vast circular space, the view hazy that he could only discern towering shelves extending deep into the interior. Resembling a library, albeit with shelves thrice the height. The purple light in Ludi's right eye flickered and extinguished. Then a purple annulus ignited, gently rotating, pulsating with life, compared to the previous purple light. It seemed to possess a breathing essence. Ludi meandered slowly among the shelves. Magic Child. Ludi called softly. I have arrived. The voice of the Magic Child sounded as though it had just awakened. Stretching luxuriously, in the next moment. A click echoed as the electrical circuit merged. Whooshed at a bright bulb in one corner of the ceiling flickered to life. Subsequently, the entire venue illuminated in succession with Ludi's steps, brightening the path as if a royal carpet were laid out for him. The full scope of the experimental graveyard gradually revealed itself. Rows of enormous shelves were filled with an array of bizarre machines and components. Countless peculiar devices, all of which could not be found on the market. Many instruments lay in ruin, parts scattered across the ground. Even those that remained intact appeared dull and lifeless, having slumbered for far too long. Without exception, they bore a similar label. Year X, Month X, Experimental Defective Product. This nearly 10,000 square meter space housed at least 10,000 experimental defective products. They had been forgotten, discarded by others. However, this does not signify they lack value. Ludi gazed at the countless scientific fruits of labor with a faint smile. In truth, the worth of these defective products far exceeds that of the land beneath his feet. Magical boy, let us seek some amusement, Ludi said, weaving through the rows of goods, his fingers gliding lightly over the machines. Soon, a luminous halo appeared in Ludi's vision, locking onto a device in the distance that resembled a refrigerator. Approaching it, Ludi effortlessly lifted the massive machine with one hand. Donghua University of Electric Power, Master S. Student Lee High, December 3, 2019. Wide-range wireless charging electromagnetic resonator, failure. That as Ludi opened the device's casing. He observed Magical Boy's analysis. Resonant type? Is it based on the same principle as electric vehicle charging? Ludi squinted at the device, and in a moment, the reasons for its failure became clear. Insufficient turns in the primary coil, weak electromagnetic induction, and issues with the chip programming. 30 minutes later, following Magical Boy's guidance and combining top-notch repair skills, Ludi ingeniously improvised using available materials, enhancing the device to its optimal state. Upon connecting it to the power box on one side of the venue, the indicator light instantly illuminated, and the machine operated smoothly. In an instant, invisible electromagnetic waves enveloped the entire area. Countless dormant devices sprang to life, their indicator lights blinking in rapid succession. 1.10.50.100. The regional collaborative network successfully connected. The venue buzzed with the sounds of machines awakening and electronic devices powering on, resembling a scene of flourishing blossoms. Although most devices could only manage a faint whimper, a significant number that could connect to the network, rejuvenated by Magical Boy's code adjustments, thrived anew. Atop one shelf, a machine resembling a signal tower flashed red lights and began functioning normally. Its pinnacle slowly ascended, standing proudly at the highest point of the venue, as if commanding an army. This was a network amplifier, capable of increasing civilian network speeds tenfold while establishing a standalone regional network. Suddenly, a distant machine projected a warm, familiar orange glow onto the ground, simulating the black body radiation emitted from nuclear reactions on the sun. Indeed, a sunlight simulator. Under its illumination, plants could thrive in darkness. Dinged on an inconspicuous shelf, a shoebox-sized machine suddenly lit up, projecting a blue light into the air. Gradually, a three-dimensional model of a circular building materialized, gently rotating. This structure was none other than the experimental graveyard where Ludi resided. This holographic projector was connected to cameras surrounding the building, monitoring every subtle movement in the vicinity through the 3D model. Woof woof! The sound of cheerful barks filled the air. Ludi looked down to see an adorable mechanical puppy gazing up at him with bulbous eyes, wagging its tail in delight. This little dog could mimic canine movements and recognize its owner through a camera on its head. Ludi smiled gently. This was a charming project from a female university student, affectionately named Woof Woof Dog. Unfortunately, due to coding issues, it never truly came to life. To buzzing in the distance, a robot missing a leg spun in circles on the ground. Above, numerous robots, sweeping machines, and toy cars were advancing towards Ludi. Everything felt like a scene from a science fiction realm. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the 3D monitor. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Instantly, all machines powered down. The Woof Woof Dog's bulbous eyes dimmed, resembling a power outage, its head drooping sadly. The flying devices plummeted onto the shelves, while those on the ground shut down and collapsed. The lights dimmed significantly. Mr. Liu, is this Mr. Liu's residence? Your luxury bed and bedding have arrived. The delivery person scratched their head, glancing around the darkened space with unease, wondering if someone was playing a prank. Could anyone really reside in such a place? Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a handsome face with a striking purple right eye peeking out. Yes, this is the place. My goodness. The delivery person nearly fell to the ground in fright. 20 minutes later, under Lu Di's direction, a comfortable, large bed with bedding was set up in the central area surrounded by rows of shelves. The delivery person, still trembling with curiosity, hesitantly asked, Mr. Liu, why are you living here alone? Lu Di chuckled softly. As you can see, this is an abandoned warehouse, and I've been hired to watch over it. The delivery person revealed a peculiar expression. No offense, but why would a young man like you choose such a job? It feels rather strange here, as if many eyes are watching me. Chapter 98. The witness after bidding farewell to the delivery person. The moment Lu Di closed the door, all lights flickered back on, and every machine sprang to life. The sounds of chatter resonated, as if a fairy tale realm had suddenly awakened. The overhead lights dimmed, and a device began playing soft music. A modified projector on a nearby shelf cast a blue light, revealing a starry sky. Focusing on a nebula in the cosmos, it read, Andromeda 722, North, Fall 0-3-1-11. This was a student-esque creation, a dream to explore the universe. Stars twinkled brilliantly, rippling like water, with the occasional shooting star streaking across the scene. In this small space of the experimental graveyard, it felt like a miniature reflection of the cosmos. Lu Di reclined beneath the starry sky, gazing down like a sovereign. Ah, how delightful! Lu Di flipped over, and the mechanical puppy trotted over to the bed. In the blue spherical space, shelves resembling blue crystal blocks stood tall. Magical boy, here we will amplify the sunlight simulator to create a small plot of farmland. I wish to test crop cultivation without sunlight. Very well. Here, we shall construct 2 automated production lines to enhance and refine the experimental products within the graveyard. Agreed. This area will be transformed into a living space, complete with beds, washrooms, kitchens, and dining tables. Additionally, we will install surveillance cameras and infrared alarms around the graveyard, reinforce all windows with concealed curtains, fortify all doors and windows, and establish a security system that we must expedite the development of biosonar materials to coat the entire graveyard. I want it to vanish from all radars, certainly. Furthermore, we shall erase all information regarding the graveyard from the internet. I want it to be invisible online. Lu Di, after my preliminary analysis, there are a total of 10,560 experimental flaws here, of which 100 once improved, possess boundless derivative value. Lu Di nodded slightly. Our nation has never lacked talent. What we lack is discovery, encouragement, and support. Magical boy, establish an investment company in your name, providing each of these 1,100 students with 100,000 yuan in support funds. Encourage them to continue their research and innovation. If any significant scientific achievements arise, the company can offer various forms of support, investment, acquisition, or operation. Lu Di pondered for a moment. As for the company's name, let us call it the Witness. Agreed. With all plans laid out. Lu Di exhaled softly, leaning against the headboard, surveying the various devices in the room with a faint smile. Simulated sunlight, simulated starry skies, networks, electricity. Everything was present, resembling an independent world. He gently patted the slightly daft woof dog beside him, whispering, This is merely the beginning. The next morning, in the reception hall of the Yin family manor, Elder Yin, Yin Kaikai, Yin Xinxin, Yin Qingwen, and the eldest sister, Yin Yiwen, were all present. Elder Yin wore a gloomy expression, pointing to a stack of materials on the table, and murmured, Has no one discovered the villain that Ouyang Fengyu has been for so many years since marrying into our Yin family? Silence engulfed the room. Elder Yin turned slightly to gaze at Yin Yiwen, whose shoulder was bandaged. Yiwen, you shared a bed with him. Did you not notice anything? With a blank expression, Yin Yiwen shook her head gently. Sigh. Elder Yin sighed heavily. If it weren't for Lu Di, our entire Yin family would have remained oblivious for who knows how long. I, Yin Hongxin, have toiled diligently my entire life, only to see this modest legacy potentially seized by that rascal Ouyang Fengyu. Our Yin family might face utter ruin. Upon hearing Lu Di's name, Yin Qingwen's heart trembled. She struggled to sift through the materials before her, detailing Ouyang Fengyu's transgressions. Two of them were particularly shocking. The first was that Ouyang Fengyu had contemplated kidnapping her to seize control. The second was that he had even planned to kill Lu Di. How utterly deranged. Lu Di had thwarted his plans. Disrupting the death trap Ouyang Fengyu had set up in his office. The more Yan Qingwen thought about it, the more guilt washed over her. The death trap referred to the 3 vases Lu Di had accidentally shattered. Yet, it actually blamed him and even sought compensation. Lu, what a dazzling identity he possesses. How could he endure such injustice and do so much for the Yin family and for himself, shielding us from countless harms? It is only now that I comprehend. The old Master Yin, heartbroken, closed his eyes. Lu, so extraordinary, possessing almost boundless abilities. I now understand why he chose to remain with our Yin family. Affection for woman working as a driver, all of that is incorrect. He had already discerned Ouyang Fengyu's plot early on. His intentions were noble. He aimed to protect us at this moment. Yin Kai and Yin Xin felt a poignant ache in their noses, on the verge of tears. Throughout these days of interaction, they continually discovered Lu's remarkable qualities and his kindness, feeling increasingly guilty for their own recklessness. The moment they learned Lu's wealth amounted to billions, a third of guilt filled their hearts. When they realized Lu was the divine singer, their guilt intensified. Upon understanding that Lu had humbled himself for the sake of the Yin family and to protect his third sister, their guilt reached a peak. Father, what shall we do now? Yin Kai choked out. What to do? The old Master Yin rubbed his temples vigorously. In his own words, he felt no remorse and had done all he could. However, our Yin family must not forsake this courtesy. After a moment's contemplation, the old Master Yin solemnly declared, "We shall exhaust all means to locate Lu. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, our entire family will respectfully seek him out to express our gratitude. We must thank Mr. Lu for his life-saving grace and for not abandoning us." Chapter 99. Arriving at the garage, just as Yin Qingwen was preparing to head to the office, she suddenly caught sight of a figure seated in her car. For a moment, her expression turned dazed. With a click, the car door swung open, and a driver, around 50, respectfully stepped out. "Miss, the time is late. Shall we depart?" Yin Qingwen blinked in surprise. "Old Li, is that you?" The seasoned driver chuckled wryly. "It was instructed by Butler Afyu. He mentioned you were without a driver. And as for Mr. Lu, he likely will never serve as your driver again." Yin Qingwen felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. With a soft sigh, she entered the car. Just then, several workers appeared in her line of sight, hauling boxes of clothing out from the basement. "Who are they?" Driver Oldly nodded slightly. "They are helping Mr. Lu retrieve his belongings." Yin Qingwen's eyes widened suddenly. Oldly, follow their vehicle. Thus, Yin Qingwen's luxurious car trailed closely behind, traveling for dozens of kilometers until reaching a desolate area on the outskirts. Gazing at the unusual building before her, she felt utterly bewildered. The vicinity was barren, overgrown with weeds, and the structure appeared to have been abandoned for ages. Could Lu possibly reside in such a place? Or rather, how could he live here? For a long moment, Yin Qingwen hesitated, lacking the courage to exit the car. It wasn't until all the workers had finished unloading and drove away that she finally released her tightly clenched fists. "Old Li, let's go." With a heavy sigh, she was overcome with a sense of defeat. She felt neither the face nor the courage to bid farewell to Lu. Within a graveyard, several quadcopters meticulously arranged Lu's clothing using grappling hooks. "Lu, all the renovation workers will arrive in an hour. They have all signed confidentiality agreements, and multiple projects will commence simultaneously, expected to be completed within 3 days. The voice of the demonic child echoed. Lu stretched his limbs and nodded slightly to go by a car, then check on a Jia. An hour later, to the Seaway International Automobile Sales Center, the largest and most luxurious multi-brand car dealership in Haishur. A nearly 100,000 square meter building with 4 stories, clad entirely in glass curtain walls, displayed an array of impeccably polished vehicles across various floors. Countless luxury cars dazzled the eyes, creating a veritable paradise for automobile enthusiasts. "Hey Xiaolan, we have a customer." At the entrance, 2 sales representatives clad in uniforms awaited potential buyers. They suddenly spotted a young man approaching, dressed in a white shirt and jeans. Xiaolan, with her hair tied in a ponytail and possessing a certain charm, smirked. "Shui, you're always so overly excited. This is a luxury car dealership. Look at him, walking here. He doesn't even own a car. How could someone without one suddenly consider upgrading to a luxury vehicle? Someone without a car. Coming here just to take pictures? Shall we?" The sales representative replied. "Xiaolan, Mr. Xia has mentioned numerous times that we prioritize service above all. We must not judge by appearances. Even if he doesn't buy a car, we should warmly welcome him. If you won't, I will wait. Xiaolan squinted and fixated on the approaching figure, observing his attire and concluding he was undoubtedly a commoner. However, he is quite handsome, with a tall, well-proportioned frame. That white shirt gleams in the sunlight. And his eyes, a captivating violet, likely enhanced by colored contact lenses. So enchanting. Shall we, regardless of whether he buys a car or not, this customer is mine. With that, Xiaolan stepped forward and bowed to the newly arrived Lu. Sir, I am Xiaolan, the sales supervisor at Seaway. It is my pleasure to serve you. Thank you. Lu surveyed the luxurious automobile sales center, stating, I am here to purchase a car. Certainly, allow me to introduce you. Finally daring to meet Lu's gaze, Xiaolan thought, wow, he is incredibly handsome, with striking features reminiscent of a comic book character. They strolled leisurely through the showroom. Sir, this is the Audi section. We have a newly released Audi Q8. Would you like to consider it? Xiaolan inquired tentatively, trailing Lu closely. That's fine, but let's see other options. Lu shook his head and continued walking. Sir, this is the Land Rover section. The Range Rover Sport would suit your youthful temperament. Would you like to consider it? Let's look at other options, sir. How about the Mercedes-Benz S-Class? Sure, but let's see other options, sir. The Porsche Cayenne? Perhaps, but let's look at other options. Lu seemed entirely uninterested in the vehicle Xiaolan introduced, his gaze continually scanning. None of these will suffice, Xiaolan mused, smiling slyly. Perhaps he was simply pretending to be dissatisfied, as he likely couldn't afford any of them. The handsome young man turned out to be quite aloof. Then, sir, shall we look at Bentley and Rolls-Royce? That works, sir. Purchasing these top-tier luxury cars requires a verification of funds. Could you provide your phone number, WeChat, or Gemini number to begin the registration process? Xiaolan chuckled internally. Having played along for so long, granting him due respect. Once she acquired his contact information, she could pretend to assist him with the car selection, then invite him for dinner later, just a few drinks. And she would have him. My assets are sufficient to purchase any vehicle in your showroom, Lu stated nonchalantly, making his way to the Bentley section. Xiaolan scoffed. His words reeked of a commoner. Well, I suppose I'll entertain him a bit longer since he is so handsome. Consequently, Lu explored the Bentley Continental GT and the Rolls-Royce Phantom, seemingly quite pleased. Eventually, they arrived at the lounge area. Ding. Xiaolan scanned Lu's QR code, successfully adding him as a friend on Gemini. Curiously, she glanced at Lu's Gemini number. DSAN impressive, impersonating a big shot. Oh, Gemini number. 000001. My goodness, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiaolan's eyes. What a remarkable number. The Gemini app had recently taken the nation by storm, becoming an essential for nearly everyone. Gradually, owning a distinguished Gemini number became a symbol of status. Such numbers were often subject to speculation. A number like 888888 had once fetched $1 million at auction. A sense of caution arose within Xiaolan. The 000001 number must be among the finest. Whoever possesses such a number is surely either affluent or noble. Could it be that this dashing young man is indeed a discreet millionaire? A second-generation rich kid? A bureaucratic offspring? Ding! That a crisp metallic sound interrupted Xiaolan's daydreaming. She observed Lu leisurely lighting a cigarette. The focal point was the exquisite lighter in his hand, a radiant golden exterior adorned with a large gemstone. Having worked in luxury car sales for years, Xiaolan had encountered many wealthy individuals. This lighter was unmistakably valuable. Definitely a limited edition. Even a lighter could be so opulent. Undoubtedly a tycoon, he is the most luxurious among the handsome men I have seen. The most handsome among the tycoons. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with hearts as she nervously remarked, Sir, this car. Lu inhaled slowly as Xiaolan's heart raced, perched at her throat. Could he really be a tycoon? Is this the stuff of television dramas? The springtime for a common princess? Thankfully, I did not exhibit any snobbishness earlier. Chapter 100, Sir. Is this appropriate? Are you planning to buy so many cars at once for some ulterior motive? Xiaolan said coyly. Suddenly taken aback. What? Are you saying you won't buy any? In the next instant, Xiaolan's eyes widened, awakening from her fairy tale. This brat is playing with me. Her expression darkened in an instant. Haha, I do not mean to disparage these vehicles. Rather, they fall somewhat short of my expectations. Here, do you have any cars that exude a greater sense of elegance, quality, and uniqueness? Ideally, something one of a kind. Of course, price is of no concern. Lu Di chuckled that no. Xiaolan furrowed her brows. What kind of person makes such unreasonable demands? If you cannot afford it, then so be it. It's not as if we're denying you an opportunity. And yet, you still put on airs. Sir, You've perused most of the brands in our showroom that if you're still unsatisfied, perhaps you should explore elsewhere. I have other matters to attend to. Please help yourself. With that, Xiaolon turned on her heel, storming off in a huff. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when she collided with a broad chest. Mr. Xie Xiaolon stared wide-eyed at the handsome man before her, somewhat at a loss. The man wore a look of reproach, shaking his head as he addressed Xiaolon. Please fetch a glass of water. I will attend to this customer. With that, the dashing man approached Lu Di with a warm smile. Good day, Mr. Lu. I am Xie Yuanjing, the sales manager of this establishment. I hear you are in search of a special vehicle. This gentleman, Xie Yuanjing, exuded refinement and courtesy, utterly unlike Xiaolon's previous demeanor. Instead, his gaze towards Lu Di was filled with respect. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Lu Di nodded slightly, feeling a sense of approval. This Xie Yuanjing was evidently different from the rest. His eyes conveyed competence. Yet his demeanor remained humble. Holding the position of sales manager in such a colossal enterprise as the Seaway Sales Center spoke volumes of his stature, that he appeared to be no more than 30 years of age. Likely having risen from humble beginnings through sheer hard work and perseverance, resulting in his current success. Such individuals often possess a deep understanding of the world's intricacies, knowing better than to judge by appearances, and that humility is the wisest course of action. Mr. Lu, shall we proceed? Xie Yuanjing promptly rose, extending his hand in invitation. Just as they navigated through the expansive sales center towards the VIP lounge, Lu Di's attention was drawn to a vehicle showcased in the central display on the 3rd floor. Xie Yuanjing paused momentarily before smiling. Mr. Lu, you have an eye for fine automobiles. This is a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS454. It is universally recognized as the quintessential muscle car of the 1970s, equipped with a 7.4L V8 engine. Its sole purpose is to dominate any other vehicle in a straight line. Regrettably, Xie Yuanjing continued, shaking his head. However, it is merely an antique on display and is unlikely to be for sale. The mission to conquer all? I find that concept rather appealing. Lu Di nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the vintage muscle car. Its paint gleamed as if brand new, with a sleek black exterior, black rims, and even black-tinted headlights. The entire vehicle resembled a stealthy Black Panther, poised like a dark meteor, both restrained yet radiant. The car's robust lines hinted at an inner soul that was exceptionally proud. Seemingly on the verge of awakening, ready to roar to life and speed away. Lu Di nodded in satisfaction. Taste is subjective. Each person has their own perspective. I am not one to indulge in ostentation like Bentleys or Lamborghinis. There is no need to conform to the masses or act humbly as dust. One should embody the essence of this vehicle, having weathered life's trials, remaining unperturbed, silently observing all, deep yet tranquil. When one must act, it should be with thunderous vigor, commanding presence, crushing all in their path. Silent until the moment they astound, Xie Yuanjing nodded repeatedly, impressed by such an unconventional philosophy. You mentioned it is unlikely to be for sale, correct? Lu Di gently patted Xie Yuanjing's shoulder. Could you elaborate on how to make it certain? Xie Yuanjing offered a bittersweet smile to Mr. Lu. That may prove quite challenging. You would need to undergo a special application process, which is only available to our top-tier VIP clients that TO qualify as a top-tier VIP. One must spend a minimum of 30 million at our dealership. Lu Di merely nodded nonchalantly. The civilian helicopter we passed earlier, was it a Bell 210? How much does it cost? Xie Yuanjing's smile turned even more bittersweet. Indeed, there was a Bell 210 for sale within the showroom, yet it merely served as a prop to showcase the establishment's prestige. Displayed for a year, it had garnered little interest. That helicopter is indeed a Bell 210. Specifically the luxury civilian model, priced at 53.2 million. Very well. Let us finalize the deal. Lu Di nodded slightly. Xie Yuanjing was momentarily taken aback that Mr. Lu finalized what? Lu Di produced a card, stating the aircraft, the car, and primarily the car. Xie Yuanjing was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. Yet within 10 seconds, he regained his composure, accepting the card with both hands. Sir, the paperwork for the car will be straightforward, but for the helicopter it requires an airworthiness certificate. Radio permit moreover, the aircraft must be registered under a legitimate company to qualify for route applications. Most importantly, forgive my impertinence, do you have a helipad? Lu Di pondered for a moment. You can handle the paperwork. As for the company, let it be registered under the name of the creator. The helipad is on the rooftop of the Rongting building. Lu Di shrugged, as that helipad appeared rather vacant. Let it rest there. The creator, the parent company of the Gemini app? Xie Yuanjing could no longer mask his astonishment. No wonder, Mr. Lu is an executive at the creator company. The Creator is the most formidable company in all of Huaxia this year. Experts speculate that the core technology of the Creator Company is a staggering 60 years ahead of the international curve. Given time, it will undoubtedly emerge from Huaxia, standing proudly on the world stage. Although the Creator Company is relatively new, its external valuation has already surpassed $1 trillion. As a senior executive, even a mere one share would equate to a fortune of 100 million. Xie Yuanjing felt a wave of humility wash over him. Thank goodness he hadn't misjudged. Rest assured, sir, I will exert every effort to ensure the purchasing process goes smoothly. An hour later, outside the Seaway Automobile Sales Center, nearly 70 sales personnel stood lined up on either side, including the respectful Xie Yuanjing and the conflicted Xiao L. and S. The young man in white approached. All bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Liu, to visit again. This was the privilege of a top-tier V." Liu Di nodded in acknowledgement as he stepped through the doors. The Chevrolet SS454 would require a special application, and the helicopter was certainly not something one could simply take away. Liu Di declined the chauffeur car from Seaway, opting instead for a leisurely stroll along the streets of Haishur. Within the Seaway Sales Center, Mr. Xie, you've pulled off quite the feat, securing over 50 million in a single transaction. Indeed, this is not merely a record. It has shattered all previous ceilings. Yes, Mr. Xie is exceedingly fortunate. Who could have guessed that the handsome gentleman was so wealthy? Xiaolon, filled with regret, turned to Xie Yuanjing. Mr. Xie, how did you discern his status? Do you possess some insider information? Sighing, Xie Yuanjing gazed respectfully at Liu Di's retreating figure. It is not luck. Rather, you all consistently judge by appearances, failing to recognize true greatness. Do you suppose only those who are arrogant and domineering are truly noteworthy? That is a grave misconception. Let me tell you. Genuine luminaries are often understated and reserved. Even if their status is exalted, they do not flaunt their talents. Their vision transcends, and they do not engage in petty disputes with the small-minded, regardless of whom they encounter. As long as you are humble and courteous, they will reciprocate with respect. Most importantly, it is their aura. They navigate life with poise, treating significant matters lightly. However, if you scrutinize carefully, you will find that true luminaries are indifferent to the opinions of others. They are not bound by attire or material surroundings. Even if they stand among the well-dressed, they will always be the most distinguished. And Mr. Liu is precisely the kind of person. I sensed it from the moment he entered. The surrounding sales personnel listened, utterly spellbound. Faced with their young and accomplished sales manager, they found themselves at a loss for words, overwhelmed by his perceptive abilities. Several hundred meters away, Liu Di also heard everything Xie Yuanjing had said. A smile graced his face as he nodded slightly. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind. A new note instantly appeared next to Xie Yuanjing's name in his phone's contacts. Talented individual. Available. Chapter 101. The reception of the Creator at the Rongting Building in the CBD, the tallest structure in Haishur. It loomed like a towering pillar, rising majestically above the sea of clouds that attend the pinnacle of the building. 4 massive luminous entities stood sentinel, emitting a futuristic blue glow, intermittently visible amidst the mist. Half of Haishur could behold this sight. This was the Gemini Network, a name that struck fear into countless startups, internet enterprises, and economic evaluation agencies. Even at this moment, as Liu Di gazed upward from downstairs, he couldn't help but quietly marvel at the grandeur. Upon entering the lobby and passing through layers of security, the guard stood at attention, for the young prodigy had already arranged for Liu Di to have the identities of twin employees that as the elevator doors opened. Even Liu Di, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Inside the elevator stood a small entourage, 2 bodyguards, an assistant, and at the center, a stunning beauty who epitomized a perfect blend of European charm and Chinese elegance. This mixed-race beauty donned a luxurious brand trench coat, tailored black trousers, and exquisitely crafted black stilettos. Her long black hair cascaded down, framing a face that resonated with the ideals of Chinese beauty, complemented by a pair of sparkling azure eyes. A prolonged gaze could easily lead one into a state of enchantment. Most strikingly, her waist was exceptionally slender, yet her bosom was full and firm, straining against a white shirt that seemed on the verge of bursting. Liu Di's gaze lingered for merely a fraction of a second before he pursed his lips, admonishing himself to avert his eyes. He turned to press the elevator button, only to find that someone had already selected the 87th floor. This group was also heading to Twin. Liu Di stood with his hands clasped behind his back when the assistant A middle-aged woman of around 40 with greasy skin and black-rimmed glasses squeezed her way toward him. Her expression radiated disdain, as if to say, "You men should keep your distance from my superior." A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Meanwhile, the mixed-race beauty remained unperturbed, simply observing Lu Di with a blend of curiosity and innate pride. After all, they were all guests. As the elevator doors opened on the 87th floor, a bright and spacious area unfolded in the distance behind a 10-meter-long marble bar. The words "the creator" were intricately carved, exuding an aura of refined elegance. As the group exited the elevator, several cameras overhead adjusted their angles to scan them. Then, a gentle electronic voice announced, "Miss Haidina from Fubo Capital, welcome. It is an honor to meet you. Your beauty and poise have truly captivated me. May you remain as enchanting as your favorite bird of paradise." Xiao Shuang had verified and noted her appointment for 20 minutes later, asking her to wait for an attendant. Lu Di inwardly nodded. Agi's ingenuity was impressive. He had leveraged facial recognition technology to scan arriving guests and seamlessly connect to the twin database, retrieving their information with precision. Every visitor would hear a unique, welcoming message upon entry. Haidina's eyes glimmered with surprise, and she smiled, clearly pleased with such a warm reception. Behind the bar, two receptionists, clad in professional black skirts and boasting at least an 8 out of 10 in looks, approached with smiles. "Miss Haidina, welcome to the Creator Company. Please follow me to the lounge for a brief respite." Their voices were sweet, and their demeanor impeccable. Meanwhile, the cameras subtly rotated to continue scanning Haidina's entourage. "Hello, Assistant Kong, welcome." "Good day, Mr. Sunday." When the camera reached Lu Di, it announced, "Apologies, I cannot identify you at this time. No appointment records." The system's voice echoed, and Lu Di chuckled, shaking his head. "That IT would be a surprise if you could find me." Xiao Shuang must be the nickname for the twin app system, WY utilizing the twin database and voice recognition. This design was indeed remarkable when considered independently. However, compared to Agia, it fell short in many respects. Lu Di's twin account, Emperor San, had been meticulously manipulated to obscure all personal information to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, Xiao Shuang, relying on twin data, could not retrieve any information about Lu Di. As Xiao Shuang's voice faded, the entire hall turned to look at him. The assistant, the older woman named Kong, furrowed her brow in annoyance. After all this, he was just a pretender, a pretty boy with no good intentions. Lu Di, however, merely shrugged, unwilling to offer any explanations. Instead, he smiled at the two receptionists, eager to see how they would handle the situation. To his astonishment, within less than half a minute, two security personnel from the Creator Company approached and stood by, hands clasped behind their backs, awaiting orders. Impressive, such efficiency and cooperation. "Agia, I truly admire your capabilities." A smile gradually spread across Lu Di's face. He overheard one of the receptionists whisper to the other, "Supervisor Yaru, this guest has no appointment records, nor any identification information. Could he be yet another fervent fan?" The receptionist, named Yaru, frowned slightly, her gaze shifting to Lu Di. "No need to panic. All guests are welcome. I'll handle this." Supervisor Yaru approached Lu Di with a smile. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Lu Di, with D as in younger brother, he introduced himself. Yaru nodded politely and continued, "Sir, this is an office location, and guests are required to have an appointment." "What business do you have?" Lu Di smiled and pointed toward the mixed-race beauty, stating, "I am here for the same reason as her, representing an investment company." "An investment company?" Yaru replied respectfully, nodding as she took a tablet. "May I ask for your company's name?" Lu Di tilted his head and replied, "Witness." Yaru operated the tablet for a moment and indeed found the company named Witness. However, the information was rather sparse, lacking any successful case studies. Yaru understood the implications. The Creator Company boasted a prominent reputation, being a star in the industry. Since her tenure, she had hosted countless investment firms. It appeared that Mr. Lu Di had come seeking opportunities. Yet, compared to other investment firms, Witness was rather obscure. Yaru smiled gently, "Sir, I have verified your information. Although you do not have an appointment, since you have traveled from afar and hold our Creator Company in such high regard, we have no reason not to welcome you." She then bowed slightly and extended her hand, inviting, "Please follow me to the lounge for some tea and a brief rest." "Thank you." Lu Di felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The reception process and the service etiquette were truly exceptional, leaving no room for criticism. "Tisk, that overly ambitious." He heard the old woman assistant mutter under her breath. Chapter 102. Let me show you my skills. The lounge at the Creator Company boasted no fewer than 4 rooms, each brimming with visitors. They were either from investment firms, media outlets, or businesses seeking collaboration. Lu Di found himself in the largest lounge. Though it was not specifically prepared for him, but rather for Miss Haidina from Fubo Capital. On a luxurious leather sofa, Lu Di sat across from Haidina, though they maintained a considerable distance. Moments later, a receptionist entered, carrying a cup of coffee and a small bouquet of flowers. She smiled at Haidina. "Miss Haidina, here is your mocha coffee, 1/3 milk, 2 sugars. This is your favorite bird of paradise. I hope it brings you joy." Haidina was taken aback. "How did you know I liked this coffee and flower?" The receptionist smiled gently. "You are a user of our twin app before your arrival. We accessed the database and prepared these according to your preferences." Haidina shook her head with a smile. "I must say, you at the Creator have truly opened my eyes. Your network technology is unparalleled. And even your service standards and reception creativity leave me speechless. This surpasses the 7-star service at the Sailing Hotel by 10-fold. Upon hearing this, Haidina's eyes momentarily reflected a hint of disappointment. "I came to see General Zhang Tianjia, but unfortunately, he is too busy for me to wait. That I hope you can assist me in arranging a meeting with him." The receptionist nodded slightly, but did not assure her. "I will do my best." Then, the receptionist turned to Lu Di. "Sir, I apologize, but our information database does not contain your details. Would you like something to drink?" Lu Di smiled faintly. "Just a glass of water will suffice. As for the person I wish to meet, he will come to find me shortly." The receptionist was puzzled but nodded. "Understood." Lu Di gazed through the glass walls of the lounge, taking in the pristine office space and the busy, orderly employees. Such meticulous and thoughtful processes reflected a remarkable management capability. One must admit, with such spirit and attitude in business, even outside of Twin App, success is inevitable. "Ajia, I was right about you after all." Lu Di felt a deep sense of contentment. With such a foundation swiftly established, it is indeed time to embark on the next phase of our plans. Lu Di took out his phone and sent a message to Ajia. "I'm here. Let us go eat." Suddenly, a sigh broke the momentary silence. Haidina, gently stirring her coffee, looked at Lu Di with a smile and said, "How could you possibly secure a project this way? Why would anyone accept your investment?" Haidina slightly shook her head, noting that the Gemini database lacked any information about him, implying that he hadn't even downloaded the app you aspire to invest in the creators. "Yet you haven't even tried the products? Doesn't that seem rather insincere? Investment banking is not conducted in such a manner." Lu Di blinked, momentarily taken aback. This mixed-race beauty had a point. How could he claim to invest in a company and receive dividends without understanding their products? If such an investment firm truly existed, he would probably not even use it. It dawned on him that he was indeed an inadequate investor. Without delay, Lu Di researched Haidina's background in her firm. Fubo Capital. Wow, a renowned investment company in Huaxia, with assets nearing 200 billion. They had incubated 9 companies listed on the A-share market, 7 on the growth enterprise market, and 4 on Nasdaq, boasting an impressive investment success rate of 40. The investor named Haidina was even more illustrious. Known in the industry as the investment queen, Lu Di silently acknowledged her accomplishments. Such achievements were not typical. However, this stunning mixed-race woman was often surrounded by scandalous news. Frequently spotted by paparazzi indulging in nightlife with European socialites. Shaking off such thoughts, Lu Di inquired, "What should I do, Miss Haidina?" Haidina elegantly lifted her coffee cup to her crimson lips, savoring a sip, first and foremost. "You must thoroughly understand your target, that is, the startup you admire. List all its strengths and weaknesses, future potential, and areas for improvement. Approach it as a best friend would." Lu Di nodded and asked, "What do you think about this creator?" Haidina smiled gently. "Everything is commendable, with hardly any flaws, except that the decision-maker lacks ambition and purpose. They've created such a remarkable product and gained numerous users in a short time without charging fees. I can understand that, but why not expand into other domains? They could build a diverse user base through social platforms and diversify into games, music, film, and more, like the Penguin Empire." Lu Di nodded emphatically. Indeed, he wondered what the decision-maker was preoccupied with daily. Haidina then continued, "Secondly, to successfully invest in this company, you must forge close relationships with their founders and executives, establishing a profound emotional connection. After all, businesses are driven by people. Only by understanding them can you grasp the future of the enterprise." At this moment, an older female assistant scoffed, "Ms. Tina, why are you explaining so much to him? I doubt he has the insight." Haidina smiled slightly. "I find Mr. Lu quite impressive in appearance. He possesses potential for business public relations." Lu Di could only smile wryly. Impressive in appearance? It certainly sounded like a compliment from a same-sex admirer. Haitina continued with a smile. Mr. Liu, I notice your witness company lacks prominence. You might consider switching to my firm. I could personally mentor you to become an outstanding investor. Lu Di chuckled, to be honest. IV had similar thoughts, surprised. Haitina's azure eyes turned toward Lu Di. You've considered switching jobs? Not exactly, Lu Di laughed. I think you should join my company instead. The older assistant grimaced, clearly exasperated. Oh dear. This is absurd. Haitina then turned to the older woman. Have we secured a reservation at that French restaurant? Yes, Miss Tina, I've leveraged many connections to secure the best table. The top French chef will prepare a special meal for you. Excellent. Haitina straightened her proud posture. I will surely find a way to invite Zhang Tianjia to join us for lunch. Just then, a sharply dressed man hurried through the door. Haitina and the assistant stood up instantaneously. Zhang Tianjia, how wonderful that you've come in person. Clearly, you do not underestimate me. A charming smile graced Haitina's lips. Jia, bustling with energy, entered the room and nodded at Haitina, but merely in acknowledgement. He then approached Lu Di. You didn't say a word before coming. With a friendly pat on Lu Di's shoulder, he asked, So, what are we having? Lu Di pondered briefly. How about that spicy hot pot we used to enjoy during school? Haha, sounds great. I've been wanting to go. The two laughed as they exited the lounge, leaving the receptionist sweating nervously, relieved that she hadn't been disrespectful. Ditto, right, Supervisor Yaru? This is Lu Di, the chairman I often mention who prefers to remain in the shadows. Notify me immediately whenever he arrives. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The starstruck Yaru was momentarily dazed. Chapter 103. The top restaurant. Haitina, stunned for a good 10 seconds, hurried after the departing duo. Mr. Zhang. Who is this? Haitina's azure eyes flicked between Jia and Lu Di. Somewhat dazed, Jia chuckled. This is my classmate, the founder of the creator company Lu Di. Upon receiving confirmation, Haitina could hardly believe her ears, but her mind was racing. Mr. Liu, I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. She instantly donned a captivating smile. I heard you two were going to dine. Coincidentally, I reserved a table at a top French restaurant. Would you both honor me with your presence for lunch? At that moment, the older assistant rushed over, her expression odd, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Struggling to maintain composure, she smiled. Yes, we specifically booked the city's top French restaurant, with renowned chef Charles cooking exclusively for Mr. Zhang. And Mr. Liu. Haitina's tone softened as she coaxed. Indeed, I shared an elevator with Mr. Liu and sat in the same lounge. It seems we are fated. Jia glanced at Lu Di, confused. Lu Di scratched his head and smiled. I think it's best to decline. I have a reservation at a fragrant, spicy hot pot restaurant. Chef Li Ma has procured fresh vegetables for me, already prepared for a top Sichuan meal. Jia stifled a laugh. Understanding Lu Di's intentions, Haitina's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, her lips twitching slightly. As Lu Di and Jia prepared to depart, Haitina called out from behind. Mr. Liu, may I have your contact information? Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lu Di shook his head helplessly, turning away. Add me on Gemini. With a wave, Lu Di and Jia left. Haitina stood rooted, her expression complex, while the older assistant pouted, her impatience evident. What kind of founder is he? Just a kid with an inflated ego. How could he possibly run a company like the creator? He must have a powerful backer. He has merely a face. He didn't even give Artina face. I say we shouldn't invest. Haitina's expression darkened, a cloud of anger gathering on her brow. Assistant Kong, silence yourself. I instructed you to be discreet and amiable. Yet you refuse to listen. Your sharp tongue has now offended an important figure. Unable to bear it any longer, Haitina erupted in anger. The older assistant fell silent, grinding her teeth, yet dared not speak further. At her age and appearance, finding another respectable job would be challenging if she lost this one. Haitina sat on the sofa, trying to calm herself. Lu Di had asked to add him on Gemini, but he hadn't provided any information. Was he toying with her? Yet, given his status, he had no need to do so. Lu Di, founder of the creator. Suddenly, Haitina had a flash of inspiration. With trembling hands, she retrieved her phone and opened the Gemini friend request page, tentatively entering a sequence of numbers. 0000001. Soon, an account appeared, lacking any additional information, with just the username D. Haitina's pupils dilated. Lu Di, founder of the creator, Gemini account 01. Everything fell into place. Lu Di, he is D-San, the initiator of the $1 million lottery, the programmer of the Gemini core code, the true mastermind behind Gemini. In the burgeoning entrepreneurial realm, there exists an individual revered as a mysterious genius, Astonishingly, he has not concealed his identity from me, even granting me his contact information. Could it be that Dina's face flushed crimson in an instant? Her ample bosom rose and fell with a rapid rhythm. At the fragrant, spicy hot pot restaurant, Mama Lee served 2 oversized bowls of hot pot. She chuckled. "You two rascals, ever since graduation, you haven't graced my establishment with your presence. You've both grown so thin." Lu Di gazed at the warm-hearted Mama Lee, feeling a profound tranquility within. This was the very eatery where he and Ajia often dined during their school days, relishing the generous portions of hot pot. What touched him most was that both he and Ajia came from humble beginnings. Occasionally, when their allowances fell short, they would visit Mama Lee, opting for the cheapest vegetables. Yet, Mama Lee always noticed, silently adding generous portions of handmade noodles to their plates. Ajia laughed heartily. "Mama Lee, we've come back." The hot pot retained its delightful flavor, enticingly fragrant. Mama Lee smiled sincerely. "As long as you enjoy it." "What are you two boys up to these days?" Lu Di scratched his head and replied, "We're in software." "Oh, how impressive." Mama Lee responded with a bemused smile, "But I've heard that programmers work tirelessly, sitting in front of computers for hours on end. You two must take care of your necks and backs." "Understand?" Indeed, these 2 rising stars in the internet industry, admired by many, nodded earnestly at Mama Lee. After she departed, Lu Di and Ajia exchanged glances at the mountainous piles of hot pot before them. No upscale restaurant could compare to the warmth of a meal imbued with affection. They wiped their mouths and shared a knowing smile, then locked eyes solemnly. The usual rule? Whoever finishes last cleans up? Agreed. 3, 2, 1, begin. Then the food flew as they devoured their meals with unabashed enthusiasm, leaving onlookers astounded. "Lu Di, you glutton. Are you a vacuum cleaner?" "Ajia, do you eat like a lady? Why so slow?" After 5 minutes, Ajia reclined in his chair. Limbs sprawled, his belly distended, with remnants of spicy oil at the corners of his mouth, appearing somewhat dazed. Lu Di elegantly dabbed his mouth, unfazed by the portion consumed. That Ajia struggled to sit upright and said, "I am not going." Lu Di shrugged. "The consequence of not going is that you'll clean up for Mama Lee." Ajia retorted, "Cleaning? Fine by me. Oh, I truly have no way to deal with you." Ajia sighed helplessly and gulped down a large sip of soda. "What have you been up to? The company is thriving, and you don't want to be involved? Do you wish to dabble in stocks instead? I heard from Professor Wang that you are that enigmatic stock trading expert. No wonder the company has so much cash, but isn't it more enjoyable to work hard to list our own company and own shares than to gamble on stocks?" Lu Di smiled slightly. "Ajia, one of my wisest decisions recently was inviting you to co-manage the company. With you on board, I feel reassured." Touched, Ajia blinked away the moisture in his eyes and said earnestly, "Regardless of how you phrase it, this company is also yours. There are strategic matters we need to discuss. As we have been successful in social networking and interest-based interactions, we have amassed a large user base. I think it's time to start considering profitability." Ajia glanced at Lu Di, who nodded slightly, seemingly contemplating other matters as well. Sadada Ajia lamented, "It appears you're not too interested, but that there's one matter you must attend." Curious, Lu Di inquired, "What is it?" "Our university classmates' reunion." Ajia grinned mysteriously. "In the capacity of the organizer, I have sponsored this year's reunion. The venue is on our company's rooftop terrace." Lu Di looked puzzled. "Why at the company? From what I know, you don't strike me as someone who craves ostentation." Ajia paused momentarily and replied, "I am indeed not, and neither are you, but our classmates certainly are. Do you know how they have been speaking about you over the past 2 years? They claim you are a fallen genius, blinded and brainless, reduced to a fool. The rumors have escalated. I can't let this slide." Ajia declared thus, "I chose our company rooftop as the venue to announce and showcase who you, Lu Di, truly are. Not only were you ahead of everyone during school, but you still are now." With an undeniable tone, Ajia insisted, "Lu Di, you must heed my words on this matter." Lu Di chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He had never intended to prove anything. "All right, we shall keep it measured when the time comes." Ajia nodded vigorously, feeling gratified. Then, with a swift motion, he grabbed his phone from the table and stood up. "I must rush to a meeting now. You handle the cleanup here, huh? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. The reunion is tomorrow." As he uttered this, Ajia had already hopped into a taxi. Regarding the Lamborghini Lu Di gifted him, he claimed it was too ostentatious and noisy to drive. 10 minutes later, Lu Di begrudgingly began cleaning up the spicy hot pot remnants. Though it felt somewhat like a waste of time, it was nothing compared to the kindness Mama Lee had shown him during his difficult times. Suddenly, his phone rang. An unfamiliar yet familiar number had Si Tu Yen, Lu Di's university girlfriend and the current partner of the wealthy Guiqian. What could she want? He answered, maintaining a calm demeanor, devoid of any intent to reminisce. Hello, Lu Di. How have you been lately? Fairly well. What is the matter? There was a moment of hesitation on her end before she continued. Actually, there is something that my father wishes to meet you, as does my mother. They are quite eager to find you right now. All right, I'm at the fragrant, spicy hot pot restaurant, the one next to the school. Lu Di didn't inquire further, but he still felt a twinge of guilt towards Si Tu Yen. If it was a small favor, it would help alleviate that guilt. After a brief silence, she murmured, "We'll be there shortly." Thank you. 20 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz sped into view, halting directly in front of the hot pot restaurant. Si Tu Yen exited first, donning a floral dress, followed by her father, Si Tu Zhou. Lastly, a portly, aristocratic-looking middle-aged woman emerged from the back seat. Lu Di squinted, taken aback by the sight of the entire family making an appearance. Ah, Xiao Lu, long time no see. Si Tu Zhou approached eagerly, shaking Lu Di's hand with enthusiasm. Behind him, Si Tu Yan's mother, Li Yueshio, stepped into the small establishment, waving her hand dismissively at the invisible dust with a look of disdain. Finally, Si Tu Yan, with her head bowed, trailed behind. Years had passed, and she remarked, "Xiao Lu, how have you been faring?" Li Yueshio, observing Lu Di holding a broom, appeared somewhat exasperated. It seemed she had intended to mock him. But Lu Di turned his gaze back to Si Tu Zhou, who wore a genuinely warm smile. This felt rather transparent. Could it be that their favored son-in-law, Guiqian, had divulged something about Lu Di's worth? Perhaps not. Si Tu Yan's father was an executive at a large publicly traded company and likely had no concerns regarding financial matters. Moreover, from Li Yueshio's expression, it was clear she still looked down upon Lu Di. Just as before, Lu Di smiled slightly. "You all summon me. What seems to be the matter?" Yet Li Yueshio pinched her nose and remarked, "Xiao Lu, the matters we wish to discuss are quite significant. Let us change to a nicer CF and sit down for a proper conversation." She then glanced towards the kitchen and added, "By the way, you should request a leave of absence from your boss. I heard from Yinner that you were the best of friends with Zhang Tianjia during your university years." "Yes, the CEO of Creator Company, Zhang Tianjia." Si Tu Zhou forced a smile and said, "I would like to ask you to introduce me to President Zhang." Si Tu Zhou, the father of Si Tu Yen, is not just an ordinary executive of a publicly listed company, but holds a position at one of China's top internet giants, Penguin Group. Si Tu Zhou is not an ordinary person either. With a bitter smile, he continued, "Our group wishes to discuss some business with Creator. Yet I have been waiting outside for 3 days, and President Zhang refuses to see me." Lu Di shook his head helplessly that if you intend to acquire them, of course, they wouldn't want to meet you. Si Tu Zhou was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lu Di could accurately guess the situation. However, he quickly came to terms with it. The reputation of Penguin Group precedes it. When encountering outstanding companies, they either copy or acquire them. It is no wonder Lu Di thinks this way. Si Tu Zhou sighed, "I am truly at my wit's end and desperately need your help that if I cannot close this deal, my position may be at stake." Lu Di glanced at Si Tu Yen, originally staring blankly at him. Si Tu Yen suddenly felt somewhat guilty, lowering her head and avoiding eye contact. Since the moment she saw Lu Di, an inexplicable feeling surged within her. Lu Di was still Lu Di, yet at this moment, he seemed entirely different. He appeared even more handsome, exuding an invisible aura that was both understated and immensely powerful, casual yet imposing, leaving others bewildered. Lu Di sighed softly. Si Tu Yen had done nothing wrong. Her family background and perspective doomed her to never be on the same path as Lu Di. Reflecting on the slight guilt he felt from their breakup, Lu Di smiled gently. "Si Tu, regarding Creator, just tell me what you need, and I will assist as much as I can." "Haha, how amusing," Si Tu's mother interjected, crossing her arms with a gossipy demeanor. "Does it even matter to you about Creator's affairs? You and Zhang Tianjia are friends, but do you think he would heed your words? Moreover, Zhang Tianjia, in his current prominent position, may have long forgotten you as a friend." Lu Di replied calmly, "I have a good relationship with Ajia, and he listens to me." "Enough already." Si Tu's mother raised an eyebrow. "Si Tu, I believe he is just after money. I told you there was no need for such hesitation." She then pulled out 2 stacks of cash from her bag. "Lu Di, here is 50,000 yuan. If you can introduce my husband to Zhang Tianjia, I will give you another 50,000 if they manage to meet. How does that sound? It could well surpass your meager salary from that little restaurant." Si Tu's mother appeared grandiose, gazing up at Lu Di with expectation. Lu Di glanced at the stacks of cash, and then at Si Tu Zhou, chuckling softly. He stood up, saying, "For Yan's sake, I will discuss this matter with Ajia. He then departed. Watching Lu Di's retreating figure, he remained as stubborn as ever. No matter the obstacles, he was unwilling to reveal a weak side or accept help from others. Bah, what a piece of work. Achieving nothing yet still full of attitude. Situ's mother spat, turning to look at Situ Yin. Yinner, since you broke up with Lu Di, you haven't contacted Ajia either. Not even a phone call. Ajia is so outstanding. Why couldn't you maintain that connection? Situ Yin cast a reproachful glance at her mother. Isn't it because of you? Ajia was merely a salesperson. You forbade me from associating with such people, calling them inferior. You ungrateful girl. Your mother only wants what is best for you. Situ's mother retorted, stung by her daughter's words, then turned to Situ Zhou with concern. Situ, I worry that Lu Di is utterly unreliable. Relying on him is hopeless. Do you have any other plans? Situ Zhou furrowed his brow. What other plans are left? There is only that last resort. What last resort? Situ's mother perked up at the mention. Situ Zhou's face flushed, gritting his teeth. I will have to put my pride aside. Tomorrow, since Yinner is attending a gathering at Creator, we will shamelessly join in. We will speak to Zhang Tianjia in person. Situ Yin immediately panicked. Father, you cannot do this. My classmates will mock me. Situ Zhou sighed heavily. Mock you? What does that matter? If I lose my position, our family will be left to fend for ourselves. I have a promise to keep with General Manager Li. I must go tomorrow. Chapter 106. The class reunion the next day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze swept through the air. The city of Haishur, often shrouded in haze, was blessed with clear skies, a rare sight of azure expanse. Haishur University is renowned as a prestigious institution in China, particularly known for its business management department, which consistently produces elite graduates. However, these graduates, 3 years post-commencement, were somewhat intimidated at the moment. The creator company stood before them, radiantly dazzling. Everyone was aware that this company was destined to become a future titan, akin to the likes of Baidu, Ali, and Penguin, emerging as a super internet empire that garners global attention. With the invitation from the CEO of Creator, this was set to be the most significant gathering for the students of the business management department. This year, the venue was different from previous years, hosted on the rooftop terrace of Rongting, the tallest building in Haishur. The view was unparalleled, overlooking half the city, complete with a helicopter landing pad, a miniature golf course, a swimming pool, and a small garden, truly extravagant. As the gathering featured outdoor catering, the setup resembled a European outdoor party. Notably, all the guests donned formal attire. The women appeared in elegant gowns, while the men sported meticulously tailored suits. However, 2 individuals stood out, appearing somewhat out of place. One was Lu Di, clad in his perennial white shirt and jeans, preferring comfort over conformity. The other was Sun Dongming, dressed in a polo shirt and casual trousers, with a pair of generic leather shoes. That he was the team leader of the security group of Haishi's Cybersecurity Bureau, and having been busy lately, he had no time to dress up. Merely attending was already a feat. These 2 were college classmates of 4 years at AT that moment. They sat at the edge of the terrace, away from the crowd, that a somewhat bored Sun Dongming pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Tossing one to Lu Di, who lit it up. They squinted at the distant crowd, adorned in finery, sipping champagne, and engaging in lively conversation, their laughter echoing. An epitome of harmonious upper-class society. But that it's reminiscent of those vampire family banquets in movies. Sun Dongming remarked, observing the scene, that he took a deep drag from his cigarette. To him, this spectacle was somewhat absurd. He neither understood nor wished to understand, nor did he want to assimilate, just at that moment. He and Lu Di found common ground and retreated to the periphery for a smoke. Lu Di chuckled softly, glancing at his sports committee member from 3 years past, whose hair looked unkempt and fingers stained yellow from smoke. No one would have imagined that this athletic standout from university would end up working in cybersecurity, pursuing hackers. Dongming, judging by your current state, it seems life hasn't been treating you well? Lu Di teased. Sun Dongming forced a bitter smile. That I've been entangled with a hacker lately, using every trick in the book, yet I've barely caught a glimpse of him. In my years dealing with cybersecurity, I've never encountered such an impressive hacker. I've checked every IP, accessed every camera, and even consulted all my informants. Yet no one knows who that guy is. It's truly baffling. Sun Dongming sighed, resting his hand on Lu Di's shoulder. Where do you think that guy is hiding? Lu Di inhaled deeply, his gaze flickering. Who knows? Hackers are elusive. They could be anywhere, far or near. Near? How is that possible? I would scare him away. Sun Dongming stroked his stubble, grinning. Listen, Lu Di, regardless of where he is, I must catch him. Otherwise, what is the point of my position as group leader? Haha, good luck. Lu Di chuckled dryly. Feeling a bit helpless, Sun Dongming had not changed one bit. Among the gathering, some guests occasionally cast glances at Lu Di and Sun Dongming. Sitian wore a complex expression, daring only to sneak peeks at Lu Di. While Guiqian looked on with resentment, many female classmates were taken aback by Lu Di's striking appearance. Noting how handsome he had become, his aura particularly captivating. Among the women, the most radiant was Zhou Shuidong. Once the campus beauty of Haishu University. Standing nearly 170 centimeters tall, she wore a form-fitting sequin gown that accentuated her exquisite curves, devoid of any excess flesh. Her figure was perfection. After graduation, leveraging her looks and physique, she gradually entered the entertainment industry and has since become a well-known actress, adored by countless fans. This made most of the men in the class quite envious. Why wouldn't the goddess notice me? Yet she looks at that guy smoking in the corner. Just then, a deep voice resonated, capturing the attention of the crowd, that we have a classmate who faced misfortune after graduation. It was Feng Haoen, the class leader during their university days. His father owned a factory, and after graduation, he took over the family business, now considered a wealthy individual. When it comes to this classmate, I trust everyone is familiar with his identity. Feng Haoen, feigning a downcast gaze, mentioned that he was a genius admired by all during our university years, a star student predicted by teachers to achieve far greater accomplishments than the rest of us after graduation. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, just after graduating, he encountered a tragic accident that left him disabled. His mind also deteriorated, relegating him to the ranks of an ordinary person, unnoticed and unaccomplished. That a peculiar smile played on Feng Haoen's face as he revealed that this individual was none other than our dear classmate. Lu Di, look, he is so timid that he doesn't even dare to meet us. I propose we collectively visit and offer our condolences to our unfortunate classmate. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed a variety of expressions. Many appeared regretful, while the previously infatuated female classmates suddenly regained their senses. What does his good looks matter if one dreams of romance with a fool? However, more people wore malicious grins, such as human nature. When one is exalted, others look up to them, flattering them. Yet when one falls from grace, many take pleasure in their misfortune. The moment people realize they cannot surpass you, they wish for your downfall, hoping you end up in dire straits. Only then can they satisfy their twisted psychology. Among the crowd, only one individual exhibited a complex expression, Guiqian, who had been thoroughly defeated by Lu Di in the competition for the experimental graveyard. He knew well that Lu Di was far from the ordinary man he appeared to be. He possessed a fearsome strength. Yet Guiqian said nothing, merely smirking as he watched the group slowly approach Lu Di. He remained stationary, for Lu Di was someone who could casually spend 5 billion without batting an eye. To approach him would be to invite humiliation. Led by Feng Haoen, the group gradually made their way to the corner of the rooftop where Lu Di and Sun Dongming stood. Clearing his throat, Feng Haoen beamed at Lu Di, waving his hand as if addressing a blind person. Lu Di, it's me, Feng Haoen. Do you still remember me? We were university classmates and attended classes together. Can you recall? Lu Di, with a cigarette in his mouth, slightly raised his head but remained silent. The crowd erupted in laughter. Feng Haoen's antics seemed to portray Lu Di as a village fool. The class leader had gone a bit too far, but it was amusing. Noticing Lu Di's silence, Feng Haoen turned to Sun Dongming and remarked, Dongming, what are you doing with him? Is he even capable of communicating normally? Can you hold a conversation with him? The crowd burst into laughter once more. Sun Dongming raised his head, furrowing his brows, and angrily bit down on his cigarette. Feng Haoen, are you out of your mind? Feng Haoen was taken aback. Sun Dongming slowly stood up, his expression fierce, and said, Are you all so idle? Is this how you upper-class folks ridicule the commoners? What makes you think you're part of the elite? Have you watched too many movies? Hurry up and enjoy your pretentious champagne, but don't disturb us. Everyone was startled by Sun Dongming's unexpected outburst. They were well aware of his fiery temper. He was intolerant of any form of injustice. It was no wonder he had abandoned a promising business career to join the Cybersecurity Bureau right after graduation. In a sense, Sun Dongming could be considered a police officer. A so-called internet cop. What are you staring at? Move aside. Sun Dongming placed his hands on his hips and glared. The crowd genuinely feared him. If they provoked him, he might just deliver a beating. Dongming, you're being terribly rude. Feng Haoen trembled with anger, pointing at Sun Dongming but hesitating to approach. Let it go, Haoen. Let us go have a drink. The crowd hurriedly pulled Feng Haoen away. Who would dare provoke two formidable figures? Humph. Sun Dongming snorted coldly and sat back down. Lu Di, let me tell you, the best way to deal with such people is to point at their noses and scold them directly. These so-called upper-class individuals are all bluster without substance. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Tianjia is here. President Zhang is here. Oh my, it's been a while. Tianjia. Lu Di and Sun Dongming looked up to see a Jia finally making his way upstairs after finishing his work. Upon seeing him, everyone instantly changed their demeanor, eager to flatter him. When a Jia noticed Lu Di and Sun Dongming seated in the corner, he wore a helpless expression that I invited you, and now look at you. Hee Lu Di, today you have no way to escape. Without further ado, a Jia swiftly organized a luncheon. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered in front of a small stage. This was specially constructed by a Jia for the class reunion speeches. The host of the reunion was none other than the unanimously elected class leader, Feng Haoan. Holding a microphone, he slowly walked onto the stage. Today marks another annual reunion. I am genuinely excited. First and foremost, I must thank our sponsor, Jia, President Zhang Tianjia. Thunderous applause erupted. I just visited the creator company, and the technology and luxury here are truly astonishing. This is the company of my dreams. And I am in complete awe of my classmate A Jia. Applause resounded once more. Of course, President Zhang Tianjia's speech will be saved for last, as the grand finale. As soon as he finished speaking, someone flatteringly remarked, "Oh, does President Zhang's remarkable achievements need an introduction? Everyone has seen them. I was left speechless. Indeed, President Zhang, just give me some pointers later. No need for an introduction." Jia merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He truly did not require an introduction. Subsequently, one by one, classmates began to eagerly share their accomplishments. "Hello everyone, do you remember me, Wu Guang? 3 years ago, I started my own chain restaurant, and now it has expanded to 30 locations across 7 cities. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Outstanding!" Once again, applause filled the air. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Rou. I may not have much to boast about, but my husband's family has climbed another spot on the high city rich list, now standing at 350. More applause followed. All the girls cast envious glances her way. She was indeed a wealthy socialite. Among the 40 classmates, each person took turns briefly showcasing their extraordinary status for nearly half an hour. Each individual succinctly highlighted their remarkable achievements. However, it was all just self-promotion and competition. The least successful among them was still managing a small company. Yet even such individuals felt embarrassed in this context. When Sun Dongming took the stage, he simply stated, "If anyone dares to commit crimes online, I will spare no one. Everyone will be apprehended." The crowd felt a wave of shame wash over them. Finally, it was time for a Jia to slowly ascend the stage. After a round of applause, the crowd fell silent, eagerly watching their most accomplished classmate. Everyone, I, a Jia, need not elaborate too much on my identity. However, I must take this opportunity to introduce an important figure. A Jia spoke deliberately. The crowd instantly became curious. Who? An important figure. They exchanged glances, wondering who else could be deemed important. With a proud smile, a Jia continued, "That person is my good brother, Lu Di." The crowd erupted in astonishment. No way. What is there to introduce about Lu Di? Suddenly, someone connected the dots. President Zhang is indeed a loyal friend. Even after achieving such success, he still remembers to uplift his university brother. Everyone was left in awe of a Jia's generosity. Yet they felt it was a bit of a waste to extend such kindness to Lu Di, who seemed incapable of rising to the occasion. Lu Di was merely a poor nobody, now disabled. What was there to introduce? The crowd felt a sense of regret, lamenting not having cultivated a closer relationship with a Jia during their university years. If only they had, perhaps they would now be soaring high with a Jia's support. Lu Di merely shrugged and slowly made his way onto the stage that a Jia stood beside him, excitedly announcing, "Dear classmates, I am here to reveal Lu Di's true identity." Before a Jia could continue, a commotion erupted at the elevator. "Let me in. My daughter is inside, and he is your boss's classmate." At the elevator, Situ Zhou and Li Yueshio forcefully pushed aside the security and strode into the scene. Although Lu Di may have some mental challenges, he nonetheless hails from a prestigious university. It was initially believed he might secure a position as an office worker, yet he turned out to be merely a waiter. This prompted some to stifle a laugh. Suddenly, a Jia furrowed his brow. He glanced at his wife, Situ Zhou, and whispered, "Silence. You incompetent woman, it matters not who Lu Di is. You have offended Zhang Tianjia, and how am I to conduct business now?" At that moment, the distant roar of an engine broke the air. A white private helicopter approached slowly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Is there really a helicopter? Gradually, they discerned the words emblazoned on its fuselage. Penguin Group. Goodness. A helicopter from Penguin Group? What significant figure has arrived? C2 Zhou wore a smug expression. Today, with the rare opportunity of Yenu's class reunion, I shall meet Zhang Tianjia. To ensure everything goes flawlessly, I have specifically invited Vice President Li Dao to personally oversee the matter. The Gemini will be ours. C2 Zhou squinted at the helicopter, feeling immensely proud. With Li Dao personally in attendance, the air was thick with grandeur. The helicopter would soon land on the rooftop helipad, and the aura alone would overshadow the humble creator. Let us see how you reject my acquisition. Meanwhile, within the helicopter, Li Dao also bore an air of triumph. Creator and Zhang Tianjia, you remain woefully inadequate. The onlookers on the rooftop gaped at the approaching Penguin Group helicopter, their hearts filled with astonishment. Luxury cars were common, but a helicopter was a rare sight. This was not merely a matter of wealth. It symbolized status, prestige, and the scale of a company. Penguin Group was undeniably formidable. Li Dao, we are preparing to land, called the pilot from the front. Li Dao nodded slightly. Dongwai 308, you are encroaching on my legal airspace. Please divert immediately to avoid delaying my landing. Both the pilot and Li Dao were momentarily perplexed. What was happening? Another wave of engine roars echoed. A sleek black luxury private helicopter appeared in the distance. The two helicopters, one black and one white, approached the Rongting Building's helipad in succession. What is going on? Is this an aviation expo? Two private helicopters appearing at once in the city is an extraordinary event. Dongwai 308, divert immediately. You are infringing on my legal airspace. The voice crackled through the radio again, startling the pilot. Today, they had indeed not followed the proper procedures for airspace application. Li Dao was equally bewildered. Li Dao, we must yield. The pilot urged that Li Dao, still in disbelief, could only nod numbly. As the Penguin Group helicopter made way, the black private helicopter slowly approached. The crowd finally discerned the words on the aircraft. Creator LD00001. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The Creator, a private plane belonging to the Creator. How remarkable. LD00001. What an impressive designation. Jia was left utterly speechless, staring at Lu Di in disbelief. Our esteemed Creator CEO, Zhang Tianjia, also wore a perplexed expression. Glancing at Lu Di, questioning the situation, Lu Di shrugged. I don't have a car. And you bought a helicopter? Jia's eyes widened. Lu Di replied helplessly, no, the car I wanted wasn't for sale unless I upgraded my membership. So I opted for the helicopter instead. Jia was dumbfounded, slowly extending his thumb to Lu Di. Lu Di shrugged. Strictly speaking, the helicopter is more of a bonus. You can keep it for fun. Jia was at a loss for words, muttering, you are incredibly generous. Thank you. With a thunderous roar, the helicopter descended, stirring up a whirlwind. The black helicopter landed steadily on the Creator's helipad. Subsequently, a tall young man stepped off the aircraft. Looking disheveled yet eager, he scanned the crowd briefly before striding towards Lu Di. It was Xie Yuanjing, the sales manager of Seaway. Mr. Liu, your bell, 210 luxury private helicopter has been delivered, as per your request. It is painted black with the Creator's insignia. The designation has also been registered as LD000001. Furthermore, your custom limited edition antique car SS454 has been transported downstairs for your collection. Please check it. At this announcement, the venue fell into a stunned silence. Is that LD000001? Lu Di can afford a private helicopter. Feng Haoan, mid-sip of champagne, sprayed it everywhere. C2 Yin and Li Yueshio dropped their LV bags in shock. Just give me the paperwork, Jia said, reluctantly accepting the documents from Xie Yuanjing. Lu Di nodded lightly. The procedures for civil helicopters are notoriously complex, and for Xie Yuanjing to complete everything in under 2 days speaks volumes about his intellect, connections, and efficiency. I truly did not misjudge. Such talent is a treasure not to be overlooked. The graduates from the business management department stared at Lu Di with wide-eyed amazement, their hearts racing. What kind of identity does Lu Di possess to afford a private plane? Wasn't he deemed useless? However, while one might fabricate other assets for appearances, a helicopter, that surely cannot be faked. How lively it is! A voice of admiration echoed from the elevator. Li Weiman, the president of Haisher University. along with his student advisor Professor Wang Yunkui, stepped out. Both were momentarily taken aback by the rooftop spectacle. These students are increasingly remarkable. Regaining composure, they walked over, leaving the students puzzled. It was only natural to invite Professor Wang to the reunion. But why was President Li also present? Haisha University is among the top 10 universities in China. President Li has held his position for 9 years. His status is beyond question. He is also one of China's top 10 economists. Renowned internationally, countless corporations have sought to hire him as a spokesperson or strategic advisor, yet he has consistently declined. President Li is not enamored with fame or fortune. He simply wishes to delve deeply into academia. He rarely attends any events, but today, a mere reunion for the 02 class of the Business Management Department, and he has come in person. Although all are indeed students of President Li, he has taught thousands over the decades without ever making an appearance at such gatherings. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, President Li approached the stage with fervor, shaking Liu Di's hand with fervent intensity. He seemed somewhat agitated, his lips trembling slightly. The crowd fell silent. Liu Di. The patent you entrusted to me was submitted to the Huaka Academic Achievement Committee yesterday. The reviewers were so captivated by your proposal that they hardly slept a wink. They unanimously believe your 3 patents possess the caliber to win the Huaka Prize. And it may even be for the gold Huaka. President Li grew increasingly animated. Liu Di, you are truly exceptional. You are my greatest pride in my 20 years of teaching, and the greatest pride of Haisha University in its 70-year history. The Huaka Prize? This is the pinnacle of invention awards in China. The graduates were left astounded. This is the highest award for invention patents in China, coveted by all researchers. To win even a bronze award is enough to bring glory to one's family. Acknowledgement from the Huaka Prize signifies undeniable economic value. Each patent under the Huaka Prize can generate billion-level industries. Even a prestigious institution like Haisha University has seen fewer than 10 Huaka awards in its history, the highest being a silver Huaka. Yet, Liu Di is poised to receive 3 gold Huaka awards. The crowd was left in awe. They were all alumni of Haisha University, each having once dreamt of winning the Huaka Prize. They recalled a senior who, while still studying, proposed a new modern economic management theory, which earned her a place in the Huaka evaluation and ultimately won an academic contribution award. Though merely a contribution award, it was far from a bronze Huaka. Yet that senior was quickly sought after by major corporations, receiving million-dollar annual salary offers before even graduating. Now, the seemingly useless Liu Di could present 3 patents with the potential to win gold Huaka awards. This was simply unbelievable. No wonder President Li personally came. Liu Di's capabilities are astounding. These 3 patents will undoubtedly pave his path to an extraordinary future. President Li composed himself, stating, Liu Di, I have temporarily set aside your other 3 patents as my trump card. Preparing to challenge this year's Nuremberg International Invention Award. Based on my assessment, these 3 patents will undoubtedly astonish the international invention community. At this proclamation, the venue erupted in further astonishment. What more is there? Another opportunity for the Nuremberg International Invention Award, a name that resonates with thunder. Huaka belongs to the pinnacle of Chinese awards, while Nuremberg is recognized internationally. The prestige of the awardees elevates their status from national to global. If the inventions under the auspices of Jinhua can create billion-dollar conglomerates, then with proper application, the technologies awarded the Nuremberg Prize could potentially forge trillion-dollar enterprises. Everyone was left speechless. So this is Liu Di. For 3 years, he had been quietly immersed in research, and now he unveils 6 top-tier inventions that astonish the world. Such intellect, knowledge, endurance, and restraint are nothing short of terrifying. Liu Eshio, the mother of Situ, lacked formal education. She was aware that helicopters come with a hefty price tag. Liu Di was not impoverished. However, my husband also held considerable worth. As for academic accolades, she was entirely ignorant. What good are good grades? It is akin to the model student next door, excelling throughout school and into university. What does it amount to? After graduation, they still end up working for someone else. She smirked derisively to herself. Oh, and there's one more trivial matter, Li Weiman said as he accepted a red certificate from Professor Wang, chuckling softly that I hope you mind. This certificate cost us 8 yuan to produce. But it is the only token we, at Haida University, can offer to express our gratitude. Then Li Weiman slowly unfolded the certificate for everyone to see. Donation certificate. Student Liu Di, we express our heartfelt thanks for your generous donation of 100 million yuan, intended for the construction of a new technology exhibition hall. After careful deliberation, The university has decided to name the exhibition hall the Hall of Creation. On behalf of thousands of students, Haida University conveys its utmost respect and gratitude to Mr. Lu D. Haida University Administrative Committee, July 3, 2020, Chapter 110. The Transformation of Humanity. Lu D. gracefully accepted the red certificate, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The donation of 100 million yuan was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the sense of accomplishment derived from aiding countless students through his singular efforts, an honorary certificate. The gratitude expressed by Principal Li of Haida University was profoundly moving. Donating 100 million yuan to assist the school's construction of a technology exhibition hall. Was this a trivial matter? The Hall of Creation, that this act could etch his name in history. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Class monitor Feng Haohan trembled violently, champagne splashing from his glass. He muttered, 3 patents can win the Jinhua Ku Award, and 3 patents could vie for the international prize. In the future, Lu Di's worth is simply incalculable. By this measure, 100 million truly seems trivial. Upon seeing the certificate, Sidama Li Yueshio could no longer maintain her composure. She hurriedly pulled her wealthy son Guiqian from the crowd. Flustered, she whispered, Guiqian, didn't you mention that your company's 30 billion project fell through because a super tycoon spent 50 billion to seize your land and then donated 100 million to the school? Guiqian appeared despondent. Unable to hide it any longer, he nodded feebly. Sidama was left agape, staring blankly at Lu Di on the stage. That's so, the one you referred to as disabled, a brain-damaged worker in a restaurant. The one who couldn't he possibly compare to you is indeed that super tycoon. Guiqian bitterly nodded. Half of the initial capital for his real estate company had come from the Sidhu family. After the villa project faltered, he sought to convey that it was not due to incompetence, but rather that the opponent was simply too formidable. He spent 50 billion without batting an eye, merely seeking peace, and then generously donated 100 million to the school. From this perspective, that tycoon's worth must be at least in the hundreds of billions. At that moment, Li Yueshio did not reproach her son-in-law. After all, who could contend with such a formidable adversary? Such figures of stature could not be challenged, only revered. Yet, Li Yueshio never imagined that the person she envisioned as a local magnate, a seasoned chairman of a large group, would turn out to be Lu Di, the ex-boyfriend of her daughter, a mere restaurant waiter with one eye blind. With a sharp clap to her forehead, Li Yueshio's expression was one of profound sorrow. She felt dizzy, her body swaying. Sidhu quickly steadied her. Witnessing Li Yueshio's voice quaver as she lamented, I dedicated half my life to selecting a worthy son-in-law for our Sidhu family. Yet the one I looked down upon turned out to be the most exceptional. What a tragedy. How blind I was. Li Yueshio lamented. A group of management students finally cleared their thoughts, filled with only 4 words. Regret beyond measure. Who on earth told me Lu Di was brainless? Who said he was working in a restaurant? Who led the charge to ridicule him? I believe their nonsense. What now? This Lu Di before me is clearly the one who owns a private helicopter. The one who created 6 patents, eligible for the Jinhua Ku Gold Award, and poised to gain international recognition. Donating 100 million to his alma mater is merely a trivial act. There is no need to speculate on Lu Di's wealth. A person of such talent renders monetary figures mere embellishments. Even if he desired not to profit, wealth would inevitably flow towards him. Those classmates who had just boasted about the magnitude of their businesses, their profound connections, and their radiant futures now stood humbled, rendered speechless. Though the graduating class was filled with talent, none could compare to the magnitude of Lu Di's casual donation. Observing Lu Di engaged in conversation with Principal Li, the crowd's gazes grew resolute. Such a formidable connection must be cultivated. What is pride worth, discarded? Even if I had previously looked down on him. What of it? I must approach him. Social connections require a certain degree of humility. Ah, Lu Di, indeed it is you. I recognize your potential back in college. Genius is genius, consistently outstanding. We can only look up to you. We will never surpass you. Ha, Lu Di, my old classmate. I run a technology company. Perhaps we can discuss your patents and consider a collaboration. Lu Di, I used to help you get your meals back in college. Do you remember? Ah, Lu Di, we had our disagreements back then, but with your magnanimity, you surely wouldn't hold it against me, right? ISNT, there is a saying that goes, no fight, no friendship. In an instant, a throng of classmates surged onto the stage, each eager to engage Lu Di in spirited conversation, reminiscent of long-lost friends. Ajia chuckled helplessly. His grand introduction would surely be delayed. With a sigh, he remarked, if Lu Di were to light a cigarette now, would you all rush to offer him your lighters like in the movies? Ha, Mr. Zhang, don't jest. Now I understand why you and Lu Di are so chummy. You both are tycoons, exceptional individuals, speaking of which. Lu Di, do you smoke? I have some quality ones here. The campus belle, Zhou Shuidong, sashayed over, her alluring perfume wafting through the air. Blushing slightly, she shyly said, Lu Di, you're quite peculiar. Nearly every boy wrote me love letters in college. Except you. You're truly unique. I wonder, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to share a meal with you. The implication was unmistakable. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone smiled knowingly at Lu Di and Zhou Shuidong. This time, no one dared to harbor jealousy. They were all wearing broad grins, casting suggestive glances at Lu Di. Eagerly wishing Lu Di would discern their intentions, they collectively supported him in courting the goddess. We re good brothers, sharing the same interests. We support you unconditionally. During school, Lu Di was the strong one. Everyone held high hopes for him, relishing his company. In the wake of rumors painting Lu Di as a failure, all turned against him, taunting him upon encounters. Yet in reality, Lu Di had soared to heights they could scarcely fathom. People shifted once more, becoming sycophantic, clamoring to curry favor. Even in matters as trivial as dating the campus beauty, everyone was united in their silent support, demonstrating that respect, understanding, and support are seldom given without reason. Lu Di shook his head. Perhaps he shouldn't blame them. Society operates this way. Those who can truly rise above the mire of corruption are as precious as diamonds. Like a Jia, like Sun Dongming, like Tu. A date? I have no time. I expect to be quite busy tomorrow. Lu Di smiled gently, then turned his gaze towards Sidu Zhou, who was straining to edge closer through the crowd. As a senior executive at Penguin, Sidu Zhou's shirt buttons had already popped loose, and his tie was in disarray. Spotting Lu Di and a Jia looking his way, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He shouted frantically, Mr. Zhang, you can't do this. Our group as plane isn't able to land yet. Vice President Li Dowd is still on the plane. He needs to discuss matters with you. You young ones cannot be so unreasonable. On that private helicopter of the Penguin Group, an important figure was feeling quite awkward. The aircraft could neither ascend nor descend. It was currently hovering near the building. Chapter 111. The arrival of the Tycoon, the helicopter's engine roared to life. The private plane of the Penguin Group circled for quite some time. The pilot scanned the area for a suitable landing spot. While the rooftop of the Rongting building was spacious, aside from the helipad, nearly every other space was uneven and posed risks. A hasty landing was out of the question, especially with several towering flagpoles obstructing low-altitude hovering. Li Dowd's brow furrowed, his face flushed with anger. The mission had not gone well. He felt utterly humiliated. He had never experienced such embarrassment before. He gazed down at the bustling crowd below. As well as the helpless Sidu Zhou, how could the illustrious Penguin Group become a neglected entity? This diminutive creator infuriates me. Ultimately, Li Dowd resolved to swallow his pride for the time being. As long as he could manage them and acquire their company, they would be at his mercy in the future. He would join their board of directors, modify their strategies, seize their traffic, and lead them to their natural demise. There were countless methods at his disposal. He would deal with them later. Li Dowd opened the cabin door, leaned out halfway, and shouted hoarsely, Zhang Tianjia, listen up. I am Li Dowd, the vice president of Penguin Group. In a daze, the crowd on the ground vaguely heard a voice through the roar of the plane. That it was indistinct, reminiscent of a ragpicker. That a Jia sighed, gestured for everyone to step aside, and looked up at the sky. He tilted his head and strained his ears. Huh. Zhang Tianjia, I'm Li Dowd. I have matters to discuss with you. Huh. I'm Li Dowd with matters to discuss. Huh. A river, a boat. A Jia strained to hear. Could he make it out? Of course, Li Dowd was nearly shouting his lungs out. Everyone could hear him clearly. Yet Penguin was the primary rival of the twins. Moreover, a Jia himself held a poor opinion of this notoriously plagiaristic Penguin Group. Most importantly, Lu Di had stated that the creator would not accept any acquisition. Therefore, a Jia pretended to be hard of hearing. I'm Li Dowd, and I wish to invest in your company for mutual development. Ah, mutual rowing? Li Dowd was on the verge of spitting blood. Name your price. We can negotiate. Jia waved his hand and raised a glass of champagne from a distance. We can't talk. We're drinking. The students watched in astonishment. Was this a negotiation? Was this a joke? Ground-to-air negotiations. Conversations entirely reliant on shouting. Zhang General was still hard of hearing. They had never witnessed such an absurd negotiation, and the opposing side was the supergiant Penguin Group. It seemed that Zhang Tianjia had no intention of entertaining Li Dowd. Everyone secretly gasped in admiration. Ajah, the creator, truly impressive. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Only Lu Di wore a subtle smile, quietly observing everything. Cough, cough, cough. Li Dowd, having overexerted his voice, broke into a fierce coughing fit. Enough. Upon hearing this, Li Dowd's expression changed dramatically. The moment fell silent. No one dared to utter another word. Descend the plane to the edge of the rooftop. His deep voice, filled with authority, commanded the pilot. The pilot dared not hesitate. He maneuvered the aircraft, descending to find a safe landing zone, cautiously approaching the rooftop's edge. However, the rooftop was cluttered with debris, preventing the plane from getting too close. Ultimately, it hovered about 1 meter above the rooftop, approximately 1 meter from the edge. The crowd on the rooftop looked at the aircraft, puzzled. Was this a descent? Wasn't it a bit dangerous? Li Dowd leaned out halfway, gripping the cabin door tightly, and glanced outside. In an instant, his body jolted. Goodness! This distance seemed minimal, yet it was the rooftop of the 89th floor. The figures on the ground had become indistinct. A misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Not only he, but few would dare to step out recklessly. Li Dowd found himself in a dilemma once again. Step aside. The commanding voice behind him resonated once more. Following that, a middle-aged man in a black suit slowly emerged from the cabin. This man was strikingly handsome, with an aura of authority radiating from his brow. His expression was stern as he approached the cabin's edge, stepping out with confidence. This stride was as steady as Mount Tai. The height of the 89th floor felt like solid ground beneath him. He approached the center of the rooftop, his gaze sharp as he looked far toward Lu Di and the others. Everyone instantly shivered. Who was this? This was Tung Hualong. He had been sitting in the helicopter all along. His titles were numerous: president of Penguin Group, founder, the second richest person in Huaxia, ranked 103rd on Forbes' rich list. He was immensely powerful, so renowned that no introduction was necessary. He was a figure living in the news. Countless biographies and reports chronicled his life. Numerous legends of entrepreneurship made him an idol for nearly all internet entrepreneurs. He was the most frequently cited success model among training instructors, a mythical figure, rumored to be a time traveler from the future. He had dominion over half of the internet. He had come. Why was he here? To acquire the creator? That seemed unlikely. Given his stature, such actions were unnecessary. He was the very soul of the Penguin Group. The crowd was once again filled with doubt. Was the creator truly that formidable? Did they warrant the attention of a giant like Penguin Group and someone as esteemed as Tung Hualong? Sidu Zhou, an executive at Penguin Group, stood frozen like a statue, stunned. He knew that the group placed a great deal of importance on the twins, viewing them as their most significant threat in 3 years. Li Dowd's willingness to negotiate spoke volumes. He had indeed reported today's plans to the group. However, he never imagined that the president would personally attend. Even as an executive, he rarely encountered the president throughout the year. Tung Hualong was perceived as a deity not only by the public, but also by Penguin employees. This scene was almost unbelievable for Situ Zhou. Good morning, everyone. Tung Hualong stood with a calm demeanor, yet an aura of royalty enveloped the area, tightening the hearts of those present. He greeted them politely, though they were uncertain how to respond. Tung Hualong smiled slightly and called out, "Friends of the Creator, since I have come personally, please grant me some courtesy and step forth for a conversation." Everyone turned to Ajah. Ajah furrowed his brow, while he did not regard Penguin Group highly. The presence of this super tycoon Tung Hualong was unexpectedly oppressive. Ajah pursed his lips, took a step forward, but then Tung Hualong continued with a smile. Zhang Tianjia, a young talent, has managed to organize the creator with remarkable efficiency in a short time. I admire that. You are one of the most outstanding management talents I have encountered in recent years. However, today, I wish to meet another core figure of the creator, the true founder, the mastermind behind the scenes. Tung Hualong's voice rose, resonating with authority, stirring the hearts of those present. After speaking, he nodded at Ajah, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed at the crowd. An indescribable, intangible pressure emanated from him, instilling fear in those who faced him. Just as Ajah prepared to confront this formidable opponent, he suddenly hesitated, torn between stepping forward or holding back. Just then, a soft sigh was heard. A powerful hand rested on Ajah's shoulder. The esteemed Mr. Tung of Penguin Group truly lives up to his reputation. From within the crowd, a young man, previously overlooked, suddenly looked up. He chuckled. Junior Lu Di, greetings, Mr. Tung. Chapter 112. The pressure of the tycoon. The crowd was taken aback. They turned their heads again, their eyes wide with shock. The rapid succession of events left them bewildered. Their minds grew increasingly muddled. Lu Di lightly raised his head, a hint of a smile on his face. Adjusting his white shirt as he took slow steps forward, his figure gradually stood out among the throngs. Tung Hualong, having endured countless hardships and even life-and-death battles, now basked in glory, presiding over numerous enterprises and elite teams. Wealthy enough to rival nations. His gaze was deep as water, his presence as imposing as towering mountains, with depths unplumbed. It seemed that within a few meters of Tung Hualong, an invisible aura prevailed. Weaklings who approached would tremble inexplicably. Even from several meters away, people could sense that unassailable force. The air felt imbued with a faint chill. Some wished to move closer to the tycoon, but found themselves lacking the courage to take a step. Such was the presence of a king, a paragon of humanity. Yet Lu Di merely shrugged his shoulders and walked forward with an air of nonchalance. He faced the world with ease, unperturbed by the presence of a super tycoon. His smile remained unchanged in the face of calamity, an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. Lu Di's aura, compared to Tung Hualong, was far more gentle and ethereal. It lacked Tung Hualong's fierce and domineering kingly demeanor, but radiated an undeniable sense of defiance and casual flamboyance. The two presences were equally matched, one fierce and the other ethereal. As Lu Di stepped forward, Ajia gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. What supported Ajia was a sense of determination and a bond forged in adversity. Meanwhile, the other students stood frozen in place, filled with awe as they observed everything unfold. Lu Di and Ajia reached a space less than 2 meters from Tung Hualong. It was also not far from the hovering helicopter. The engine roared, and the massive rotor blades whipped up gusts of wind, making the three men's clothes flap wildly. On the rooftop of the 89th floor, framed against the azure sky, they overlooked the entire financial center of Haishur. The three men locked eyes for a full minute. It was a standoff between top-tier tycoons, charged with tension. This scene evoked an inexplicable solemnity and admiration. Observers from afar felt their own self-importance extinguished in an instant. In the presence of these few, discussing achievements and the future seemed utterly trivial. Mr. Tung, I am somewhat surprised by your personal visit. Lu Di smiled at Mr. Tung. You are so young and accomplished. It is indeed surprising. Tung Hualong nodded slightly. In the distance, a group of graduates suddenly caught a glimpse of a few characters that D-San. Did President Tung just mention D-San? D-San, isn't that the founder of the creator? Hush, listen closely. The graduates perked up their ears. You may call me Lu Di. Lu Di paused before continuing. Acquiring our small creator shouldn't warrant President Tung's personal involvement. Indeed, it shouldn't. Tung Hualong raised his head and declared. Not only should it not, but I haven't been involved in specific work for 3 years. However, it is well known that Tung Hualong hails from a technical background and still delights in research. With a knowing smile, Tung Hualong expressed his admiration. Not long ago, I was astonished by the emergence of Gemini, particularly its core algorithms. Before arriving, he pondered who could possibly compile such algorithms and possess such profound insights into human nature. A slight nod from Tung Hualong confirmed that today's encounter was indeed remarkable. Lu Di's eyes sparkled as he responded. So, you came today merely to observe me. Sort of. Tung Hualong laughed heartily. Though your creator is commendable, the acquisition is trivial for my corporation. Even if you continue to grow, it cannot shake my foundation. My group has dominated the Chinese internet for many years, deeply entrenched like a colossal ship that can easily crush a small boat in its path. Tung Hualong's words exuded dominance. With his stature, he naturally wouldn't regard a fledgling creator with any seriousness. His mindset was simply one of leisure, a curiosity to witness something novel. One cannot entirely blame him. As he has occupied the highest echelons for years, his pride far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. However, in Lu Di's eyes, this was nothing but disdain. He calmly stated, although my Gemini may be small, it is impossible for Penguin to acquire us. I would advise President Tung that while your massive ship is grand, turning it around is no simple task. A slight smile appeared on Lu Di's face as he added, one misstep could lead to eternal regret. Impossible to acquire? Eternal regret. Tung Hualong burst into laughter, shaking his head. My Penguin Empire has thrived for 22 years. We employ a total of 83,000 staff in communications, entertainment, finance, transportation, livelihood services, e-commerce, and various fields. We boast nearly 1,000 products. We are number one in dozens of sectors, With 890 million communication users and 530 million entertainment users, alongside 260 million other users, our 6 major business groups diversify our development. Our investments extend to hundreds of offline businesses. We are virtually omnipresent and omnipotent. How could a mere Gemini app pose a threat? Tung Hualong chuckled. To discuss my group's strength with a junior like you is somewhat amusing. To put it simply, one word encapsulates my group's current status. Monopoly. In contrast, your creator is fragile under my group's immense pressure. His impassioned speech resonated clearly even with the distant classmates, leaving them abashed. Indeed, the Penguin Group possessed such overwhelming might. They had long dominated the internet, with numerous businesses firmly at the top, unshakable. With a vast user base, any new field they ventured into was met with success. In recent years, bolstered by formidable capital, Penguin Group continuously invested in emerging sectors, securing a foothold in nearly every industry chain. Any nascent company that merely hinted at future trends would inevitably attract Penguin's interest. Whether through acquisition attempts or pressure tactics, even outright suppression, under such a powerful empire, competition struggled to survive. Tung Hualong's meaning was unmistakable. What significance does your small achievement in Gemini hold against me? It is inconsequential. Should you refuse my overtures, your fate will be obliteration. The crowd began to suspect that Lu Di might indeed be the mysterious founder of the creator. Their hearts received yet another heavy blow. Even Zhang Tianjia, who was flourishing, relied on Lu Di. No wonder Jia was eager to introduce Lu Di earlier. Lu Di is formidable, yet so understated, but the tides had shifted too swiftly. The creator had reached a critical juncture. Chapter 113. Declaring War on Penguin. You need not worry unnecessarily. A classmate suddenly whispered, "This is an enormous opportunity for the creator." The others turned to him, and he continued with a light chuckle. Jia and Lu Di have already achieved success. If they accept Penguin's acquisition, they will not only receive a substantial payout, but their company will also merge into the Penguin family, gaining support for a meteoric rise. Understanding dawned on the group. Another classmate remarked, "Who are Lu Di and Jia? Brilliant minds. They would never choose to confront Penguin. They will definitely sell the company and enjoy a carefree life with the proceeds." The group couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's so young, yet absolutely financially free." Once more, they turned their gaze to the distant clearing, where Lu Di stood resolute, smiling as he asked, "President Tung, what was it you said about countless companies?" Tung Hualong replied nonchalantly, "They have returned to the dust. They went bankrupt, not that." Lu Di's expression shifted. Tung Hualong furrowed his brow. "Are they declaring war on my Penguin?" Lu Di sighed slightly. The Penguin Group is indeed immensely powerful. A behemoth unshakable for years, but the past is merely the past. Even historical dynasties undergo constant renewal and iteration, let alone your small enterprise. Today, I, Lu Di, represent the creator, and I formally declare war on you, Penguin. At that moment, Lu Di's gaze sharpened. Did I hear incorrectly? Lu Di has declared war on Penguin. Is he being overly arrogant? What good can come from fighting them? The creator might face utter destruction. The classmates were momentarily incredulous, even doubting their own hearing. Jia also felt a shiver run down his spine, staring blankly at Lu Di. But mere seconds later, Jia's expression transformed, filled with fervor and unshakable trust in the figure before him. Jia was not one to concede defeat. Since Lu Di had made his decision, he would follow him into the depths of danger. Tung Hualong was taken aback. This young man possesses courage. Gradually, his expression softened, a smile appearing. Tung Hualong suddenly remarked, "Lu Di, you seem to have misunderstood. I did not come here to exert pressure or to coax you into submission. Of course, I am aware." Lu Di replied with a calm smile. "To oppose our small company hardly warrants President Tung's personal intervention. Your esteemed position suggests you merely wish to observe the spectacle, and you have never regarded me as a threat." "I am not targeting you today," Lu Di asserted proudly. "To be frank, since the inception of my creator, we have viewed your Penguin as our rival. This battle is inevitable." "Ha, very well. Just for this conviction. You are already remarkable. I shall thoroughly enjoy this performance." Tung Hualong exclaimed, turning to glance at Li Dao on the plane. That moment, Li Dao finally resolved himself and jumped from the aircraft. Lu Di coldly smiled, regarding those timid souls as inconsequential. Tung Hualong frowned at the panting Li Dao approaching, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Today, this vice president of the group was certainly lacking in stature. Lu Di continued, "President Tung, why don't we make a wager?" "Oh, Tung Hualong eyed Lu Di with keen interest. You and I declare war. Let us wager on the outcome. Lu Di suggested playfully, if your penguin group concedes first. I would appreciate it if you could register an account on my Gemini platform and publicly admit defeat. As for me, if I lose, that no need. Tung Hualong interrupted Lu Di with a boisterous laugh. A bit of youthful arrogance is no sin, but you need not pay for every act of bravado. Your defeat is inevitable, yet I shall not impose any burden upon you. Today, I, Tung Hualong, promise you, the day your creator falls, you may come to me, and I will allow you to call me master. From then on, you may follow me on your adventures. Lu Di hesitated for a moment. It was evident that Tung Hualong's visit was indeed a subtle pressure. Yet he skillfully concealed it. All confrontations were left for his subordinates to handle, while he maintained the demeanor of a senior figure. After defeating the creator, he could take Lu Di under his wing. Unfortunately, he was a tad too confident. Tung Hualong had overestimated himself, but the day he hoped for would never arrive. Then Lu Di solemnly declared, regarding the declaration of war, should I lose, I will relinquish the core code. Ha! Excellent. Tung Hualong replied, waving his sleeve as he turned towards the helicopter. He said nothing more, tacitly acknowledging the declaration of war. Since negotiations had failed, he would first deliver a heavy blow. In the end, the result would remain the same. The creator would undoubtedly submit. At this moment, Li Dao had approached, initially appearing bewildered, then glaring at Lu Di. Are you the mastermind behind the creator? Did you just declare war on our President Tung? Lu Di nodded slightly. You are truly arrogant and overestimating yourself. How dare you defy President Tung? You shall face dire consequences. As Li Dao spoke, he glanced anxiously at Tung Hualong, who had already reached the front of the plane. Tung Hualong remained calm and composed, effortlessly crossing the vast distance to board the aircraft. However, he hesitated for a moment, staring at the 1-meter gap, before finally boarding. With a slight sigh, Tung Hualong activated the plane, which roared to life and ascended into the sky, leaving behind a despondent Li Dao at this juncture. Sidu Zhou and Li Yueshio also approached Lu Di. Sidu Zhou, visibly excited, pointed a trembling finger at Lu Di. You are indeed the founder of the creator. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Lu Di smirked. I told you, just discuss matters regarding the creator with me. Sidu Zhou was at a loss for words after a long pause. Suddenly, he erupted. How dare you declare war on my group? Your arrogance has reached its peak. The repeated shocks were too overwhelming. Gazing at Lu Di, who smiled nonchalantly, Sidu Zhou found himself utterly unsure how to vent his pent-up frustration. He never anticipated that the founder he had been desperately seeking was this obscure young man. No wonder Lu Di had been so composed in the CAF that day. It now appeared that even Zhang Tianjia was merely his assistant. Li Yueshio frowned and shook her head. Lu Di, you are indeed the hidden owner of the creator. I must admit you possess talent. I had high hopes for you and intended to bring you and Yinner together again. But now, it seems you are courting disaster. Having just achieved some success, you have become complacent. It is wise for Yinner to distance herself from you. You truly cannot withstand scrutiny. Your meager assets against the Penguin Group. Prepare for ruin. At this moment, an infuriated Li Dao had returned, his face filled with frustration. The anger of being dismissed by the president was now directed squarely at Lu Di. Lu Di shrugged with a smile. The stairs are over there. Feel free to leave. After Sidu Zhou and Li Dao had left in disgrace, Lu Di and Jia stood at a distance, gazing into the horizon. Jia, are you not afraid? Declaring war on Penguin could lead to complete ruin. Lu Di said lightly. Jia scoffed, entirely unconcerned. But Penguin is definitely afraid. He shielded his eyes from the sun, looking at the helicopter belonging to Penguin Group. Otherwise, why would Tung Hualong come in person? Jia continued, unable to suppress his laughter. To be able to contend with a superpower like Tung Hualong is something I will cherish for life. Winning or losing does not matter. The thrill is what counts. I can boast about this forever. Lu Di shook his head helplessly, patting Jia on the shoulder. What does this mean? There will be even more thrilling experiences ahead. This is just the beginning. Who knows? Maybe one day you, Jia, will surpass Tung Hualong. What shall we do next? Jia asked. Rest. Lu Di contemplated for a moment, then declared to all employees, tomorrow will be a day of rest. We will discuss matters afterward. What? A day off? Are you sure? Jia scratched his head, feeling it resembled a Last Supper before heading to the gallows. That a Last Supper indeed, observing the two chatting merrily from a distance. A business management graduate blinked in disbelief, feeling somewhat bewildered. Everything that had transpired could not possibly have been a dream. Lu Di was undoubtedly the founder of the creator, the shadowy figure behind Zhang Tianjia, rumored to be the legendary Emperor III. Possessing immense wealth and multiple inventions, he was the true owner of the creator company. The aura surrounding Lu Di left others in awe, making them feel inferior. Yet, it was only moments ago that they truly awakened from their dreams. Lu Di could still engage with a superpower like Teng Hualong. The dialogue on the rooftop had been so daunting that no one dared to approach. They could only observe from afar. This was a stark disparity in social status, a realm that could intimidate just by its presence, an insurmountable chasm. A veil of darkness enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. Each person felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Such power was simply incomparable. Those who once sought to befriend him now abandoned the thought entirely. The atmosphere was one of melancholy. Having reached such heights, they found themselves in an entirely different world, one they could not comprehend. Naturally, when the crowd considered the impending confrontation between the Creator and Penguin, all they envisioned was the Creator's imminent downfall. There was no way Penguin could be defeated. However, this time, no one displayed derision. Instead, they regarded Lu Di with a newfound respect. His vision and ambition had won their admiration. Even if Lu Di were to fail again, none would dare to belittle him. This time, an unspoken understanding emerged among the crowd, and no one discussed Lu Di's identity as Emperor III, nor did anyone flatter him. They simply approached Lu Di and Ajiao to greet them before quietly departing. Ajiao left midway to arrange for the day off downstairs as the sun set. Both men felt an immense calmness within. Yet online, a storm was brewing. In just a few hours, headlines across media outlets exploded. Emerging company creator declares war on internet giant. Leaders of two companies face off on rooftop, igniting fierce conflict. Renowned economists analyze. Creator has no chance of victory. Rising business star Gemini faces a formidable opponent. Obliteration is inevitable. Online poll. In the battle between Penguin and Gemini, which side do you support? Following the 3Q war, another digital battle erupts. Can anyone dethrone Penguin's dominance? Among these news articles, without exception, a photograph was featured. On the rooftop of the Ronting building, three figures faced each other in the wind, with the shimmering Gemini sign glimmering behind them. However, the photograph was taken from a considerable distance, capturing only vague silhouettes, leaving the identities of the three obscured. The personal histories of Ajiao and Teng Hualong were once again unearthed, garnering significant support from fans. Yet even combined, their followers paled in comparison to the mysterious Emperor III. The silhouette of Emperor III remained a black shadow. Surprisingly, even among the classmates who knew Lu Di's identity, silence prevailed. No one leaked information due to a profound respect for Lu Di. The comment section below the news articles surged at an astonishing rate. They divided into two camps: seasoned entrepreneurs, well aware of Penguin's might, rallied towards Penguin, asserting that no one could challenge such a behemoth. Conversely, there was a large faction of scattered netizens who supported Gemini, hoping this innovative software could vanquish Penguin, shattering the internet monopoly and allowing new products to emerge. These topics quickly became the hottest discussions online, maintaining their fervor. What a riveting showdown. Watching the news flooding his phone, Ajiao wondered aloud. Who took that photograph? I don't remember seeing any cameras around here. Lu Di chuckled. I did. As the next chapter unfolds, Lu Di received a message from Gemini. Hi Dina. Mr. Lu, do you have time tonight? After shutting off his phone, Lu Di stood and patted Ajia's shoulder. Tomorrow, rest well and enjoy a lazy morning. Ajiao, still somewhat helpless, asked, Where are you off to? A date. Lu Di replied, turning to leave. At the Misa nightclub, one of the most luxurious nightclubs in the city, equipped with independent KTV rooms and an expansive dance floor, countless affluent individuals indulged in revelry. It was now 7 p.m. The hour when crowds began to gather in a VIP room on the second floor. Haidina gazed through the glass at the dance floor below, where numerous slender, scantily clad women swayed their hips under the alluring lights. Mingled with a hint of intoxicating alcohol, she needed to refocus. Serious matters were at hand. As the club's doors opened, 2 rows of waitstaff bowed in unison. Lu Di, dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans, despite their modest price, appeared refreshingly elegant due to his looks. The exquisite young man drew the attention of many alluring women in the dance floor, their hearts racing. They would surely find a way to share a drink with him later. Lu Di ignored the commotion, his focus solely on the second-floor booth. There, Haidina, with her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings, gracefully shifted her position. Lu Di smiled inwardly. Even in a gathering of beauties, this woman outshone them all. Alas, Haidina, on the second floor, also noticed Lu Di being warmly welcomed by the waitstaff. She smirked slightly. Wow, what a reception. Looks like Mr. Lu is no stranger to this place. Ascending to the second floor, Lu Di pushed open the booth door. The spacious room was dimly lit, with only Haidina present, that a few candles flickered on the table, and the scent of her Van Cleef Arpels perfume filled the air. Lu Di, I sense you are in crisis. And it seems I cannot resolve it. The voice of the devilish boy suddenly echoed. Lu Di instinctively glanced around. He chuckled to himself, noting the fragrance emanating from the woman, infused with active aromas designed to entice the opposite sex. You might be stepping into a romantic trap, he mused, with a hint of exasperation. Lu Di replied, Are you merely 8 years old? This is adult business. Stay out of it. All right then, let the mischief subside. Lu Di calmly seated himself and smiled at Haidina, remarking on how well-prepared Miss Tina seemed today, as though she had undertaken some formidable tasks. Haidina initially appeared taken aback, then straightened her posture and replied, With you, Mr. Lu, personally gracing us with your presence, I certainly had to prepare diligently. Today, she wore a low-cut cocktail dress, the neckline barely reaching her shoulders, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her shoulder. It must be said. Her prominent curves alone could awaken the most primal desires in men. Not to mention her azure eyes and exquisitely crafted visage that could easily score a perfect 99. Mr. Lu, let me get straight to the point. Haidina tilted her shoulders slightly and looked at Lu Di. You certainly are bold. After just one day apart, you've declared war on the Penguin Group. Observing Haidina's somewhat clumsy attempts at seduction, Lu Di let out a soft chuckle. Haidina paused, then continued, However, given your declaration against Penguin, it seems that all the investment banks in the industry will likely keep their distance from you. Haidina adjusted her long hair, playfully adding, But I pride myself on my discerning eye. In these trying times, I am quite willing to discuss investment opportunities with you. Haha, that sounds agreeable, Lu Di replied with a faint smile, crossing his legs. You will mobilize a portfolio of 500 billion for my company, and in return, I shall offer you a 10 stake. 500 billion, 10, a valuation of 500 billion. Haidina was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. There are hardly a few such valuations in all of Huaxia. Mr. Lu, do not jest. This hardly resembles a plea for assistance. Lu Di merely smiled again, lighting a cigarette that as the blue smoke curled around him, his purple pupils flickered mysteriously. Haidina stared, momentarily entranced by Lu Di's beguiling visage, which bore an inexplicable charm. That I am not begging you. I am simply informing you. Lu Di exhaled a ring of smoke. That in light of your trust in me, I am offering you an opportunity for double returns. After a brief pause, he added, Oh, and the funds will not be for the creator, but for my other investment company. Witness, Mr. Lu, do not tease me. Double returns? Haidina was evidently skeptical. The creator is currently embroiled in a battle with Penguin. How can you possibly manage an investment company as well? Haidina couldn't suppress a giggle. Mr. Lu, isn't this a bit far-fetched? Your core business isn't even stable yet, and you're already contemplating strategic layouts? Isn't that a tad premature? Furthermore, running an investment company requires timely entrepreneurial insights, keen observational skills, and ideally cross-industry operational experience. Forgive my candor, but you seem to lack all of these. Suddenly, Haidina's phone buzzed with notifications. Lu Di remained silent, gesturing for her to check. Puzzled, she pulled out her phone and found a document Lu Di had sent. Upon opening it, she discovered an analysis report from a recent financing roadshow held by the Haisher Financing Association, featuring 10-star startups meticulously selected for their exceptional business models, teams, and market potential. Lu Di's report provided a thorough analysis, revealing that half of these models had significant flaws, leading to their immediate dismissal. Of the remaining 5, 2 were mediocre, while 3 were worthy of investment, including one poised to become a unicorn with a future market value reaching billions. As she absorbed the information, Haidina's brow furrowed in disbelief. The analysis contradicted industry forecasts, and one of the poorly rated companies was a key project for her firm this year. The more she read, the more astonished she became. Fresh food vending machines. This model is suitable only for first-tier cities. Second- and third-tier cities will require at least 3 years of cultivation for acceptance and cannot expand rapidly. Genetic cancer risk monitoring. This so-called core technology was already developed 3 years ago in American countries and failed to profit due to its low accuracy. Capsule fitness pods. This company significantly misrepresented operational costs, with a negative profit margin. It's merely burning cash to create illusions for investors. Black Box Virtual KTV. This project possesses innovative intentions. Profound technological barriers, meets the hidden needs of young consumers, and is about to receive support from a major platform, making it the most promising project. Hydina stared blankly at the report for 10 minutes. Each argument unassailable. Every prediction for the future was grounded in profound industry knowledge and trend analysis, none of which could be easily dismissed. The information was utterly revolutionary, sending a chill down her spine. The very company she intended to invest in was fabricating data. How had she missed this? And the unicorn-esque promising future was so glaringly evident. How could she have overlooked it? Eventually, Hydina raised her head in astonishment and asked Lu Di, "How do you know all of this?" "Isn't this what you refer to as keen observational skills and insight?" Lu Di replied while tilting his head towards the glass window. "Look at that woman in the black skirt." Hydina instinctively turned her gaze that in a corner of the bar, a beautiful woman in a black skirt was sipping a cocktail alone. Starting now, she will leave with the third man who approaches her. And they will spend the night together, Lu Di stated nonchalantly. Hydina furrowed her brow in confusion. And that little girl, selling roses? The security won't chase her away, and that chubby fellow will buy all her roses in 5 minutes. Lu Di continued, and that beverage server. His sales success rate will be the highest in the venue today. Hydina looked skeptically at the waiter donning white gloves. Lu Di smiled gently, just wait quietly. Hydina blinked, half convinced as she watched the scene unfold. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, the waiter successfully sold a number of expensive wines, racking up sales exceeding 10,000. A chubby man suddenly waved at the little girl, pulling out a thick wad of cash to buy all the roses she had hidden in her clothing. Meanwhile, the woman in the short skirt was engaged in a lively chat with the third man who approached her. And before long, they were arm in arm, leaving together. After witnessing all this, Hydina turned to Lu Di, her expression a mix of disbelief and awe. "How did you know all this?" "I know everything." Lu Di leaned back in his chair, smiling. The woman in the short skirt entered looking dejected, likely troubled in her romantic life. Upon entering, she kept an eye on the single men, seemingly seeking a one-night stand to alleviate her distress. Yet she struggled internally, gripping her skirt tightly with her left hand. Interestingly, each time someone approached her, her grip would loosen slightly, indicating her psychological defenses were wavering that I deduced from the pressure of her fingers that after 3 more approaches, her left hand would completely relax, signaling her readiness to cast aside her reservations. Lu Di shook his head, sighing, "Poor girl." Hydina was utterly astonished. Lu Di smirked. The little girl selling roses must be a regular here. And the security guard is kind-hearted, always watching out for her. From that gaudy gold watch, the man buying flowers is a nouveau riche trying to impress the girl in front of him. For some reason, as Hydina observed Lu Di, calm and wise in his analytical prowess, she felt a momentary daze. This man always exuded an aura of control over everything. And what about the beverage server? Hydina's gaze seemed to soften, looking at Lu Di as if he were an idol, and she murmured, "What about him?" "Oh, you know how it is. Men tend to be generous in the presence of the women they admire." Gazing at Lu Di's handsome visage, Hydina felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Resting her chin on her hands, she asked, "Mr. Lu, do you have someone you love?" Cough. Lu Di choked on his smoke. "Wait, what am I saying?" Flustered, he replied, "Mr. Lu, your observational skills are simply astounding. Your commercial analysis abilities are unparalleled. You are truly suited to be an investor." Chapter 117. "You don't understand, I have never encountered anyone quite like you. Your observational prowess rivals that of a magnifying glass. Your analytical skills are akin to a computer. If you were to apply your attention to observing entrepreneurs and projects, you would never misjudge." Hydina's words tumbled out in a flurry, somewhat incoherent. Lu Di felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Something felt amiss. Lu Di donned a smile and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, Miss Tina is likely to have an evening rendezvous with a certain enchanting lady." Hydina's expression stiffened. "How do you know?" She inquired, "That I caught a whiff of your bag, which still contains a bottle of Lynx perfume, specifically designed to allure women." Lu Di replied with a sly grin. "I suspect it is meant to mask the scent of your Chanel No. 5 after you leave here." Hydina's heart raced. Lu Di indeed knew everything. She was indeed scheduled to meet her girlfriend that evening. And the perfume was indeed intended for later use. The next moment, Hydina forced a dry laugh. "Mr. Lu, please don't jest. What would a woman like me need to attract other women for?" Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Hydina felt as though salvation had arrived and hurriedly opened it. However, the figure outside startled her. It was an imposing man, towering over 2 meters, clad in a suit adorned with a fox fur collar. She felt an uncanny familiarity with him. Suddenly, Haitina's pupils constricted. Having worked in the venture capital industry for many years, she had encountered her fair share of individuals from both light and dark circles. This man was none other than the notorious underground kingpin of Haishur, the Black Fox. With a hint of trepidation, Haitina stammered, "What brings you here?" The Black Fox smiled faintly at Haitina and turned to stride into the room. Approaching Lu Di, he bowed deeply. "Sir, you arrive without a word?" Haitina was taken aback. The kingpin of Haishur was bowing to Mr. Lu? What was going on? Lu Di chuckled. "I am merely discussing matters with a friend. There's no need for such fuss." That moment, a graceful figure entered the private room. Dressed in a black cheongsam, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she possessed a curvaceous figure. Yet, her stunning visage was marred by a frosty demeanor. For she not only spotted Mr. D, but also the alluring mixed-race woman. The two were sharing the same space. Nan Ruoi remained silent, her graceful form advancing. As she approached Lu Di, she forcefully shoved aside the robust Black Fox, who nearly stumbled in shock. The Black Fox, bewildered, wondered why his boss had seemed so jubilant upon hearing of Mr. D's arrival, only to suddenly erupt in anger. Coincidentally, Haitina's meeting with Lu Di was taking place in the very building where Lu Di had once subdued over 100 thugs. Completely dominating the Black Fox gang on the 5th floor, upon Lu Di's arrival, he had been recognized by the gang members, who not only welcomed him at the entrance but also promptly informed the Black Fox of his presence. At this moment, Nan Ruoi disregarded the facade of the Black Fox's identity. Her expression darkened as she brazenly pushed past the faux Black Fox. However, upon catching sight of Lu Di, her imposing demeanor inexplicably wilted. She bit her lip gently and said, "Sir, you mentioned guiding our group towards future development. Ruoi has waited for you for 5 whole days without a single visit." As she spoke, her tone bore an unmistakable hint of profound grievance. Lu Di felt a headache brewing. How could he miss the shifts in Nan Ruoi's emotions? "I have been preoccupied with other matters lately, that I will make time to see you," Lu Di replied, tilting his head to glance at the reticent Nan Ruoi. She appeared reluctant. The implication was clear. Today, she would not have his time. Ultimately, she bit her lip, nodded, and prepared to withdraw. "Ruoi," Lu Di called softly. "You must trust me." Nan Ruoi paused, then nodded emphatically. Mr. Lu was the one she trusted most in her life. Lu Di smiled faintly. The Black Fox and his entourage discreetly withdrew. Only then did Haitina blink in realization. That was indeed the Black Fox. But who was that striking woman? Why did it seem she harbored special feelings for Mr. Lu? Haitina, caught in a daze, queried Lu Di. "Who was that just now?" Lu Di shrugged. "That should be what you refer to as cross-industry operational experience, I presume?" Haitina suddenly recalled the beautiful woman's remarks about waiting for Lu Di to guide the group's development. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed to hold a higher status than even the Black Fox. Could it be that the group referred to the entire underground world? Haitina was momentarily lost in thought. The leap across industries was indeed bewildering. Unbidden, a twinge of jealousy surged within her. Mr. Lu was such an extraordinary man, that a programming prodigy, a creator and founder, and potentially a stellar investor in the future. How could that woman even compare? No, it was unacceptable. Haitina abruptly shifted her tone. "Mr. Lu, I believe your witness holds immense potential. We must discuss this in detail." With that, she settled beside Lu Di. Lu Di felt a twinge of awkwardness, rubbing the back of his head. He remarked, "My witness not only seeks your financial support, but also desires your companionship. Mr. Lu, you are quite the rogue." Haitina playfully punched Lu Di's shoulder. "We must converse through the night. Let us order a few drinks." My intention was, before Lu Di could clarify, Haitina summoned a server. Subsequently, she steered the conversation away from serious matters, indulging in frivolities. She poured drink after drink. 20 minutes later, Haitina's face was flushed, her eyes glazed with intoxication. "Mr. Lu, I have never encountered such a commanding man as you. It feels as though you could conquer anything. You know, I have never been fond of men, for that I believe no one can dominate me. But you are different. You are calm, wise, and inherently superior, that I find myself wanting to submit to you." As Haitina spoke, her expression became irresistibly alluring. Her ample curves pressed against Lu Di's shoulder. Even someone as composed as Lu Di felt a ripple of emotion within. Suddenly, Haitina, who had been drunkenly rambling, collapsed, utterly overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, and fell into a deep slumber. Lu Di couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. With a soft sigh, he hoisted Haitina onto his shoulder and made his way to the 5th floor of the venue. Seeking a member of the Black Fox gang. Find me a vacant room, Lou D requested. It needs to be quiet. The gang member blinked in surprise at Lou D, then at the mixed-race beauty slumped over his shoulder, breaking into a mischievous grin. Boss, I understand. Don't worry. Lou D shot him a glare. You do not understand. Of course, I don't understand. He chuckled nervously. 5 minutes later, Lou D sat on the sofa, watching the dazed woman on the bed struggling to undress herself. He shook his head with a wry smile at Mr. Lou, you've come that we could be together. Haitina, clearly beyond intoxication, was babbling incoherently. Lou D, feeling helpless, mused, is it that my charm can even straighten the bit? Later, Lou D rose, poured a glass of water for Haitina, and left a note before turning to exit. Chapter 118. Measures of the Penguin Group the following morning, in the conference room on the top floor of the Penguin Group. Tung Hualong, the chairman who had not attended any company meetings in the past 2 years, was present in person. Along the sides of the elongated conference table sat numerous high-ranking executives and core technical personnel of the Penguin Group. Tung Hualong frowned as he gazed at the headlines on his phone regarding the creator's declaration of war, that he sighed lightly and then chuckled softly. The battle had not yet commenced, yet Lou D had managed to ride the wave of publicity. This young man possessed a clever mind. Tung Hualong tapped his fingers on the table, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. What progress have you made on the countermeasures? He pondered aloud. The executives instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. This was the first time in 2 years that Tung had posed a question to them all. Li Dowd straightened his posture, his eyes slightly bloodshot from a night spent formulating plans. Chairman, we have devised an initial plan. First and foremost, we will block all mentions of the creator and twins across all products under our group. This includes comments, discussions, shares, advertisements. Everything is prohibited. This will at least curtail their information dissemination by 40 to 50. Tung Hualong nodded slightly, offering no further comment. Of course, this was merely the foundation. Li Dowd quickly added, as the creator is a nascent startup, it undoubtedly has investment backing. Our group has connections with nearly all venture capital firms, and I have dispatched someone to investigate. Once we ascertain the source, we will demand they withdraw their investments. This will strike at their very foundation. Once we identify the root, we will remove their servers, causing their data to scatter. Simultaneously, I have informed all app download stores under our control, as well as our strategic partners, to completely conceal the twins, ensuring they plummet in operational rankings or even face delisting. As Li Dowd spoke, a smirk crept upon his lips. Upon hearing this, Tung Hualong furrowed his brow slightly, showing some discontent. However, he did not intervene. Though these methods were somewhat unsavory, they operated within the capabilities of Penguin, rendering them not illegal. Tung Hualong spoke in a low tone. Aside from these measures, what strategies do we have regarding our products? Li Dowd smiled in a flattering manner that we have completely mastered their core algorithms. Tomorrow, our computer and mobile software will simultaneously update with a new feature called Soul Partners. It will offer the same interest matching and social networking as they do, with our vast user base. The twins will soon find themselves without a place to survive. Tung Hualong narrowed his eyes. You are certain that you have fully grasped the core algorithms of the twins? Li Dowd smiled awkwardly, saying, Tung, time is tight. Compared to them, we may still fall short. However, we will make real-time corrections and adjustments. Rest assured, defeating them is merely a matter of time. Tung Hualong nodded solemnly. Then, with piercing eyes, he declared, Li Dowd, Situ Zhou, I entrust you too with the task of confronting the creator. Victory comes with rewards, but should you fail, you shall resign on the spot. The two trembled, feeling the immense pressure. This is the bottom line. You must not cross that threshold. After finishing, Tung Hualong rose and, as he reached the door, turned his back and said, I await your triumphant news. Once Chairman Tung left, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately relaxed. As if a tremendous weight had been lifted, that Li Dowd and Situ Zhou broke into a sweat. After 3 minutes of dazed silence, Li Dowd seized a nearby technical director and asked, Is the soulmate feature ready? The director hesitated. We're still debugging. Li Dowd exclaimed, I'm giving you 24 hours to be why this time tomorrow. The new feature must be launched. Today, no programmer is allowed to leave the company. We will work through the night. Meanwhile, in a CAF, engineer Juan Liangji of Gemini Network was sipping coffee with a few colleagues, scrolling through their phones. They had nowhere else to go, despite the CAF's soothing music and pleasant air conditioning. The atmosphere among them felt stifling. They observed their social media feeds, where previously shared company information had all turned into link expired. Attempting to type Gemini software into the chat box yielded nothing but a glaring red exclamation mark. Moreover, the term Gemini had become a forbidden word across various platforms owned by Penguin. Juan Liangji sighed, "Brothers, our product has been blacklisted by Penguin." The other programmers understood, echoing their dismay. Penguin is so powerful. It seems impossible to compete against them. How can we proceed? Doesn't anyone find it strange? Juan Liangji pressed on. Yesterday, Zhang suddenly announced a day off, but that doesn't add up. Why wouldn't Zhang accept Penguin's acquisition? If we were acquired, not only would we receive a significant sum of money, but we would also become part of the Penguin family, fulfilling my dream of joining one of the big three. Acquisition? We at Gemini are competitors to Penguin. If acquired, we would face euthanasia. Can you bear that? Juan Liangji furrowed his brow. Have you forgotten why we joined this company in the first place? The others' eyes lit up as they chimed in. Because of the programming genius, Emperor San. Exactly, Juan Liangji affirmed. We still have Emperor San. As engineers, surely you recognize the unparalleled brilliance of our algorithms. How does Penguin's code compare to ours? They all responded in unison, inferior. However, one programmer, looking lost, questioned, "But where is Emperor San? I haven't seen him since joining the company." He hesitated. "Even if our algorithms are extraordinary, what about Penguin's strength?" He trailed off, leaving an air of gloom hanging over them. Juan Liangji sighed heavily, hoping for another miracle. On the 5th floor of the Misa Conference Center, Haidina groggily awoke. Squinting at the glaring sunlight outside, she surveyed her surroundings. A soft, large bed that only... She gasped, clutching her chest. What happened? Did I lose my virtue? My head hurts. She checked her attire. Everything was intact. Impossible. Not all men are scoundrels. After examining her undergarments and finding them unscathed, she inspected the sheets. No signs of anything untoward. Could there be such an honorable man? She suddenly remembered. Wait. Who? I was with Manager Liu from the creator company yesterday. Why did I embellish him with so many adjectives? Did he not sleep with me, damn? What's wrong with me? I like women. Yet a pang of disappointment struck her. She slowly sat up and noticed a glass of water and a note on the coffee table. Sipping the water, she picked up the note, noting the flamboyant handwriting. Miss Haidina, when I said I wanted you, I meant I wish to invite you to co-manage Witness. That if you believe I am trustworthy, the first step of the plan is to invest in these 3 startups. Black Box Virtual KTV app. Magic Face Emoji app. The note concluded with a vividly drawn blue irises flower. Her favorite. How presumptuous. Haidina frowned at the message that I am the investment director at Fubo Capital, the leading investment bank in China. I am a dignified investment queen. What business do I have with a mere man? Witness. Do you have an office address? Do you have banking support? She scoffed, carefully folding the note, allowing a genuine smile to emerge. Then she picked up the phone. Hello, it's me. Please help me contact the founders of these companies. Black Box Virtual KTV app. Magic Face Emoji, app.in the laboratory. Hundreds of workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Operating at peak efficiency under the direction of Mo Tong. Tasks flowed seamlessly from one to another, with hardly a moment's pause. Lu Di stood in the center, observing the ongoing transformations in the space according to his designs. Halfway through the progress, the workers were astonished. How can anyone live in a place like this, transform such a vast area into a residence? How bizarre! The large machinery and advanced technology being delivered outside only added to their incredulity. Are they constructing a production line? Is the owner going to sleep with the production line? Odd. They glanced at the handsome young man in white, having signed confidentiality agreements, and dared not inquire further. Their imaginations wandered to stormy nights and the creation of scientific monstrosities in secluded laboratories. Suddenly, a massive machine got stuck at the door, unable to move. That a 17-year-old boy with one arm approached slowly, effortlessly lifting one corner of the several-ton machine. The workers were left in shock. Xiao Xia, keep a low profile. Yes, brother. Their gazes lingered on his empty sleeve, and he pondered, once the production line is complete, I will study some mechanics, then I will gift you something. Thank you, brother, but I have no need for gifts. Xiao Xia hesitated. I only wish to find my enemies and avenge my siblings. Lu Di looked at Xiao Xia with pity. Nodding slightly, don't worry, brother will take care of it. That a small dog stealthily approached Lu Di, wearing a helmet resembling a motorcycle's headgear. Lu Di chuckled softly, picking up the helmet. Ding Anrin, 2020.4.3 Human Consciousness Linker, failed. This student truly has potential. Can human consciousness be linked? Lu Di felt skeptical. From a theoretical standpoint, it is plausible, especially when people's consciousness is unguarded. This little device has great potential. I will study it further. All right. Lu Di tilted his head slightly, and with a thought, surveillance footage filled his vision that IT depicted a standalone villa surrounded by a garden that a beautiful young woman with her shoulder in a bandage was carefully watering the flowers. Humming a tune. She was Yin Yuan, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, an international assassin known as Phantom. Lu Di had been observing her for days. After her failed assassination of Heishan, her husband, Ouyang Fengyu, was disgraced and reduced to a state of dementia by Lu Di's punch. Yet, she seemed to live as if nothing had happened, continuing her daily life and recovery without any contact with others or further actions. Her lack of online presence raised Lu Di's suspicions. The scene shifted to another view, where Ouyang Fengyu was locked in a bedroom of the villa, showing almost no injuries, that he sat by the window, watching Yin Yuan with a foolish smile. Though he was implicated in embezzlement and attempted murder, the elder Yin did not press charges, and he had not been imprisoned. Once suave and in a high position at the Yingji group, Ouyang Fengyu had now fallen to such a state. While deserving of his fate, the contrast was stark. Did Yin Yuan truly not care about her husband's predicament? This hardly resembled the behavior of a couple. Lu Di shook his head slightly. When the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, we will cover it. He then pulled out his phone and called Ajia to Ajia. How's the rest going? Rest? I can't sit still. You have no idea how we are perceived online. The reviews from professional agencies are overwhelmingly negative. They believe we stand no chance. Moreover, your sudden decision to grant the employees a holiday has left me feeling anxious. I fear that morale may wane. Lu Di smiled gently, acknowledging my concern. Indeed, it is only in moments of desperation that one can unleash their most formidable strength. Ajia, please ensure the announcement is made. Tomorrow morning, the company will convene a collective meeting. I will attend personally. Ajia's face lit up with excitement. Really? Of course, but let us refrain from mentioning my name. That MY title is simple. I am the Emperor 3. Chapter 120. Do not forget the following morning. The network engineers who arrived punctually at Creator Company were taken aback to find that several social products under the Penguin brand had been simultaneously updated. A new feature titled Finding Strangers with Shared Interests had launched, marking Penguin's significant annual upgrade. The Soulmate. The employees of Gemini were immediately engulfed in gloom that IT was over. Penguin's rapid pace had resulted in the release of a similar feature, and it was built upon their existing social software. They already boasted more users than we did. With such comparable functionalities, how could we hope to prevail? Before the engineers at Creator Company could analyze this Soulmate feature, the announcement for the meeting echoed through the building. 10 minutes later, 400 employees gathered in the conference room, some seated, some standing, the room brimming with people. Yet a heavy silence prevailed, as if a mountain loomed overhead. What troubled everyone most was the screen on stage, displaying a set of comparative data, a juxtaposition of Gemini and Penguin social software. The statistics on downloads, registrations, and user activity were being updated in real time. Penguin's total users reached 900 million, while Gemini barely surpassed 800 million just 10 minutes ago. Following the update of the Soulmate feature, Penguin's activity surged significantly. It was only 9 a.m., a time when users should be busy. Yet Penguin's active users had already soared to 400 million and continued to rise. It was evident that they flocked to Penguin's new feature. At this rate, would Gemini not face a dismal fate? Ahem, with a light cough, Ajia, dressed in a crisp suit, slowly ascended the stage. That Mr. Zhang has arrived. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days ago, our company made a momentous decision. Ajia surveyed the room, his voice deep and resonant. We have declared war on the Penguin Group. Undoubtedly, this is a pivotal moment for our company. Thus, in order to confront and triumph in this highly anticipated battle, I have invited our company's true behind-the-scenes founder, the creator of Gemini's core code. The Emperor 3, as Ajia spoke, he gestured toward the audience. Emperor 3. This name has ignited the entire internet, revered by countless network engineers as a supreme genius, yet his true identity as a dual talent in programming and business remains unknown. Is he here? All eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to see a young man dressed in a white shirt and jeans, his slightly long hair obscuring his right eye. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, adorned with a calm smile as he observed the crowd with hands clasped behind his back. His appearance, though, was rather unexpected for the Gemini employees. In their minds, should he not resemble a slightly overweight figure wearing bottle-bottom glasses and with greasy, thinning hair? After all, top-tier programmers were often stereotyped that way. Yet the Emperor 3 before them was strikingly handsome, akin to a top celebrity. Furthermore, Beneath his white shirt, his physique was remarkably well-defined, and the rolled-up sleeves hinted at bulging biceps. Such a physique could only be described as that of a fitness god. They had never encountered a programmer like him before, a fusion of a heartthrob and a genius. Many female colleagues felt their hearts flutter, momentarily forgetting the impending battle against Penguin, lost in daydreams about whether the Emperor 3 would remain at the company, contemplating how to bring him coffee. Perhaps it might blossom into an office romance. Some recognized him as Mr. Zhang's classmate, the one who had been the center of attention at a recent reunion. The Gemini employees stared at Lu Di, suddenly connecting the dots between the figure before them and the renowned image of the Emperor 3 from the news. Indeed, it was him, the legendary Emperor 3. Clap the clap the clap. One person was the first to react, initiating applause that gradually crescendoed into a thunderous ovation. Lu Di smiled softly, stepping onto the stage. Upon his arrival, the applause abruptly ceased. 400 pairs of expectant eyes were fixed upon him. He turned to gaze at the screen behind him, his attention lingering on Penguin's activity statistics. The numbers continued to fluctuate. 420 million. 430 million. Indeed, the Penguin Group was formidable. At this rate, it would not be long before they achieved total user activity. Remarkable. Lu Di spoke slowly, and the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Just moments ago, the harsh reality had resurfaced. What did the Emperor 3's words imply? Were we afraid? Did the terrifying data suggest that Penguin was unbeatable? If even the Emperor 3 felt intimidated, what motivation did we have to fight? It was undeniable that Penguin was strong. Its decade-long foundation was no mere illusion. Overcoming it would be a monumental challenge. The crowd remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with uncertainty. Yet Lu Di casually stepped to the right, revealing a portion of data he had previously concealed. This was Gemini's data. Downloaded users. 780 million active users. 190 million. I believe that being part of Creator Company means that everyone present in this conference room is indeed exceptional. The cream of the crop. However, everyone here has made a grave error. Lu Di's lips curled into a smile, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the crowd. You have forgotten just how remarkable you truly are. Suddenly, a thunderous realization struck everyone. I, once the network technology director of a listed company. I, a doctoral graduate from the Department of Network Engineering at South China University of Technology. I, who created the alumni network that became a sensation at my university. I, with unique ideas and a distinctive design aesthetic that stood out among all. I, who worked tirelessly to rise from an intern at a small company to the position of HR supervisor. Yes, I am indeed formidable. Just a month ago, I felt lost, yearning for a larger stage to showcase my abilities, seeking more challenging endeavors to validate myself, and desiring exposure to advanced technology for personal growth. Suddenly, I received an email, an invitation from Creator Company that IT was merely an obscure company, yet its future plans ignited my passion. Its vast potential filled me with awe. In that moment, I felt exhilarated, believing that receiving such an invitation was an immense stroke of luck. I thought working at such a company was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why, then, do I now doubt myself? Doubt Creator Company? Indeed, as the Emperor 3 stated, I almost forgot that I am indeed strong. Perhaps the strongest. Chapter 121, a question. The crowd shifted their gazes towards the previously overlooked data of the Gemini app. 800 million users. Our Gemini has only been online for less than a month. In just 1 month, it transformed from obscurity to global recognition. 800 million users. This is undoubtedly a pinnacle achievement in the history of the internet. With a population of 1.6 billion in China, half are using our app. In today's internet landscape, achieving 100 million users for an app is already a remarkable feat. Yet, in just 1 month, Gemini has connected with 800 million users and influenced thousands of industries. This is nothing short of astounding growth, an undeniable force in the digital realm. Who could replicate this? A wave of inexplicable pride surged within the crowd. Although the core code of Gemini was crafted by the genius Emperor 3, all the daily maintenance, design enhancements, optimization adjustments, complaint handling, and the foundational establishment of the company were accomplished through their tireless efforts day and night. Why had they forgotten all these achievements when it came to declaring war on Penguin? These were indelible truths, observing the expressions on everyone's faces, shifting from confusion to determination. Lu Di smiled with relief. Battling Penguin would be an exciting endeavor. This statement came out of nowhere, drawing everyone's attention once more. Those present at Creator Company are proof that you will never resign yourselves to mediocrity. People often look up to the strong, envy them, and aspire to stand alongside them one day. Yet, true achievers do not think this way. Their thoughts should revolve around surpassing the strong, defeating them, or even crushing them. What of Penguin? Though formidable, there exists no invincible adversary. Even when faced with an insurmountable opponent, one must not lament before exerting every ounce of effort. Lu Di's words were deliberate, infused with an unwavering strength. The dim ember in everyone's hearts was rekindled with fervor. They silently clenched their fists. Indeed, as the Emperor III proclaimed, we have yet to exert our efforts. Our strength has yet to be revealed. Everything is merely beginning. Lu Di stood proudly, his gaze sweeping across each employee's face. Now, the entire nation, even the world, is aware that Creator Company has declared war on Penguin. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that in the eyes of outsiders, the creators deemed unlikely to succeed have already stood on the same stage as the titans of the internet, swords drawn. Regardless of external opinions, I ask, in all of China, how many companies can be compared to the Penguin Group? I, the creator, am one of them. With this singular step, I have already risen above the rest. I further inquire, who else stands in opposition to the founder of Penguin, engaging in open commercial warfare against such a colossal enterprise? Who does not admire the audacity of my creation? Upon hearing these words, a chill surged from the ground up, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The two inquiries from Emperor San exuded such dominance. The various actions of the creator exuded an equally commanding presence. It was as if a diminutive legion stood resolute against an army of 1,000,000 foes, sword in hand. Regardless of the outcome, this display alone is enough to inspire awe. Blood can be spilled. Yet who dares to show disrespect? This courage alone renders victory or defeat a secondary concern. Indeed, Penguin is one of the renowned giants of the internet in China, a realm that all internet professionals aspire to. Are not all of you present the same? Yet now, with the sudden realization that the company you serve is at war with Penguin, your blood boils. It is that exhilarating feeling of having once gazed up at it, now presented with a chance to potentially overcome it, a sensation both frenzied and surreal. Who claims that we, the creators, are destined for demise? We have merely ascended to a brand new pinnacle, a height where we can hope to vanquish titans and achieve divinity in a single stroke. Everyone's gaze burned with intensity towards Lu Di. His words struck deep, igniting a passionate fire within the hearts of the people. A single speech shattered the despondent atmosphere, awakening everyone to clenched fists. He is the pioneer, the creator, the leader. This is precisely the aura and presence that a leader must possess. Anyone who understands cannot help but be captivated. What should we do next, Emperor San? They inquired. Lu Di chuckled lightly. To win, mere confidence is insufficient. We must also possess extraordinary capabilities. I ask you, what data is most crucial for an app? Downloads, rankings, content, aesthetic appeal. The crowd chimed in eagerly. Lu Di gently shook his head. User affection is paramount. Internet products are perpetually developed around the needs of the user. Our aim to defeat Penguin does not necessitate an array of extravagant products. Rather, we must perfect our core offering. Take Gemini, for instance. As long as it sufficiently meets user demands and is beloved by users, they shall not abandon it. User engagement will naturally soar, and user loyalty will inevitably follow. We need not fear the competition from Penguin. The crowd was once again captivated by Lu Di's words. Is Emperor Sin planning to optimize Gemini? They wondered. Yet, in the eyes of many programmers, Gemini already seemed flawless. The function of unfamiliar matching could only be described as miraculous. An existence seemingly unsurpassable. What more could be done? Lu Di smiled enigmatically, and the large screen behind him shifted instantly. That a title appeared. Gemini Stage. Finding the most suitable platform for you. A platform? What is this? It sounds intriguing. The audience's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. It appeared to be an update to Gemini's features, crafted by the illustrious Emperor San. What kind of masterpiece could it be? The page turned, revealing a diagram of the new function. That a sleek interface appeared, featuring the user's avatar and username at the top, followed by a grid of 9 exquisite images. At the bottom, there was a comment and like function. The audience scratched their heads in confusion. This feels oddly familiar. Isn't this that a friend circle? Chapter 122. Gemini Stage. The sentiments in everyone's hearts were difficult to articulate. Previously, Gemini consisted solely of 2 sections: unfamiliar social interaction and interest groups. Indeed, It was quite simple. It lacked a friend circle. While a friend circle is an essential feature of social software, is it truly useful to introduce such a function at this critical moment when the creators are at war with Penguin? Emperor-san, have you run out of ideas? Admittedly, this does appear to be a friend circle. Lu Di shrugged. Moreover, its functionality indeed resembles that of a friend circle. However, the screen shifted again, revealing a cascade of programming code that filled the entire display, endlessly extending. The programmer stared in astonishment that this .is so neatly organized, so impressive. The logic is so complex. Here we have text image recognition. Here lies big data analysis matching. Individual data can support 2 billion, and it can match precisely one-on-one. The peak matching capacity is 20 billion times 20 billion. And the result? I cannot even calculate. The programmers gaped, their mouths agape in disbelief. What is Emperor-san trying to achieve? This algorithm can accurately match every person with another. All they need to do is input data. Even photographs can match red pants with red pants, green pants with green pants, big eyes with big eyes. Even if a single ant appears in the photo, it can still match. This is far more refined than previous personnel matching. Lu Di smiled mysteriously. Indeed, I aim for matching, precision matching to the utmost degree. Lu Di slowly paced to the front of the stage and proclaimed, "Our Gemini stage function is indeed centered around the friend circle. However, it serves as an open personal showcase platform that lies between a friend circle and a microblog. Consider this. Why do users post in their friend circles?" The crowd fell into contemplation once more. Although many answers flashed through their minds, none dared to voice them. The fear of being wrong loomed large. Lu Di pondered aloud. To say they are showing off, to say they are vain, is too simplistic. What they seek is validation. They wish for others to acknowledge their efforts, their appearances, their insights, their attitudes. When we post in our friend circles, are we not longing for praise? For likes, for resonance? Is it not to hear admiration, to avoid criticism, or to remain unnoticed? The audience felt a shiver. Emperor-san was right. Every time they shared in their friend circles, they would often refresh their posts, hoping to see more comments and more likes. Not everyone seeks to flaunt luxury cars and mansions. Many simply wish to express their feelings in the moment or share a fleeting instant. Behind this desire lies the quest for acknowledgement. When comments abound, they can smile with joy and satisfaction, for they know they are liked. That is enough. The employees of Gemini began to sense Lu Di's intent. What you desire, our Gemini stage can fulfill. Lu Di earnestly regarded the expressions of the crowd. It will connect you with those who share your interests, circumstances, and even emotions the moment you send your images and texts. It will display your content to them. They will understand your feelings most accurately, recognize your excellence, and provide the most empathetic comments, giving you true validation and comfort. You may find yourself holding a phone, yet feel as though you are immersed in an ocean of concern. In other words, Lu Di said, Gemini's unfamiliar matching can help you find kindred spirits, while the Gemini stage will help you discover resonance down to the very minute. As the saying goes, when you cry, someone will cry with you. When you laugh, someone will laugh with you. When you feel moved, we will all feel moved together. The audience was left speechless, completely astounded. This could not merely be called a function. It was nothing short of a manifestation of humanity. This was the microscopic version of Gemini's unfamiliar matching. It could be precise down to every minute. Such a function requires no verification. It is unprecedented. It is a release of emotion, a cleansing of the soul, to showcase one's moment to those who share the same mindset, and then to receive comments in a shared emotional state. How marvelous. Users will undoubtedly fall in love with this feature. They will be unable to resist it. Moreover, it will foster immense loyalty, for everyone will be eager to see who will be next to witness, who will post the next moving comment. Furthermore, the Gemini stage can encompass so much. Friends can see each other's circles. Strangers can match with microblogging features. It supports the uploading of videos and short clips. Users can share in various formats, garner likes, receive comments, and gain recognition. And then, with anticipation, seek out new material. In the future, this will become an incredibly vast and rich content platform. The trend of internet development is unmistakable. Content is king. The meeting room fell silent and everyone's spirits soared. This is a masterpiece. The rigid format of Penguin cannot even be compared at the same level. However, I have encountered some challenges. Lu Di spoke slowly, and everyone was once again taken aback. Challenges? Is there something even Emperor-san cannot resolve? Or if Emperor-san cannot, what can we do? Lu D smiled apologetically, aware of the time constraints that he had only managed to write the core code for the Gemini stage functionality. To implement it fully, numerous steps remained, such as code compatibility, page design, product testing, customer support promotion, and many other tasks. Suddenly, several seated programmers rose with enthusiasm. Boss D-san, I can do it. Yes, I can design. I can. Hands shot up as everyone clamored to contribute. Lu D chuckled. The soulmate feature of our competitor has gone live that we are pressed for time and must race against the clock. Can we launch in 12 hours? Yes, I will forego food and sleep. I will live at the office. I am eager to witness and participate in the creation of this masterpiece. I will dive in head first. The collective excitement reached a fever pitch. Lu D felt a surge of satisfaction. In truth, if the genius coder Imotong were to handle the launch of the Gemini stage, it might only take 10 minutes. His aim was to instill a fighting spirit within his team, to have them experience the process of unity and overcoming challenges. Only then could they forge a truly formidable company. After all, business is akin to warfare. Employees are like soldiers. The creator of this venture aims to dominate the world. Lu D bowed slightly and solemnly declared, "Thank you all for your hard work." Chapter 123. All on the road, Li Dowd gazed at the data on the screen, unable to suppress a smirk. Our soulmate feature has only been live for a few hours, and the data is astounding. Before long, the Gemini will be empty. What nonsense algorithms. I can replicate them effortlessly, creator. No challenge at all. He promptly picked up the phone and excitedly called Tung Hualong. Hello, Mr. Tung. Our new feature has been a resounding success. Yes, I see it. Well done. Mr. Tung, you were so cautious before, I believe you overestimated those creators. They are nothing special. No one can compete with us, the Penguin. Tung Hualong's voice carried a hint of anger. Vice President Li, let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not become overly complacent, and do not underestimate the creators. This is merely the beginning. Li Dowd frowned, thinking Tung was too cautious, that IT was such caution that had confined Penguin to Huaxia. Moreover, he had recently revised strategies, advocating for the concept of integrated network service providers while discouraging group plagiarism. Decided he was far too rigid. If I were in charge, Penguin would have long since dominated internationally. Li Dowd thought this, but replied, Rest assured, Mr. Tung, I will handle this with care and provide you with satisfactory results. At this moment, 3 hours had passed since Penguin launched the Soulmate feature. The internet was flooded with a barrage of news articles. Penguin swiftly conquers challenges. Acquires core Gemini functionality. Gemini in jeopardy. The so-called programming genius of D-San cannot match the talent pool of Penguin. The creators, being too young, ultimately succumbed to the well-established Penguin. Emerging internet companies falter, while Penguin's defenses remain unyielding. Meanwhile, the creator company was abuzz with activity. Programmers typed furiously, keyboards clattering, designers clicked their mice, eyes wide with focus. Even administrative staff moved briskly within the office, delivering documents and coffee. Utterly engrossed, Ajia in his office dared not divert his gaze from the work progress. In his mind, Lu Di's countdown of 12 hours felt akin to a life-or-death race. Boss D-San, I am encountering an issue here. Could you come over? A programmer suddenly raised his hand, drenched in sweat. Lu Di approached. Boss, there is a problem with the code. My logic doesn't add up. It keeps throwing errors. Lu Di gently patted his shoulder and smiled. Relax a bit. The programmer stepped aside, and Lu Di took his place, stretching his fingers. The surrounding desks leaned in to observe that a beautiful female colleague whispered, Boss's fingers are so elegant. They must play the piano beautifully. Another female colleague chimed in. What are you talking about? Is it only his fingers that are beautiful? What about his face? Oh, true. Suddenly, a rapid, almost rhythmic tapping of keyboards resonated. Lu Di's fingers danced across the keyboard. Moving so swiftly, they seemed to blur. The code on the screen flowed seamlessly, each line appearing in a fluid manner. The programmers watched in awe. This speed was nearly akin to copy-pasting. Moreover, the code was incisive, devoid of any superfluous elements, both refined and logically sound. Before joining the company, Imotong had already integrated top-tier programming techniques and the most advanced coding concepts into Lu Di's skill set. Coupled with Lu Di's extraordinary response time, which was at least 20 times faster than that of an average person, the computer before him struggled to keep pace. That IT began to lag. Yet Lu Di continued to type blindly. 2 seconds later, the previously frozen screen burst forth with dozens of lines of code. The programmer's lips quivered. This was the work of a deity. This was beyond divine. How extraordinary he was. I wonder if anyone in the world can match Boss D-San's prowess in programming. Amitabha, deity is among us. I bow in reverence. The crowd around Lu Di swelled, forming a small stage. 5 minutes later, everyone shared a singular thought. They wished to kneel. Click. Few done. Lu Di paused, astonished. What? Is the work already completed? Sorry, boss. The crowd scattered like startled birds. I must strive harder. I want to achieve the same speed and thought process as Boss D San. The clattering of keyboards resumed as the creators busied themselves once more, striving toward their dreams and idolizing their leader. 11 hours later, in the office of the vice president of Penguin, I Dowd stared at the data screen, his face turning green that the Soulmate feature has been live for 11 hours. And yet that the negative reviews are overwhelming. What a disaster. I expected it to help me find a kindred spirit, but instead it's just a mess of mismatched profiles. I chatted for half an hour, thinking I was matched with a refined lady, only to discover she is a burly man. I enjoy off-road vehicles, but why am I being matched with a slew of car salespeople? What a joke. I recently had some heart issues and visited the hospital a few times, and they matched me with a funeral service manager. How outrageous. Negative points, go away. If my clients weren't here, I would delete this app immediately. It makes me nauseous. Don't worry. Penguin's reputation will be further besmirched by an avalanche of negative reviews on the way. To AT this moment, Lee Dowd's face was a deep shade of green. Indeed, as the reviews indicated. Countless negative remarks were forthcoming. The earlier high engagement levels were soon to be matched by waves of criticism. He turned to the trembling technical director nearby. The technical director wiped his brow. Mr. Lee, at this point I must speak plainly. The technology behind Gemini is simply unreplicable. As a technical director with 20 years of experience in network development, I cannot even comprehend their code. Our Soulmate feature is merely superficial. It appears to be a matching system, but is essentially a flawed product. I was forced into creating this by your pressure. True Soulmate matching. That's beyond my capabilities. Do as you will with that. The technical director turned defiantly, embodying a spirit of resistance against the oppressive powers. Lee Dowd swayed, his vision darkening and spinning. Get out. Get out. Ding ding ding. Li Dowd's phone rang. Caller ID. Tung Hualong. Damn it, cold sweat broke out as he realized he was late with his updates again. Knowing that many were staying up late waiting for the next installment, he felt a surge of gratitude, yet struggled to voice his thoughts. You all should get some rest. Chapter 124. A lifetime companion. What you've created with that Soulmate feature is nothing but a joke. Mr. Tung. Now, Penguin faces not only the creators but also public scrutiny. Mr. Tung, I will give you one day to clean up this mess and prepare for a confrontation with the creators. This is your final opportunity. Mr. Tung, if you fail again, it won't be as simple as resigning. I will hold you accountable for everything. Beep, beep, beep. Tung Hualong hung up. Coughing nervously, Lee Dowd's face flushed red, nearly choking on his words as he was interrupted 4 times by his boss. Regaining his composure, the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, being held accountable. This was no laughing matter. The loss of the group's reputation could easily amount to billions. Once Tung Hualong pursued responsibility, he would show no mercy. As the cold sweat trickled down Lee Dowd's forehead, the pressure mounted to an almost life-and-death situation. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed through the room as Situ Zhou burst in. Li Zong, something's gone awry. The Gemini has been updated. Lee Dowd nearly slipped from his chair, feeling as though his life were at stake. Show me quickly. What new features does it possess? Taking Situ Zhou's phone. Lee Dowd squinted, his gaze first landing on the Gemini username, Zhou's dream. The expression on his face darkened as he glared at Situ Zhou. You seem to be quite adept at using Gemini. Situ Zhou, caught off guard, sheepishly admitted, well, who wouldn't want a confidant? Lee Dowd's temper flared, veins bulging at his temples. Cough, cough. Situ Zhou cleared his throat, suggesting, perhaps you should explore its new feature called the Gemini stage, furrowing his brow. Lee Dowd scrutinized it for a moment. Isn't this merely a friend circle? Situ Zhou, looking distressed, replied, it's not that simple. You ought to experience it yourself. Meanwhile, just 10 minutes prior, the Gemini app had undergone a comprehensive update, reaching nearly 800 million users simultaneously. In a serene art classroom, a young woman completed her final brushstroke on a canvas. Hearing the update notification, she smiled, for this app had led her to her one true confidant. A small button at the bottom caught her attention, Gemini Stage. Finding the most suitable stage for you, she mused, thinking, I have no friends here anyway. Picking up her phone, she snapped a photo of her still immature oil painting. Xiao Duo. In life's journey, solitude is the norm. After editing the image and text, she gently pressed send, that a prompt appeared. Gemini stage will search for a confidant for you. Would you like to continue? Confidant. For someone like me, how could that be easy? Who could possibly understand my heart? She chuckled softly, clicking confirm without any hope. She then rose to tidy her easel. Ding, ding. The notifications on her phone began to flood in, surprising her that it's rare for anyone to contact me. When she opened the app, she stood motionless in the art studio, under the soft light, as tears began to well. Lonely bear. Your painting depicts a figure walking into darkness. So very alone, keeping distance from everyone. Yet I noticed, amidst the pitch-black sky, a few stars twinkling that I believe that within you lies a hidden hope, yearning for a star to suddenly shine, illuminating you and allowing you to bask in its glow. Drawing attention. Starry Van Gogh. Xiao Duo. There are times when I feel vastly different from the world that I cannot articulate such feelings and find it difficult to garner others' concern, and at times, I even feel my existence is superfluous. Yet, I wish for a moment, even if just once, to shine through my own efforts. Are you like me? Jasmine in the corner. One day, you will discover that your emotions cannot be expressed in words, and you would rather fade into the starry sky, heading towards darkened streets. That is solitude. Reading this, Xiao Duo trembled slightly, her nose tingling as tears threatened to spill. She had clumsily painted over a dozen canvases. Yet no one had grasped their meaning. Living in isolation for years, no one knew her heart craved attention. Everyone was deceived by her taciturn and frigid exterior, unwilling to approach her, leaving her misunderstood. For a time, she believed she was the only person alive in this world. However, in that moment, Xiao Duo suddenly realized that while solitude may be individual, it is by no means unique to in an instant. She felt she had gained numerous friends with whom she could share her innermost thoughts, that it was as if she had received the attention she longed for, a resonance deep within her soul. In moments of poignant conversation, she wept. In moments of joy, tears mingled with laughter. She resolved that Gemini would be her lifelong companion. On the Cross-Sea Bridge of Binjiang City, a young delinquent with bleached hair leaned against the railing, surrounded by cigarette butts that he was heartbroken. Others believed him to be brash and carefree, but little did they know he cherished love deeply. This latest heartbreak felt like a knife to his heart. The sea breeze brushed against him, yet he felt suffocated. He lifted his phone, capturing a photo of the bustling bridge, captioning it. "This was our favorite place." He sent it off, lighting another cigarette, tears and mucus mingling as he choked. Ding ding, youth without regret. Sometimes love unfolds this way. While you dream of your future together, the other is plotting their escape, that there's no need for regret. Those not meant to be will always part. Big Tiger doesn't cry. You've experienced heartbreak, right? I'm sitting in our usual nightclub, the music booming, and though there's a table full of drinks, I don't want a single drop. Lost heart. Buddy, don't suppress your feelings. Give yourself a day to cry loudly, to vent all your frustrations. Tomorrow, wake up, dress well, and remind yourself to start anew and live your life fully. That if your heart faces the sun, what is there to fear about sadness? Ding. The comments continued to swell. The young man, holding his phone, could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. At that moment, it felt as if the sorrow of every heartbroken individual in the world converged upon him. He was not alone in his grief, and he needn't care about pride. Passing vehicles turned to glance, not in mockery, but in empathy. Everyone had experienced such pain. They understood. The boy, crying with a broken heart, was simply another soul lost in the vast sea of humanity, mourning a love lost. Chapter 125. The first step. Life is filled with moments that may be easily recorded yet are hard to recognize. For each person is a world unto themselves. Every second, billions engage in countless different actions. Finding that one person who resonates with your current state of mind amidst the sea of humanity is no easy feat. However, the internet is omnipresent. It can help you find everything, be it sorrowful, joyful, empathetic, or kindred spirits. This is the essence of the Gemini stage. As the veil lifted, admiration flooded in. In an instant, the Gemini stage became a sensation across the web. As the vice president of Penguin, Li Dowd was not merely a figurehead. Within mere minutes of understanding, he could already envision the future of the Gemini stage. His brows furrowed deeply once more, and silence enveloped him. His arm lingered in midair for a full minute before he let it drop, defeated. "Damn it, there's no point in making that call." Sidu Zhou, pale as a ghost, suggested. "Should we just resign?" "Don't be ridiculous." Li Dowd massaged his temples, asking, "Do you know why I am called Li Dowd?" Sidu Zhou, perplexed, shook his head. "Because my parents wanted me to be kind and ethical." Li Dao continued to rub his temples. Do you know why my mother insisted on ethics? Again, Situ Zhou shook his head, because Li Dao dropped his arm, gritting his teeth, because I've always believed that ethics are worthless. Only victory, standing atop the podium, and reaping the benefits are the true morals. With those words, a cold glint appeared in his eyes that we cannot match the creator's technology. Outpacing their product is a daunting task, but I can destroy them. Just like I would with my soulmate, obliterate them. Situ Zhou, contact Big Dog. Let him set his own price. I want him to drown Gemini within a day. Situ Zhou hesitated. Li Zhong, this may not be wise. If the president finds out, the president? Li Dao's expression twisted into a snarl. Let me tell you, if we are defeated by the creator, the president will take me down first. And then you, Situ Zhou stiffened. Then clenched his jaw in resignation. In the conference room of the creator company, Lu Di stood with his arms crossed, flanked by a Jia and surrounded by programmers that everyone's eyes were glued to the large screen. Gemini activity, 190 million. Gemini activity, 230 million. Gemini activity, 260 million. Gemini activity, 280 million. Following the launch of the Gemini stage, the numbers soared. The atmosphere was electric. Boss, we did it. The stage is live, one programmer exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement. After 11 hours of hard work, though weary, his eyes sparkled with energy. Users were awakening at a rate of millions per minute. At this pace, they would soon surpass Penguin. Surpass Penguin? No need for that. Penguin's soulmate has already collapsed. The negative reviews are flooding in. I just received word from my senior. Penguin is preparing for a press conference to apologize, their vice president. Li Dao will attend personally, claiming the soulmate feature was merely a test and will soon be taken offline. This battle, before it even began, had already reached its conclusion. Penguin was finished. The boss of D-San was incredible. At that moment, laughter echoed throughout the creator company. The weight of pressure lifted. With the help of the great D-San, this battle felt somewhat effortless. Lu Di wore a smile, gesturing for silence from the staff. He slowly approached the stage, his gaze filled with pride, saying, "Brothers, take a 6-hour break." "All right, thank you, boss." "Why 6 hours?" Lu Di chuckled softly. "The first step of a long journey. And you are all content with such a trivial achievement?" The employees of the twins paused in silence for a moment. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in their eyes, rekindling a fervor. "Boss, do you have more plans?" "Boss, you said, I can keep going without rest. Do you have a secret weapon? I'm so looking forward to it." "Yes, we support you unconditionally. Rest is out of the question." Upon hearing Lu Di's words, the employees of Twins, with bloodshot eyes, were invigorated once again. Indeed, Lu Di smiled knowingly. To halt now would not showcase my creator's spirit. Since we are playing against a formidable opponent like Penguin, how could we not aim for a resounding victory? Fantastic. What a thrill. The programmers jumped in place. "Boss, tell us, what should we do?" Lu Di donned a stern expression, reiterating, "Rest, sleep. In 6 hours, we will mount our swords and leave no survivors." "Well, then all right." The creator employees could only suppress their excitement and reluctantly disperse. However, how could they easily fall asleep with such anticipation? Then Lu Di's booming voice rang out. "Everyone,